Chapter 1031. My eyes, it appears that the individuals within this mysterious realm are fond of wielding supernatural abilities, a rather foolish pursuit, for such powers do not facilitate advancement. Rather than expending energy on this frivolity, one would be better served by focusing on personal growth. The elder clad in white concluded his statement and struck his body. With a thunderous roar, azure light erupted, casting aside the flames that clung to it. He emerged unscathed, his gaze once more directed towards Duoyan Hena. Brother Tuo, this fellow is yours to handle. I shall pursue that woman. Do ensure she does not take her own life, for that would render the encounter rather dull. With that, the elder in white bypassed Ye Feng. Attempting to leave, Ye Feng retaliated, seizing his ankle. A violent explosion echoed, causing Ye Feng to stagger back several paces, while the elder's shoe was dislodged by Ye Feng's grip. Young man, it seems you are truly seeking death, the elder remarked. Brother Tuo, allow me to deal with him. The elder then summoned a small azure sword from his waist, which soared into the air. Senior, I harbor no grievances against you. Why then, do you insult my wife upon our first encounter? Ye Feng's expression turned grave. Ha ha ha, what reasoning must I offer to a country bumpkin like you? I desire her, thus I shall possess her. As for you, what significance do you hold? The elder's disdainful words lingered in the air as he directed the azure sword towards Ye Feng. With a crash, the golden divine visage re-emerged. As both palms clashed against the azure sword, the sword emitted a sharp wail as it was struck. I recall now, this is the Brahmin's sacred demon technique. Is it not? Excellent. It appears this journey shall not be in vain. Young man, surrender the Brahmin's sacred demon technique and your wife to me, and I shall spare your life. The elder recalled the flying sword, allowing it to hover above his head. Over my dead body, Ye Feng's fury ignited, propelling his body into the air. A radiant golden sun ascended. Ye Feng was sent flying 50 meters, landing beside Duoyan Hena. In stark contrast, the elder remained unmoved, pursuing Ye Feng with unwavering determination. The moment Ye Feng touched the ground, the elder delivered a powerful punch to his chest. The impact created a deep crater in the ground, with Ye Feng lying motionless at its base. Duoyan Hena hesitated briefly before swiftly retreating 50 meters away. She recognized that their only chance lay in Ye Feng's resilience. With a resounding crash, they exchanged blows once more. Ye Feng's heart raced with anxiety. He hoped Duoyan Hena would flee immediately, for otherwise, his own escape would be jeopardized. Glancing back, Ye Feng sensed that Duoyan Hena understood his intent and began to stealthily withdraw. There's no other choice, Brother Bai. This woman is clever. She intends to escape. I shall apprehend her while you deal with this young man. He is merely at the initial stage of true martial, while you are at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Do not disappoint me. The man named Tuo spoke, his footwork swift as he appeared before Duoyan Hena. Indeed, she was a rare beauty, truly captivating. Ye Feng summoned all his strength, landing a punch that propelled the elder back. Then, like a hawk, he charged towards the Tuo cultivator. Bang! Bang! The monk of the Tuo surname did not retreat as Ye Feng approached, with astonishing speed. He struck 3 palms against Ye Feng's chest and abdomen. In an instant, the manifestation of the law was shattered into a shower of golden light. At that moment, Duoyan Hena had already fled a kilometer away, retreating towards the Jinxiao enclave. Ye Feng lunged forward, his hands slipping beneath the Tuo monk's ribs, locking onto the back of his head in a maneuver that rendered him utterly defenseless in close combat. You think such trivial skills can defeat me? No. You are a blood demon. The Tuo monk panicked, sensing his vitality being drained by Ye Feng's skin. Gritting his teeth, he struck at his waist. But in the following moment, Ye Feng ensnared his leg, pinning his right hand down to prevent him from summoning his flying sword. Bai Shidi, quickly assist me in prying him away. The Tuo monk felt the energy cultivated over centuries swiftly dissipate, terror gripping him. Brother Tuo, you are formidable. You should be able to handle him. I must pursue that woman. If she finds refuge in another perilous area within this secret realm, I may lose the chance to capture her. Humanity is often driven by selfishness. He wished to claim Duoyan Hena for himself, fearing that the Tuo monk would seize the opportunity first. Damn it! The Tuo monk gritted his teeth, tightening his entire being. His pores began to constrict, forming a barrier akin to an iron wall. Ye Feng felt his blood-sucking technique hindered, though it posed little concern. The pressing issue was preventing the elderly man in white from catching up to Duoyan Hena. With determination, Ye Feng sank his teeth into the back of the Tuo monk's neck. Blood erupted forth in an instant. After cultivating the divine demonic art to its third level, his teeth had become akin to a cutting machine, effortlessly shredding through the skin of his adversary. The blood that flowed was swiftly absorbed by Ye Feng. "Ah, you wretch!" The Tuo monk seethed with rage, his left hand flailing futilely, unable to reach Ye Feng. Narrowing his eyes, Ye Feng struck again, this time tearing away a substantial piece of flesh, revealing the monk's cervical vertebrae beneath. Ack! Another bite followed, and the Tuo monk's energy drained away, flooding into Ye Feng's body like the currents of a mighty river. The energy Ye Feng had previously expended was instantly replenished. The true power of the blood-sucking technique began to manifest. He could continuously restore his strength through this method, while his foe inevitably lost vitality. In this exchange, the Tuo monk found himself half-kneeling on the ground, his gaze vacant and directed forward. In truth, with his current strength, he could still annihilate Ye Feng. Alas, the headlock rendered him incapable of unleashing his full power. Oh! Suddenly, explosions erupted around them, sending clouds of yellow sand into the air, yet failing to strike Ye Feng directly. Ye Feng seized the opportunity to bite down again, targeting the Tuo monk's cervical vertebrae. The intense pain caused the monk to tense his neck, a torrent of blood spilling from his mouth. Ye Feng seized a moment to glance towards the position of Duoyan Hena. He noted that the white-robed cultivator had positioned himself directly in front of her. That scoundrel was utterly despicable. He struck without hesitation, aiming directly for Duoyan Hena's chest in a most lewd manner. Enraged, Ye Feng felt his muscles tense in response. The severely weakened Tuo's surname cultivator was instantly crushed by his formidable force, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. With a thunderous crash, Ye Feng released the Tuo surname cultivator and swiftly advanced towards Duoyan Hena. However, before he could reach her, Duoyan Hena suddenly pointed at the white-robed elder's eyes. "Ah!" The elder screamed in agony, clutching his eyes. My eyes, ah." Chapter 1032. Do not waste words with him. Let us attack together. The elder spun in place, his flying sword seemingly out of control as it unleashed indiscriminate attacks around him. The explosions reverberated ceaselessly. Ye Feng swiftly scooped up Duoyan Hena and dashed toward the sword gorge. It was unclear how long they had been running when Ye Feng finally halted. "Hena, are you injured?" he inquired, examining her face and body. "I'm fine, what about you?" Duoyan Hena responded, probing Ye Feng's body in turn. "It's merely superficial wounds. My energy has been replenished through blood absorption," she assured him. Just as Ye Feng finished speaking, his expression shifted as he glanced behind him. Two figures were rapidly approaching. The Tuo surname cultivator had a bandage wrapped around his neck, while the white-robed cultivator's eyes were covered with a black cloth. "You filthy scoundrel! A mere true martial realm cultivator nearly caused my demise. Today, I shall grind you to dust," the Tuo surname cultivator declared, swiftly closing the distance to Ye Feng. "I must flee," Ye Feng shouted as he took off once more. 2 hours later, Ye Feng found himself atop a hillside and gently set Duoyan Hena down. During their escape, he had exhausted more energy, his breaths coming in rapid succession. "Hena, stand on the hillside and keep an eye behind us. If they arrive, alert me immediately," he instructed before settling into a meditative posture, each hand grasping a crystal pill to hasten his recovery. However, just as he positioned himself, two figures flickered in the distance. They were still in pursuit. Truly troublesome, Ye Feng lamented, his expression one of despair as he dashed away once more. After running a staggering 300 kilometers, Ye Feng paused again. "Ah Feng, allow me to carry you while you absorb the crystal pills," Duoyan Hena suggested. "You? How far can your legs carry you?" Ye Feng sighed. "At least far enough to create some distance. As long as we enter the protective familial formation, it will suffice. Most importantly, you can absorb the energy from the crystal pills during this interval," Duoyan Hena insisted. "Very well," Ye Feng conceded and climbed onto Duoyan Hena's back, his hands busy employing the blood absorption technique to its fullest. Ah Feng, what is happening?" "My apologies, the suction is too strong. I've unintentionally drawn you in as well. I can only control my palms at this moment," Ye Feng replied, then closed his eyes. As soon as he began to absorb energy, the furious shouts of the two pursuers echoed behind them. "Run? How far do you think you can escape?" The innate endurance of the realm is formidable. Even after having absorbed a significant portion of energy from Ye Feng, it still manages to steadfastly pursue the two individuals. Perhaps I should carry you as we run, Ye Feng suggested, leaping down and seizing Duoyan Hena in his embrace, which indeed multiplied their speed tenfold. After a brief while, he cast the two aside once more. Hena, how far are we from the One-Sword Gorge territory? He inquired. Approximately 500 to 600 kilometers. If we unleashed the heavenly fire cannon now, the people of One-Sword Gorge would remain oblivious, Duoyan Hena replied. This is dire. My energy has been utterly depleted, and I can no longer run, she confessed. You must hold your breath, Ye Feng instructed. Duoyan Hena, being exceptionally astute, instantly grasped his intention. Consequently, she held her breath as Ye Feng hastily dug through the gravel, burying her beneath it. After ensuring her concealment, he deliberately moved a few hundred meters away. As anticipated, 5 minutes later, the two elderly pursuers arrived once more. You even know to let your woman escape first. Quite intriguing, one remarked as they charged towards Ye Feng. Come chase me, fools, Ye Feng taunted. This time, rather than fleeing rapidly, he maintained a calculated distance, intent on confirming that the two were indeed tailing him. However, just as they were about to pass by Duoyan Hena, both abruptly halted. This is bad, Ye Feng exclaimed, swiftly darting towards her location. The two elders mirrored his movement. Racing towards Duoyan Hena, the three collided simultaneously, sending Ye Feng flying 10 meters away while the two elders were propelled 20 meters back. Ye Feng halted, having gauged the strength of his adversaries through their clash. They did not appear as formidable as he had initially feared. His earlier retreat was prompted by their overwhelming display of power, compelling him to flee. Yet now, it seemed that with a bit more effort, victory was indeed within reach. With this realization, Ye Feng swiftly retrieved Duoyan Hena from the gravel. Hena, retreat to the back, he instructed calmly. Understood. As she distanced herself by 100 meters, Ye Feng faced the two elders directly. Gentlemen, may I inquire how you discovered the person concealed within the gravel? Ye Feng posed. The two exchanged glances, astonishment flickering across their faces. This country bumpkin doesn't even know about spiritual sense? The elder in white remarked slowly. It appears so. Although he has reached the true martial realm, he lacks many fundamental principles. The cultivator with the surname Tuo mused, rubbing the back of his neck, his previous arrogance diminished, revealing a hint of caution in his gaze towards Ye Feng. Indeed, the cultivation world operates much like the mundane realm. It is only through instilling genuine fear that one earns respect. Otherwise, they will not consider the repercussions while bullying you. Are you truly intent on opposing me? Ye Feng's countenance darkened. He had come to understand that despite the elder in white being visually impaired, he was still capable of accurately tracking him, relying on that entity known as spiritual sense. Junior brother Bai, cease your idle chatter and join me. Let us eliminate him and seize the woman. Once we have indulged ourselves, we shall present her to the master. Perchance he will bestow upon us unparalleled fortune in his delight. The master? We are not yet deemed worthy to meet him directly, are we? Regardless, let us first dispatch Ye Feng. Upon concluding their dialogue, both men simultaneously reached for their waists, where two flying swords ascended into the air. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, seizing the moment as the swords were just ignited. He charged forward like an iron mountain. Boom! The elder in white was sent sprawling, while Ye Feng deftly grasped the wrist of the cultivator, surnamed Tuo. Blood-sucking bang! Before he could finish, a kick landed squarely in his abdomen. Puff! The flying sword spun back, narrowly grazing his head. Ye Feng, feeling a jolt of fear, gingerly touched his now bald head. Would they dare attempt a second assault? Do they believe I would allow them to approach? The Tuo cultivator, undeterred, pointed once more at Ye Feng. The flying sword shot forth with a whoosh. Left with no choice, Ye Feng plunged into the gravel below. Earth escape? The elder in white returned swiftly, directing his flying sword with a flick. The sword instantly enlarged 100-fold. Flash! The colossal blade struck fiercely where Ye Feng had just vanished. However, in the next instant, the gravel erupted as a towering figure, 3 meters high, emerged. Simultaneously, a 6-meter golden dharma form surfaced alongside it. Clang! A glimmer of malevolence flashed in Ye Feng's eyes as he clapped his palms together, meeting the flying sword in midair. Clang! The sword spun in the air, temporarily severing its connection with its master. Chapter 1033. Something of interest. How intriguing. The venerable Saint Demon Art, and at the 3rd tier no less. Junior brother, why do you linger? The two stood side by side, rapidly chanting incantations. The flying sword in the sky appeared to be guided, launching a flurry of erratic strikes towards Ye Feng. Clang, 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 clang. The Dharma form flickered under the onslaught. Boom. After a minute of relentless assault, Ye Feng could no longer endure the pain. Although the spirit sword had not directly struck his corporeal form, the sword's aura relentlessly slashed at him. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng suddenly propelled himself towards the two. Puff, puff. Two bursts of icy flames erupted forth. Yet at such speed, how could he hope to strike the two peak innate masters? They merely shifted their bodies slightly, effortlessly evading the icy projectiles. Ye Feng had anticipated this. Seizing the instant they dodged, he rammed forward with all his might. Puff, puff. Another two bursts of icy flames ensnared the two formidable masters in place. Hena, run. Ye Feng bellowed, his fingers deftly flicking incantations. Each time the two old men attempted to shatter the ice, Ye Feng was there to reinforce it. After unleashing 200 to 300 strikes, the energy within Ye Feng was nearly depleted. He suddenly leapt into the air, swiftly fleeing towards the direction of Sword Gorge. A minute later, two massive ice sculptures shattered in succession, engulfing the two men in flames. Damn it! Do not let him escape. The two individuals were unable to extinguish the flames engulfing them, and two fiery spheres hurtled towards Ye Feng. He ran and ran, covering over 100 kilometers, until he finally beheld Duoyan Hena. Alas, her speed was woefully inadequate. With a swift motion, Ye Feng rushed forward, hoisting Duoyan Hena onto his shoulder, and continued his sprint towards Sword Valley. Unleash the heavenly fire cannon, Duoyan Hena urged. Ye Feng nodded, reaching for his waist only to find that the cannon had been destroyed in the recent skirmish. With no other recourse, the two could only rely on their legs to flee. Boom. Just as Sword Valley came into view, a heavy blow struck Ye Feng's back, its force nearly rendering him breathless. Feng. Duoyan Hena gritted her teeth, extending a slender finger to point behind them. This is bad, that wretch. The cultivator bearing the surname Tuo was taken aback, vividly recalling that his disciple's eyes had been blinded by none other than Duoyan Hena. Consequently, both paused mid-air, plunging into the gravel below. Half a minute later, they emerged from the rubble, transformed into two small black dots as they dove into Sword Valley. Outwitted. That trick of hers could only be employed once, the Tuo cultivator fumed. Let us go, pursue them. I refuse to believe he can escape this time. The two hastened into Sword Valley, their settlement area, which appeared utterly desolate. The Tuo cultivator, having spoken, swiftly ascended to the highest tier of the library, his gaze sweeping across the vicinity for several dozen kilometers. He immediately spotted a massive light screen beside the canyon sea. There was indeed a protective clan formation, seemingly of considerable rank. Junior brother Bai, keep up. In an instant, they traversed dozens of zhang, vanishing into Sword Valley and reappearing before the colossal light screen. Within the screen, Ye Feng and Duoyan Hena stood side by side, having endured countless hardships to return safely. The four pairs of eyes met. The Tuo cultivator abruptly pointed skyward. The azure giant sword emitted a thunderous sound as it forcefully struck the light screen. With a puff, the massive screen began to warp and contort, as if on the verge of collapse. Guogua, unleash the full power of the formation, Ye Feng commanded without turning back. Yes. Everyone within the screen was stirred, simultaneously moving to the edge of the formation to gaze at the two elders outside the light screen. There is something amiss, the Tuo cultivator remarked, almost exhausting all his energy into the flying sword. The sword radiated a blinding brilliance, transforming into a supergiant sword spanning 40 meters. With a thunderous crash, the giant sword cleaved towards the light screen. Puff. Ugh. A massive gash was sliced through the rental realm's light screen, and several laborers were instantly reduced to fragments. Ha. This is your protective clan formation, utterly feeble, the Tuo cultivator proclaimed, withdrawing the giant sword. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. That seemingly effortless strike had consumed 90% of his energy. Junior brother Bai, it is your turn to strike. One more blow from you, and the protective formation of our clan shall be shattered, uttered the cultivator of the Tuo lineage as he diminished the colossal sword and stowed it away in his satchel. Very well. The aged man clad in white was about to summon his flying sword when, unexpectedly, the protective formation shimmered with radiant light, and the previously severed gap began to gradually mend itself. What? Such a rudimentary formation possesses an automatic repair function? The elder in white pondered. uncertain whether he could indeed break the formation in one decisive strike. Chapter 1034. A soft body in his embrace within the luminous barrier, Ye Feng exhaled deeply. The power of that last sword strike had been formidable, penetrating the barrier itself. Fortunately, as long as the formation retained its crystal core, it would continuously restore itself. Hena, go instruct them on the construction of the altar. The swifter, the better. We must urgently integrate the divine spear's restrictions into the protective formation. Otherwise, I fear this barrier will not withstand the combined might of those two, Ye Feng said gravely. Understood. Duoyan Hena nodded and swiftly dashed towards the engineering team. At that moment, the elder in white unleashed his spirit sword, delivering a fierce slash at the luminous barrier. Unfortunately, his sword only managed to create a 20-meter-long gash, and before he could retract it, the wound began to close once more. This is not good. We cannot allow the formation to recover, the cultivator of the Tuo lineage declared, propelling himself towards the breach. As he reached it, the gap had already shrunk to a mere 30 centimeters. In desperation, he grasped the edges of the breach and exerted all his strength. To his astonishment, the mending of the gap halted under the pressure of his arms. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot forth, striking the Tuo cultivator squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling backwards several meters. Chen gestured, and two soldiers promptly loaded another bolt into the groove. Good. Ye Feng acknowledged Chun and with a nod, appreciating that the young man had not faltered in this critical moment. With a final effort, the luminous barrier sealed itself completely. Outside, only two elderly figures remained, staring at each other in disbelief. Junior brother Bai, it seems we are currently unable to breach the barrier. Our energies have been depleted by 80% after that fierce battle with that young man. Therefore, let us rest for 7 days outside the formation and seek to restore our strength to its peak, the Tuo cultivator proposed. Indeed, upon our return, we shall strike simultaneously to obliterate his protective formation. As for that woman, I shall take my turn with her first, followed by you. We can then confine her to a secluded location for 1.5 years. And once we tire of her, we shall erase her memories and present her to the sect leader, maximizing our gains, the elder in white proclaimed candidly before Ye Feng. Ye Feng's heart raced as he suddenly leaped in front of the crossbow. Quick move. The bolt struck the icy surface, sending shards of ice flying and drenching the two old men. Chunin pulled the lever, launching another bolt. With a thud, the bolt grazed the elder in white's side, leaving a deep gash and causing blood to spurt forth. This particular bolt was laced with potent poison and incorporated a trace of iridium, rendering even a master of innate realms unable to withstand such a formidable weapon. Hurry, retreat to a quiet place to regain your strength. The library we just passed is an excellent choice, where we can even burn books for warmth. Let us proceed. The two elderly men, assisting each other, fled into the distance. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. These two individuals were exceedingly formidable. He had exhausted all his abilities and still proved no match for them. He decided to seize this moment to fortify the altar. Thus, Ye Feng swiftly joined the engineering team. In the city of Changsheng, on Hot Spring Island, at the Hot Spring Hospital, a grand medical competition was underway. 3 candidates were vying for the position of hospital director. An hour later, the results were announced. Hao Yue secured first place, followed by Chu Xue in second, and Qing Lan in third. He Li Xuan rose to declare the results. From today onwards, the Hot Spring Hospital will be directed by Hao Yue, who will specialize in refining the anti-parasitic medicine formula. Chu Xue will serve as the executive vice director, overseeing the hospital's daily operations. Qing Lan has been appointed as the chief physician. I will submit this list to the House of Representatives for their approval, after which it will take effect. Upon concluding his announcement, He Li Xuan led the applause. In an instant, the meeting room echoed with the sound of clapping. Congratulations, clan leader. Qing Jun stood and bowed deeply to her former superior. Congratulations, Director Hao Yue. Chu Xue approached to shake her hand. Thank you. I will manage the hospital well, Hao Yue replied, trembling with excitement. Congratulations to you as well, Qing Lan added, offering her well wishes. He Li Xuan raised his hands to quiet the room. Now that Fairy Hao Yue has become the hospital director, I will grant you a recommendation for next month's Citizens Election Conference. If you achieve over 50% approval, you will become a citizen. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Island Master, Hao Yue nodded with a smile. Currently, within the protective barrier of Hot Spring Island, she possessed the greatest strength, being a 5th-level power monarch. If she were to become a citizen, She would receive a continuous supply of crystal pills every week, all of which would be of 100% purity, refined by Ye Feng before his departure specifically for the benefit of Hot Spring Island citizens. Hao Yue believed that with such pure crystal pills, even in the desolate Great Desert, where spiritual energy was scarce, she would have the confidence to break through to 6th-level power monarch. Today is a fortunate day, yet we cannot celebrate. Director Hao Yue, I implore you to expedite the refinement of the anti-parasitic medicine and ensure production meets demand. He Lishuan resumed his authoritative demeanor as Island Master. Yes, Lord Island Master. I shall not disrupt the normal operations of your hospital. After speaking, He Lishuan departed the hospital under the protection of 4 guards, continuing his inspection of the territory. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. At the Jianjian Gorge concession, a grand altar was finally completed. Duoyan Hena, spear in hand, stepped towards the altar, pausing to kneel in reverence with each few steps, reciting incantations. Ye Feng began to grasp the essence of this world's spells. It was unnecessary to comprehend the words she uttered. What mattered most was the emotion conveyed. The essence of the incantation lay in the emotions expressed by Duoyan Hena as she recited her spells. Emotions of anger, reverence, sorrow, and pleading intertwine, resonating with the profound sentiments of powerful beings. Emotions are a form of feeling, and feelings represent the soul means through which information can transcend the speed of light. There was once a jest about a young monkey, separated from its mother just 2 months after birth. The mother was placed on the moon while the infant was on Earth, with a predetermined moment set for their connection. When a person on Earth mercilessly ended the young monkey's life, the mother on the moon would erupt into a frenzy. Perhaps the incantation recited by Duoyan Hena seeks to resonate with the ancient god of spears, awakening some residual energy left in the world. With a swift motion, the spear in her hand soared above the altar, spinning gracefully. Simultaneously, the once simple spear radiated a dazzling golden light, transforming from a modest 2-meter length into a magnificent 10-meter giant spear. Has it succeeded? Ye Feng stepped forward in astonishment. Just then, Duoyan Hena's expression shifted abruptly. She coughed up blood and collapsed weakly upon the altar. My dear. Ye Feng rushed to her side, cradling her delicate form in his embrace. A Feng. My power is insufficient to activate the divine spear's restrictions. I lack something crucial, Duoyan Hena murmured feebly. It's all right. We can discuss the restrictions later. Your well-being is paramount. Ye Feng tenderly wiped the blood from her lips. However, it was now the 10th day, and those 2 individuals had claimed they would only require 7 days. They might soon arrive at the light screen. We cannot delay any longer. We must prepare the sacrificial offerings. Duoyan Hena proclaimed, mustering her strength to sit up, her keen gaze scanning the formidable experts within the light screen. Their expressions shifted as they collectively took a step back. Those who have cultivated to such heights possess a certain awareness. They understand the significance of the offerings. What kind of offerings are required? Ye Feng, too, began to grasp the gravity of the situation, directing his piercing gaze toward the individuals within the light screen. To activate the divine spear's restrictions, he would not hesitate to eliminate several formidable experts, for they were not citizens of Hot Spring Island. His principle was clear. As long as someone was a citizen of Hot Spring Island, regardless of their misdeeds, he would spare them unless they betrayed the island. But those from outside held no value in his eyes. He often regarded them merely as tools. The sacrifice requires the blood of the strong. Do you see that pool above the altar? Duoyan Hena pointed upwards. That pool is 5 meters deep and 5 meters in diameter, circular in shape. Are we to fill that pool with blood? Ye Feng's expression darkened. After all, how much blood from powerful beings would be needed to fill such a vast pool? It seemed that only by slaughtering all the formidable experts within the light screen could they achieve this. It need not be entirely full. However, the stronger the blood, the more potent the effect. Yet for the initial activation, it would be best to fill the pool completely to unleash the spear's full power. Otherwise, we may only manage to evoke a mere fraction of its potential, Duoyan Hena explained. Ye Feng let out a long sigh, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. The laborers below, now aware of the gravity of their situation, knelt in unison, a total of 2,000 souls. Among them were predominantly strength practitioners, with merely over 100 strength kings and 2 strength emperors. Please, sir, spare our lives and release us from this great formation. We vow never to oppose Hot Spring Island again. Mr. Yi, how about this? If each of us offers half a gene of blood, it should suffice to fill the pool. We implore you not to take our lives. Indeed, what Brother Luo suggests is reasonable. We are willing to pledge half a gene of blood each. If necessary, we could even negotiate for a full gene. These individuals seem to have found a glimmer of hope, looking at Ye Feng with pitiful eyes. The display of his formidable powers had extinguished any courage they might have had to resist. Hena, is it possible to simply extract their blood without claiming their lives? Ye Feng turned to Duoyan Hena. That could be attempted. Hena nodded. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he would spare their lives while simultaneously enhancing the power of the divine spear. Everyone, line up to donate blood. Rest assured, I shall not demand your blood without recompense. From this moment on, for every gene of blood donated, you will receive 1,000 hot spring coins. These coins can be used to purchase frozen fish, pest control medicine, various weapons, and clothing. Should you donate 2 genes, you will earn a month's residency in the concession. Ye Feng proclaimed loudly, seeking to implement a currency system while simultaneously acquiring blood, a twofold gain. I'll go first. I've heard that occasional blood donation is beneficial for one's health. Chunin was the first to step forward, acting as Ye Feng's accomplice. Excellent. Let the blood donation commence. Bring forth a few nurses to draw blood, and ensure to provide disinfectants and bandages afterward. Wang Zhihe, as the branch manager sent here by Wang Zhihai, prepare the funds. Dispense cash according to the quantity of blood donated, and do not accept any kickbacks. Understood, Wang Zhihe acknowledged, stepping forward. The others, still unaware of the true value of the hot spring coins, felt compelled to obediently queue behind Chun and due to Ye Feng's intimidation. I will also donate blood. Susan joined the line. Me too. Ding Tuanshuan, a second-tier strength emperor, was eager to contribute her blood, which was particularly potent. I too shall participate. The residents and citizens began to join the line as well. In that moment, the laborers, once coerced, found a semblance of equilibrium within themselves. Well, the citizens of Hot Spring Island are donating blood. It seems we are not losing too much. Such is human nature. When a villain targets you alone, it incites great anger and resistance. However, once the villain has bullied everyone equally, you tend to feel that all are in the same plight, leading to apathy toward rebellion. On a day when the villain only lightly bullies you, you may find yourself grateful. Thank you, sir, for not draining me too mercilessly today. Meanwhile, the nurses were directly drawing blood into the pool. After extracting blood from 100 individuals, the bottom of the pool was barely dampened. Filling it entirely was still a daunting task. Brother Feng, I just had at least 2 pounds of blood drawn, and now I'm feeling dizzy. Could the kitchen prepare some crucian carp soup to help replenish my blood? Chunin asked weakly. Crucian carp soup is known for promoting lactation, not replenishing blood. Perhaps they could prepare something with liver or other similar ingredients, Ye Feng suggested. All right, I'll head to the kitchen, Chunin replied, assisted by Qiu Shui as they made their way. Despite having a past with Ye Feng, Qiu Shui refrained from meeting his gaze, seemingly having truly returned to her family, which left Ye Feng feeling somewhat melancholic. At that moment, a loud laughter echoed from beyond the blue shimmering screen, causing it to tremble slightly. Whoosh! 2 figures landed outside the screen, staring intently at Ye Feng. Not good. Those 2 are back. Speed up the blood drawing. Ye Feng's expression shifted as he positioned himself in front of the screen, locking eyes with the 2 old men. Ye Feng, today I shall make you witness the power of a peak innate realm, declared the elder in white, slapping his waist. A spiritual sword soared forth, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a 20-meter-long giant sword, radiating golden light and exuding an overwhelming aura. Ye Feng's face darkened, even from behind the screen. He could feel the might emanating from the massive sword. If it struck the grand formation, it could potentially ignite 10 formation flags. Quickly draw the blood. I will go out and hold them off for a while. Crossbowman, take aim outside and stand ready to cover me, he commanded before swiftly appearing outside the screen. Ha ha ha, he actually came out. Flash. The giant sword roared as it hurtled towards Ye Feng. Thump. A golden Dharma appearance emerged behind Ye Feng, his fists crossing over his chest. Boom. A radiant golden sun rose, forcing Ye Feng to retreat over 20 steps until his back pressed against the screen. Meanwhile, the giant sword only dimmed slightly in its golden glow, letting out a sharp cry before it lunged at Ye Feng once more. Ice Flame Finger. Ye Feng flicked his fingers, and the Dharma behind him mirrored the action. Countless bursts of ice flames surged toward the flying sword. In Chapter 1036, Wait a moment. Let us fight again. The previous dozen attacks had all been evaded by the giant's sword. However, the last 3 strikes accurately hit the flying sword, which had initially appeared menacing but was now frozen and plummeting from the sky. Yet, in less than half a second, the flying sword's golden light surged, shattering the ice. I'll strike again. Thump, thump, thump. Another 3 bursts of ice flames shot forth, freezing the giant sword once more. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng darted forward and grasped the giant's sword. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The blood-sucking technique commenced, absorbing the spiritual energy from the sword. Not good. What kind of ability is this kid using? I sense the spiritual essence of the sword is diminishing. Brother Tua, you should strike as well. Don't get entangled with Ye Feng. Aim for a decisive blow. All right. The cultivator named Tua slapped his waist, launching his flying sword, which struck fiercely against Ye Feng's back. Thud, thud, thud. Ye Feng was knocked back 3 steps. The colossal sword wielded by the elder in white finally broke free from Ye Feng's grasp. It spiraled through the air before descending towards Ye Feng's neck. Fire the crossbows, commanded Chunin, and 30 crossbows unleashed their fury simultaneously within the formation. Alarmed and frustrated, the 2 old men could only summon their flying swords to shield themselves, encasing their bodies in a protective barrier. Dozens of crossbow bolts were deflected and shattered, momentarily averting disaster. Ye Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling a burning sensation on his back, likely the result of the previous strike from the Taoist practitioner. With a heavy breath, he leaped into the light barrier. The barrier trembled violently, akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8. Several strength practitioners stumbled and fell to the ground. Brother Feng, do not waste the blood from your back. Let it flow into the blood pool. Chunin shouted. Very well, Ye Feng replied, swiftly moving to the side of the blood pool. The nurse, prepared for this moment, collected his plasma and poured it into the pool. At that instant, a sound reminiscent of flesh being severed echoed through the air. The Taoist practitioner's massive sword had cleaved a 2-meter-wide opening in the light barrier. In the next moment, he vanished into the formation. The elder in white attempted to follow, but the barrier was already sealing itself. Haha, I have finally entered the formation. Today, all within shall perish, proclaimed the Taoist practitioner. With a flick of his fingers, a powerful surge of energy shot forth, piercing through 3 individuals before its force dwindled. Ye Feng, left with no choice, exchanged a punch with him. Both men propelled backward 5 meters. You are that strong? Brother Bai, quickly break through the light barrier and join me in dealing with this fellow. Though he is merely at the true martial realm, I sense his strength rivals my own. The Taoist practitioner bellowed. Agreed, the elder in white responded, raising his sword high to deliver a fierce strike against the light barrier. As the barrier cracked open slightly, a relentless flow of energy swiftly mended the breach. This, Brother Tao, I fear I cannot breach the barrier alone. You must assist me from within. And we shall coordinate our efforts, the elder in white urged. In truth, at their level of cultivation, it was rare for them to act impulsively. The endeavor to break through Ye Feng's light barrier had proven to be quite arduous. Their motivations for confronting Ye Feng ran deeper. Within the barrier lay the exceptionally beautiful Duoyan Hena, whom they coveted to present to their leader, hoping for a promotion in return. Otherwise, with their advancing age and dwindling vitality, it was unlikely they would achieve a breakthrough to the transformation realm. Failing to do so would mean their lifespans were rapidly approaching their end. In the vast desert, where spiritual energy was scarce, lifespans were somewhat extended. But it also signified an inability to progress beyond the true martial realm. The best they could hope for was to live a millennium. However, the situation had changed. The gale winds had gradually subsided, allowing the vast desert to slowly absorb the external spiritual energy. With the merging of the 2 realms, the lifespan for those at the acquired realm was approximately a century. Certainly, there are means to extend one's lifespan, such as through the use of holy water, typically allowing individuals to live for 1 or 2 centuries. However, this comes at the cost of depleting one's vital energy, resulting in a rapid decline in strength. In the true martial realm, the basic lifespan is doubled, reaching over 200 years. In the innate realm, one can expect to live approximately 400 to 500 years, contingent upon individual genetics. Consequently, each significant realm further amplifies lifespan by a factor of 2. Yet, in the Starmon continent, most cultivators, even when their lifespan is exhausted, refrain from consuming vital energy to prolong their existence. The reason being, if one originally possesses the strength of the late true martial stage. Consuming vital energy to extend life may lead to a plummet back to the early true martial stage, with a notably severe drop. At such a juncture, various adversaries are likely to come knocking. Even those who were once amicable may turn hostile for having once been at the pinnacle of the true martial stage. One is bound to possess numerous treasures, which they will seek to seize in your moment of weakness. Notably, it is often the closest relatives or dearest friends who strike first, as they are the ones most attuned to your waning vitality. Suddenly, a cultivator of the Duoyan clan unleashed a massive sword, cleaving towards the inner barrier. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. The gigantic sword effortlessly sliced through the barrier and soared outside. Strangely, this strike did not create an opening in the barrier, implying that the elder in white could not enter the barrier. Perplexed, the Duoyan cultivator gritted his teeth and beckoned the sword back. The sword flew back towards the barrier. However, a distortion occurred, and the barrier repelled his colossal weapon. What was happening? It was easy to send it out, yet difficult to summon it back. The Duoyan cultivator was left dumbfounded. Determined, he gestured again, causing the sword to circle outside the barrier and strike once more. But would Ye Feng grant him the opportunity to cast his spell? With a thunderous crash, Ye Feng swiftly closed the distance, delivering two powerful punches to the Duoyan cultivator's back, causing him to lurch forward. Unfortunately for the Duoyan cultivator, he had gathered all his vital energy to propel the massive sword into the barrier, leaving him unable to counter Ye Feng's assault at that moment. Ye Feng, wait. Let us battle again later. The Duoyan cultivator exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the barrier, not daring to turn back. Wait for your mother, Ye Feng retorted, clenching his fists as a golden apparition materialized, and his fists soared through the air. The Duoyan cultivator was caught off guard, having to momentarily sever his connection with the flying sword to confront Ye Feng with a punch. The impact sent him careening back 30 meters, crashing against the altar's side. In a flash, Ye Feng followed closely, delivering another punch. The Duoyan cultivator had yet to regain his footing when he faced Ye Feng's strike again. His body skidded several meters before narrowly plunging into the blood pool. Overjoyed, Duoyan Hena quickly began to chant an incantation. An uncanny scene unfolded. The blood that had settled in the pool seemed to come alive, engulfing the Duoyan cultivator entirely. Ah Feng, deliver another punch. Do not allow him to emerge from the blood pool, Duoyan Hena commanded. Understood. Ye Feng leapt 50 meters into the air, his fists poised to strike the blood pool with tremendous force. Chapter 1037. Alas, it is already too late. Boom. Just as the Duoyan surname cultivator prepared to rise, he was forcefully thrust back into the blood pool. At that moment, the blood seemed to possess a life of its own, crawling over his entire body, with some even attempting to invade his mouth. Ugh! In a fit of rage, he bellowed, a golden shield manifesting to repel the blood. However, as soon as the blood was pushed away, it quickly swarmed back, nearly encasing his entire form. Duoyan Hena, pale-faced, recited an incantation. Various strange emotions unfolded within the spell: joy, comfort, delight, and exhilaration. Within the blood pool, the Duoyan surname cultivator's gaze became dazed, and a peculiar smile crept upon his lips, as if he were recalling a cherished memory. Boom! A fierce gust of wind shattered his protective golden light. The blood no longer faced any obstruction and swiftly enveloped his entire body. Even while enveloped, the Duoyan surname cultivator retained a smile at the corners of his mouth, seemingly reluctant to break free from the illusion. At that moment, he appeared to return to his childhood, nestled in a warm embrace, while his mother gently hummed a lullaby. Hurry, offer your blood. This amount is insufficient to contain him, Duoyan Hena shouted at those in line. Huh, offer what? Two sovereign-level cultivators exchanged glances, hesitantly retreating. Only a few king-level cultivators remained, bewildered as to whom they should heed. Ha ha ha, Ye Feng, that esteemed elder was extraordinarily powerful. I believe it is time for us to realign our allegiances, declared the two sovereign-level cultivators, preparing to escape beyond the light barrier. To the elder in white, we pledge our loyalty. We only hope that once you eliminate Ye Feng, you will allow us entry within the barrier, one of the sovereign-level cultivators spoke, now merely 5 meters from the barrier. Meanwhile, the Duoyan surname cultivator, previously trapped in the illusion, began to struggle violently, sending blood splattering in all directions. Attempting to flee, Ye Feng swiftly darted forward, blocking the path of the two sovereign-level cultivators. What do you intend to do? What am I going to do? Ye Feng extended both hands, gripping the necks of the two sovereign-level cultivators and swiftly maneuvering them to the edge of the blood pool. Clang! Shunan unsheathed his curved blade and hastily ascended the altar. Now is the moment. Ye Feng pressed the heads of the two sovereign-level cultivators against the edge of the blood pool. Ugh, Mr. Yi, let's talk this through. I was momentarily confused. Mr. Yi, I am willing to lead my entire clan in submission to you. Before they could finish their pleas, Shunan swung his curved blade. Thud, thud. The two heads fell into the blood pool, their blood gushing forth into the depths. The headless corpses struggled for a while before finally ceasing, having drained their last drop of blood. Boom. At that very moment, the elder in white was desperately attacking the light barrier with his flying sword. Within the sanguine pool, the crimson light blazed forth as the cultivator of the Tuo clan broke free from the encasing blood sphere, weakly leaping before Ye Feng. However, his aura had notably diminished, plummeting from the pinnacle of innate mastery to its initial stage. It was evident that he had employed some form of self-destructive technique to escape the clutches of the blood sphere. With a resounding impact, Ye Feng unleashed a punch. The once formidable Tuo cultivator was unable to even react, being thrust back into the blood pool. Gritting his teeth, he radiated golden light and once more sprang to the edge of the pool. You must be Ye Feng, right? Fellow Taoist Yi, your prowess is commendable, managing to combat me despite the disparity in our realms. Let us speak amicably. I hail from the sect of the Enchantress. Our leader is a master of the transformation realm, and should you spare me, she would express her profound gratitude. Before he could finish his plea, Ye Feng struck him back into the blood pool once again. Countless droplets of blood enveloped him entirely. Ah, Ye Feng, you wretched being. Should you slay me, the leader will trace your aura back to your stronghold and annihilate your entire clan. As the blood sphere consumed him, his voice abruptly ceased, bubbling and churning. The blood sphere began to writhe as if digesting the Tuo cultivator. In mere moments, there was a resounding explosion. The blood sphere ruptured, leaving behind only a skeletal remains and two pouches. Outside the luminous barrier, the Tuo cultivator's massive sword emitted a mournful wail as it fell into the snow, severing its connection with its master. The elder in white, who had been assaulting the grand formation, turned pale upon witnessing this, hastily retracting his flying sword and stowing the Tuo cultivator's weapon within his pouch. In the center of the altar, the incantation of Duoyan Hena grew solemn. The blood within the pool began to bubble violently, ascending towards the heavens, soon absorbed entirely by the divine spear. The spear radiated a golden light. Yet, Ye Feng's brow furrowed as he sensed an inexplicable disturbance in the surrounding air. This is bad, take cover, he shouted. Alas, it was too late. A strand of golden silk flashed forth, cleaving an unsuspecting laborer of the mightiest class in two. When the divine spear was in the temple, it had merely activated its instinctual defense mechanism. Thus the power of its sword silk was but a fraction of what it was now. Quickly evade. Run to the side of the altar, Ye Feng urged. Just as he spoke, the golden silk flickered again. His countenance changed drastically as he clenched his fists. The three sacred characters he had summoned were instantly shattered upon being struck by the golden silk. Yes, we must flee towards the altar above. That is the only safe haven. Shunan echoed, leading the charge towards the altar. With a swift flash of golden silk, 5 laborers of the utmost strength, along with a citizen, were bisected. Despite this, they continued to writhe towards the altar, emitting chilling cries of despair. Dalalahuda. Another incantation escaped Duoyan Hena's lips. The golden threads surrounding them seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling above the heads of the crowd. With a resonant incantation, the threads vanished entirely, as if they had never existed. Only a few incomplete corpses remained at the scene. Outside the shimmering barrier, the elderly man in white, resembling a spotted hyena, paced back and forth, unwilling to depart. After finally reaching a secluded spot, he felt a nagging sense of loss if he did not seize some advantage before leaving. Meanwhile, Duoyan Hena slowly opened her eyes, her complexion pale. My dear, Ye Feng exclaimed, swiftly moving to support her as she swayed precariously. Have you integrated the divine spear's restrictions into the protective clan formation? Ye Feng inquired with concern. It has been integrated, and I have paused the sword array for an hour. Now, I must place a curse on all citizens within the barrier, allowing them to queue first, followed by residents. And lastly, the laborers within the barrier. We have only 1 hour, Duoyan Hena replied. Did you hear that? Hurry and form a line, Ye Feng bellowed, causing the crowd below to shiver and quickly align themselves in an orderly queue. Chapter 1038. Eyes flickering restlessly. Hey, you're a resident. Why are you in front of the citizens? Step aside, one shouted. I want to move. If I do, I'll be at the back of the line. If you don't step aside, I might have to teach you a lesson. In mere moments, chaos erupted among the crowd as they began to brawl vigorously. Chunin, maintain order, Ye Feng shouted. Understood. Chunin quickly leaped into the fray. No fighting. Otherwise, you'll all be expelled from the barrier. Normally, I would heed your words. But today is different. This is a matter of life and death. Damn it, are you looking for a fight? Do you even have the strength? Before long, Chunin found himself embroiled in the melee, and the scene descended into utter turmoil. Heavens! This rabble! Ye Feng exclaimed in frustration, slapping his thigh as he felt compelled to intervene personally to separate the combatants. Yet, just as he managed to part one group, another erupted into conflict. The air was filled with explosive sounds and anguished cries. Although citizens were prohibited from using weapons against one another, a fierce brawl could still result in grave injuries. With no other choice, Ye Feng clenched his fists and unleashed a continuous roar of power. Roar, roar, roar. Chunin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and collapsed to the ground. All those beneath the rank of power were rendered unconscious. A few first-tier power practitioners even suffered catastrophic ruptures, dissolving into clouds of blood mist. At last, order was restored. Hena, you may now place the curses upon them, Ye Feng instructed. All right. Duoyan Hena began to curse each individual to prevent them from being shredded by the cursed sword threads. After an hour of diligent work, she finally completed the last curse. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted into Ye Feng's arms. Haha, just in time. Chunin had recovered and was now bouncing around excitedly. Ye Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, a flash of golden threads shot towards Ye Feng from midair. The situation had turned dire, and Ye Feng found himself at a critical juncture. With gritted teeth, he clenched his fists, and 3 Sanskrit characters materialized. With a thunderous crash, the characters were shattered by golden threads, sending Ye Feng hurtling backwards for 5 meters. His mouth erupting with a half-pound of blood. The power of this divine spear seemed to have been unleashed to at least 20%, surpassing even the strength of the sword formation on Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically. A gentle breeze stirred, revealing 2 golden threads. Cursing under his breath, Ye Feng shoved Duoyan Hena aside, swiftly evading the grand formation of Hot Spring Island and landing outside the shimmering barrier. The 2 golden threads dissipated harmlessly upon reaching the edge of the barrier. A chilling laugh echoed, and Ye Feng looked up to see the elder in white, coldly observing him from a distance. He took a deep breath, slowly straightening his posture. Did you ever think this day would come, Ye Feng? You have ultimately fallen into my grasp, the elder proclaimed, slapping his waist. A flying sword ascended to a height of several meters, transforming into a colossal blade. Inside the barrier, Susan and the others were consumed by terror. She was the first to rush over and embrace Duoyan Hena. Hena, wake up. You haven't cast the curse on Feng yet. Please wake up. Mom, please wake up. Dad is going to be killed by the bad guys. Yi Xing joined in, shaking Hena's arm fervently. Step aside. Let me try, Chunin said, approaching to pinch Hena's acupoint. It's useless. Move aside. Ding Tuan Tuan insisted, pressing her palms against Hena's lower back. Outside the barrier, the fierce battle had commenced. Ye Feng was spitting blood as he desperately evaded the relentless attacks of the flying sword. In his early stages of true martial arts, he was no match for the peak of innate mastery, lacking the stamina to withstand such an assault. Furthermore, having already engaged in a fierce fight with a practitioner of the Tuo clan within the barrier, his physical energy was severely depleted. Yi Xing, you can control the Goo God Cauldron. Can't you also manipulate this divine spear? Give it a try? Susan's voice grew sharp with urgency. It was evident to all that Ye Feng could not endure much longer outside the barrier. I'll give it a shot, Yi Xing replied, sitting cross-legged and focusing intently on Ye Feng beyond the barrier, attempting to initiate the control. It's not working. I can't cast the curse. Panic flashed across Yi Xing's face. Can you at least halt the operation of the Goo sword threads? Even if just for an hour, until your mother awakens. Ding Tuan Tuan urged. I'll try again. Yi Xing formed hand seals once more. Is it working? Have you succeeded? Chunin pressed. Hurry. Feng can't hold on much longer. Susan exclaimed, her eyes wide as she watched Ye Feng being struck again. It should be ready. Dad, coming quickly. Guogua, create an opening in the blue barrier. Yixing shouted. All right. Bai Guogua swiftly manipulated the formation, creating a gap in the blue barrier. Ye Feng's aura had dwindled to that of a mere energy master. With determination, he gritted his teeth, his figure flickering as he leaped into the blue barrier. Ha! Attempting to escape? The elder in white did not pursue him directly, instead directing the colossal sword with a mere gesture. The colossal sword and Ye Feng entered the luminous barrier in quick succession. With a swift motion, the colossal sword sliced through Ye Feng's carotid artery, causing blood to spurt a meter high. Clutching his neck, he hastened toward the altar. The elderly man in white narrowed his eyes, and with a flourish, the colossal sword spiraled down toward Duoyan Hena. No. Ye Feng, enduring the agony of his wound, positioned himself beside Duoyan Hena to shield her. The impact sent him flying 10 meters away. Yixing's visage shifted in alarm as she recited 2 incantations. A large mass of golden threads materialized, enveloping the colossal sword entirely. Oh no, my colossal sword, my colossal sword. It was evident that the sword was cleaved into over 70 fragments, cascading down from the air. The elderly man outside the barrier coughed up blood. That was a superior spirit sword, acquired through a lifetime of savings, and now it lay in ruins. After severing the colossal sword, the golden threads surged toward Ye Feng. Oh no, son, did you fail to stabilize the sword formation? Ye Feng was taken aback. Forcibly gathering his true energy, which manifested as 3 dim Sanskrit characters upon his body. However, just as the golden threads were about to make contact with him, they dissipated into the air. Brother Yi, are you all right? Ding Tianxuan rushed over and supported Ye Feng. Do I appear unharmed? Ouch, it hurts so much. I feel like my bones are about to shatter. It seems there is still a significant gap between the initial stage of true martial realm and the peak of innate realm. Ye Feng alternately touched his chest and carotid artery. The blood-sucking technique had automatically begun to heal the wound, yet his blood had nearly been drained. He feared he would need to draw the blood of several powerful individuals to restore his injuries to 80%. The remaining 20% would have to heal with time. Bai Xiang approached, collecting the shards of the spirit sword, gently rubbing them in his palm with a flickering gaze. Chapter 1039. Sister-in-law awakens. These are fragments of a spirit sword. Perhaps they could be used to forge advanced armor, shields, and war chariots. Is Hena still unconscious? Ye Feng inquired, looking at Duoyan Hena, who lay fainted in Ding Tianxuan's embrace. Brother Yi, we should first take sister-in-law back to rest. This sword formation is quite peculiar. We may need her to awaken before we can fully integrate it into the protective family formation, Ding Tianxuan suggested. Very well. You all assist Hena to the room for some rest. I must further examine this sword formation. Understood. A group of women promptly helped Duoyan Hena into a modest dwelling. The homes in the Sword Canyon Enclave were indeed rudimentary, constructed haphazardly from stone or wood, far inferior to the residences of the Ga tribe. Thankfully, the temperature within the luminous barrier was maintained at around 10 degrees, preventing anyone from freezing to death. Ye Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by Chun Un and others as they approached the barrier. Outside, the elderly man in white lingered, glaring at Ye Feng with bloodshot eyes. Old man, are you not leaving? Our sword formation is now complete. Do you intend to force your way in? Ye Feng scolded. A pesky dog lingers outside, stirring a sense of unease within. Well done, Ye Feng. You have indeed slain our guardian of the UN sect. Now, I shall return to report this to the sect master, compelling her to personally breach the desert and shatter your feeble formation. With that, the elder in white strode away. Although he possessed a spiritual sword, it had already recognized a practitioner of the Tua surname as its master. To wield another's sword would require certain rituals. Even if he forcibly claimed the sword as his own, its formidable power would diminish from extraordinary to merely first-rate. The ideal scenario is for the sword to be bound to its master at the moment of its forging. That initial bond unleashes its fullest potential. A second bond would not only reduce its power, but also diminish the new master's control over it. One could liken the sword to a dog, which remains loyal only to the first owner who raised it. A second owner would inevitably evoke a degree of wariness. Once the white-haired elder had departed, Ye Feng hastily seized Chun An's telescope. He needed to witness the elder's departure with his own eyes. Otherwise, he would be wary of a surprise attack, rendering him reluctant to venture beyond the protective barrier. At that moment, Xiao Yexing approached and tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve. Father, the energy of the sword formation has been exhausted. You must find a source of energy. What? Ye Feng's expression shifted abruptly. The sword formation on Warm Spring Island drew its vitality from the worm monsters. But what about here in Sword Canyon? Given the potency of the divine spear sword formation, ordinary crystal pills would likely be drained of energy the moment they were placed at the formation's core. Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Feng. Son, when Jin Si attempted to attack me earlier, did it vanish because the sword formation lacked energy? He inquired. Yi Xing scratched his head and hurried towards the altar. Ye Feng's heart raced as he followed closely to the blood pool. To his dismay, he found the blood within had transformed entirely to a dark brown, devoid of any spiritual energy. It seemed that Ye Feng's previous escape had not been due to luck, but rather the blood pool's depletion of energy. Brother Feng, should I drop a crystal pill inside to see if the sword formation will retaliate against you? Shunan suggested. Are you out of your mind? With my current strength, I could scarcely withstand a single strand of Jin Si. Right now, I can only hope that the Elder in White does not return to test the sword formation again. If he does, he will surely discover our vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, I wish for Hena to awaken soon and cast the curse upon me. Ye Feng sighed, settling into a meditative position beside the blood pool. Brother Feng, it seems the energy required for this sword formation is not solely derived from crystal pills and pellets. It appears the blood of powerful beings can also activate it. Why not gather the people outside and have them donate blood daily? We can issue them a blood donation certificate, and if they collectively donate more than 5 liters within a year, we will permit them entry into the barrier. What do you think? Shannon proposed suddenly. An excellent idea. It seems my decision to have you learn management under Wang Zhihai was not in vain. Ye Feng gently patted Chun An's shoulder. The once proud expression on Chun An's face darkened instantly. Brother Feng, why did you shift the blame onto Wang Zhihai? This idea was entirely my own, you know? Chun An said with a displeased look. All right. It was your idea. Truly impressive. Chun An, you finally matured. Ye Feng felt compelled to praise him once more. Only then did Chun An's face light up with joy. Blow the whistle and gather everyone outside the light screen. Just those at the master level and above, Ye Feng instructed. All right, watch me. Chun An stepped forward and shouted towards the crowd outside the light screen. Those at the master level and above, do you want to receive deworming medicine and food? If you do, line up outside the light screen. This is a monumental opportunity. Moments ago, the crowd had retreated into the ice houses upon seeing the arrival of 2 formidable masters. Hearing Chun An's call, they slowly emerged. In no time, tens of thousands of disaster victims had gathered outside. They appeared emaciated, their steps unsteady. Listen carefully. Warm Spring Island encourages everyone to donate blood. For each donation, you will receive 500 Warm Spring coins. 500 coins can be exchanged for a bottle of deworming medicine or 500 pounds of frozen fish. Once blood donations exceed 5 liters, Warm Spring Island will grant you permanent residency within the light screen. This regulation takes effect immediately, so please sign up enthusiastically. Chun An's voice resounded. That's fantastic. I want to donate blood, but I can barely walk from hunger. After donating, won't I perish? A disaster victim hesitated. Excessive blood loss could lead to a drop in body temperature, making it difficult to withstand the chilling winds outside. Good question. Whoever is in charge, have the kitchen prepare fish soup. It must be thick and nutritious, so that the brave souls donating blood can have a bowl before they proceed. Chun An instructed the head chef. Understood, the head chef promptly went to work. Chun An, let them wait a bit before donating blood. At least let Hena wake up first, and get the curse off her before proceeding, Ye Feng suggested. Blood must be delivered directly to the blood pool, otherwise, it would coagulate and fail to activate the sword formation. As long as the blood enters the blood pool, it would remain perpetually active. If stored in other containers, it would likely lose its freshness, especially given their current circumstances, where they lack the means to construct a blood bank. Brother Feng, Chu Xue should know the ideal temperature for a blood bank. Why not arrange for someone to bring her to Yijing Gorge? Let her create a blood bank. Just as Chun An finished speaking, Ding Tuanshuan's voice echoed from behind. Brother Yi, sister-in-law has woken up. Oh, Ye Feng swiftly made his way to the wooden house. Duoyan Hena lay pale on the bed, a strand of hair falling across her forehead. Even in her weakened state, she retained an extraordinary beauty. Chapter 1040. A special meal for you, Feng. I haven't placed the curse on you yet. Come closer and relax your body. Duoyan Hena strained to raise her upper body. Ye Feng quickly sat by the bed, cradling her delicate form against his chest. After a while, once she had completed the curse, she collapsed back onto the bed. It appears that the activation of the divine spear-sword formation has drained her of considerable energy. Ye Feng, I neglected to inform you that to unleash the full potency of the divine spear-sword formation, the effects of crystal elixirs and pills may be negligible. However, the infusion of a powerful warrior's blood could yield remarkable results. Duoyan Hena suddenly interjected. My dear, I understand now. I have already arranged for someone to donate blood outside. Ye Feng replied gently, planting a tender kiss on Duoyan Hena's forehead. It is best to use the blood of a formidable warrior, for the blood pool is limited. Should a powerful adversary invade, the weak blood within may only withstand a single blow. Duoyan Hena murmured softly. Very well, my love, do take some rest, Ye Feng said, his heart aching for her as he delicately stroked her hair to lull her to sleep. Once Duoyan Hena had succumbed to slumber, Ye Feng returned to the luminous barrier. He no longer feared the goose sword threads. It was time to draw blood into the blood pool. Meanwhile, the kitchen had prepared barrels of fish soup. Placing them beside the barrier, Chunin swiftly kicked the barrels, sending them rolling outside the barrier. The displaced survivors collectively swallowed hard, their thirst evident in their eager gazes fixed upon the fish soup. What are you dawdling for? Drink up. Chunin waved his hand. With a cheer, a throng of survivors rushed forward, some ladling with bowls, others cupping with their hands, while a few simply plunged their heads into the barrels to drink. The kitchen staff gradually brought out more barrels of fish soup, pushing them beyond the grand formation. Those outside indulged with abandon. One individual drank so much that his belly swelled as if he were with child, yet he showed no sign of stopping, seemingly intent on compensating for months of starvation. Everyone, after you've had your fill, please return to rest. You shall have a full day to recuperate. Once you are refreshed, you may come to donate blood again. My Warm Springs Island is quite humanitarian. We won't demand blood immediately after you've eaten, Ye Feng declared with compassion. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You are truly kind-hearted. Mr. Yi, you are our great savior. The survivors exclaimed, their gratitude palpable. Mr. Yi, once I awaken, shall I come to donate blood? Will there still be fish soup after that? One survivor inquired. Of course. Do you think my Warm Springs Island is run by unscrupulous capitalists? Rest assured, after donating blood, you will receive a continuous supply of fish soup for 7 days to help you recover. After 7 days, you may continue to donate blood and enjoy the fish soup supply, or you may choose not to donate, but in that case, the supply will cease. Ye Feng assured them. Rest assured, I will definitely return to donate blood in 7 days, some survivors declared, their bellies full as they returned to sleep. Previously, they had struggled to find rest in their hunger, but now, filled and satisfied, they anticipated sweet dreams of becoming residents of Warm Springs Island, living a blissful life. Ye Feng did not linger before the luminous barrier. Upon returning to his room, he embraced Duoyan Hena and drifted into sleep. The fierce battle with the old man in white had left him with significant internal injuries, and without employing the blood-sucking technique, it would likely take several years for him to regain his peak condition. Even if one were to employ the technique of bloodletting for recovery, it would still require a month or two. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was evening. Ye Feng felt a tickle in his nose, and could not help but open his eyes. To his surprise, Duoyan Hena was pressed against him, playfully teasing his nose with a strand of her hair. My dear wife, I never imagined that beneath your usually dignified demeanor, a playful spirit lurked, Ye Feng remarked, tightening his embrace around her soft form. I used to be quite serious, but after spending some time on Hot Spring Island, I seem to have been influenced by its atmosphere, Duoyan Hena confessed. In her previous life, she had to manage the entire Gaha tribe alone, contending with fierce beasts and guarding against her own kin. Each day was a perilous balancing act, demanding she maintain an air of authority, even refraining from laughter. However, the relaxed ambience of Hot Spring Island enchanted her. She could freely express her true feelings without the fear of repercussions from either the island's inhabitants or external foes. In such a carefree setting, who wouldn't become a little mischievous? Is it dark already? My love, please continue to rest. I shall venture out to observe the blood donation process. Very well, I shall await your return, Duoyan Hena replied, reclining elegantly on the bed, igniting a fire within Ye Feng's heart. Exiting the room, he encountered a group of nurses emerging from the light curtain, engaged in drawing blood from the donors. As the needles had yet to be developed, their method was rather direct. Yikes! A swift incision, and the wrist was laid bare. Be gentler, please. Apologies. But your blood volume is insufficient. A deeper cut is necessary. Fear not. We shall provide you with a hearty meal soon. Now that is more like it. The blood bags were promptly transported back through the light curtain, swiftly emptied into the blood pool, all within a 2-minute time frame. Otherwise, the blood would congeal. Fortunately, this was the blood of the strong. Had it been that of an ordinary person, it would have begun to clot in less than a minute. The nurses, all young and strikingly beautiful, wore professional smiles, their tones warm and gentle. Outside the light curtain, the blood donors felt an immediate alleviation of pain from their wounds. The nurses here are truly stunning, with such captivating figures and faces, yet their methods are a bit harsh. Oh dear, my wound aches terribly. Once the donors completed their contributions, they received their share of fish soup, a blood donation certificate, and 500 hot spring coins. Upon returning home, they would hand over the coins to their wives and children, instructing them to purchase frozen fish from the other side of the concession. If someone in the family fell ill, those 500 coins would merely suffice for purchasing deworming medicine. Life was indeed strained, yet there was a glimmer of hope. After donating 5 liters of blood, they could reside within the light curtain, which was their ultimate objective. As for the 500 hot spring coins, they were inconsequential, meant only for sustenance and enjoyment without the need for saving. Chun and approached Ye Feng. Brother Feng, shouldn't we give the blood donation area a name? Otherwise, it seems rather unrefined and unprofessional, Chun suggested. From now on, let us refer to this place as the blood donation station of northern Myanmar. Those who donate blood shall henceforth bear the noble title of blood slaves. Ye Feng spoke with grave seriousness. Chunin, the elderly man with white hair, arrived at the gale wind zone. At this moment, he was nearly 2,000 kilometers away from the One-Sword Gorge enclave. Chapter 1041. A twinge of reluctance, Brother Tua. Who would have thought that even a master of your caliber would perish within this secret realm? Rest assured, upon my return, I shall take good care of your beloved wife and daughter. Of course, in return, I shall graciously accept the treasures within your cave dwelling. The white-clad elder concluded, preparing to enter the gale wind zone. Just then, a flicker of light emanated from the zone, and 3 figures emerged side by side. The leader was a pallid youth, his wide sleeves embroidered with a golden character signifying west. The Duke's residence? The white-clad elder's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly lowered his head. The ailing youth also took notice of the elder. Isn't this by he from the female cultivation sect? What brings you here? The sickly youth inquired weakly. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of the true martial realm, yet the 2 figures behind him were formidable experts at the initial stage of the transformation realm, towering over him by 2 whole realms. Your Highness, should the Duke become aware of our presence in the gale wind zone, our survival would be at stake. It would be prudent to eliminate this individual to prevent any unnecessary talk upon our return, remarked one of the middle-aged men, evidently the ailing youth's bodyguard. No matter, I doubt he would dare inform my grandfather. Moreover, the seductive arts of the female cultivation sect are unparalleled. Those women still require his guidance. Thus it would be a pity to kill him. The pallid youth said, a faint smile crossing his lips. He stood there obediently, not daring to move. Since your sect has entered this secret realm, could it be that the women here possess unique charms? The ailing youth turned his gaze back to Baihe. I merely stumbled into this secret realm by chance, not for the sake of women, Your Highness. If there is nothing further, I would like to take my leave. Baihe replied humbly. Duoyan Hena is far too beautiful. He is not yet willing to share her with these individuals. Should he share, given their status, he would be left with nothing but scraps. It would be ideal if these individuals missed the location of the great formation at the One-Sword Gorge enclave. Baihe, do not leave just yet. Since you have entered this secret realm, you must be quite familiar with its geography. Lead us to some perilous locations. We seek to procure spirit herbs that are over 1,000 years old. Furthermore, assist us in locating some exotic beauties to indulge ourselves, the pallid youth stated indifferently. However, I have already sustained injuries within the secret realm and wish to return to recuperate, Baihe protested. He was acutely aware of the nature of this ailing youth. Despite his sickly appearance, he was ruthlessly bloodthirsty. Once, when this individual sought women from the female cultivation sect, the next day, upon entering the chamber, they discovered the woman gruesomely slain, her skin entirely intact. Baihe, do you believe that with a mere command, my protectors would not hesitate to eliminate you on the spot? The pallid youth ceased his pretense, coldly reprimanding. Very well, Thus, I shall appoint a few as guides. A fleeting look of humiliation crossed by He's face, yet he could only comply. He immediately took the lead, with the three following behind. In Chongqing City, on Hot Spring Island, after more than a month of diligent work, they finally produced sufficient insect repellent medicine, temporarily alleviating the rampant spread of the insect plague outside. However, Qinglong the great pharmacist fell ill. She had endured hunger and cold outside the screen and had continuously worked without rest for an entire month. In the grand conference hall of Hot Spring Island, Heli Xian was convening yet another meeting. Wang Zhihai sat in the vice seat. Across the long table from 4 counselors sent by the House of Representatives to monitor Heli Xian. The House of Representatives harbored distrust towards him. Had Ye Feng still been the master of Hot Spring Island, they would never have sent anyone to supervise, as they held faith in him. Below Wang Zhihai sat the Moonlight Fairy. Now, she had donned a clean white lab coat, and her demeanor gradually exuded the grace of a civilized individual. However, a string of bells still adorned her ankle. First and foremost, let us extend our congratulations to Dean Haoyue for successfully developing the 3rd generation of insect repellent medicine. This new formulation is remarkably effective. A single vial can cure the insect plague, making it the most potent remedy available. The 2nd generation, while effective, requires a month of continuous use to eradicate the plague entirely. As for the 1st generation, it is indeed the least effective, necessitating 3 vials daily for 3 months merely to keep the plague at bay. Thus, I propose we consider the destruction of the 1st generation of insect repellent. Heli Xian stated, Indeed, you are correct. The 1st generation can certainly be discarded, as it does not truly cure the insect plague, but merely suppresses its rampant reproduction within the body. Were it not for the exorbitant cost of the materials required for the 1st generation, we could even consider destroying the 2nd generation, Bai Chushue concurred. At that moment, Wang Zhihai raised his hand. My Lord Island Master, esteemed counselors, I believe we should not destroy the 1st and 2nd generations of insect repellent medicine. The 3rd generation is undoubtedly an excellent remedy, yet it is not a viable commodity. Consider this. If we were to cure those outside in one fell swoop, how would we continuously harvest their labor thereafter? If they are free from ailments, they will not toil for us on Hot Spring Island. Is that not the case? Wang Zhihai spoke slowly. Recently, Heli Xian had been in constant company with Wang Zhihai, gradually aligning his thoughts with Wang's. Zhihai, are you suggesting? Heli Xian leaned forward slightly, oblivious to the disdain reflected in Wang Zhihai's gaze. My Lord Island Master, esteemed counselors, the 3rd generation of insect repellent should be consumed by our citizens. Of course, our citizens rarely contract the insect plague, as the inner screen is warm and inhospitable for insect breeding. However, there will always be those who venture outside for business. Thus, the 3rd generation should be allocated for our citizens. The 2nd generation, which has moderate efficacy, should be given to residents within the screen to prevent them from contracting the plague and subsequently infecting our citizens. They would need to consume 30 vials of the repellent to recover, and we must also continue to harvest their hot spring coins. The most inferior 1st generation deworming medication should be administered to those outside. After all, they are neither citizens nor residents, and they dwell beyond the screen, their ailments posing no threat of contagion to us. It is rather convenient to keep their lives precariously balanced with the 1st generation deworming drug, ensuring they neither thrive nor perish, relegating them to an eternity of servitude in our idyllic Hot Spring Island, utilizing the labor of their 100 million to secure our happiness. Wang Zhihai spoke slowly. A hint of compassion flickered across Bai Chushua's face. As a physician, she possessed a modicum of ethics. However, it was unexpected that Wang Zhihai had turned the hospital into a business venture. Several lawmakers fell into contemplation, their expressions reflecting a similar sense of moral conflict. Wang Zhihai, taken aback, continued, I am not acting unilaterally. I am merely enforcing the policies of the former island master Ye, ensuring that the 100 million outside sustain our mere thousands on the Hot Spring Island, and the 1st generation deworming medication is the most effective means of control. Chapter 1042. Intriguingly devious, the deworming medication, coupled with food and some auxiliary measures, is essential to keep these individuals under strict control. Otherwise, taming the savages proves exceedingly difficult. Wang Zhihai invoked the name of Ye Feng. At this juncture, no one hesitated further, casting their votes in favor of Wang Zhihai. After all, the intelligence of these individuals is limited, They are entirely oblivious to Wang Zhihai's audacity in parading beneath Ye Feng's banner. Director Wang, there are precisely 100 million people outside. Do you believe there are no intelligent individuals among them? Should anyone uncover the truth, it may lead to a profound loss of trust in our hot spring island, and the value of our hot spring currency could plummet, Bai Chushua cautioned. This is simple. We shall complicate the procedures. For instance, when seeking medical attention, they must first register, and after registration, they must queue. While queuing, we can create disturbances by staging a few actors to cut in line, crafting an atmosphere of busyness in the hospital. Additionally, we will subtly instill the nuances of hospital etiquette, such as the expectation of presenting a red envelope when consulting a doctor, though this must not be overt. We shall discreetly disseminate this information through a few actors to enlighten them about the intricacies of our hot spring hospital. Should anyone report to Haoyue, the Fairy of the Moon need only step forth to dispel any rumors. After all, they have no alternative, as only our hot spring hospital can treat the parasitic disease. And whether they believe it or not, they must acquiesce. In essence, we shall continuously drain their mental and physical resources, keeping them perpetually occupied, devoid of time to ponder. Wang Zhihai chuckled. Bai Chushue cast an indignant gaze at Wang Zhihai, while the others wore expressions of suppressed outrage. Among those present, the conscientious majority could not voice their discontent. Director Wang, your plan may at best stifle their intelligence for 40 years, yet we each possess longevity spanning centuries. When they awaken after those 40 years, it could well herald the demise of our hot spring island. Have you truly considered this? Haoyue spoke with a pallid countenance. Fairy Haoyue, you are indeed correct. Every scheme has its temporal limits. However, we can indefinitely extend those 40 years. In the meantime, we can arrange for them to watch culinary broadcasts and allow the Hongda Performing Arts Troupe to showcase their talents, Wang Zhihai proposed. Then, introduce advanced games such as chess and poker into their lives, and regularly host chess and poker tournaments. The champions could be rewarded with several thousand spa coins, ensnaring them in a web of obsession. Additionally, arrange some intellectually diminishing programs to perpetually lower their cognitive abilities. Should one encounter an individual with exceptionally high intelligence who cannot be contained, issue a stern warning to refrain from speaking out. If they persist, the spa island will cease to provide them with deworming medicine, food, and will prevent their offspring from attending the spa academy. Wang Zhihai stated calmly. The conference room fell silent, transforming into Wang Zhihai's domain. Ye Feng was absent, Susan was absent, and Duoyan Hena was absent. The entire spa island had nearly become a one-man show for him. Even the inept island master, Heli Xian, had become his little admirer. The only entity that instilled trepidation in Wang Zhihai was the House of Representatives. President Wang, oh President Wang. Haoyue slowly shook his head and then nodded. Fortunately, I am now a citizen of Spa Island, Haoyue remarked. At that moment, she comprehended that true power was not merely a matter of cultivation. A strong mind signifies genuine strength. President Wang, please document your strategy. We will present it to the House of Representatives for a vote among all members to decide whether to implement your proposal, one of the representatives stated. Very well. Heli Xian, please assist me by retrieving the feather quill from the table at the back, Wang Zhihai said without lifting his head. All right, I will fetch it immediately. Heli Xian, without sensing any impropriety, eagerly went to retrieve the quill. Several representatives exchanged glances, their expressions shifting simultaneously. President Wang, Heli Xian is now the esteemed island master. Please show him the appropriate respect. My apologies, esteemed island master. Please, allow me to fetch it instead, Wang Zhihai hastily replied. No worries, it's just a quill after all. Heli Xian, robust and unperturbed by Wang Zhihai's authoritative presence, felt only admiration for Wang Zhihai's capabilities, as if he could resolve any issue. Time passed swiftly. A month had gone by, and Ye Feng's injuries had healed to about 70%. This was largely due to acclimatization within the luminous barrier, as he entrusted all management of the Sword Gorge concession to Susan. Chunin, let us go fishing and check on the construction of the blood bank, Ye Feng said, shouldering his fishing gear, with Yi Xing trailing behind. Let us go. The blood bank is fully operational now. The blood pool can no longer contain all the blood, so we must store the excess in the blood bank. The two made their way towards the blood bank. Individuals continuously entered and exited, delivering bags of blood plasma to the cold storage. The temperature in the cold storage was maintained at 28 degrees Celsius. Should the blood pool be depleted, They would replenish it with these plasma bags to sustain the operation of the sword formation. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the luminous barrier. Ye Feng quickly set down his fishing gear, his keen gaze fixed on the 4 individuals outside. The citizens also sensed that something was amiss, ceasing their blood drawing and retreating into the sword formation. Hey, do you still want to draw blood? Indeed, I have been queuing for 2 days. Why is the stall closed? The people in line remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Ye Feng furrowed his brow as he approached the light barrier, casting a cold gaze at the 4 figures outside. However, his expression soon relaxed. Let them come. After all, the blood pool is brimming with energy. Not to mention the white-clad elder. Even if 10 of him came, they would not dare to step into the sword formation. The 4 finally reached the light barrier, exchanging glances with Ye Feng from a distance. To his surprise, there existed a settlement of humans here. Though the women appeared rather mediocre, their expressions vacant, as if lacking intellect. Baihe, do you wish for me to play the fool? The ailing youth remarked discontentedly. Baihe wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. He had initially intended to circumvent the territory of the Sword Gorge, yet they encountered numerous groups along the way, all migrating towards the Sword Gorge, ultimately leading them back to square one. This formation is rather intriguing. Hey, those inside. Are there any spirit herbs or elixirs that have been around for over 1,000 years? Or perhaps, exceptionally beautiful women? The ailing youth inquired without restraint. In his view, such a dilapidated place had no need for decorum. One could simply voice their desires. After all, with the spiritual energy here, the most one could expect was a master of the true martial realm. Ye Feng's expression darkened immediately. He could discern the cultivation level of the ailing youth. Yet the 2 individuals behind him were no ordinary opponents. They appeared to possess even greater prowess than Baihe. Could it be? I am afraid we, in such a remote locale, do not possess 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, and as for women, they are all rather unattractive and aged. Therefore, I suggest you return whence you came. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. You claim there are none? Release the formation and allow us to enter and see for ourselves, one of the guards demanded. Chapter 1043. A trace of panic finally revealed what utter nonsense. Chunin retorted directly. Such audacity, to insult this lord of the law? The guard, enraged, unleashed a powerful punch against the light barrier. Bang! A sizable hole appeared in the blue light barrier, and the force of the punch surged into the interior, stirring up a tempest within. This is bad. Guogua. Quickly, repair the formation. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that a cultivator at the transformation realm could be so formidable, able to breach the blue light barrier with a single punch, rendering it incapable of swiftly mending itself. There's no energy left to maintain it, Guogua replied, her face pale as she manipulated the formation plate. The blue light barrier required crystal pills to provide energy. The middle-aged man's punch had reduced the entire core crystal pill to dust, siphoning away the energy in one blow. Ha! Let us go, enter, the ailing youth declared, moving forward and charging into the light barrier. No, Your Highness, come back quickly. Your Highness. It seems there is another formation within the barrier. The 2 shouted after the ailing youth as he entered the grand formation, but alas, it was too late. Above the altar, Duoyan Hena unhesitatingly deactivated the sword formation. What a strikingly beautiful woman. The ailing youth caught sight of the illustrious Duoyan Hena, his eyes widening in awe. And he could not suppress the saliva that flowed from his mouth. Ha, you lie? You claim there are no beauties here? This woman, I dare say, can only be rivaled by the Empress of the Enchantresses. Come here, my dear, I shall treat you with utmost care. After uttering these words, the ailing youth gestured forward. Lords of the left and right, enter and seize that woman. Remember, do not harm her, or our enjoyment shall be greatly diminished. It was only after he spoke that he noticed the 2 great lords remained outside the sword formation, their faces contorted with unease as they gazed at him. Qitian, Qiyu, what is the matter with you 2? Why do you not enter? The ailing youth turned, glaring at them. Your Highness, come out quickly. That layer of formation inside is quite sinister. Even with our keen eyesight, we cannot discern its depths. Indeed, hurry out. If a single hair of yours falls here, our heads will roll when we return. The 2 spoke with palpable anxiety. Realization dawned on the ailing youth, and his expression shifted as he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, Duoyan Hena altered her hand gestures. Whoosh! A golden thread materialized in midair, slicing toward the ailing youth. Clang! In the next instant, Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The so-called invincible golden thread had failed to sever the youth's garments. Whoosh whoosh. Two golden threads appeared, once again aiming for the youth. This time, the power of the golden threads was greater and their speed swifter. The sword formation possessed this unique characteristic. The initial quantity of golden threads was few, their speed slow, and their power minimal. However, as the battle progressed, the number, speed, and potency of the golden threads would increase exponentially. Clang. The ailing youth staggered back a few steps, finally realizing he was in deep trouble. Quickly, he slapped his waist and affixed a talisman to his chest. A layer of white light emanated from his body. The two golden threads struck simultaneously against his protective white light. The white light trembled, barely managing to withstand the assault. Qi Tian, Qiyu, you two useless fools. Are you not coming in? Do you wish for me to perish? The urgency in the ailing youth's tone was palpable. Yet he exhibited little true panic. In their westernine county, he was akin to a celestial being, free to slaughter the common folk at will. He had never truly experienced fear. Qi Tian and Qiyu exchanged glances, but dared only to linger outside the light barrier, not daring to step inside. Very well. I shall go out myself, the ailing youth declared, relying on the white light surrounding him. He strolled confidently toward the light barrier. However, upon reaching the barrier of the sword formation, he was abruptly repelled back a step. What is happening? It was so easy to enter just now. Why can I not exit? A trace of panic finally surfaced on his face. Boom. A sword struck out, yet the light barrier remained steadfast. Whoosh 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 whoosh. For golden threads flashed in midair, striking the white light with blinding speed. Boom. The surface of the white light erupted with a cacophony, dimming significantly. The ailing youth was now thoroughly alarmed. He hastily slapped his waist, and dozens of high-grade talismans flew forth, nearly covering his entire body. Various colored shields flickered to life, enveloping him completely. With a series of sharp sounds, 8 golden threads emerged, swiftly severing the outermost layer of his protective barrier. Then, 16 golden threads materialized, followed by 32. And then 64. Ultimately, over 5,000 golden threads manifested, nearly encasing the frail youth entirely. Uncle Qi Tian, Uncle Qiyu, please, hurry and save me. The panicked voice of the ailing youth echoed amidst the swirling golden threads. Simultaneously, the blood in the pool was drained by the sword array. Yet, this was of little concern. Within the blood bank, numerous nurses poured bag after bag of plasma into the pool to sustain the quantity of golden threads. Ye Feng's breath quickened. He had anticipated that although the frail youth's strength was lacking, he possessed an abundance of magical artifacts. The onslaught of over 5,000 golden threads was formidable. Not even someone at the innate realm or transformation realm could withstand such an assault without being instantly rendered to nothingness. It seemed this individual was laden with high-grade treasures. With a final thrust, the last layer of the protective shield was breached, exposing the frail youth to the onslaught of golden threads. The speed of these sword threads had escalated to the point of near teleportation. Before the youth could react, they struck his body. Clang, clang, clang. To everyone's astonishment, a layer of white light emanated from the youth's garments, effortlessly deflecting most of the golden threads. Young master, young master. The faces of the two guards turned pale with fear. Their concern was not for the frail youth's life. Rather, they feared the repercussions should he perish, as the Duke would hold them accountable. Those within the array understood that the individual within was the favored heir of the Duke of Sheen. If he were to die here, not only would those within the array face dire consequences, but every soul in the secret realm would also pay the price. A booming voice of Qi Tian resonated through the air. Ye Feng smirked, unfazed. After all, he would remain in the vast desert forever. As for the Duke of Sheen, what was it to him? If they had the courage, let them come forth and see if they could break through the sword array of the Sword Gorge. The golden threads twisted and multiplied into over 10,000. The youth's head, hands, and feet were unprotected. In less than 5 seconds, only a torso remained. The head had vanished, and the limbs were no more. You killed our young master? The two middle-aged men retreated a step in unison. But he was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. He had witnessed a descendant of the divine essence realm being shredded into pieces. Previously, he had seen humans meet gruesome fates, even more horrific than that of the young master. However, the deaths of herbivores could never truly strike fear into the heart. Chapter 1044, What are your plans? Now, however, it was different. The one who had perished was a formidable carnivore. In Sheen County, There were only two masters of the divine essence realm, both residing within the Duke's mansion. Heaven had fallen. What shall we do, brother? The young master, he is dead, and in such a tragic manner. Chiyu looked towards Qitian. Qitian's brows were tightly knitted, his face as pale as parchment. After a moment of silence, he let out a deep sigh. Let us, from this point forward, refrain from returning to Xin County and venture into other territories. Otherwise, the county lord will certainly reduce us to mere fragments, Qitian suggested. Indeed, let it be so. We shall distance ourselves from the site of the young master's demise as far as possible, replied the other. After a brief discussion, they vanished in a flash beyond the luminous veil. Ye Feng, observing their departure, was left in bewilderment. He had not overheard their conversation and mistakenly assumed the two had fled in fear. However, that seemed implausible. The aura emanating from them indicated they were at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Such formidable individuals would easily overpower 5 of him, provided they did not charge into the sword formation. At that moment, Ye Feng turned his gaze towards the solitary figure of the white crane beyond the veil. Old man Bai, are you not leaving? Do you intend to cause further trouble outside the veil? Ye Feng inquired nonchalantly. Me? Bai's expression darkened as he ultimately gritted his teeth and sprinted towards the tempestuous zone. Given that the one who had perished was the heir of the county lord, it was likely that he, as a witness, would also be affected. Of course, while the county lord's influence was substantial, it would not be an easy task to impose penalties on the women's sect. The sect represented a significant power within Xin County. Should the county lord decide to target the women's sect, it would inevitably provoke a coalition of other mid-tier forces to unite against him. Nevertheless, he believed that the sect leader would not hesitate to sacrifice him as a pawn to assuage the county lord's wrath. Ye Feng approached the remains, gazing at the gruesome sight before him. Only the upper torso and thighs remained unscathed by the golden threads, while all else had been obliterated. He reached out to explore, gently unraveling a layer of translucent fabric, which he held delicately between his fingers. Others gathered around, astonished by the precious garment. Brother Feng, if you were to don this attire, it would surely enhance your prowess, Chenin remarked. There is no need for that, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. If the third layer of the holy demon technique combined with the blood scales cannot preserve my life, then wearing an additional precious garment would merely ensure that my torso remains unscathed. Bai Xiang, take this precious garment for the engineering department to study. Investigate it thoroughly and see if it can be mass-produced, Ye Feng instructed, tossing the blood-stained attire to Bai Xiang. Yes, I shall begin the research immediately, Bai Xiang replied, his face alight with joy as he departed with the garment. Ye Feng then led the others to the location of the blood pool. The blood within had been completely drained, and the staff from the blood bank was slowly refilling the pool with blood bags. Fortunately, the blood bank had been constructed. Had they needed to extract blood on short notice, they would likely have been unable to unleash the power of the sword formation in time. Ye Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to the other senior members, stating, construct additional blood banks. It is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Understood. The personnel from the engineering department and the hospital promptly set to work, though Ye Feng was no longer the island master. This was solely due to his own reluctance to assume the role. The individuals below had already regarded him as their leader in their hearts. Brother Feng, I overheard those fellows discussing earlier, and it seems you have offended numerous factions on the Starry Dream continent, such as the Black Wind sect and the Women's sect, whose leader is a woman and a formidable expert in the transformation realm. The most unfortunate was the individual just slain. It seems his grandfather was a nobleman, perhaps a prince. I surmise that at least he must be a master of the divine origin realm, remarked Chunan, his brow furrowed in concern. After interrogating Meng Ding on Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng relayed all the information he had gathered to everyone within and beyond the protective barrier, granting them a fresh perspective on the true nature of the world. Consequently, Chunan was also aware of the realms that lay beyond the true martial realm. What are your plans, Ah Feng? Susan inquired. Ye Feng, deep in thought, found himself momentarily at a loss. He believed that the sword formation generated by the divine spear would suffice to defend against the so-called prince of the divine origin realm. However, remaining perpetually on the defensive was not an option. What if that individual decided to besiege the Jinxia territory for a century? Where would the energy for the sword formation come from then? The blood reserve could only ensure that the blood remained unfrozen for a limited time. It could not be stored indefinitely. Thus, it was imperative to utilize living beings for blood storage. Outside the Jinxia territory's barrier, nearly 10 million people had gathered, and the blood could only be drawn from them. As for extracting blood from the citizens of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng was reluctant, as it contradicted the very foundation upon which the island was established, to allow its citizens to live joyfully, leisurely, and comfortably. Forcing the citizens to donate blood would starkly oppose the island's original intent. It was precisely this strategy that had elevated Hot Spring Island to a position of dominance in this realm. No one wished to become an adversary of the island. Rather, they aspired to be its citizens. In essence, he needed not resort to violence. Merely extending the island's benefits sufficed. Even skilled individuals like Hao Yue harbored no thoughts of vengeance. Their sole desire was to join the ranks of citizens. After all, human nature leans towards laziness. Who would not wish for a simple, carefree existence on Hot Spring Island? Moreover, they would be supported by over 100 million laborers outside the barrier. Whenever he sought to refine some elixirs, should he lack materials, it was a simple matter. He merely needed to print some currency and issue a bounty, and over 100 million individuals would eagerly assist in sourcing materials. Announce that today, we at Hot Spring Island have repelled a formidable foe, and this evening we shall host a grand banquet. Additionally, we shall distribute some relief porridge to those outside the barrier, allowing them to share in our joy, Ye Feng commanded. Though Susan was currently in charge of Jinxia, with Ye Feng's presence, she naturally adhered to his directives. Ah, Brother Feng, what time is it? You are still contemplating a grand banquet instead of devising strategies to confront the enemy? I believe it will not be long before our various adversaries come knocking. Shannon expressed with evident displeasure. Let us address that in a month. There are far too many things to manage. For now, let us focus on bringing joy and comfort to everyone. That is of utmost importance, Ye Feng said, patting Chunin on the shoulder. Comfort? How can I be at ease when I think of the numerous foes set to attack? Chunin retorted, visibly unhappy as he went off to issue orders. That night, numerous bonfires were lit within the territory, with citizens gathered around them. Each table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Sashimi, braised fish, steamed fish, grilled fish skewers, pickled fish, grilled eel, shark fin soup, fish head and wild vegetable soup, along with exquisite fruit wine, create a delightful feast. Some individuals gather around the bonfire, entranced by storytelling, while others dance and sing, reveling in the joy of the moment. Onlookers outside gaze with envy, their mouths watering at the sight. The foreign concession even offers fish porridge to those outside, with residents dedicated to preparing it, surpassing their own culinary efforts. Astonishingly, a single pot holds 5 large, plump fish. In their own homes, they dare not indulge in such abundance. Typically, a pot of that size would contain only 2 fish at most. Chapter 1045. A rare moment of tenderness, how I long to be one of them. A strong man sips his fish porridge, casting a wistful glance towards the glowing screen. Indeed, if I could become a citizen of Hot Spring Island, life would be utterly splendid. I envy them immensely. However, to attain citizenship, one must render significant service to Hot Spring Island. No matter, opportunities will arise, even if we cannot achieve great feats. Accumulating enough wealth will still grant us access to life within the screen, and being a permanent resident is also quite desirable. 2 dreamers are caught in their reverie when a sudden gust of cold wind sweeps in, instantly solidifying their porridge into a lump. Quick, let us head back and reheat it. The 2 scurry towards their icy abode against the chill. Surrounding the central bonfire are 8 tables, perfectly encircling the warmth. Ye Feng sits at the head, with Susan to his left and Duoyan Hena to his right. Chun and other high-ranking officials are gathered together. All right, you are all the elite of Hot Spring Island. Indulging in pleasure cannot be your sole pursuit. It is time to devise strategies for our island, Chenin stated. In less than a month, various formidable beings will arrive at Hot Spring Island. Do you have any effective strategies for defense? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, I have already contemplated this. At worst, we can remain forever within the screen, Chenin replied. Are you foolish? Who will supply the blood for the blood pool? Can we rely on just the few of us in the concession? Even if we pooled all our blood, it wouldn't suffice for a single strike from a transcendent realm expert. Ding Tuanshuan interjected mockingly. What do you propose then? Chenin asked, scratching his head and passing the responsibility to Ding Tuanshuan. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Tuanshuan turned to Ye Feng. Brother Yi, perhaps we should construct more blood banks? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow and glanced at the others. Each of you, devise a solution, I am currently disinclined to think, but I will judge whose proposal is the most viable. Bai Xiang stood up. Brother Feng, if necessary, we can issue bounty orders, enlisting the help of the over 10 million people outside to hunt our enemies, just as we did on Hot Spring Island. He had witnessed the power of bounty orders on Hot Spring Island, which could indeed compel even the most powerful to recklessly pursue danger. That won't work. The hot spring coin has not been fully disseminated, and they are yet unaware of its significance. Moreover, bounty orders can only stimulate combat effectiveness when there is not a vast disparity in strength. To send those in the acquired realm to hunt transcendent realm experts is akin to sending them to their doom. Susan shook her head. Very well. Then you must devise a plan. The white elephant sat down awkwardly. Why has it suddenly become so quiet? Hurry, everyone, let's share our ideas. Ye Feng said with dissatisfaction. Brother Feng, in the face of a powerful being in the divine origin realm, it seems we can only cower behind the light barrier and await our demise. Chenin remarked. Alas, I have to think for myself. It truly pains me. Ye Feng rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze sweeping over the citizens and residents within the enclave. Now, how many citizens do we have, and how many residents? What is the total population within the light barrier? Ye Feng inquired. Susan took out a small notebook. There are over 9,700 people. Just shy of 10,000, Susan replied. Is that all? Quite insufficient, I must say. Susan, as a citizen, I would like to propose something to you, Ye Feng stated, attempting to distance himself from the matter. What are you pretending for? The entire Hot Spring Island belongs to you, and you still call yourself a citizen? Susan rolled her eyes. Hey, regardless, I am merely a citizen at present, and as a citizen, those in power have the obligation to protect and care for me, to advocate for my various benefits. Now, I wish to offer a suggestion in my capacity as a citizen. Those who have donated blood more than 5 times, or have deposited over 10,000 in the Hot Spring Bank, should all be allowed entry into the light barrier. Let them become temporary residents first. But to attain permanent residency, they must donate blood once a week for the next 5 years. This way, the issue of the blood bank not being able to store blood long-term will be resolved, should we encounter an attack from a being in the divine origin realm. These individuals can rush to the blood pool and continuously contribute their blood. Only in this manner can we withstand the assault from such formidable foes. Ye Feng articulated. Indeed. Others' eyes lit up with understanding. Chenin was the first to give a thumbs up. Brother Feng, this strategy of yours is brilliant. Only those with savings can reside within the light barrier. If they dare to betray us, their hard-earned hot spring currency will be frozen by the bank, and they will understand the gravity of the situation. Precisely. The white elephant also stood up. Allowing those who have donated blood more than 3 times to reside within the light barrier is a reward for their contributions. This way, they will cherish it all the more. If we let them in for no reason, they will not appreciate the opportunity and may likely betray us. Upon hearing their words, the others understood Ye Feng's thoughtful intentions. Brother Feng is truly wise and formidable. Let us call you the king of hot springs. Everyone exclaimed in unison. No, I am merely a citizen now, not a king, Ye Feng said seriously, waving his hand. All right, Brother Feng, you are truly magnificent. The white elephant gave a thumbs up. It was only at this moment that he grasped the depth of Ye Feng's intentions. Brother Feng, to be honest, I used to think you were overly dramatic and particularly idealistic, lacking decisiveness in your actions, but since the establishment of Hot Spring Island, I have come to realize the magnitude of the situation you have orchestrated, Chenin sincerely remarked. In truth, back in the Black Tree River region, he felt that Ye Feng was being overly dramatic, as he could have remained safe on the warship, yet Ye Feng preferred to bring aboard a motley crew of individuals. Now it seems, Ye Feng's approach was indeed quite astute. Despite the challenges encountered, the reputation of the hot spring coin has been successfully established, and its influence has garnered countless crystal elixirs and pills, elevating the team's prowess significantly in the initial phase. At the very least, as they step beyond the protective barrier, they are no longer at risk of succumbing to the cold as an ordinary person would. Had Ye Feng not promoted the hot spring coin in the Black Tree River region, it would have necessitated their venture into the beast forest to hunt for elixirs, resulting in a far lesser survival rate among their ranks and a slower advancement in strength. During that period, what was once an elusive crystal elixir for the ordinary populace began to flow into Hot Spring Island in abundance due to Ye Feng's currency, allowing each citizen to indulge in it at least once a week. This abundance laid a solid foundation for their future endeavors. Now, Their task is to continue promoting the currency, leveraging this infinitely printable paper to reap rewards across the globe. Phone. Susan gently wiped Ye Feng's mouth. Phone. Do we have any long-term plans moving forward? I mean, after we fend off this wave of formidable foes, what will be our subsequent strategy? It was rare for Susan to exhibit such tenderness. Chapter 1046. Truly can't stand you simple. The remaining responsibilities shall be entrusted to you esteemed higher-ups. As for me, I am merely an idle resident of Hot Spring Island, preparing to savor a leisurely retirement while striving to advance my cultivation further. Hoping to break through to the mid-true martial realm, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly, picking at his teeth with a fishbone, adopting a carefree demeanor. What do you think about continuing to promote the currency? We need to elevate the hot spring coin's reputation, but it must be tied to desirable items. Moreover, these items must be alluring to others. Susan pondered thoughtfully. Sweetheart Susan, you've grasped the essence. These items must be unique to Hot Spring Island, yet possess an irresistible appeal to the denizens of the Starmon continent. Let your minds wander on this. Ye Feng raised a cup of fruit wine and downed it in one gulp. Brother Yi, our deworming medicine seems to be an excellent candidate. As the goo worm plague intensifies, the deworming medicine must also evolve. Haven't we received news from Hot Spring Island? The plague has worsened, and the director of the Hot Spring Hospital, Hao Yue, has upgraded the deworming medicine to its 4th generation, Ding Tuanshuan suggested. That is an excellent idea. If the goo worm plague can infect the inhabitants of Starmon continent, and if no one there can effectively treat it, our deworming medicine would become unparalleled in this world. Perhaps the powerful beings, such as those at the divine origin or demigod levels, might not be susceptible themselves, but they have lived for thousands of years, and their descendants or disciples will undoubtedly require our medicine. Indeed, let us bind the hot spring coin with the deworming medicine. As for binding food, it would only control those within the great desert. The strong of Starmon continent could easily procure food if they sought it. Ye Feng nodded, casting a satisfied glance at Ding Tuanshuan. It seems my little potato has grown up, ready to strategize for Hot Spring Island. It's just that he no longer idolizes me as he once did. His gaze has shifted from fervor to a hint of calmness. Brother Feng, this is splendid. We can once again harvest currency from the Starmon continent, Chunin exclaimed, joyfully leaping in celebration. Stop jumping. Merely relying on the anthelmintic won't suffice to stabilize the spring coin. However, if we incorporate this, Ye Feng said, revealing a pure white crystal pill nestled in his palm. Its purity an astounding 100%. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. A crystal pill of such purity is non-existent throughout the vast desert. Only Brother Feng can procure it. The formidable beings of the Starmon continent must possess numerous high-grade elixirs, and the higher the grade, the more stringent the purity requirements. This is truly remarkable. I firmly believe that linking the 100% purity crystal pill with the spring coin will compel those powerful individuals to line up at Spring Island seeking our offerings. Chunin declared, once again jumping in glee. Your antics are intolerable. You jump like a woman, Ding Tuanshuan remarked with a wry smile. Susan rose from her seat, delivering a swift kick that sent the dancing Chunin soaring before solemnly announcing, since we have reached a consensus, starting tomorrow, we shall begin to absorb those with savings into the light curtain, allowing them to become residents and providing vital energy to the sword array. Furthermore, we will announce the anthelmintic of Spring Island and conduct a live demonstration. Those afflicted by the goo worm disease should stand outside the light curtain and consume our anthelmintic on-site, showcasing its effectiveness. Word will spread, and these individuals will automatically promote Spring Island. We shall also inform them that a bottle of anthelmintic costs 500 spring coins. We shall only accept spring coins in exchange. No other items will be accepted, regardless of their value. They must first convert them into spring coins to purchase our anthelmintic. Susan concluded, turning her gaze towards Ye Feng. Feng, as you can purify the pills to 100%, it is your duty as a citizen to contribute to Spring Island. What duty? Ye Feng inquired, his expression wary. I require you to live stream beside the light curtain starting tomorrow afternoon, demonstrating how you transform waste pills into 100% pure elixirs. While you stream, you will promote our service, informing others that we can turn their waste pills into pure ones for a fee of 10,000 spring coins. This will undoubtedly bolster the stability of the spring coin, Susan asserted. I refuse to comply, Ye Feng declared defiantly. You must go. In my capacity as the appointed ambassador of the Spring Island in the Sword Gorge concession, I command you to comply, or I shall expel you from the concession." Susan stated without hesitation. "I feel as though I am lifting a stone only to crush my own foot," Ye Feng exclaimed, raising his hands in resignation. Laughter erupted around him, and the gazes directed at Ye Feng softened considerably. "Behold, this is the advanced system of Spring Island." Despite possessing the power to annihilate all citizens of the concession with a mere hand, he refrains from oppressing his own people. The following morning, Ding Tuanshuan, Chenin, and Susan busied themselves with the recruitment efforts, wielding large signs as they traversed back and forth outside the light curtain. From now on, those who have donated blood more than 3 times may reside within the luminous barrier, and those with bank deposits exceeding 10,000 can also enter, becoming temporary residents. Please present your blood donation certificates and deposit slips for verification. Once confirmed, you shall gain access to the hot spring island. Chenin bellowed, his voice resonating across a radius of several kilometers, a testament to his status as a second-order strength king. In mere moments, a throng of individuals, akin to a horde of zombies, surged towards the recruitment office, each brandishing their passbooks and blood donation certificates. Anxious that the policies of Hot Spring Island might change if they delayed. "Form an orderly line," Chenin commanded, wielding his stick to maintain order, the sound echoing sharply. "Hurry, go on," urged Duoyan Hena. "Father, quickly," added Yi Xing, pressing him on. Ye Feng, his face flushed, approached the luminous barrier clad in swim trunks, where tables had already been set up. As Susan had advised, as a broadcaster, Ye Feng's appearance needed to captivate the audience. Thus he relied on his robust physique to draw attention. Outside the barrier, a group of women gathered, their astonishment directed at Ye Feng and the sign above him, as well as the impressive package below. "Greetings, everyone. I am broadcaster Ye Feng. After a millennium of research, Hot Spring Island has finally discovered how to enhance the purity of crystal pellets to 100%. Observe this waste pellet, which has a purity of merely 40%. The remaining 60% consists of impurities. Consuming such a crystal pellet would likely lead to severe health complications." As Ye Feng concluded, he grasped the crystal pellet in his hand. However, he did not immediately employ his blood-sucking technique. Instead, he performed hand gestures and incantations over the waste pellet, utilizing an inexplicable machine to process the crystal pellet within. In truth, he subtly executed his blood-sucking technique, ensuring that the onlookers remained oblivious to how he refined the crystal pellet. After a brief interval, the originally dark crystal pellet transformed into a pure white, devoid of any impurities. The women, initially fixated on the impressive package, shifted their gaze to the pristine crystal pellet in Ye Feng's hand. So miraculous? 100% purity? Impossible. Even the most skilled alchemist cannot achieve such purity. Achieving 90% would require a stroke of luck. I suspect he simply swapped the earlier waste pellet. Seeking to impress us, one woman asserted, her skepticism evident. "Dear friends, if you harbor doubts, please present your lower purity crystal pellets to me, and I shall purify them to 100% before your very eyes using the purification machine from Hot Spring Island," Ye Feng proclaimed, extending his hands in a gesture of sincerity. "Very well, I possess a pellet with merely 60% purity. I do not expect it to be purified to 100%, but 80% suffices," a female power practitioner declared, producing a crystal pellet from her bosom. Ye Feng nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Xing. Yi Xing hurriedly exited to retrieve the crystal pill. This low-grade crystal pill was purified by Ye Feng in a mere 2 minutes, the impurities extracted with ease. "Here, it's ready," he said as he tossed the refined crystal pill outward. The female force master examined the pill closely, and upon confirming it was her own creation, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Incredible! This is 100% pure crystal pill. My goodness, the purest I have ever encountered in my life was merely 97%. The female force master was elated. The others around her were equally ecstatic, their excited gazes turning towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng swiftly covered a substantial bag he had. "Dear host, could you assist me in purifying this entire bag of crystal pills? In return, I shall share 1/3 of the purified ones with you." The female force master produced a small pouch. "Very well, my father will assist you with the purification shortly." Yi Xing was about to go retrieve it when a large hand landed on his shoulder. "Son, don't go," Ye Feng said calmly. "Why not?" The female force master felt a sinking sensation, beginning to suspect something. "Our advanced purification machine requires 10,000 spring coins for each purification. Do you possess 10,000 spring coins? If so, I shall purify it for you immediately. Moreover, the purification fees start at 10,000. depending on the grade of the crystal pill. The higher the grade, the more costly it becomes. Think carefully. Ye Feng feigned a greedy expression. What? I have 10,000 spring coins, but I'd rather purchase more frozen fish. Why would I waste it on purification? Furthermore, this grade of crystal pill is hardly worth spending 10,000 spring coins for purification. If it were of a higher grade, it might be worth considering. The female force master replied. Then let us discuss it when you have higher grade crystal pills. I also agree that spending 10,000 spring coins to purify such low-grade pills seems quite unwise. Ye Feng chuckled. At that moment, more and more people gathered around Ye Feng, having heard rumors of someone capable of purifying crystal pills, all eager to witness the spectacle. Reluctantly, Ye Feng decided to showcase a few more skills for their amusement. Meanwhile, several young guards donned alluring outfits and began a live broadcast. On their table, numerous bottles of deworming medicine were displayed. From the crowd emerged several infected individuals, gravely ill. Upon consuming a bottle of deworming medicine, one patient immediately shed his trousers and, before everyone, expelled a torrent of excrement, intermingled with numerous slender worms. The patient was not finished. He vomited again, his vomit also teeming with writhing worms. The others gathered around, visibly distressed, examining the afflicted individual. Look, his eyes. They returned to their normal color. Previously, they were a deep yellow. Individuals afflicted with worm disease exhibit deep yellow eyes. How much for a bottle? I'll buy it. Give me a bottle. A throng of sick individuals clamored, pounding on the transparent screen. 500 spring coins per bottle. Please form an orderly line. If you lack the funds, do not fret. You can secure a loan from the neighboring bank. However, the bank will record your fingerprints, footprints, name, and tribe. If one fails to repay the debt within the stipulated time, one may apply for an installment repayment plan, the nurse remarked. I would like to inquire, however. What if I simply refuse to repay? What can the Hot Spring Bank do to me? Among the crowd were individuals arranged by Hot Spring Island, their purpose being to promote awareness and discourage these individuals from becoming defaulters. The matter is straightforward. Should one fall ill again in the future, Hot Spring Island shall no longer provide deworming medication, and the Hot Spring Bank will cease all lending to them. Furthermore, even if their family members wish to purchase deworming medication, they must pay in full, as installment plans will not be available. The nurse provided a professional response. The faces of those contemplating defaulting instantly changed, compelling them to return home and seek items to sell in hopes of gathering 500 hot spring coins. This news spread through various channels, rapidly reaching a wide audience. In the blink of an eye, 20 days later, this information had permeated the entire Jinxia concession, known by over 10 million people. Concurrently, Susan penned a letter conveying the policies of Jinxia to South Hot Spring Island, urging them to implement similar measures. On this day, Ye Feng was once again broadcasting through the light screen. Unbeknownst to him, a group of remarkable individuals had infiltrated the crowd. Two of them wore black veils, obscuring their features, yet their sharp gazes and imposing presence were unmistakable. The master is coming soon, isn't she? One masked figure inquired. Indeed. We have been waiting here for 2 days. She should arrive shortly, replied the other. Amidst the multitude of disaster victims, a figure pushed toward the southern side of Hot Spring Island. Hey, you mentioned that information holds value. Is that still true? The disaster victim quietly asked Shannon. Certainly. But it also depends on whether your information is unique and beneficial to Hot Spring Island. Shannon replied, scratching his nose. It is indeed valuable. Here's the situation. The disaster victim lowered their voice. Ye Feng was promoting his refined elixirs when Chuan approached him quietly, leaning in close. Brother Feng, I have news. There are visitors from Star Main Continent, 2 individuals in black veils. One has chestnut-colored hair, while the other stands 2 meters tall, with pale blue eyes and notably large hands, carrying 3 bags of different colors, red, yellow, and black. After delivering this message, Chuan straightened up. Chapter 1048. The innocent suffer with the backing of Hot Spring coins. The Jinxia concession gradually exerted control over the more than 10 million individuals outside, excelling in intelligence gathering, even to the minutest details. Excellent. Ye Feng slowly lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd of onlookers. He quickly spotted the 2 masked figures. Is it a blessing or a curse? If it is a curse, one cannot escape it. Has it finally arrived? Ye Feng smiled faintly. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened. The 2 masked individuals parted simultaneously, revealing a woman draped in a light veil, who stepped forward, her azure eyes fixed intently upon him. even veiled. Her extraordinary aura captivated the attention of the surrounding disaster victims. The half-naked man seemed to have noticed my presence. Did you leak our whereabouts? The woman's voice was icy, as if it could penetrate the very soul. Yet, her demeanor was strikingly provocative, exuding a powerful sense of contradiction. At that moment, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming urge to peel back her layers, to discern whether she was genuinely bold or merely coy. Master, we have not disclosed our location. This much we can assure you. Since our arrival, we have not removed our veils, and our auras have remained concealed, the two masked individuals replied, trembling with trepidation. Enough. You two imbeciles, since our location has been compromised, I shall speak directly with Ye Feng of Hot Spring Island. The woman slowly removed her veil and stepped boldly towards the luminous barrier. With a delicate nose and deep-set eyes, her lips parted just slightly, revealing pearly teeth. Her facial structure resembled that of an Eastern person, yet her features bore the beauty of the West, amalgamating the allure of both cultures into a single visage. Merchants, summon the leader of your enclave. I wish to speak with him, she commanded, her bright eyes shimmering as they fell upon Ye Feng's impressive stature. Is that so grand? She gasped in astonishment. As the leader of the women's cult, she had encountered countless men, yet had never beheld one of such magnificence. Very well, I shall summon the leader at once, but we must do so in a manner befitting the leader, Ye Feng replied, hurrying to find Susan. Within 2 minutes, Susan approached. The two beautiful women exchanged glances across the barrier, and Ye Feng sensed an electric tension in the air, as if swords were clashing. Indeed, rivals are often found among equals. Both Susan and the woman were strikingly beautiful, yet an undercurrent of hostility flowed between them. Are you the leader of the Sword Gorge Enclave? The woman of the cult spoke first, her tone laced with disdain. As a cultivator at the peak of the transformation realm, she instantly recognized that Susan's strength was merely at the late stage of the acquired realm, equivalent to a fifth-order power king on this side of the Great Desert. Is there something you need? Susan asked, nonchalantly taking a seat in Ye Feng's chair. Ye Feng dutifully positioned himself behind her as her protector. Of course there is. You are called Ye Feng, correct? The woman inquired. Ye Feng. It's merely a name. A mere alias. Speak, what is it you desire? Susan replied with an air of unceremoniousness. The woman of the cult felt a surge of anger within her. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly clutched her abdomen, letting out a series of soft, tinkling laughs. How intriguing. Your strength may be lacking, yet your arrogance is substantial. You dare linger here after slaying my associates? Your courage is commendable. The women's cult? Not entirely familiar, though you must have faced them in battle. What do you intend? Susan asked calmly. What do I intend? Ye Feng, step forward. I wish to escort you to the Duke's residence. It is said that you have slain the young master. The woman's expression grew serious as she mentioned the young master. The Duke's residence was a formidable entity, one that even the women's cult dared not provoke. She felt a flicker of satisfaction at the thought of their young master meeting his demise in such a remote location. However, to avoid incurring the Duke's wrath, she had to feign a deep-seated animosity towards Ye Feng. Indeed, I am the one who killed him, but I shall not step out. If you possess the ability, come in and face me, Ye Feng declared resolutely. Susan smiled faintly and subtly grasped Ye Feng's hand beneath the table. She could sense that the woman outside the light barrier was quite flirtatious. Given Ye Feng's temperament, he might very well become overly excited. As anticipated, he indeed reacted. The mistress of the Yu clan ceased her speech and raised her enchanting eyes, scrutinizing the sword formation above and below. She possessed some discernment, recognizing that this sword formation was no trivial matter. Perhaps, with a bit of effort, she could break through it, but why bother? It would be better to let the people from the Duke's mansion handle it, as they would inevitably arrive here. The Duke's mansion ruled over the Western prefecture through might, so when they sought vengeance, they would not come alone. They would summon the mightiest from the entire Western prefecture, allowing these powerful individuals to witness firsthand the consequences that awaited those responsible for the heir's death. This would serve as a warning to the entirety of the Western prefecture. Why the silence? If there's nothing of importance, I shall take my leave. There are many matters awaiting my attention in my territory, Susan stated, rising impatiently. You? Such an impudent junior, truly a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the perils of the starry dream continent. Yet, it matters not. Dealing with you is beyond my concern. I shall remain outside to observe the unfolding drama. the mistress of the Yu clan remarked before departing with her two subordinates. At a distance of 2,000 meters from the light barrier, she came to a halt and retrieved a small box from her waist. Master, you actually brought out our auxiliary formation? Of course. I have heard that the temperature here is quite frigid. While it poses no threat to me, I prefer not to meditate in such icy conditions. After speaking, she fully opened the box, revealing a disc the size of a fingernail, along with 4 diminutive formation flags. You two, place these 4 flags at the cardinal directions. Understood. Ye Feng, still engaged in a live broadcast, suddenly rose. At a distance of 2,000 meters, a light barrier with a diameter of 100 meters emerged, instantly enveloping several ice houses. In the center of the barrier, the woman in black was reciting incantations. As the speed of her chanting accelerated, the ice within the small barrier rapidly melted, revealing a beach beneath the dissolving ice structures. Impressive, as expected of the Starry Dream continent. To carry such precious items on one's person, Ye Feng sighed. He discerned that the makeshift formation, let alone in comparison to his sword formation, paled significantly against the blue light barrier controlled by Guagua. The outside disaster victims exchanged glances, some venturing closer to gently tap the light barrier. Seeking death? Without the woman lifting a finger, her 2 guardians swiftly dispatched the victims who approached the barrier. The remaining onlookers gasped in shock, hastily fleeing the barrier, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Chapter 1049. Yet, the burden on Duoyan Hena was immense. These victims are quite bothersome. Let us drive them further away, lest they disturb our master while she cultivates the 10th layer of the yin-yang harmonization technique. Agreed. The 2 masked individuals soared out from the light barrier, commencing a ruthless onslaught centered around the barrier. In an instant, blood was shed, and anguished cries filled the air. Faced with 2 formidable experts from the innate realm, they found themselves bereft of even the slightest capacity to resist. Alas, how much better it was to be within the confines of the warm Spring Islands concession. At least there, indiscriminate slaughter was not the norm. Yet these ruffians from the Starmon continent wasted no time, striking with lethal force, denying us even a moment to plead our case. Truly, those not of our kin possess hearts that are fundamentally different. They regard us as mere livestock, indifferent to our fates. Ye Feng, however, proved to be a commendable figure. His concession not only provided us with medicinal remedies, but also sustenance, and offered a glimmer of hope for a future within the protective barrier. In that moment, the afflicted souls began to reassess their loyalties, deeming the warm Spring Island concession infinitely superior to these intruders from the Starmon continent. After all, it is always better to rely on one's own kind. Once, the vast desert had been a tapestry of countless tribes and races. Yet now, circumstances had shifted, the fierce winds of the barrier had slackened, allowing the people of the Starmon continent to invade. This incursion compelled the various tribes of the desert to set aside their long-standing enmities and unite against a common foe. Observing the devastation outside, Ye Feng gradually shook his head. He would not be foolish enough to leap beyond the barrier to rescue those outside. After all, they were not citizens of the warm Spring Island, and their demise would not weigh heavily on his conscience. At that moment, a powerful figure approached the barrier. Mr. Yi, please avenge my wife. Those 3 outsiders, without a word, have slain her, and she was with child. The man knelt before the barrier in despair. Rest assured, I shall avenge your wife, but not at this instant. Grant me a little time. Ye Feng consoled insincerely. Avenge? What nonsense. He was barely afloat himself. You, go inform the blood bank. Instruct all personnel to retrieve plasma and stack it beside the blood pool. I sense that a great battle is imminent, Ye Feng murmured softly. Yes, the man replied, hastening toward the blood bank. The strength of the cloaked woman was formidable, far surpassing that of the 2 guards accompanying the young lord. A full-force strike from her could very well drain the blood pool. If the sword formation failed to match her might, the consequences would be dire, as her flying sword could wreak havoc within the formation, leading to the deaths of many, including himself, who might not withstand her full assault. As time flowed on, in the southern warm Spring Island, Li Xian was diligently executing Ye Feng's orders. Standing before the barrier with a large megaphone in hand, he announced, quickly, those with deposits exceeding 100,000 may come forward to register. You will first take refuge in the shelter. Once Duoyan Hena returns, you shall receive the necessary charms, and then you may enter the sword formation to live. What a fortunate turn of events. My savings amount to exactly 100,000. One exclaimed, I'm in line. But what should I do? My savings are also precisely 100,000. Yet I need to purchase 20 bottles of insecticide and 500 pounds of frozen fish tomorrow. There seemed to be no choice. I'll apply for overtime tonight. Hoping to recoup today's expenses, one lamented. Just then, Wang Zhihai approached. Ah, Zhihai, it's wonderful that you've arrived. Ha. By the way, how long will it take for the reply to Fenggu to reach Sword Canyon? He Li Xian inquired. Wang Zhihai sighed, internally incredulous. How can this fool even be an island lord? Lord Island Master, it will take approximately a month for the message to arrive. I dispatched the 7th generation sand vehicle to deliver it, and it is lightly equipped, thus its speed has significantly increased, Wang Zhihai stated with a stoic expression. That's excellent news. What shall we do next? He Li Xian inquired further. Although the letter was penned by Susan, it undoubtedly reflects Feng Ji's intentions. He suggests that we recruit a substantial number of citizens now, ensuring that those residing within the light screen for a full year are granted a recommendation spot each. We can now allow those over 50,000 individuals to participate in the civic voting process, Wang Zhihai replied slowly. Indeed. Ha. Look at me. I've been so preoccupied. Come, let us go together, He Li Xian exclaimed, warmly taking Wang Zhihai's hand as they made their way toward the hot spring square. At that moment, the square was already filled with over 5,000 citizens, with only 1,000 remaining absent, effectively relinquishing their voting rights. Lord Island Master, we await your arrival. Hu Zhua and his 40-odd council members stood up. Very well. Zhihai, please summon those residents here. I am prepared to allocate a recommendation spot for each of them, He Li Xian said excitedly. Understood, Wang Zhihai nodded expressionlessly. In the One-Sword Gorge, Ye Feng was currently cultivating the Holy Demon technique without relying on any external aids. After half an hour, he withdrew from his practice, his countenance darkening. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the Heart Demon, particularly after reaching the true martial realm. The cultivation techniques had begun to induce hallucinations. It appeared that while the old fellows may have spoken harshly, their words contained a kernel of truth. The Heart Demon must be addressed promptly. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to resolve it. With this thought, he exited the training room and made his way towards Susan's temporary office. At that moment, the sword formation was crowded with 70 to 80,000 individuals. They had brought merely 2 to 3,000 people from Hot Spring Island, having absorbed a few laborers along the way, totaling approximately 10,000. Now, however, their numbers had swelled to 70 to 80,000. Indicating an astonishing 800% increase in population over the past 3 months. This had left Duoyan Hena utterly exhausted, as she had to place a curse on each individual. Good morning, Mr. Yi. A powerful figure greeted Ye Feng with a deep bow. They were well versed in social etiquette. Upon arriving in a new place, they would seek out information regarding who held authority there. Some claimed it was Susan, while others suggested that although she appeared to be in control, the true authority lay with Ye Feng. Good morning. Have you donated blood today? Ye Feng replied with a smile. I donated 3 days ago. The nurse advised that donating once every 7 days is sufficient. Otherwise, it could be detrimental to one's health. Quite right. Be sure to consume a bit more cod liver for nourishment, Ye Feng remarked before swiftly entering Susan's office. Inside, a meeting was in progress. While Susan's guards could deter others, they dared not impede Ye Feng, the supreme ruler. Ye Feng, your arrival is fortuitous. We are currently deliberating on the construction efforts of Hot Spring Island. Please take a seat at the end of the table. Susan gestured toward a position at the tail end. Very well. Ye Feng acquiesced, settling in to listen to their discussions. Now, let us continue the meeting, focusing on why the group is unable to advance. After Susan finished speaking, she turned her gaze toward Ding Tuanshuan. She had now ascended to the rank of a second-level power sovereign. I was at a loss as to how this had come to be. Previously, after consuming the crystal pills provided by Brother Yi, my strength had progressed rapidly. However, upon reaching the second-level power sovereign stage, ordinary crystal pills, regardless of their purity, ceased to have any significant impact. Ding Tuanshuan furrowed her brow. Ye Feng nodded silently. Indeed, as one advances to higher levels of cultivation, the quality of the crystal pills required escalates. It is not merely a matter of purity. Purity facilitates absorption, but the grade of the crystal pill is of paramount importance. It appears that Ding Tuanshuan's swift advancement was largely due to the high-purity crystal pills she had been utilizing. With the extinction of the sand beasts in the vast desert, It was evidently impractical to seek out high-grade sand beasts for the synthesis of crystal pills. We must venture to the star main continent beyond the wind zone. I believe it is indeed a matter of grade, is it not, Duoyan? Ye Feng inquired. Precisely. If the grade is too low, no amount of purity can compensate. The medicinal potency is insufficiently potent to breach the bottleneck of the third-level power sovereign. Duoyan acknowledged with a nod. Susan turned to Ye Feng, asking, Do you have any plans? What plans could I possibly have? You all will have to devise your own solutions. I shall merely observe. Perhaps your discussions will ignite my inspiration, Ye Feng replied, reclining in his chair. After all, he was no longer part of the decision-making team and could afford to be carefree. How about this? Let us send someone to negotiate with that female leader 2,000 meters away to procure a batch of high-grade crystal pills. We can assist her in purifying a portion and take a fee for our services, Susan proposed. What? The others' expressions shifted immediately. They had witnessed the ruthlessness of the female leader. Who would dare to negotiate with her? Who will go? Susan scanned the group, but everyone instinctively recoiled. Very well. I shall go. I believe that the female leader possesses many high-grade crystal pills, and their purity cannot be 100%. Using this as leverage, she would not dare to harm me, Susan declared. Ye Feng straightened himself slowly. Truth be told, he was reluctant to let Susan take such risks, but as the leader, if she did not take risks, who would? When Ye Feng himself had been in charge, he had often taken risks. Shaner, when you meet the female leader, get straight to the point. Do not let her two subordinates dispose of you carelessly, Ye Feng admonished seriously. Understood. Susan rose and, escorted by the others, approached the shimmering barrier. I will be fine. You all wait here for my good news, Susan assured them, stepping boldly beyond the barrier and into the frigid wilderness. Ye Feng quickly grabbed his binoculars, watching Susan's figure fade into the distance. The mindset of those from Hot Spring Island differed vastly from others. If anyone else knew their woman was taking such risks, they would undoubtedly attempt to prevent it. But Ye Feng would not. A leader must possess a spirit of adventure, or they lack the qualifications to lead. The others also took up their binoculars, their eyes fixed on Susan as she approached the small formation's shimmering barrier. Two guards suddenly emerged, sizing up Susan from head to toe. Humph, a big catch has arrived. Although this woman is merely a puppet, her connection with Ye Feng is significant. Let us detain her for now and hand her over to the Duke's residence when they arrive. The reward will undoubtedly be substantial. Just as they were about to take action, Susan deftly turned her delicate hand, revealing a pure white crystal pill in her palm. The two guards halted simultaneously, their expressions filled with confusion as they gazed at the crystal pill in Susan's hand. What is this? This pill doesn't seem to be of high quality. Do you intend to bribe us with such worthless trash? One of them inquired. Please, esteemed gentlemen, observe the purity of this crystal pill, Susan calmly responded, flicking it towards them. One guard reached out his right hand, effortlessly catching the pill and scrutinizing it closely, magnifying his vision to the fullest. Am I seeing things? After such a long inspection, I can't detect a single impurity. Brother, take a look. Perhaps my eyesight is failing. The crystal pill was then handed to the other guard. The two men examined the pill from every angle for 10 minutes before they finally tucked it into their waist pouch, astonished expressions gracing their faces. Is it truly 100% pure? Indeed, you are correct. In our Sword Gorge's territory, we can refine all crystal pills, or what you refer to as medicinal pills, to remove impurities, achieving absolute purity, Susan stated with composure, though internally, she was quite anxious. Let her in. At that moment, the voice of the goddess of women resonated from within the small light screen. Yes, master, one of the guards replied, retrieving a formation plate and making a series of intricate gestures upon it. The formation opened a small gap. Susan took a deep breath, glancing back at Ye Feng's position before resolutely stepping into the light screen. The two guards followed suit, intrigued by the method of refining pills that Susan possessed. It is well known that as the quality of medicinal pills increases, the demand for purity intensifies. Even the slightest impurity can sometimes affect the properties of the pills, if not alter their very nature. Thus, in their star main continent, an alchemist capable of refining pills to 95% purity is undoubtedly a highly sought-after individual. As for achieving 100% purity, that is deemed impossible, akin to the notion that there are no perfect individuals in the world. The closest one could attain is 99.99999%. Merely an infinitesimal approach to perfection, but absolute purity remains unattainable. After a while, Susan stood before the goddess of women, who was currently holding the crystal pill that Susan had presented. She employed various techniques, attempting to discern any impurities within the pill. 2 hours later, the goddess of women's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. 100% purity? In that moment, her breath quickened. If she could elevate the purity of the transformation pill to 100%, it would mean she could immediately ascend to the pinnacle of transformation. With a few more transformation pills, converting the energy within her body to divine energy, she dared to assert a 30% chance of breaking through to the divine energy realm. At that point, she would become the third master of the divine energy realm in Shein County. Your name is Susan, correct? May I inquire whether you are capable of refining low-grade elixirs, and what are the high-grade ones? Can you manage that? The headmistress of the female cult endeavored to maintain a steady tone, but her voice betrayed a quiver. The divine source realm. Henceforth, the female cult would no longer need to bow to the whims of the Duke's residents. Refining high-grade elixirs demands considerable time and substantial resources. So we will charge a reasonable fee, Susan remarked. A fee, you say? The headmistress let out a light, melodic laugh. She had anticipated that Susan would make some outrageous demand. However, as it was merely a fee, she could easily offer a chi-nourishing pill or, at the very least, a vitality-cultivating pill. Surely, these country bumpkins would be grateful. What sort of compensation do you require? That depends on the grade of the elixir you wish to refine. I must assess its quality, Susan replied. Very well. The headmistress hesitated for a moment, signaling to her two subordinates. They promptly stepped outside the luminous barrier. Yet, her apprehension lingered, prompting her to produce a talisman and affix it to the ground. A veil of black light enveloped the two individuals. Once she completed these precautions, the headmistress delicately retrieved a box from within her robes. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. Inside lay a seemingly unremarkable elixir, yet its medicinal scent quickly permeated the entire black barrier. Had her two guardians been present, they would have recognized that this unassuming elixir was none other than the renowned transformation pill. What do you think? Can you discern the grade of this elixir? The headmistress inquired. I cannot ascertain its specifics, only that it seems quite exquisite. How about this? 5 million spring coins. You pay, and I will take the elixir back with me to purify it using the assembly line on Spring Island, Susan proposed. 5 million spring coins. Hold on. You intend to bring the transformation pill back to your barrier? The headmistress's expression turned frosty as she promptly closed the box. Are you jesting? I invested over 100 years and countless materials to concoct this transformation pill. Though its purity is merely 70%, it is still a treasure. How could I possibly allow you to take it back to Spring Island? What then shall we do? Susan countered. Simple. Relocate your assembly line from Spring Island to the outside. I must supervise the entire process. Otherwise, how can I trust you not to substitute my transformation pill? The headmistress retorted. I assure you, Spring Island upholds its credibility. Pay the 5 million spring coins, and I guarantee that within a month, this elixir will reappear before you with 100% purity, albeit perhaps slightly smaller, Susan stated earnestly. Smaller, you say? Quite normal, as impurities will be eliminated. However, how can I entrust it to you? The headmistress was torn. For a high-grade elixir like the transformation pill, the purity should ideally remain around 75%. Yet, her own elixir only reached 70%. To be candid, she harbored doubts about whether the impurities would affect the properties of the transformation pill. What if those impurities mingled within her body, leading to unforeseen adverse effects? How about this? You give me some elixirs of which you are not particularly fond, and I shall take them back to refine to perfection. Surely, that would suffice? Susan suggested. That is indeed a reasonable compromise. I possess 2 Peiyuan pills, which are somewhat extraneous to my needs, yet they hold significant value. You may take them back for refinement, the lady of the sect replied, producing a small pouch containing the 2 pills. These appear rather dark in hue. What is their purity? Susan inquired. Does the purity matter in relation to your refinement? The lady of the sect retorted. Of course it does. The higher the purity, the quicker the process to achieve perfection, Susan asserted. Very well. These 2 Peiyuan pills have a purity of approximately 60%, the lady of the sect responded. Upon receiving this information, Susan began to assess their worth. All right. For the refinement of these 2 pills, I shall charge you 600,000 for the service, 30,000 for each. 30,000 Wenquan coins? I tire of this banter. Once you refine these 2 pills, you can keep one. It should suffice to cover your 600,000 fee, the lady of the sect scoffed. That may be, but there is a protocol to follow. We cannot directly accept the pills from clients. We only accept Wenquan coins. I propose that your guardian brings any valuable items to the Wenquan Bank for appraisal. Convert all possessions, be they spirit pills, swords, talismans, or any other sundries, into Wenquan coins, and then you may pay me the service fee. This is the rule of Wenquan Island. Susan endeavored to ensure that Wenquan coins were mixed in, refusing to allow barter. This is quite troublesome. Would it not suffice if I simply gave you 1 Peiyuan pill? Is 1 pill not worth 60,000 Wenquan coins? She was agitated, feeling exasperated by the time wasted on such trivialities. I estimate that a Peiyuan pill of 100% purity is valued at no less than 2 million. However, we at Wenquan Island shall not take advantage of you. We only charge a service fee of 600,000, Susan stated. Miss Susan, do you truly think I am concerned about this minor price difference? Hurry and refine them. Ensure that you return to me 1 pill of 100% purity, the lady of the sect replied, her patience waning. I shall take the Peiyuan pills back with me. Within 7 days, you may come with 600,000 Wenquan coins to collect the refined pills, Susan declared before striding away from the dark luminescence and exiting the formation of the lady of the sect. Such a young age, yet so rigid. She is unlikely to achieve greatness, the lady of the sect lamented, shaking her head in disappointment as she observed Susan's retreating figure. Look, Sister Susan is back, Shannon exclaimed first. Earlier, they had seen through binoculars as Susan was engulfed by a layer of dark luminescence, causing them all to tremble in fear. Shannon had nearly begun preparing a memorial service, only to be pulled back by Ye Feng. With Ye Feng's experience, he sensed that the dark luminescence did not emit strong energy fluctuations, unlike a lethal formation. As the luminescence dissipated, Susan rushed to embrace Ye Feng tightly. Susan, my dear, you frightened me terribly. Ye Feng gently patted her back. Ye Feng, I was equally terrified. Susan sobbed softly. As Ye Feng first heard Susan's cry, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Shannon, with his mouth agape, looked as if he could swallow an apple whole. The Iron Lady of Hot Spring Island, reduced to such a vulnerable state, was indeed a sight to behold. How utterly embarrassing. Please, don't cry, Susan. Do compose yourself, Ye Feng said. His face flushed with awkwardness as he gently pushed her away from his embrace. Ah Feng, it seems I've finally achieved something. That woman gifted me 2 Peiyuan pills. How long will it take for you to refine them? Susan inquired. Perhaps a day or 2, Ye Feng replied. What? These are pills? Suddenly, he recalled that these were the very pills he had consumed when ascending to the true martial realm. The aroma, the hue, and even the energy fluctuations were unmistakably identical. Instantly, Ye Feng's heart ignited with fervor. How much did you charge her for your services? He asked. 600,000, she answered. Are you out of your mind? Such a high-quality item, and you only charged 600,000? Ye Feng exclaimed. I had no idea how valuable they were. Wiping her tears, Susan resumed her fierce demeanor. Very well, 600,000 it is. First, refine these 2 pills. In 2 days, have them come to the screen for the transaction. No, you must go to her territory to negotiate, bringing along the refined Peiyuan pills. Ye Feng's determination shifted. Brother Feng, are you mad? This is a pill of 100% purity. What if that unscrupulous woman refuses to pay and seizes the Peiyuan pills instead? Shannon cautioned. Oh, you fail to understand. I believe that woman possesses many other pills. Should she refuse payment or detain Susan, then she must forfeit any future services from Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 1052. Is this your desire as well? That evening, Ye Feng entered the training room, clasping a Peiyuan pill in each hand. The originally grayish-black pills gradually transformed into a pristine white. However, a layer of foul-smelling black substance began to congeal on the surface of his skin, slowly peeling away. After approximately 30 hours, Ye Feng opened his eyes in the training room. He had nearly transformed in appearance. Yet the 2 Peiyuan pills in his hands gleamed with an appetizing pure white hue. Susan, prepare a bath for me. I wish to cleanse myself, he commanded. Right away, came Susan's voice from outside. An hour later, Ye Feng and a group of senior members gathered before the screen, once again witnessing Susan vanish into the swirling snow. This time, however, Susan carried a small pouch at her waist, containing 2 100% pure Peiyuan pills. Have they already arrived? Could it be that the refinement was successful? The voice of the mistress of the female cult resonated from within the screen. Indeed, esteemed elder, please activate the grand formation and allow me to enter, Susan requested. Moments later, she stepped through the screen to meet the mistress directly. Esteemed elder, our 500 pharmacists at Hot Spring Island have dedicated nearly 20 hours utilizing advanced machinery to finally refine these 2 Peiyuan pills. Please have a look. As Susan opened the pouch, revealing the pristine color of the pills, the mistress gasped, "Is that pure white? 100% purity?" The mistress of the Yu clan was taken aback and reached out to take it. However, Susan swiftly retracted her hand, returning the Peiyuan pill to her bag. What is this? The mistress of the Yu clan's expression darkened. Senior, have you forgotten to give me something? Susan, suppressing her fear, spoke calmly. Something? Oh, you mean the purification fee of 600,000? That is simple. As I said, you may keep 1 Peiyuan pill for yourself, and just give me the other. The mistress of the Yu clan replied. No, I only accept hot spring currency. For 600,000, I will give you 2 pills. Furthermore, the value of the first pill exceeds 2 million hot spring coins. I cannot let you suffer a loss, Susan asserted. You? How foolish. Someone, go fetch me 600,000 hot spring coins. The mistress of the Yu clan sighed deeply. She was relatively honorable and did not make things difficult for Susan. Primarily because Susan bore no ill intent. 2 guardians promptly made their way to the hot spring bank, observing Ye Feng, Chenin, Wang Jia, and others through the light barrier. Ye Feng, give us 600,000 hot spring coins. Why should I? Do you have a big face? Wang Jia retorted rudely. At present, he was the head of the Jinxiao branch of the Hot Spring Bank, wielding significant financial power. You? Forget it, senior brother. The mistress said to obtain the hot spring coins peacefully. Ye Feng, give us 600,000 hot spring coins, and I will do something for you. What is it? Ye Feng inquired casually. Anything will do. All right, kill your senior brother. Ye Feng was picking his teeth with a toothpick. How outrageous. You? Ha ha ha. I'm just joking. Bring something to exchange, like talismans or lower-tier pills. As for flying swords, I know you wouldn't part with those. Ye Feng quickly donned a smile, interrupting the duo's rising fury. After a moment of contemplation, the two produced a yellow talisman from their pockets. This item is called the Diamond Talisman. When affixed to the body, it can withstand the full force of 10 strikes from a cultivator at the initial stage of the true martial realm. Oh, a good item. Ye Feng promptly accepted it, examining the talisman closely. How is it used? Ye Feng asked. Inject your vital energy into the talisman, and it will activate automatically. I see. Ye Feng pressed the talisman against his body, and a layer of golden light emanated from him. Though it could not compare to his Brahmasattva divine demon technique, it would serve as an additional life-saving asset if entrusted to Ding Tuanshuan and the others. I'm prepared to give you 2 million hot spring coins. Ye Feng stated with a smile. Ah, Brother Feng. You're willing to offer 2 million for such a trivial item? Wang Jihai was left dumbfounded. As the disciple of Wang Jihai, he had perfected the art of frugality, though he had only grasped a fraction of his master's cunning. So I just pay them. Ye Feng, marveling at the golden light surrounding him, wore a beaming smile. Hey, how do I store this talisman for future use? Ye Feng asked amidst the golden radiance. For future use? Ha ha ha. Ye Feng, are you dreaming? This item is single use. You can only use it once. What? Wait, don't give them 2 million. Just give them 599,000. Ye Feng exclaimed. Hey, provide us with 600,000, and we shall return with it. The master has great use for it. Spoke the left protector. No, what you seek is a one-time offering, valued at only 5,999,000. Ye Feng deliberately thwarted their efforts to amass the full amount. Forget it, brother. Do not stoop to his level. The Vajra talisman may hold some worth for those at the true martial realm, but to us, it is akin to refuse. Let us give him another one. Thus, Ye Feng received yet another Vajra talisman. However, this time, he dared not use it lightly, reserving it for those in his team who had a genuine need. The 2 individuals returned with 10 stacks of 1,000 yuan bills, each stack amounting to 100,000. Master, the spring coin has arrived, totaling 9,999,000. Let us settle for 1 million, they respectfully stated. Hand it over, and in return, provide me with the Peiyuan pill, commanded the mistress, extending a delicate hand of purest white jade. Susan hesitated for a moment, taking 6 stacks from the ground while leaving the remaining 4 untouched. In our business, We value integrity. I stated the purification fee as 600,000. Not a single cent more will be demanded. I advise you three to keep that 400,000 on hand. You may find it useful one day. Before she could finish her sentence, one of the protectors tossed a stack of spring coins into the fire. Susan retorted, "Fine, you may not yet comprehend the benefits of the spring coin, but you will regret this in the future." She handed the mistress 2 Yuan pills. Indeed, these appear to be of 100% purity. Even my keen eye detects no impurities whatsoever. Susan, growing impatient, gripped the 6 stacks of bills tightly. "Senior, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave." She attempted to turn away, but at that moment, 2 figures darted forward, blocking her path. You think you can leave now that the Yuan pills have been purified? Our mistress desires to keep you here for a few months. We kindly request that you assist us in purifying all the elixirs on your person, declared the left protector. A heaviness settled in Susan's heart as she slowly turned to face the mistress. "Senior, is this your wish as well?" The mistress, without lifting her gaze, neither nodded nor shook her head, seemingly acquiescing to her subordinate's actions. "Senior, if you truly wish to play this way, I, on Spring Island, would rather be shattered than compromised. Make your move. Should I even frown, I shall no longer be known as Susan." With that, Susan presented her neck, ready for the inevitable. Chapter 1053. This cannot be blamed on me. Are you really so noble in your act? Do you not fear for your life? A spirit sword flew forth, pressing against Susan's delicate neck. She tightly shut her eyes, bracing for the final blow. "What shall we do, master?" This woman does not respond to force. The left protector inquired. "Nonsense. Who instructed you to act on your own? Sheath your sword." The mistress, realizing that force would not suffice, shifted to a gentler approach. "Susan, you may return. I shall educate these incompetent subordinates. However, I kindly request that you take these 2 pills back with you and assist in their purification as well." With that, the mistress flipped her palm, revealing 2 dark pills. "This seems to be of the same type as the Huayuan pills in your box, does it not?" Susan had just experienced a fright, and her demeanor had become somewhat reserved. Indeed, these 2 elixirs are also transformation pills, albeit with only 30% purity. I do not expect you to refine them to perfection. A purity of 75% would suffice, the lady of the U sect remarked. Transformation pills? With so many impurities, I fear that it will take a week for my hot spring island to purify them. Moreover, the cost. 5 million hot spring coins per pill, totaling 10 million for 2, Susan stated. "What? You might as well resort to robbery," the left guardian exclaimed in anger. "Esteemed elder, please do not frighten me so readily. Do you comprehend the complexities involved in purifying this elixir? It necessitates the tireless efforts of 500 pharmacists from Hot Spring Island, working day and night for 7 consecutive days. Additionally, it consumes a vast quantity of medicinal materials, energy, and the purification machinery from my island." Susan began to ramble. She had not always been this way, but her prolonged association with Ye Feng had led her to adopt some undesirable habits. The lady of the U sect hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "Very well, after 7 days, I shall prepare 10 million hot spring coins. I shall take my leave now," Susan said, striding away from the light screen towards the Sword Gorge enclave. At that moment, the left guardian finally realized the situation and hurried to the fire pit, hoping to salvage the unburned hot spring coins. "Brother, you are far too reckless. Although these coins may seem like worthless paper, the people of Hot Spring Island recognize their value. Do not burn them indiscriminately next time," the right guardian admonished lightly. "I was unaware that the sect leader required the elixirs to be purified. This cannot be solely blamed on me," the left guardian retorted defiantly. "Enough. You two must find a way to procure another 10 million hot spring coins, and do so swiftly," proclaimed the lady of the U sect. However, to gather 10 million hot spring coins, we may have to sacrifice some precious elixirs," the left guardian replied. "I possess 2 recently retrieved pills with 100% purity. Take them and exchange them for currency. According to Susan, each can yield 2 million, totaling 4 million for both. The remaining 6 million will be up to you to arrange. Regardless, I expect to see 10 million hot spring coins in 7 days." After saying this, she resolutely closed her eyes, disregarding these minor financial matters. In the training chamber, Ye Feng held the 2 transformation pills in his hands, steam rising from his head. The wind barrier, originally spanning 500 kilometers, had been largely halted by the encroaching cold wave. The current width of the wind barrier is now approximately 200 kilometers, allowing even the more timid cultivators to venture in, as the probability of perishing is only 10%. Within this untamed secret realm, one might discover spiritual herbs and medicines that are over 1,000 years old, or even those exceeding 10,000 years. Shortly thereafter, the wind barrier stirred, and 36 burly men clad in black armor emerged. Their cultivation ranged from the initial to the pinnacle of true martial realm. Upon exiting the wind barrier, they stood in unison, akin to sentinels, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. Moments later, a resounding roar emanated from the wind barrier, and 12 men in silver armor emerged. Their cultivation levels varied from the initial to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Upon the emergence of the silver-armored giant, he positioned himself beside the black-armored giant, their stance slightly more relaxed than the latter's rigid posture. The wind blade zone once again stirred, and 4 elders clad in purple appeared in succession. All 4 possessed cultivation at the transformation realm, yet none surpassed the late stages of this realm. Upon recognizing the purple guards, both the silver and black giants knelt on one knee in unison. The 4 elders, with expressionless faces, waved their sleeves and stood obediently to the side. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded. The wind blades within the zone swirled violently, and a colossal creature emerged from within. Towering at 7 meters, this beast dwarfed an elephant, yet its head resembled that of a lion, adorned with long whiskers on either side of its snout. Most astonishingly, beneath this monstrous creature, for blazing flames flickered, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Crash! Everyone fell to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the ground. Boom! A gray figure leaped from the creature's back, sending snowflakes swirling into the air. "Your Highness!" the crowd exclaimed in unison. The gray figure slowly turned, revealing a square-shaped face and a prominent beard that cascaded nearly to his abdomen. He was none other than the formidable Lord of Xin County, Prince Li Hualing Bai He. "You may descend as well." Li Hualing's authoritative voice resonated, and the surrounding wind and snow quieted, as if the very heavens served only him. Boom! Another figure jumped down from the beast's back. It was Bai He. "Your Highness, shall I lead the way now?" Bai He inquired cautiously. "Wait a moment. How could I quietly eliminate the One Quan Island after they have slain my men at the county prince's residence?" Bai He promptly reminded him. "Yes, the One Quan Island. In the presence of all the dignitaries of Xin County, I shall flay each and every one of them," Li Hualing stated with calm resolve. "Understood, then we shall wait." Bai He respectfully stepped aside. The others stood erect, resembling statues. Only Li Hualing paced slowly within the confines of the wind blade zone, hands clasped behind his back. Boom! The wind blade zone stirred once more, and 4 women emerged simultaneously. The leading lady, aged around 27 or 28, donned a flowing white robe, her face encased in an icy veneer, as if she had never smiled. "Cousin Fei Hong." Li Hualing's eye sparkled. This lady was also one of his kin from the prince's residence, a distant cousin he had long thought of, yet Yu Fei Hong had always remained indifferent toward him. "Greetings, cousin." Yu Fei Hong knelt gracefully, performing a gesture of respect only seen in Chongqing City. This indicated that some customs transcended the vast dunes and the starry continent. "It has been 7 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Li Hualing remarked with a smile. "Indeed," Yu Fei Hong replied coolly, attempting to distance herself from Li Hualing. She was well aware of her cousin's reputation. His daily visits to the Royal Concubine Academy in pursuit of women had led to a reputation that cast his descendants in a similarly disreputable light, rendering the female members of the prince's residence the subject of ridicule. Chapter 1054. How are matters progressing? Li Hualing cast a glance at his subordinates, the smile on his face gradually fading as he clasped his hands behind his back. At that moment, the sound of several explosions echoed through the windstorm zone. For groups of individuals emerged simultaneously, each adorned in distinct attire, yet their affiliations could still be discerned from the embroidered symbols on their sleeves. The group on the far left bore massive swords on their backs, their sleeves embroidered with a small golden sword, reminiscent of the former sword sect. To the right, 3 elderly men appeared unperturbed, while the 9 figures behind them donned black masks, revealing only their blood-red eyes through the hollow openings. A large skull was embroidered on their backs. The 2 groups in the center displayed emblems of an axe and a fishing spear, representing the ancient sword sect, the ghost summoning sect, the axe gang, and the Tianhai clan. "Excellent," The four most formidable sects of Xin County have convened. Let us proceed. I shall show you the fate that awaits those who dare to harm the Duke's estate, Li Hualing remarked coldly, a formidable pressure rising from him, causing the four groups to instinctively take a step back. The leaders of the four factions exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. It was evident that Li Hualing's invitation to witness the impending vengeance was not born of goodwill, but rather a calculated intimidation aimed at dissuading any dissent among their ranks. After all, the leaders of these four sects were all peak experts of the transformation realm. If they united, they could potentially challenge the Duke's estate, a scenario the latter desperately wished to avoid. In truth, even if the Duke's estate could not suppress the four sects, it mattered little. He could easily send a letter to the higher authority, requesting the assistance of the regional governor. However, should he seek such aid, the governor might regard him with disdain, possibly even replacing him with a more capable individual to oversee Xin County. Thus, he was reluctant to request assistance unless absolutely necessary. My lord, do you require our four sects' assistance? An elder stepped forward, a puppet hanging from his waist. As he approached, three monstrous figures behind him advanced in unison. No need. Wei Dao you and your ghost-summoning sect may merely watch from the sidelines, Li Hualing replied, turning his gaze toward Bai He. Of course. I will lead the way, Bai He responded, taking the lead as they set off. Let us depart. The six factions, under Bai He's guidance, swiftly made their way toward the Sword Gorge's territory. Even the falling snowflakes seemed to shun their presence, as if intimidated by the aura of impending slaughter. Ye Feng emerged from the training room, his hair disheveled, clutching two pure, white transformation pills. To be frank, he felt a twinge of greed, yearning to absorb the pills immediately, sensing the immense energy contained within them. However, for the sake of the future prospect of the spring coins that would reap global rewards, he had to exercise restraint. Upon reaching the light curtain, he found a throng of disaster victims already gathered outside, with three individuals standing before them, the revered lady of the ghost-summoning sect and her two loyal protectors. Given the significance of the transformation pills, she had personally come to the enclave to deliver them, hoping Ye Feng would honor his promise. He has arrived. Brother Feng is here. Shunan pointed at the distant Ye Feng, leaping about with his usual frivolity. A sigh of relief escaped from Susan and Duoyan Hena, for their husband had finally succeeded in purifying the transformation pill. Ye Feng, appearing quite feeble, approached the light barrier. Still nursing his injuries and now burdened by the absorption of numerous impurities, his stamina faltering, the mistress of the sect could not help but step forward, scrutinizing Ye Feng's hands intently. Ye Feng, how is the progress? She inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. Over the course of their interactions, they had all come to know each other's names. Master, please assess the quality first. After all, this is a deal worth 10 million. I cannot simply hand over the pills without assurance. Once you ascertain their quality, you may present the 10 million spring coins, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. It is a matter of exchanging goods for payment. Very well, Hua Qingji nodded, signaling her two guardians. They promptly opened a sack, pouring bundles of 1,000 yuan notes onto the snowy ground. A multitude of avaricious gazes fixated on the spring coins scattered before them. The indigenous people of Yijing Gorge had developed a newfound understanding of the spring coin's value. Not only could it purchase vermin repellent, but it could also be used to refine crystal pills. With deposits exceeding 200,000 at the Spring Bank branch, one could reside within the light barrier. Previously, a deposit of merely 10,000 secured entry, but as the population within the barrier swelled, the policy shifted, raising the threshold to 200,000. Yet, this current sum was but equivalent to the 10,000 of a few months past. Very well, I shall toss out one transformation pill first, and you will provide me with 5 million. Upon completion of the transaction, you can deliver the remaining 5 million, and I shall provide you with the second batch. Ye Feng concluded, tossing one of the transformation pills into the air. To him, the spring coins were akin to worthless paper. Yet he understood the necessity of showcasing their significance before the multitude. If even Spring Island did not regard the spring coins with reverence, how could he expect others to? With a soft thud, Hua Qingji caught the slightly smaller transformation pill. After inspecting it with her eyes, she immersed her spiritual sense into the pill. Unsurprisingly, neither her vision nor her perception uncovered any impurities within the transformation pill. Did this imply that it was indeed the fabled 100% purity transformation pill? Hua Qingji's breath quickened in excitement. A transformation pill of such purity would incite frenzy even among cultivators of the transformation realm, and those of the divine origin realm would be equally eager to seize it. Place the remaining 5 million beside the light barrier, what Qingji commanded. Subsequently, Ye Feng threw the last transformation pill into the air, feeling an unexpected reluctance to part with it. Upon the completion of the transaction, Hua Qingji did not depart immediately, as a brilliant plan formed in her mind. Mr. Yi, is it true that your Spring Island can infinitely refine pills within the Aegean Gorge Enclave, including those of even higher grade than the transformation pill? Hua Qingji inquired. Indeed, oh, of course. The more advanced elixirs not only require a considerable amount of time to refine, but are also exorbitantly priced. Are you certain you can afford the expense? Ye Feng offered a faint smile. Thus far, he had successfully introduced the concept of currency into the Star Main continent, acquiring at least 2 Peiyuan pills in the process. The costs were trivial. What mattered was the time. How efficiently could you regulate the purification process? He Qingji inquired once more, contemplating a lucrative opportunity. If she were to become an intermediary between the Hot Springs Island and the Star Main continent, she believed that the formidable cultivators of the latter would flock to the former for purification of their elixirs, allowing her to take a 10% cut of the profits. With merely a 10% share, she was confident that she could cultivate to the divine origin realm, or even surpass it to reach the realm of void refinement. Chapter 1055, Summoning Everyone over the Realm of Void Refinement. The provincial lord seems to be merely at the late stage of void refinement. Elder, I'm not entirely certain. But generally, I can refine a pill of 100% purity within a month at most, Ye Feng stated objectively. Excellent. Mr. Yi, please refrain from calling me elder in the future. You may address me as Fairy He. Yes, Fairy He. Do not be so modest. As the leader of the Empress cult, the women I train are unparalleled. If you wish to try, I can have the Left Guardian summon them from the Star Main continent for you to choose from, He Qingji remarked, knowing well that a man like Ye Feng would have an interest in women. That's unnecessary. Ye Feng is my husband. Please leave, Susan interjected, stepping forward with a frosty demeanor. At that moment, Shunan approached, saying, Sister Susan, it's all right, Feng good doesn't he require it, but we do. Fairy He. Feel free to bring them over. Our newly established territory is in urgent need of talent. Get back here. Qiu Shui emerged from the crowd, accurately grasping Shunan by the ear. He Qingji chuckled softly, her gaze sparkling as she looked at Ye Feng. She was perceptive and knew he would likely acquiesce. I do not consent. It is well known that I, Ye Feng, uphold integrity. Your Empress cult and I are fundamentally at odds, Ye Feng asserted with righteous conviction. However, he continued, yet, there are many single men in my territory. I cannot be so selfish as to prevent them from finding partners due to my own principles. Therefore, do summon all the women from your Empress cult. By the way, do you have any that are a bit more wild? Ye Feng shifted his tone, inquiring further. Susan rolled her eyes and retreated to the side, her expression displeased. Duoyan Hena sighed softly, pulling Yi Xing away from the shimmering barrier. Mom, I want to stay by the barrier and listen to Dad speak, Yi Xing protested. Not allowed. Come home with me. Have you finished your elementary school homework? Duoyan Hena insisted, dragging him away. Ha ha ha. Ye Island Master, rest assured, we have all sorts of women in the Empress cult, He Qingji laughed. She had devised a plan to establish a solid relationship with Hot Springs Island, allowing her to serve as a bridge between it and the Star Main continent, profiting handsomely in the process. At this moment, she too recognized the significance of the hot spring coins. Without further ado, let us summon everyone. Ye Feng waved his hand, bidding farewell to Mr. Yi. After He Qingji spoke, she swayed gracefully towards her holographic screen, her waist undulating like a water serpent, her steps as silent as a cat, gradually revealing the allure of her femininity. Father, why don't you ask her if there are any lovely little girls around? I wish to find a companion. Yi Xing inquired. At such a tender age, already so enamored, what will become of you in the future? Wasn't he your mother just pulling you away? Ye Feng's expression darkened. I slipped out quietly, Yi Xing chuckled. Left Guardian. You must depart the Gale Zone immediately and go to the Starmon continent to summon the most skilled woman in charm from our sect, and also bring Wen Jing along. It appears Ye Feng has a preference for women who are a bit wild, and Wen Jing is the wildest of them all. Yes, sect leader. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Then, inform everyone within the sect to spread the word that we, the sect of women, have discovered a method to refine pills a second time, achieving a purity of up to 100%. What? What if those powerful beings come to us, but we, the sect of women, are unable to refine for them? Wouldn't that bring disaster upon us? After all, those formidable beings are notoriously capricious. Fortune favors the bold. Can you not aspire for greatness? Hurry and comply. Understood. The left guardian responded, bidding farewell to his junior disciple before shouldering his pack and departing towards the Gale Zone. Before the holographic screen, the refugees gazed expectantly at Ye Feng, for he held 2 pure white cultivation pills, the very ones Qingji had exchanged for hot spring coins, in which he had refined himself. Ding Tuan Tuan, come here, Ye Feng called out, spotting the displeased expression on Ding Tuan Tuan's face amidst the crowd. What is it, Ye Feng? Ding Tuan Tuan replied coldly. Why don't you call me Brother Yi anymore? Ye Feng asked, surprised. I don't wish to, Ding Tuan Tuan said, her expression darkening. Why not? Not wanting to is simply that. Now speak. What is it that you need, Ye Feng? Ding Tuan Tuan replied indifferently. All right then, Ding Tuan Tuan, you are now the second strongest citizen of Hot Spring Island after me. Here, take one of these cultivation pills, one for you, and one for me, Ye Feng said, offering one of the pills to her. Ding Tuan Tuan hesitated for a moment, not immediately reaching out to accept it. Oh, Brother Yi, I don't know how to express my feelings towards you. Everything about you is good, except, Ding Tuan Tuan faltered, taking the cultivation pill and retreating to her training chamber. What is the matter? This child is becoming increasingly inscrutable as she grows, Ye Feng muttered to himself. Chunin interjected with a sly grin. Brother Feng, she resents that you indulge in the pleasures of home while she seeks solace elsewhere. Do you not understand? What do you mean by inside and outside? Ye Feng asked, puzzled. Surely you can see it. It is evident to all that little Tuan Tuan has fallen for you. Bai Xiang stated bluntly. The others quickly turned their heads away. Beside them, Susan's expression darkened. Stop your nonsense. I merely view Ding Tuan Tuan as a younger sister and harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards her, Ye Feng asserted earnestly, this time devoid of any pretense. After all, having grown too familiar with Ding Tuan, he harbored only sibling feelings towards her. Susan's expression finally brightened somewhat. However, it soon darkened again as she cast her gaze outside the luminous screen. Others seemed to sense something amiss as they simultaneously turned their attention towards the area of the violent winds. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled with a resounding roar, accompanied by the cries of the distressed populace. In the distance, a colossal beast approached, resembling a lion, an elephant, a horse, and a bull all at once. Surrounding this creature were numerous alien beings. What realm is this? True martial realm? Innate realm? Transformation realm? And what about this individual? Ye Feng's expression darkened as well. Susan, go and have the blood plasma arranged beside the blood pool, Ye Feng said calmly. Understood. Susan hurried off to carry out the task. Guogua, place this essence cultivation pill at the core of the protective formation, Ye Feng instructed as he handed the pill to Bai Guogua. Yes, at this moment. The giant beast was merely 200 meters from the luminous screen. A figure leaped down from the creature's back, landing effortlessly before the screen, with 3 long beards swaying in the wind and snow. Who might you be, esteemed elder? Ye Feng asked, feigning ignorance. Li Huling did not respond to Ye Feng's inquiry, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the entire territory of the Sword Valley. So, this is the Sword Valley territory? Li Huling's voice boomed. Bai Guogua and Duoyan Hena exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they activated the soundproofing mechanism. Otherwise, if this old man were to unleash a roar, it could potentially obliterate everyone in the territory. Indeed. Ye Feng nodded, his expression growing increasingly somber. Did you, not long ago, slay the heir of the Duke's residence? Li Huling continued to inquire loudly, ostensibly addressing Ye Feng and the others, but in reality, he directed his words towards the 4 major sects behind him. Yes, Ye Feng nodded. You are quite honest. For that reason, I shall grant you an opportunity. Within the formation, everyone must now take their own lives, and I shall spare you from torment, Li Huling declared matter-of-factly. Take our own lives? Ye Feng's expression turned icy. What other choice is there? If I breach your sword formation, it won't merely be a matter of self-harm. Men will have their souls extracted and their essences refined, while women will be turned into playthings for the lowest of men. And you men, during the soul extraction, will not die immediately. You will witness your women, wives, and mothers being wantonly exploited by the most despicable lowlifes, subjecting your bodies, minds, and souls to inhuman torment. Li Huling stated blandly. Indeed, As soon as he spoke those words, not only did the individuals inside and outside the luminous screen change expressions, but even the members of the four major sects appeared shaken, some trembling in fear. If I am not mistaken, you are the leader of Warm Spring Island, Ye Feng? Li Huoling turned his gaze towards Ye Feng. Indeed, I am your father, Ye Feng. May I inquire what business you have? A trace of mockery flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. Li Huoling was taken aback, almost doubting his own hearing. Was Ye Feng attempting to assert dominance over him? Hiss. The four great sects collectively inhaled sharply. For the first time in centuries, they witnessed someone daring enough to insult a county lord to his face. Li Huoling slowly turned his head, casting a glance at the members of the four sections. When he faced Ye Feng again, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Ha ha, you pitiful insect. How dare you utter such words to me? Ha ha ha, splendid. You shall not die immediately. I will flay your skin and hang it at the county lord's mansion. As for your flesh, I shall keep it for a century of torment. Each time you approach death, I shall grant you a reprieve. Dying will not come so easily. Though Li Huoling laughed. A chilling coldness in his eyes sent shivers down one's spine. Grandson, do not merely speak without action. You, the worthless county lord, did not ascend through mere words. Did you? Ye Feng remarked coldly. The old man's words had struck a nerve within Ye Feng. Otherwise, given Ye Feng's temperament, he would have offered at least a few pleasantries. Do you wish to die so readily, insect? Li Huoling roared in fury, striking the barrier with a tremendous punch. Boom. It was as if thunder had struck the earth. The entire blue barrier shattered in an instant, and the 10 surrounding flags ignited simultaneously. Bai Guogua, astonished, gripped the formation plate tightly, glancing at the position of the formation eye. Within it, hundreds of crystal pills were reduced to fragments. Crack. In the next moment, a fissure appeared on the formation plate in her hands. This is dire. The clan's protective formation cannot withstand him. Bai Guogua panicked, kicking over a nearby box. A multitude of crystal pills rolled into the formation eye. Still relying on the clan's protective formation, Li Huoling's massive frame pulled back. His motion exuded an overwhelming sense of power, akin to an ancient giant gathering strength, instilling a sensation of pressure akin to Mount Tai. Boom. Crack. The formation plate in Bai Guogua's hand split in two. The outer blue barrier of the sword formation vanished into thin air. Within the hot spring island, everyone wore grave expressions, gazing at Li Huoling with terror in their eyes. Easily shattered. Ye Feng, if you possess any ability, repeat what you just said. Who is your father? Li Huoling pulled back his fist, coldly regarding Ye Feng. Ye Feng pressed his lips together, his expression remaining relatively calm, yet his chest involuntarily heaved. This old man was terrifying. With just 2 punches, he had broken the clan's protective formation. It seemed the formations devised by the masters of the vast desert were utterly inadequate in the presence of a powerful deity. Speak. Why have you fallen silent? Li Huoling sneered, a hint of derision gracing his features. I am your father, Ye Feng declared, hastily waving at Duoyan Hena. Seeking death? Boom. His fist struck the outer layer of the sword formation. Buzz. A mass of golden threads appeared, swirling within the sword formation. Ye Feng quickly turned his gaze towards the altar above. Blood from the blood pool splashed up to several meters high. This is bad. The blood has turned black. What are we waiting for? Pour all the blood from the blood bank into it. Ye Feng roared. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire formation erupted with a tremendous roar. The ground of the entire concession trembled, causing everyone, including Ye Feng, to leap 2 meters into the air. The sound of blood splashing echoed as crimson liquid was poured in buckets into the blood pool. Just as the pool was filled, the sword formation shuddered once more. Boom. The freshly poured blood was instantly drawn away. Ye Feng's expression turned a deep shade of blue. Everyone, gather by the blood pool, those of Wang level and above, quickly. Upon finishing his command, he swiftly leapt to the side of the pool. Ding Tuanchuan followed closely behind. The two exchanged glances before simultaneously slicing open their wrists. The blood of the strong flowed into the pool in an instant. Others hesitated momentarily, but soon joined them at the pool's edge. Gritting their teeth, they too opened their wrists, their blood cascading into the pool like a river flowing homeward. Boom. With a third punch, blood erupted from the pool, soaring 5 meters high, though it seemed considerably less powerful than before. Meanwhile, those sacrificing their blood stood resolutely by the pool, unhesitatingly offering their crimson essence. The blood pool, nearly dried up, was instantly replenished to withstand the onslaught of the God Origin realm experts. Outside the shimmering barrier, Li Hualing struggled to control his rapid breaths. The previous punches had been delivered with all his might, yet he was astonished to find that the sword formation remained unbroken. This formation appeared even more formidable than the protective arrays of some great clans. However, it seemed not to have unleashed its full power, as they lacked sufficient energy to do so. With this thought, he mounted the back of the colossal beast. Fire Qilin, charge! Following Li Hualing's command, the beast beneath him ignited with flames and charged toward the sword formation, shaking the ground with each step. Boom! The sword formation twisted and contorted. Yet only half of the blood in the pool was consumed. Boom! The fire Qilin struck again. Unfortunately, the blood pool had already been filled. Damn it! Li Hualing, unwilling to allow his spirit beast to be harmed, jumped off its back and tapped his waist. With a whoosh, a small iron ball the size of a fingernail shot into the sky. After a series of incantations, the iron ball expanded 1,000-fold, spinning in the air. Boom! The iron ball struck, creating a large hole in the barrier of the sword formation. Simultaneously, it fell into the formation. Chapter 1057. A face as pale as death not good. Dodge. Several civilians, caught off guard, were crushed into pulp by the iron ball. But its power did not end there. Flames erupted from it as it hurtled straight toward the blood pool. No, it must not destroy the pool. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, radiating golden light as a dim golden avatar emerged. Boom! Upon contact with the iron ball, he was sent flying 20 meters away. Shannon leaped onto a sandcart. What are you waiting for? Fire the cannons, launch the crossbows. Shannon roared. Brethren, should we attack the iron ball? Attack what? Aim for that man outside. He is the mastermind controlling the iron ball. If we distract him, the iron ball won't ruin the blood pool. Shannon screamed. As a cacophony of cannon fire erupted, the air was filled with the sound of countless projectiles being unleashed. Yet, amidst this barrage aimed at Li Hualing, he remained utterly still, not even shifting his stance. He refrained from invoking the protective divine light, for he lacked the surplus divine essence to sustain it while manipulating the blazing fireball artifact. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clashing resounded as a massive plume of flames ascended into the sky. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, Li Hualing's figure was revealed, unwavering. His gaze fixed intently on the blood pool within the luminous barrier. Behind the shimmering curtain, He Qingji watched him with a conflicted expression, her lips parting several times in an attempt to speak, yet she refrained, acutely aware of the prince's wrath. Any attempt to intervene now could be construed as provocation. At that moment, Shannon leapt towards a crossbow, inserting a unique bolt marked with the character for iridium into its groove. Boom! Ye Feng was once again sent flying 20 meters, the iron ball hurtling towards the blood pool. Duoyan Hena gasped, her eyes rolling back in shock. A multitude of golden threads emerged, relentlessly slicing at the iron ball. They had to protect the blood pool, guard that sacred ground. Ye Feng cried out in desperation, his voice cracking. Ding Tuanshuan, disheveled and weary, staggered to her feet and rushed towards the blood pool. She had sustained grave injuries from the shockwave when the iron ball struck Ye Feng, yet in this battle for survival, she could not afford to falter. Upon reaching the blood pool, she bit her lip and slashed her knife across her carotid artery. Blood gushed forth, spraying half a meter away, cascading directly into the pool. Tuanshuan! Ye Feng roared, his eyes wide with horror. Other citizens, witnessing this, brandished their curved knives and surged towards the blood pool. This time, none opted for wrist cuts. They all chose to sever their arteries. Blood poured forth, rapidly filling the pool. Simultaneously, the power of the golden threads in the sky surged exponentially, barely ensnaring the iron ball. Boom! Shannon released that one-of-a-kind bolt. Outside the barrier, Li Hualing had already sensed the incoming projectile with his formidable divine perception. However, he assumed that this bolt was no different from the previous crossbow shot, devoid of any energy fluctuations indicating it was a spiritual weapon. Could mere mundane iron harm a practitioner of the divine essence realm? To his astonishment, the crossbow bolt pierced through Li Hualing's abdomen, propelling him backward, and seamlessly exited his back, embedding itself with a resounding thud into the ice. This, Li Hualing stared at the gaping wound in his abdomen, nearly doubting his own reality. Mundane iron? How could it penetrate the flesh of a divine essence realm expert? Within the luminous barrier, the flames enveloping the iron ball abruptly extinguished. A multitude of golden threads began to incessantly slice at the iron ball. Ag! Li Hualing roared in fury. forcibly mobilizing the divine essence within him. This time, he was not channeling vital energy. Instead, he summoned a drop of energy that had yet to fully transform into pure divine essence. The iron ball quivered, dispersing the myriad golden threads into nothingness. Smash it down. In a fit of rage, Li Huoling's eyes were bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on Chun and terrified. Chun trembled and hastily dove into the sand cart. Although the crossbow bolt could not inflict significant harm upon him, it was a matter of pride. Before the leaders of the four great sects, he was concerned with his reputation. To have been pierced through the abdomen by a mere human ant in the secret realm would be a scandalous tale upon his return to Sheen County, jeopardizing his authority over the unruly experts there. The golden threads incessantly sliced at the iron ball, which had once appeared formidable, now dimmed, no longer spewing forth flames. With a hum, the golden threads doubled in number, enhancing both their power and sharpness. As the iron ball was relentlessly cut, it finally bore a web of intersecting cracks. "Ah, my treasure, my treasure." The previously composed Li Huoling was left dumbfounded. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the iron ball back. Boom. The iron ball collided violently with the inner surface of the light barrier, causing the entire enclave to tremble. What? Why won't it return? Li Huoling was bewildered. Gritting his teeth once more, he pulled at the iron ball in the void again. Boom. This time, the impact was noticeably less fierce, merely causing the sword formation to sway slightly. Above the blood pool, the divine spear radiated a brilliant golden light, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Below the blood pool, a throng of islanders surged forth, slicing their own arteries. Once they had completed their task, the guards promptly produced potions to stem the bleeding. A grotesque wound appeared on Ding Tuanshuan's delicate neck, already smeared with ointment. Nevertheless, she grasped her curved blade once more and charged towards the blood pool. Susan seized her arm. "Little Tuanshuan, are you trying to throw your life away? Step aside." Ding Tuanshuan once again slashed at the freshly treated wound. This time, only a trickle of blood flowed into the blood pool. Boom, boom, boom. The iron ball continued to batter against the light barrier, causing the sword formation to sway violently. Blood from the pool ebbed and flowed, with donors replacing one another in a relentless cycle, leaving the nurses overwhelmed in their attempts to staunch the bleeding. Duoyan Hena stood upon the altar and suddenly pointed at the divine spear. Remarkably, the spear began to move, carving a sharp arc through the air. Boom. The spear struck the iron ball. A resplendent golden sun rose majestically. Within the light barrier, the iron ball shattered into countless fragments, indiscriminately claiming the lives of numerous citizens and residents. PFF. With the destruction of his treasure, Li Huoling clutched his abdomen and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vitality diminished significantly. My treasure." After uttering this lament, he slid down the light barrier to the ground. "Your Highness." The four purple-clad guards rushed over to support him. "Stand back." Li Huoling forcefully waved his hand, sending the four guards flying 50 meters away. From behind the crowd, Ye Feng observed the scene coldly. With an extensive understanding of formations, she discerned that this was no ordinary array. That divine spear could not possibly be a weapon left by the legendary spear god, could it? Ye Feng gently covered her red lips. The divine spear shattered the iron ball before returning to its original position, continuing to hover in the sky. Duoyan Hena's complexion was as pale as death, as if she might collapse at any moment. Chapter 1058, A Minor Misstep. Ye Feng struggled to stand up, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. How formidable! Is this the might of a God Source Realm expert? Little did he know, Li Huoling was not only a God Source Realm expert, but also at the late stage of that realm. As for his cousin Ye Feng, she was merely at the initial stage of the God Source realm. "Brother Feng, are you all right?" Chunin rushed over, supporting Ye Feng. "Are you blind?" Ye Feng pointed at the blood at the corner of his mouth. "All right, let us hurry and check on little Tuan Tuan. She is losing too much blood," Chunin urged. Ye Feng's heart sank. Suppressing his discomfort, he hurried to the blood pool. Ding Tuan Tuan lay unconscious on the stretcher, while several nurses were applying medicine to her wounds. "Tuan Tuan, my dear sister." Ye Feng's heart ached as he gazed at the two horrific gashes on her neck, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. Others had merely made shallow cuts on the carotid artery, yet hers had been cut deep. Would she survive? Is she going to make it? Ye Feng inquired of one nurse. "It's difficult. She has no blood left in her body, and blood transfusions are of no use now. We can only see if her fate is strong enough," the nurse replied. "No, she cannot die." Ye Feng hesitated momentarily before rummaging through Ding Tuan's belongings. Soon, he found the essence-replenishing pill in her waist pouch. Brother Feng, I'll help you pry her mouth open. Chunin grasped Ding Tuan's chin, forcing her mouth to open. Ye Feng quickly tossed the essence-replenishing pill into her mouth and helped her close her lips. This won't work. She is practically lifeless and cannot expend energy on her own, Chunin said. What to do? Ye Feng pried her mouth open again, retrieving the essence-replenishing pill. Indeed, it showed no signs of melting. At this point, there was no other choice. Ye Feng declared, placing the essence-replenishing pill into his mouth and chewing vigorously until it turned to liquid. He then opened Ding Tuan's mouth once more. As their lips drew near, Ye Feng hesitated for a moment. With a soft sound, the kiss of destiny transpired. Finally, he transferred the essence-replenishing liquid into Ding Tuan's stomach. Now, let us take her back to the hospital for proper care, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Several guards lifted Ding Tuan and rushed her to the hospital. Ye Feng turned his attention to the others. Nearly everyone within the light screens bore wounds on their carotid arteries, though the depths varied greatly, some shallow, others deep. Brother Feng. Chunin touched his neck, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. Relay my orders. Within the light screens, any resident or citizen with a wound on their carotid artery will automatically be classified as a citizen, exempt from voting or requiring approval from the House of Representatives. Ye Feng spoke solemnly. Is that truly permissible? A group of high-ranking officials exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. In jest, I declared that for anyone wounded on the main artery, I would personally return to Hot Spring Island to reveal the truth to Lord Hirishuan, who would then grant each of these valiant warriors a recommendation. On the day of the voting assembly, I would make an appearance to recount their heroic battles and how they valiantly defended the Sword Gorge concession with their very lives. Rest assured, as the former island master, I, Ye Feng, believe that the citizens will honor my presence and grant you a resounding vote of confidence. Ye Feng spoke with a hint of uncertainty. The residents, relieved, felt their recent efforts were not in vain, as they had at least secured a recommendation for citizenship. Indeed, advancement during wartime is the swiftest. In peacetime, the path to citizenship is a distant prospect, and even with a recommendation from the island master, they must still heed the sentiments of the citizens. With this thought, Ye Feng mustered the strength to stand before the light screen, facing the furious Li Huoling. Their gazes clashed across the barrier, echoing the sound of clashing weapons. Li Huoling, you have slain so many of my citizens. One day, you shall pay a heavy price for your actions, Ye Feng declared coldly. Pay a heavy price? Collectively, you are worth less than a fraction of my treasures. This concession is doomed. I shall find a way to break your sword formation, even if it costs me my remaining days, Li Huoling retorted, his resentment surpassing that of Ye Feng. Is that so? I have all the time in the world to engage you. Feel free to come at me. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Humph. Li Huoling turned, hands clasped behind his back, striding toward the four major factions. The members hurriedly lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Wait. You are the Li Huoling of the County Prince's residence, are you not? Li Huoling, I am your father, Ye Feng added with a sharp remark from behind. Li Huoling trembled, a mouthful of blood rising in his throat. After a brief moment, he steadied himself and swallowed the blood back down. I do not wish to hold this against you now, but one day, you will come to regret this. Li Huoling laughed heartily, revealing blood-stained teeth. He continued toward the four factions, his piercing gaze sweeping over their faces, making them too fearful to look up. Though he had not seized the concession this time, he feared mockery from the four factions, compelling him to return and deal with his internal affairs. Junior Brother Wei, I made a fool of myself earlier. How about we have a little spar? Let us see how far your ghost manipulation technique has progressed, Li Huoling inquired, turning to Wei Yinming. I dare not, Your Highness. It was merely a minor misstep. How could I presume to challenge you? Wei Yinming replied, anger causing him to choke on blood. Well, Li Huoling, you cannot handle Ye Feng of Hot Spring Island, yet you turn to me for amusement? Am I truly so easily trifled with? In truth, Li Huoling's actions were born of necessity. He understood human nature well. Previously, he had always suppressed the four factions with sheer force. Now, a slight misstep could provide them with ammunition to undermine his authority, potentially leading to a loss of respect from the people of the entire Sheen County. Disrespect, once sown, spread swiftly and widely. After suffering a crushing defeat, he immediately resolved to rectify matters within. Should any member of the four major sects display even the slightest disrespect, he would not hesitate to take ruthless action to instill fear among internal adversaries. Xiao Li of the Axe Gang, having witnessed the prince's moment of embarrassment, proclaimed, "I have heard of your immense strength. Shall we engage in a contest of might? The loser must commit public seppuku." Li Hualing approached the leader of the Axe Gang. "I dare not compare myself with you. My gang may be formidable against ordinary folk, but before you, my prowess is utterly inconsequential." Xiao Li, infuriated, felt blood rise to his throat. This fellow, unable to hold his own against outsiders, resorts to dragging me down with him? Humph. Li Hualing scoffed and turned his attention to the other two individuals. "What about you two? Care to engage in a demonstration? If you manage to best me with just one hand, I shall relinquish my title of Duke and allow you to take my place." "My lord, we would never dare suggest such a thing. We hold you in the utmost regard. Please do not jest. As we in Xin Prefecture have always regarded the Li family as our leaders, we are merely your loyal servants." Upon hearing their words, Li Hualing begrudgingly nodded, yet did not grant them a favorable countenance, his gaze drifting towards He Qingji in the distance. The imperial concubine sect? Forget it. In his estimation, the sect was hardly worth consideration, even too trivial to warrant intimidation. "Cousin, please set up your small Qiankuan formation, allowing everyone to reside within its warm embrace for a while, so we may deliberate on how to dismantle this sword formation." The last few words escaped Li Hualing's lips through clenched teeth. His animosity towards Ye Feng was profound, extending to the other inhabitants of Hot Spring Island. Previously, he had enjoyed unchallenged authority in Xin Prefecture, and now, for the first time in 300 years, he faced such a complete and utter failure. Indeed, Yu Feihong nodded. Faced with her agitated cousin, she dared not remain aloof, fearing that his wrath might turn against her as well. Furthermore, as members of the Duke's household, unity was essential at this moment. Otherwise, should the four major sects perceive any discord between them, the consequences could be dire. After all, other prefectures boasted numerous formidable beings at the divine origin realm, all eagerly awaiting their chance at the dukedom. Chapter 1059, A Heart Full of Resentment After a While. Ye Feng watched as this group retreated 5 kilometers away. A luminous barrier blossomed from that distance, enveloping not only the group, but also the surrounding inhabitants. The great formation seemed devoid of any defensive capabilities, serving only to provide warmth. Over 100 individuals found refuge within the barrier, commencing a thorough cleansing of the surrounding disaster-stricken populace. Previously, Li Hualing had failed to breach Ye Feng's grand formation, leaving him with a belly full of resentment, which he now directed towards the members of the four major sects. Consequently, they engaged in a brutal massacre of the afflicted citizens. Eliminate them thoroughly. These indigenous insects of the secret realm possess tainted blood. The further they are from our grand formation, the better. Although Li Hualing did not take direct action, he orchestrated the larger scheme from within the barrier, occasionally directing a piercing gaze towards Ye Feng's sword formation. Ye Feng sighed with relief. As long as the targets were not citizens, he felt no remorse for taking lives otherwise. At that moment, 4 squads emerged from 5 kilometers away. They were the elite from the 4 major sects, each wielding a formation plate, moving towards Ye Feng from all cardinal directions. In the blink of an eye, 4 luminous barriers enveloped the hot spring island where Ye Feng resided. "Brother Feng, it seems that the fierce Li Hualing intends to engage in a protracted battle. What if he truly besieges us for a century? We cannot remain confined within the barrier indefinitely." Chun An's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of their situation. After all, they were in a leased territory and needed to maintain communication with the hot spring island. Being surrounded like this would sever their connections. "Shall we issue a bounty notice?" Bai Xiang inquired. "A bounty likely holds little sway over the people of Starmong continent," Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. Although there were over 10 million disaster-stricken individuals outside, they were not foolish enough to clash with a stone wall. "What then? We must devise a plan," Shannon urged. "Let us proceed to the conference room and summon all the senior members. Each of us must propose a solution. Surely we can break this stalemate," Ye Feng declared, striding towards the conference room. After a while, all the senior members gathered. Apart from Duoyan Hena and Chunin, nearly everyone bore scars around their necks, indicating that they had not been idle. Duoyan Hena was occupied with maintaining the sword formation and thus could not sacrifice blood. Shunan was focused on the crossbow and shared the same predicament. Both had legitimate reasons. Should the adversaries truly besiege our leased territory for a century or 500 years, we cannot remain indoors forever. Ye Feng addressed the assembly. Ah Feng, why not continue your cultivation? Your pace is the swiftest among us. We can supply you with all the crystal pills from the hot spring island, Susan suggested. That will not do. My issues with inner demons remain unresolved. If I continue to cultivate, I fear the inner demons will vanquish me before any external threat can. Ye Feng responded, shaking his head. Then, shall you continue practicing the Fan Sheng Shun Mo technique? Duoyan Hena proposed. That too is unfeasible. Upon reaching the true martial realm, my inner demons shifted from passive to active. Regardless of what technique I pursue, the inner demons will confront me, including the Fan Sheng Shun Mo technique. Ye Feng sighed deeply. At that moment, Shunan raised his hand. Brother Feng, it is said that the spear god cultivated at an astonishing speed. How did he overcome his inner demons? I believe he possessed specific methods to counter them, which we have yet to uncover. Shunan's words stirred the assembly. Indeed, given the spear god's rapid cultivation, how was he not ensnared by his inner demons? Could it be that my cultivation approach is flawed? Ye Feng stood, pacing the conference room. Just then, a soldier approached from outside the conference room. Sister Susan, an envoy has arrived. An envoy? The assembly was taken aback. Shouldn't they be at odds with the Duke's residence? Let us go and see, Ye Feng said, leading Susan to the barrier. Beneath the azure glow of the barrier, He Qingji was waving at Ye Feng. Lotus Fairy, should you not be aligned with the Duke's manor? What brings you here now? Ye Feng inquired with a hint of indifference. Who said I must be allied with the Duke's manor? He Qingji replied, her eyes twinkling. Of course, I am ostensibly representing them as an envoy, but in truth, I stand with you. Do you understand? She was acutely aware of the circumstances. Ye Feng had the ability to refine all elixirs, making his worth exponentially greater than that of Li Horling. However, given the current situation, Ye Feng was temporarily unable to compete with the Duke's manor and was forced to remain within the confines of the luminous barrier. Thus, she intended to seize this opportunity to assist Ye Feng, with the hope of forging a deep friendship that would eventually lead to her being appointed as an intermediary on Hot Spring Island, allowing her to reap substantial rewards. Above the transformation elixir lies the divine elixir, and above that, the even more advanced void elixir, each possessing remarkable powers. She was an ambitious woman, unwilling to serve those odious men with mere charm. Instead, she sought to elevate her cultivation to the utmost. Not to mention, reaching the semi-divine realm would render her nearly unmatched on the Starming continent. As for the so-called realms of illumination, void, and divine, she understood that the Starming continent was no longer as it was tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, the number of cultivators was sparse, and spiritual energy was abundant, allowing for the rise of those beyond the illumination realm. In contrast, given today's spiritual energy density on the Starming continent, the semi-divine realm should be considered the pinnacle of existence. Very well. Ye Feng crossed his arms. What is it that you require of me? He asked, his demeanor revealing uncertainty regarding whether He Qingji might employ subterfuge or espionage. Ye Feng, I will discreetly disseminate the news of your elixir refining abilities. First to the 4 great sects, and then to everyone in the Westernine County. Once the entirety of Westernine County is aware, the information will proliferate rapidly. And before long, the whole Starming continent will know of your skills, He Qingji stated. What? You mustn't. If a divine realm expert were to come after me, capturing me to serve as a slave, forcing me to refine elixirs endlessly, what could I do? Ye Feng exclaimed, his expression darkening. Do not worry. Most powerful beings will be skeptical at first. Initially, it will likely attract only those at the divine source realm. After they verify your abilities, stronger individuals may come to negotiate. However, this presents an opportunity for you to have those stronger beings provide you with essential supplies. If I am not mistaken, your bone age appears to be around 30 years. At such a young age, you have already reached the true martial realm. How is your mental state? As a master of the transformation realm, she discerned Ye Feng's inner turmoil at a glance. You are indeed astute. I am currently plagued by inner demons, Ye Feng admitted, lowering his arms and adopting a more sincere expression. He was willing to exchange everything for assistance in overcoming his mental afflictions. Chapter 1060. Allow me to show you something in the starry dream continent. There is, in truth, no specific remedy for the torment of the heart demon. The higher the cultivation level of a practitioner, the more they are plagued by these inner demons. However, fret not. You can assist those of great power in refining elixirs. And in turn, they may impart to you methods to confront the heart demon. I firmly believe there exists a solution that will resonate with you, remarked He Qingji. Yet, I find myself confined here, surrounded by adversaries on all sides, rendering me unable to unleash my prowess, sighed Ye Feng. Do not despair. I shall speak with the leaders of the 4 major sects tonight and subtly probe their loyalty to the Duke's mansion. Perhaps you might leverage your elixir refining abilities to sway them toward our side. He Qingji smiled, regarding Ye Feng as if he were a trove of 100% pure elixirs. Ah, my apologies, Miss He. I mistakenly suspected you of treachery. It seems I underestimated your character. Rest assured, if you manage to convince the leaders of the 4 sects to refrain from targeting me, or even to grant me a secretive favor, I shall offer you an 80% discount on your refining service fees going forward, Ye Feng stated earnestly. No need for such a discount, but I do have a condition. If you agree to my terms, I assure you that the members of the 4 sects will provide you covert assistance. Of course, they dare not openly support you, for Li Hualing is no fool, He Qingji asserted. Pray, enlighten me. I am all ears, Ye Feng said, taking a seat as Susan listened attentively. In the future, an increasing number of powerful individuals will seek you for elixir refinement. Yet, I understand your desire to remain incognito, fearing that some formidable being might bypass the grand formation and capture you to serve as an elixir slave. Therefore, I propose a mutually beneficial solution, He Qingji smiled. Oh, please, do share, Ye Feng said, gazing at He Qingji with earnest curiosity. From now on, the matter of elixir refinement will be attributed to my esteemed sect, the Yunu sect, allowing outsiders to believe that we possess the capability to refine elixirs. In reality, once I acquire the elixirs, I shall discreetly send them to Hot Springs Island for you to refine. Upon successful refinement, I will quietly dispatch someone to retrieve the elixirs and deliver them to those powerful beings. Consider, those high-level practitioners are unlikely to be stingy and will typically offer valuable rewards in return, even if one were to take everything without giving. The ire would be directed solely at my Yunu sect, sparing you and Hot Springs Island from repercussions, He Qingji elaborated. Miss He, surely you do not intend to assist without recompense? Speak plainly, what do you desire? Ye Feng replied with a calm demeanor, his expression shifting from sincerity to that of a shrewd businessman. It is of no consequence. I genuinely admire you, hence my willingness to assist you free of charge, as I feel an instant camaraderie with you, He Qingji said, her face adorned with a mask-like smile. Instant camaraderie? I had a feeling that I, Ye Feng, possess a certain charm with women. In truth, I too feel a kinship with Miss He, Ye Feng thought, his heart swelling with joy at his fortune. Even a beauty of the transformation realm finds him appealing. What if, in the future, he encounters a beauty of the divine realm? Would she also feel an instant connection with him? Beside them, Susan rolled her eyes. Ah Feng, do take heed. With that, Susan turned her attention back to He Qingji. The fairy, I believe you certainly have your advantages, yet our service fee must be settled exclusively in hot spring coins. Moreover, as our link to those formidable individuals, your sphere of influence must indeed be vast, and there must be numerous ways to reap benefits in between. Susan, however, was not deceived and quickly discerned He Qingji's true intentions. Shaner, refrain from your nonsense. It's evident that the fairy has taken quite a liking to me, protested Ye Feng vehemently. I truly cannot tolerate you, Susan retorted, rolling her eyes heavenward. Fairy, it's settled then. Once we overthrow that prince's mansion, we shall become sworn siblings of the opposite gender. Upon finishing his statement, Ye Feng discreetly winked at He Qingji. Very well. He Qingji blushed and reciprocated the gesture with a wink of her own. I shall return and await your good news, Ye Feng said. His face flushed as he departed with Susan. Once Ye Feng left, the rosy hue on He Qingji's face vanished, and her charming demeanor transformed back to one of aloofness. What a foolish boy! Yet, he possesses a certain charm, she mused before making her way towards the Axe Gang among the 4 major factions. It was rumored that the members of the Axe Gang were rather simple-minded. She would begin by deceiving them. As she stepped into the light screen, she spotted the leader of the Axe Gang along with the heads of the other 3 factions gathered in hushed discussion. Gentlemen, I hope I am not intruding. What are you deliberating? He Qingji effortlessly entered the light screen, for such minor formations were insufficient to deter individuals, they merely warded off the cold. Oh no, not at all. We were merely discussing how to assist the prince in dealing with Ye Feng. That Ye Feng has gone too far, destroying our prince's treasured artifact, Wei Ming said, his expression betraying unease. Indeed, we have all been pondering ways to avenge the prince. Ye Feng's audacity has not only harmed him, but has brought misfortune upon us all in Xiyin County. We must stand united, should we not, fairy? Wei Yiming's gaze fixed intently on He Qingji as he uttered the last 6 words. Well, that is rather difficult to ascertain. I cannot speak for the true sentiments of my esteemed seniors, He Qingji responded ambiguously. The heads of the 4 major factions, seasoned and astute, immediately grasped that this woman was of a similar ilk. Yet, some probing was still necessary. It is said that the women's cult frequently provides services to those of the royal household. Surely, the relationship between your leader and the royal family is quite profound? Indeed, the women's cult is exclusive to the royal household. How could we possibly compare? The leaders exchanged veiled insinuations, suggesting that He Qingji had ascended through her physical allure. As anticipated, He Qingji's complexion darkened, and she could no longer maintain her facade. Who claims that I share a close relationship with the royal household? We are all astute individuals here, so there is no need for pretense. I possess a channel through which you may attain the realm of divine origin within 50 years, perhaps even in less than 50 years. What? You jest. 50 years? Ha ha. Fairy, that is not how one tells a joke. A chorus of derisive laughter erupted from the group. Yet, they refrained from mentioning He Qingji's perceived disrespect towards the royal household. Is that so? Allow me to show you something. After Qing Ji finished speaking, she took out the 100 pure transformation elixir. Instantly, a wave of gasps echoed within the luminous barrier. Subsequently, a darkened screen enveloped the 5 formidable experts, effectively sealing off all external sounds. On Ye Feng's side, he began to methodically inspect his territory. Although he had once been the retired island master, circumstances had changed. With formidable foes lurking outside, he had no choice but to reclaim power. Only after ensuring the complete safety of the territory would he consider delegating authority again, embodying the true demeanor of a ruler. Good evening, Brother Feng. Yes, stand guard well, and do not doze off tonight, Ye Feng said as he patted the shoulder of a guard. Understood. The guard immediately stood erect. Good evening, Brother Feng, greeted a 9th-tier power king who had been summoned from beyond the luminous barrier, his neck still bandaged. Jahi, do your best. Once we repel them, I will take you back to Hot Spring Island for the voting assembly, giving you a chance to become a citizen. Yes, Brother Feng. Jahi straightened his posture at once. Chapter 1061. Let us step outside. I would like to speak with her privately. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly turned his gaze towards the luminous barrier. Brother Feng, what are you looking at? Jahi followed his gaze. After 2 minutes, 3 figures finally came into view. Brother Feng, how did you know someone was coming? Don't ask, it's instinct, Ye Feng replied with an air of nonchalance, redirecting his attention to the 3 individuals beyond the barrier. One of them he recognized as He Qingji's right protector, a master of the late innate stage. However, the 2 accompanying him caused Ye Feng's expression to darken slightly. Jahi understood the implication and quickly raised his crossbow, aiming at the figures outside. The 2 newcomers were both at the pinnacle of transformation, displaying no intent to conceal their power. In truth, Ye Feng had a rough idea of their intentions, but remained vigilant nonetheless. Who are you? Ye Feng approached the luminous barrier, gazing at them across the divide. The trio halted 7 meters away from him. Mr. Yi, you are an astute individual and should comprehend the purpose of my visit. Allow me to introduce you, one of them said, gesturing towards a man adorned with a skull emblem. This is the leader of the Ghost Control sect, Wei Yiming. Greetings, Lord Wei. Ye Feng maintained a degree of courtesy. However, Wei Yiming's gaze flickered, and he did not reciprocate the greeting. His purpose was straightforward, to ascertain whether Hot Spring Island truly possessed the capability to refine elixirs. If so, he would determine whether to pursue a partnership, regardless of the risk of being discovered by the Duke's residents. After all, an organization capable of refining elixirs was unparalleled across the entire Starmon continent. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Establishing a lasting connection with Ye Feng could guarantee his breakthrough to the divine origin realm within a century. At that point, what could Li Hualing do? This is Qiao Li, the leader of the Axe Gang, the Right Protector introduced again. Ah, so it is the renowned Qiao Gang leader. I have long admired your reputation. Ye Feng clasped his hands together, a hint of meaning in his gesture. Have you heard of my illustrious name, even within the confines of the Gale Zone? Xiao Li regarded Ye Feng with a skeptical expression. Ha ha ha, well said, well said. You two have come to me, presumably to ascertain whether my hot spring island possesses the capability to refine elixirs, correct? If so, present your inferior pills to me now, and in 3 days, I shall return to you potions of 100% purity, Ye Feng stated directly, avoiding any circumlocution. Exchanging glances, Wei Yiming and Xiao Li shared a subtle smile before producing a Pei Yuan Dan, both with a purity below 70%. Here you go. Excellent. Upon receiving the elixirs, Ye Feng looked at the two once more. You may return and await good news. Ye Feng smiled. Yes, should the refining be successful. The leader will reward handsomely and may even elevate you to the position of Grand Protector of my axe gang. Xiao Li boasted unabashedly. He did not believe he was overreaching, considering Ye Feng was merely in the early stages of true martial, while he himself stood in the late stages of transformation. There was a significant disparity of two great realms between them. Let us discuss that later. This time, I shall refine your potions free of charge. However, should you wish to refine higher-grade elixirs in the future, a service fee will be required. I estimate it will be no less than 20 to 30 million hot spring coins. You can visit the hot spring bank south of the screen and exchange your valuable possessions for hot spring coins, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Too troublesome, Ye Feng. I can simply reward you with a few nourishing chi pills when the time comes. Why complicate matters? Xiao Li replied impatiently. Well, I cannot assist with that. The refining process relies on the entire national apparatus of Hot Spring Island to achieve 100% purity. They only accept hot spring coins. And I alone cannot grant you any exceptions, Ye Feng casually fabricated, not wishing to reveal to these individuals that the entire refining process depended solely on him. Otherwise, he would become a target, susceptible to kidnapping and reduced to their elixir slave. Simultaneously, this approach ensured that they would hesitate to indiscriminately harm the citizens of Hot Spring Island, fearing that the elimination of citizens would disrupt the refining process. In essence, Ye Feng's narrative distributed the risks among the citizens while allowing them to reap the benefits. The expressions of the three darkened. Strangely enough, they had indeed felt an impulse to kidnap Ye Feng earlier, alongside seizing the so-called refining apparatus of Hot Spring Island. With that, they could refine elixirs themselves, not only for their own use, but also for the powerful across the continent, collecting a fraction of the benefits to elevate their sect into a formidable force within the Black Mountain Kingdom. Very well. I shall find a way to exchange for hot spring coins. Xiao Li nodded, and the three gradually faded into the darkness. Zhahe promptly retracted his crossbow, looking at Ye Feng with curiosity. Brother Feng, refining elixirs doesn't seem to concern us, does it? Why have you tethered us to this war chariot? You may not grasp this yet, but glory is something I wish to bestow upon all the people of Hot Spring Island. Who can blame me for being a man of great righteousness? Ye Feng smiled as he patted his shoulder. However, Zhahe remained silent, feeling quite discontented. I must visit a patient at the hospital now. You take care, Ye Feng declared, striding purposefully toward the hot spring hospital. As for the Pei Yuan elixir in his hand, Ye Feng was in no rush to purify it. He intended to deliberately delay the process for a few days, knowing that outsiders believed purifying such a substance to be troublesome and complex. Otherwise, why would they be willing to pay exorbitant service fees? How would the Hot Spring Island exploit this method to exert economic influence across the entire Xingming continent? Upon arriving at the Hot Spring Hospital, Ye Feng entered Ding Tuanshuan's ward. At that moment, her complexion was pale, and two nurses were diligently attending to her, administering blood transfusions and helping her bathe. Mr. Yi, you have arrived? The two nurses bowed respectfully. While nominally, He Li Xian was the island master of Hot Spring Island, the citizens were well aware of the reality. Ye Feng was the soul of Hot Spring Island, while Wang Zhihai represented its exterior. The synergy between the two had forged the advanced civilization of Hot Spring Island, ensuring the happiness of its citizens. Thank you. You may leave now. I wish to spend some time alone with her, Ye Feng said politely. Understood. The nurses exited, closing the door behind them. Ye Feng sat by Ding Tuanshuan's bedside, gently grasping her delicate hand. Little Tuanshuan, please awaken. Whatever you wish for upon waking, I shall fulfill. I will heed your every desire. Do you remember by the creek? You were just a child of 14 then, and now you have blossomed into a 22-year-old young woman. It would be such a pity if you were to pass away before marriage. You must awaken. Do you recall the Heishui River region? And the little loyal dog? It sacrificed itself to save you. Do not let its sacrifice be in vain. Ye Feng's tone was as gentle as a father's. Chapter 1062. Essentially immune, they spent 2 hours alone together before Ye Feng departed the hot spring hospital and made his way to his training room. The purity of these 2 Peiyuan elixirs was not high. He would need 3 to 4 hours to achieve complete purification. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng began his work. 10 kilometers away from the concession, within a small holographic display, Li Huoling sat in the main seat, flanked by 4 members of the purple-clad guards. In the other seats were the leaders of the 4 major sects from the Gangfeng region, along with the heads of several smaller sects, including the leader of the Uni sect, He Qingji. For the time being, I require you all to maintain constant vigilance around Hot Spring Island. No ant must be allowed to escape. Is that understood? Li Huoling's voice resonated with authority, and none dared to contradict him. Yes, understood. The leaders of various sects nodded in agreement, submissively. If we manage to capture Ye Feng alive this time, I shall permit all sects present to seek spiritual stone mines in Xin County independently, and upon discovery, I will only collect 70% of the tax from you. Li Huoling stated matter-of-factly. Previously, he had commanded a tax of 90%, inciting outrage among the sects of Xin County, yet they had dared not protest. With this in mind, Li Huoling turned his gaze toward He Qingji. Revered Master He, should you achieve great merit this time, I, the prince, shall promise to take your daughter as my wife, Li Huoling declared with a self-satisfied smile. He intended to entice other sects into servitude through this proposition. The leaders of the other sects exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions laden with complexity as they regarded He Qingji. Serving the prince is the duty of our Yu sect. There is no need for your highness to lower himself by marrying my unworthy daughter. She is not deserving of you. He Qingji was taken aback, bewildered by the calamity that had unexpectedly befallen her. It was well known that the prince's residence was notorious for its chaos, often involving shared relationships among fathers and sons, even spanning generations. If her daughter were truly to be wed there, it would be akin to leaping into a pit of flames. However, Li Huoling, accustomed to flattery, mistakenly believed He Qingji's words were sincere. It matters not. She need not be the principal wife, merely a secondary or even a clandestine consort. Of course, should she prove herself worthy, perhaps I shall elevate her to the status of a legitimate consort. A legitimate consort is preferable to a mere mistress, and any offspring could be recognized within my princely household. Li Huoling stroked his beard thoughtfully. In truth, there was a time, particularly when he first assumed the title of prince, when he exhibited clarity of mind. Yet, as the sycophantic praises grew ever more ludicrous, he began to believe that every woman in the West Yin County yearned to join his household. Little did he realize that their obsequiousness stemmed from fear of inciting his wrath. Who would willingly push their daughter into such a perilous situation? While the princely residence indeed possessed a formidable background, should their daughters fall victim to the whims of its inhabitants, they would be left to swallow their grievances, even publicly chastising their daughters for failing to serve men properly. Ultimately, the truth remained that no one dared to challenge the prince's power. Yes, your highness. Oh no. Thank you for your gracious favor, He Qingji replied, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, her heart heavy with despair. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Li Huoling's laughter echoed. Yet his demeanor shifted abruptly as he turned his attention to the others. Last time, my treasure inflicted grievous damage upon the sword formation of Spring Island, a fact witnessed by all. Were it not for my benevolent heart, Spring Island would have been utterly vanquished. Would you not agree? Upon his utterance, an aura of power enveloped him, resonating with the sounds of clashing weapons within the luminescent barrier. Indeed, indeed. How could the prince's treasure be destroyed by such a trivial place as Spring Island? It was the prince's compassion that spared them from annihilation. Rest assured, once we return to the outside world, we shall inform the other sects that your highness granted Spring Island a reprieve, only to be met with their ingratitude. As for your treasure, yes, it was indeed lost to a formidable practitioner of the void refinement realm, though, of course, your highness also vanquished that practitioner's treasure. A fair exchange. Ha ha ha, precisely, a fair exchange. It is truly remarkable that with your divine origin realm prowess, you were evenly matched with a void refinement practitioner. A group of astute individuals hastily lavished praise upon him, fully aware that Li Huoling was a man who inflated his own image. In such circumstances, maintaining his facade was paramount. Ha ha ha, splendid. The truth is as it stands, is it not? At last, a smile graced Li Huoling's face. Just then, a silver-armored guard entered the ice house, his expression fraught with tension. What is it? Is there something amiss? A heaviness settled in Li Huoling's heart. Your Highness, the silver-armored guard whispered. Why speak in hushed tones? Declare it openly before everyone. These individuals are the pillars of our Xi'an County. Li Huoling pushed the guard aside. Very well. Your Highness, there appears to be a contagious disease, seemingly transmitted through blood, which has begun to spread among the common folk in Xi'an County. The guard continued. The young master has also contracted this illness. At that moment, dozens of gazes turned sharply towards Li Huoling. I thought it to be a grave matter, shrouded in mystery, a contagious disease. I merely need to infuse my young master with a touch of divine essence to ensure his immunity against all ailments, Li Huoling asserted with confidence. Upon hearing this, the sect leaders collectively exhaled in relief. The contagion primarily affected the common populace. Once one achieved a certain level of cultivation, they were largely immune. However, the silver-armored guard shook his head. Alas, the situation is likely more complex. A month ago, commoners could recover with a simple infusion of energy from a cultivator. But now the required energy must be doubled to contain this contagion. Even then, as the temperature in Xi'an County drops, the affliction may re-emerge. Thus, Your Highness, we implore you to return to Xi'an County to oversee epidemic prevention, lest the lower strata descend into utter chaos, the guard urged, appearing as though he had just traversed the treacherous gale winds region. As the temperature gradually fell, a cold wave broke through the gale winds area, spreading across all of Xi'an County. Could we not appoint someone else to manage the epidemic response? I cannot easily depart until I have secured Ye Feng's hot spring island. Li Huoling hesitated. In truth, he felt quite powerless against Ye Feng's island. His earlier proclamation to blockade Ye Feng for a century had been mere bluster. It was impossible for him to endure such a standoff for 100 years without advancing in his cultivation. The others seemed to discern Li Huoling's inner turmoil. Your Highness, do not worry. Return with peace of mind. We will ensure that Hot Spring Island remains impenetrable, preventing Ye Feng from escaping. He Ji exclaimed joyfully, the first to step forward in support. Indeed, Your Highness, given your esteemed status, it is unbecoming to remain here to confront a mere, true martial realm cultivator. Leave it to us. I assure you that when you return, Ye Feng will still be imprisoned within the sword formation. Your Highness, please return to oversee the larger picture. For the sake of all Xi'an County, we beseech you to return. The entire county will be grateful for your magnanimity. In unison, they knelt before him, providing him the opportunity to withdraw gracefully. Chapter 1063. You are certainly facing a dead end. After pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind him, Li Huoling finally nodded. In that case, Ziyan, you shall remain here in your capacity as the leader of the Purple Garment Guards to oversee matters in my stead. Once I have gained control over the epidemic in Xi'an County, I shall return promptly, Li Huoling declared. A member of the Purple Guard emerged, kneeling before Li Huoling. Rest assured, Your Highness, all is well with Ziyun present, he declared. Ziyun, ranked first among the 4 great Purple Guards, was a formidable force at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Very well, there is no time to waste. I must return to Xi'an County at once. The Jianjian Gorge Enclave is now referred to as North Hot Spring Island. Within North Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng was pacing through the hospital, his countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. Brother Feng, another person has been infected. Brother Feng, 7 more have been brought in. Brother Feng, 3 additional individuals are also infected. The hospital corridors were filled to capacity with the afflicted. At this moment, Chunin approached. Brother Feng, most of those infected are blood slaves. Moreover, I have observed that the potency of the goo worm disease is growing increasingly severe. Even those at the 9th tier Power King level, or even Power Emperor, are succumbing to it. What of the 3rd generation deworming medicine sent from South Hot Spring Island? How much is left? Ye Feng inquired. Not much, only a little over 200 bottles remain. We dare not use it recklessly on the residents since it is intended to safeguard the citizens, Chunin replied. Does the 3rd generation deworming medicine still work against the current goo worm disease? Ye Feng asked. Recently, it seems ineffective. Now, one must consume 5 or 6 bottles to manage the goo worm disease, whereas previously, a single bottle sufficed to cure it. Brother Feng, will these goo worm infections spread across the entire continent? Even true martial realm and transformation realm cannot withstand such contagion? Chun An's expression darkened. The previous night, his wife, Xiao Shui, had begun coughing as well, and it was only after consuming 3 bottles of the 3rd-generation deworming medicine that she found relief. Has South Hot Spring Island developed a 4th-generation deworming medicine? Ye Feng pressed further. I cannot say. We are surrounded and have lost contact with South Hot Spring Island. Chunin lamented. Alas, at present, North Hot Spring Island lacks the capability to develop deworming medicine. Only South Hot Spring Island possesses such ability. We must find a way to restore communication with them. With this thought, Ye Feng slowly exited the hospital and approached the luminous screens, surveying the myriad of temporary formations brought by the various factions of Xin County. As he drew near the screens, his expression shifted dramatically. Outside, a cacophony of coughs echoed, indicating that the situation beyond the screens was equally dire. It was likely that the majority of the over 10 million people outside had already been infected. Is that not the Lord of Ye Island? What troubles you? The situation within your screens appears rather grim. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the shadows. The foremost wore purple robes, while the 2 behind donned silver armor. Are you from the Duke's residence? Ye Feng's demeanor changed. Indeed. Our prince has returned to Xin County to oversee matters, leaving this guard here to monitor your every move, Ziyun stated indifferently. What? Are you saying Li Huoling has departed? Ye Feng's heart surged with joy. What? Your expression of delight suggests that this guard cannot contain you? Ziyun's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly struck the screen with his fist. Boom. Centered around his fist, the entire screen began to twist and distort within a 100-meter radius. Do you see that? You should remain within the protective barrier. Refrain from wandering about. Otherwise, the moment you step out, I shall capture you without hesitation, warned Ziyun before casting a cautionary glance at Ye Feng and departing. As a member of the Purple Guard, his duty was simply to ensure that Ye Feng did not escape. As for exterminating him, that was not his prerogative. He merely needed to execute the prince's orders. After a while, a multitude of refugees began to gather outside the barrier, encircling the entirety of North Hot Spring Island. Please, grant me some deworming medicine. I implore you. My son is on the brink of death. Mr. Yi, have mercy and help me. I require deworming medicine. Mr. Yi, I possess wealth. I shall purchase it. Confronted with the throng of desperate souls, Ye Feng furrowed his brow and turned his attention to the foremost figure, the Strength King. My good fellow, did you not purchase over 100 bottles of deworming medicine last time? The previous kind of deworming medicine is now obsolete. It merely alleviates coughing and fails to control the proliferation of the parasitic insects within. I have heard that a new generation of deworming medicine has been developed on Hot Spring Island. I kindly request you sell me some. Even if it costs 5,000 per bottle, I will buy it. The Strength King, as he spoke, produced a thick wad of banknotes. Rest assured, the deworming medicine will eventually be available. Upon your return, ease your labor and worries, indulge in ample food and drink, and avoid psychological stress. Furthermore, refrain from activities outside the ice house to prevent exposure to the cold. By maintaining a relaxed state of mind and body, the potency of the parasitic disease will diminish, and the likelihood of infection will be reduced. Ye Feng endeavored to impart his wisdom to them. Mr. Yi, it is easy for you to speak from a place of comfort. How can we relax? We must toil daily to earn hot spring coins, and without those coins, what shall we eat? Indeed, Ye Feng, if you possess even a modicum of compassion, you should promptly provide us with the latest deworming medicine. Now, at once. The pleas of the refugees morphed into moral coercion, which then escalated to vitriol. Ye Feng's expression turned icy. Have you lost your senses? The deworming medicine is a product of our own research on Hot Spring Island. I could very well refuse to sell it to you. What could you possibly do about it? If you have the capability, conduct your own research. Exactly, as Brother Feng rightly states, go ahead and develop your own. Chunin chimed in, rebuking them from the sidelines. The crowd outside was momentarily taken aback. Yet, they had been driven to their limits. You scoundrel, Ye Feng, are you not afraid that we will join forces with the people of Star Dream Continent to breach your sword formation? Ye Feng, do not be so foolish. We have discerned your cowardice, cowering behind the barrier from the people of Star Dream Continent. Should we ally with them, your fate is sealed. Indeed, unless you remain ensconced within this sword formation for all eternity. The cacophony of insults rang out in waves. In that moment, Ye Feng seemed to become a public enemy. Brother Feng, we at North Hot Spring Island are now unjustly vilified, for their inability to produce deworming medicine compels them to blame us. Chun An's countenance turned grim amidst the vitriol of hundreds of thousands. Fear not. They are merely words. Let them hurl their insults. Ye Feng crossed his arms, coldly surveying the beleaguered refugees outside. However, if over 10 million people outside harbor animosity towards our hot spring island, we will find it increasingly difficult to replenish the number of blood slaves. You are well aware that prolonged blood extraction cannot sustain those within the barrier for long before a fresh batch is required. Moreover, with the rampant spread of the goo worm disease, we cannot afford to draw their blood excessively, as it will weaken them. Once weakened, they become susceptible to direct infection from the goo worm disease, Chenin remarked. Ye Feng sighed deeply, alas. What a predicament. In the past, although the goo worm disease existed, it posed little significant threat to Hot Spring Island. However, the situation has changed with the outbreak of the disease. Even those of royal stature are beginning to fall ill. Surprisingly, South Hot Spring Island has not witnessed major turmoil. A week prior, an outbreak did occur. But thanks to the collective efforts of the Hot Spring Hospital's Hanyue Ferry by Chu Xue and Xinglan the Great Pharmacist, they developed a fifth-generation deworming medicine. This remedy was transformed from a bottled solution into granular form by simply placing a single granule in a barrel of water. Each person could take a sip to effectively cure the goo worm disease. Thus, the cooler South Hot Spring Island is thriving amidst this chaos. He Lishuan promptly commended the Hot Spring Hospital. Following Wang Zhihai's suggestion, a tertiary classification was added to the hospital. At that moment, before the barrier, the three leading figures of the Hot Spring Hospital convened, observing the orderly scene outside. Director, you are remarkable for having developed such a deworming medicine, Bai Chu Xue praised sincerely. Vice Director Bai, you overestimate me. Rather, it is you who has impressed me. You managed to categorize elements. The Vice Director responded modestly. Previously, we practitioners could vaguely sense the elements in nature, yet we had never named or classified them. You not only categorized them, but also fused various elements to create a new one. Without your elemental chart, even my extensive experience would not have facilitated my smooth journey as a pharmacist. After Hanyue spoke, she turned to Qinglan the Great Pharmacist, Director Qinglan. You have also performed admirably. Although the formula for the fifth-generation deworming medicine was developed by us, many intricate tasks were personally handled by you. Sister, you flatter me. The work I undertook lacks any technical complexity. It was merely tedious, something anyone could accomplish, Qinglan humbly replied. No, if it were someone else, they may not have managed it with such finesse. Bai Chu Xue shook her head. Just then, Chue Ma approached from a distance. Esteemed Director, it is fortuitous that you three are present. Lord He Lishuan has summoned you for a meeting. There are developments concerning North Hot Spring Island. What developments? Bai Chu Xue asked. Alarmed. It seems our new generation of deworming medicine was intercepted by some powerful individuals while en route to North Hot Spring Island. We must hurry to the conference room. The island master is quite anxious, Chue Ma explained urgently. Understood, let us go at once. The three women hastened towards the conference hall. Upon arrival, they found the hall already filled with the high-ranking officials of Hot Spring Island. Each individual wore a furrowed brow, save for Wang Zhihai, who appeared remarkably at ease. He Lixian rose to address the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, the situation has grown increasingly intricate. According to the messenger who managed to return, North Hot Springs Island has incurred the ire of those from the Star Dream continent. A multitude of formidable true martial realm experts, including those of innate and transformation realms, have gathered there. They have besieged Brother Feng's North Hot Springs Island, and concurrently, a massive plague has erupted. Our latest anti-parasitic medicine, however, cannot be delivered to the island. The gravity of his words startled everyone present. Ye Feng was the very soul of their island. His downfall would plunge North Hot Springs Island into chaos. Setting aside the question of whether Wang Zhihai would resort to tyranny, interdepartmental relations would undoubtedly fray, with each faction refusing to yield to the other. Though Ye Feng was not the island lord at present, the cooperation among various departments was sustained by his esteemed reputation. Should Ye Feng be lost, the engineering department would disregard the hospital, while the hospital would look down upon the garment factory. Furthermore, the military branches, land, sea, and air, would certainly heed only Wang Zhihai. For in their eyes, Ye Feng was paramount, with Wang Zhihai following in rank. Without Ye Feng, they would not regard He Lixian, solely obeying Wang Zhihai. At that juncture, the council would merely become a decorative entity, as its authority rested solely on Ye Feng's protection. Otherwise, why would the leaders of various departments heed them? These factions were all powerful entities, even possessing their own military might. Haha, let us not despair. I firmly believe Brother Feng will navigate this perilous situation with finesse. Wang Zhihai chuckled heartily. Li Xian interjected, Zhihai, we cannot dismiss this lightly. I propose that we arrange for additional scouts to mobilize the 1,000,000 individuals outside, sending them in batches with the latest anti-parasitic medicine into North Hot Springs Island. Li Xian suddenly regained clarity, realizing that his position as Island Lord was merely elevated by Ye Feng. Should Ye Feng meet misfortune, the true power players in various departments would scarcely acknowledge his authority, particularly Wang Zhihai. As the adage goes, even the wisest of men may err, yet in this moment, Li Xian, typically not the sharpest, found himself enlightened. It was only now that he grasped the significance of Ye Feng. Wang Zhihai fell silent, casting his gaze toward the elderly members of the council. Hu Zhua rapped the table, declaring, very well, with everyone from the council present. We shall proceed to vote on the proposal to appoint our esteemed Island Lord. Following this, Hu Zhua, as the presiding officer, raised his hand in support. The assembly of council members, this time uncharacteristically diligent, collectively raised their hands, and astonishingly, the vote passed unanimously. This was an unprecedented occurrence since the establishment of the council. Although these members were typically stern and inflexible, they were acutely aware that Ye Feng was the protector of their assembly. Otherwise, why would Wang Zhihai, Li Xian, and the heads of the island's powerful factions heed their counsel? Very well, I shall promptly issue a bounty notice. Heads of the hospital and various pharmaceutical factories, I expect you to work day and night to produce the latest generation of antiparasitic medicine. I harbor suspicions that a substantial portion of the deworming medication transported to North Hot Springs Island will be seized by individuals from starry Mongol continent, leaving only a scant share to fall into Feng Ji's hands, Li Xian remarked. Wang Zhihai absent-mindedly scratched his nose, his brows slightly arching. So, are we not merely delivering provisions to starry Mongol continent? Silence, Wang Zhihai. Be quiet. I am the island master, and the House of Representatives has passed this unanimously. Li Xian retorted, for the first time in his life losing his temper with Wang Zhihai. Yes, island master, Wang Zhihai acquiesced, ultimately opting for restraint. As long as Ye Feng remained alive, he would never take risks. After a while, a series of bounty tokens were placed beside the luminous screen, ensuring visibility for the over 100 million outside. A few of the power kings jostled closer, peering at the bounties displayed on the screen. What is happening on Hot Springs Island today? The sun hasn't even risen yet, and they're already issuing bounties. Wait, just for running an errand. One can earn 5 million? What are we waiting for? Let's hurry to sign up. I've been idling for 6 months, just waiting for this opportunity to amass wealth overnight. Chapter 1065, Reaping the World? A single trip yields 5 million, from here to Sword Gorge. If one takes a sand cart, the round trip only takes about 3 months. Running 4 times a year amounts to 20 million. If I persist for 5 years, that's 100 million. Ha ha ha. Stop laughing. Did you not see the small print beside it? There are risks of demise, as North Hot Springs Island is already surrounded by formidable foes. But the bounty is simply too enticing. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. If there were no danger, why would Hot Springs Island offer such a generous reward? Some power kings clamored excitedly, forming a long queue. Within North Hot Springs Island, the control over the parasitic insects was nearly established. However, outside the luminous screen, over 10 million people were lamenting, with bonfires igniting one after another. Those individuals had lost family and friends. The infected had to be cremated promptly, for if they were not, they would soon resurrect. Yet, the resurrected kin would no longer be the same. They would indiscriminately attack the living, siphoning their blood and expelling the parasites within their bodies into the survivors. Ye Feng stood before the luminous screen, gazing at the hellscape outside. Beside him stood the high-ranking officials of North Hot Springs Island. Ah Feng, it is truly tragic. If we disregard them, all over 10 million outside will succumb to infection and become living carriers, Susan said. The situation was dire, and Ye Feng had no choice but to reclaim the highest authority over North Hot Springs Island, with Susan once again relegated to the role of his secretary. Convey my orders. Instruct the North Hot Springs Hospital to commence the development of deworming medication. We cannot solely rely on South Hot Springs Island to supply it. Ye Feng commanded. Yes, Several doctors immediately returned to the hospital. Chunin, draft the bounty notice and inform those outside that if they desire deworming medication, they must hunt down the people from the Duke's manor. For each kill, they will receive 5 vials of the 3rd-generation deworming medication. Ye Feng continued. Brother Feng, after the consumption over the past half-month, we are down to merely 70 bottles of our 3rd-generation deworming medicine. This is meant for emergencies. What if citizens become infected? Chunin inquired. You wouldn't dare to substitute the 2nd generation for the 3rd, would you? After all, the 2nd-generation deworming medicine can be continuously supplied by Baiwenquan Hospital, at least ensuring that the parasites do not proliferate immediately, Ye Feng replied. Very well, but can they truly eliminate the people from the Duke's manor? It is crucial to note that there are over 10 million of them, and yet the forces of the Emperor number fewer than 20. However, they must contend with that mid-transformation Ziyun and the dozen or so black and silver armored guards, Susan questioned. Inform the 4 major sects, as well as other minor factions, that the goo worm plague will inevitably breach the barrier of the storm zone and spread to their Xingming continent. Moreover, the potency of the goo worm plague will only intensify, leaving even them ultimately unable to escape its grasp. Therefore, they must deliberate carefully on whether to assist in hunting down those from the Duke's manor. Even if they cannot kill them, it suffices to have them obstruct the Duke's forces, for instance, by piling excrement beside the grand formation of the Duke's manor. After all, we must employ every means necessary to prevent them from surrounding our hot spring island, Ye Feng stated calmly. Understood, I shall draft a bounty notice immediately. Chunin replied before hastily executing the command. At that moment, 5 figures emerged through the icy wilderness. Ye Feng recognized Qiao Li and Wei Yinming. Ye Feng, come out and surrender quickly. Do not waste everyone's time any longer. We do not wish to remain in this wretched place, Wei Yinming shouted loudly, deliberately for the benefit of others. His purpose for coming was quite straightforward. After a while, the 5 individuals finally reached the luminous barrier. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for my earlier outburst. It was truly unavoidable. Please do not take it to heart, Wei Yinming spoke softly. What brings you here? Ye Feng asked with indifference. Mr. Yi, I possess 3 transformation pills, 17 cultivation pills, and 200 vitality pills. I kindly request that you initiate the purification process on Hot Spring Island's production line to refine these inferior pills to 100% purity, Wei Yiming stated, producing a burlap sack from his waist. The sack contained the inferior pills he had meticulously gathered from various sects after leaving the storm zone. These inferior pills held almost no value. He had exchanged merely one 70% pure vitality pill for this multitude of inferior pills. Even so, those sects deemed Wei Yinming to be quite mad. Naturally, some astute individuals dispatched scouts into the storm zone to decipher what scheme Wei Yinming was concocting. I see. Inferior pills? I fear the service fee will be rather steep. A flat rate of 1 billion hot spring coins, Ye Feng remarked nonchalantly. What? 1 billion hot spring coins? How about this? Do not charge me, as it is too cumbersome to exchange. Once purified, you may keep half of the pills for yourself. Wei Yiming's voice trembled slightly. It was vital to note that among those inferior pills were 3 transformation pills, and if refined to 100% purity, it would be akin to turning stone into gold, to say nothing of receiving half the reward from Ye Feng. Even if Ye Feng were to leave him with just 1 transformation pill, he would gladly accept. No, it must be a direct exchange, cash for goods. Ye Feng resolutely shook his head. He was determined to establish the reputation of the hot spring coin, compelling the arrogant individuals of the Starry Dream continent to recognize its true value. Otherwise, how could he hope to harness the power of currency to reap the world? But that Wang Jihe from your bank is utterly unreliable. The last time I attempted to exchange 100 million hot spring coins, he insisted that my exquisite spirit sword was only worth that amount. As you know, the exquisite spirit sword is my primary weapon. Without it, my strength would diminish significantly. Wei Yiming lamented. Behind him stood Qiao Li and the leaders of 2 other major factions, alongside a newly appointed leader, the master of the Black Wind sect, the very sect to which the deceased Qingmu belonged. How about this? You need not exchange your flying sword. Do you see that individual over there? He is drafting a bounty notice. Perhaps you could gain some coins from it, Ye Feng suggested, gesturing towards Chun An's position. Oh, a bounty notice? Huh, that sounds promising. Brother Qiao, let us go and investigate. The 5 exchanged knowing smiles and promptly made their way toward Chunin. To them, It seemed a fortuitous opportunity to acquire hot spring coins without sacrificing their flying swords, a true win-win situation. After a short while, they arrived before the luminous screen, scrutinizing the inscriptions displayed. Hot Spring Bounty Notice. Eliminate a black armored guard of the Duke's residence and present the head for a reward of 10 million hot spring coins. Eliminate a silver armored guard of the Duke's residence and present the head for a reward of 50 million hot spring coins. Eliminate the purple clad guard, Ziyun, and receive a reward of 300 million hot spring coins. Gasp. The five collectively inhaled sharply. Such audacity to issue bounties for the Duke's men. It appeared that only individuals from the Duke's residence typically placed bounties on others, yet here in this remote land, the Duke's residence itself was the target of bounties? Some distressed individuals could no longer contain their outrage. Are you jesting? How could we possibly accomplish such tasks? I fear it is more likely that the Duke's men would hunt us down instead. Indeed, this hot spring island shows no sincerity whatsoever. I propose we seek refuge with the Duke's residents and ally with them against Ye Feng's hot spring island. The agitated crowd expressed their discontent. Chapter 1066. Do you distrust me? After exchanging glances, Wei Yinming and the others discreetly conjured a soundproof barrier to isolate their discussion. What shall we do, Brother Wei? This is the only method to acquire funds, and with funds, we could enlist Hot Spring Island's help in purifying elixirs. We are talking about 3 complete transformation elixirs. And most importantly, they possess a purity of 100%, Xiao Li inquired. Leader Xiao, what is your stance? Wei Yinming's expression shifted, reflecting his indecision. I am uncertain. Perhaps you should consult Brother Lan from the Tianhai clan and Junior Brother Han from the Ancient Sword sect. Wei Yinming deferred to the other 2 factions. As for the last individual from the Black Wind sect, he was hardly regarded by the others, for he was merely a novice at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Meanwhile, the leaders of the 4 major factions were all at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, mere steps away from achieving the divine origin realm. I have no objections. We shall follow Brother Wei's lead, one affirmed. Indeed, I support Brother Lan, another echoed. The 2 individuals simultaneously turned their gaze towards Wei Yinming, for he alone stood at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Should he receive all 3 transformation pills, it would be but a decade before he transcended into the divine origin realm. This, I find feasible. The Hot Spring Island possesses the ability to refine pills. Is there another establishment across the entire Xingming continent that can boast of such a capability? As long as we maintain a mutually beneficial relationship with Hot Spring Island, I am confident that within a century, our strength could surpass the divine origin realm, or even ascend directly to the void refinement realm, Wei Yinming proclaimed. The remaining 4 exchanged knowing smiles, as leaders of prominent sects. They were not foolish. They recognized that the prospects of Hot Spring Island were far more promising than those of the Duke's residence. The sole predicament lay in the fact that even with the refined pills from Ye Feng, they could not elevate their powers to the divine origin realm in a short span. Should the Duke's residents discover their endeavors, they would likely face immediate annihilation. Well, since all esteemed friends are in agreement, let us devise a plan. On the surface, we will comply with the Duke's residents, whilst covertly undermining the lower-tier cultivators of the estate. We shall bring the heads of our foes to Ye Feng, requesting his assistance in refining the pills for us. Brother Han, I assign you a task. You need not linger in the great desert any longer. Return directly to the Xingming continent, utilizing your connections within your sect to gather discarded pills throughout the Xin prefecture, and even in the state capital and the imperial city. The higher the grade of the discarded pills, the better. Once amassed, we shall have Ye Feng refine them here, together, with our 4 great sects, and adding the Black Wind sect, making 5. We shall monopolize the trade with Hot Spring Island, and perhaps even enlist some genuine powerhouses. Wei Yinming articulated slowly. Agreed, but how shall we divide the refined pills? Queried the Han clan cultivator. Let us settle this, Brother Han. Regardless of the quantity of pills refined, you shall receive 20%. The Tianlan clan will take 15%, the Axe Gang will take 15%, and the Black Wind sect shall receive 10%. As for me, I shall claim 40%, for I am your leader and must bear the principal risks. Wei Yinming declared. The group fell into contemplation. Do not deliberate further, transforming waste pills into treasures, turning stone into gold. Even if you were to receive merely 5%, it would still amount to unimaginable wealth, Wei Yinming urged. Very well, it is settled. Xiao Li extended his right hand. Agreed. The five of them simultaneously placed their right hands atop one another. At that moment, a cold voice interjected. Master Wei, you five seem to have ample leisure. A black armored guard approached, his strength being at the true martial realm, 2 major realms below theirs. Wei Yinming's expression fluctuated between shadows and light, suddenly breaking into a broad smile. Ah, it is the esteemed black armored guard. Esteemed sir, please accompany us. We have uncovered certain secrets regarding Ye Feng. A mere 20 kilometers away. Should you relay this secret to Lord Ziyun, you are certain to be handsomely rewarded. What secret? The black armored guard, not easily deceived, remained cautious. Why? It pertains to the method of breaking the sword formation. Oh, breaking the sword formation? Then I must see this for myself. I kindly ask the esteemed seniors to lead the way. The guard's tone shifted to one of politeness. Meanwhile, Ye Feng lounged in a chair, indulging in the massage from Duoyan Hena. Brother Feng, the bounty notice has taken effect. Chunin hurriedly approached. Oh, let us proceed. He hurriedly rose to his feet and dashed towards the hot springs bank. Wang Zai sat at his desk, a foul-smelling parcel resting upon it. Brother Feng, you've arrived. Ha ha. This is the head of the black armored guard. Saying this, Wang Zai unwrapped the parcel, revealing a grotesque, severed head upon the desk. The head's eyes rolled upward, still displaying the shock of its demise. Did you pay them? Ye Feng inquired, casually tossing the head into the trash bin. Yes, I did, an entire 10 million. It stings a bit, Wang Zai replied. No matter, this expenditure is unavoidable. Ye Feng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. At that moment, another manager entered, carrying a parcel that dripped with blood. Is it the black armored guard? Wang Zai asked the manager. Indeed, came the reply. Open it up. Ye Feng focused intently and confirmed that it was indeed a member of the black armored guard, discernible by its vitality. Did you pay them? Wang Zai inquired of the bank manager. Yes, 10 million. It took quite a while to count, the manager responded. No worries, this expenditure cannot be spared, Wang Zai said, giving the manager a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Time slipped by swiftly, and before they knew it, a week had passed. Ziyun sat in the icy chamber of the light curtain, his expression grim. In this week, half of the black armored guards entrusted to him by the prince had vanished. Even one of the silver armored guards had gone missing. He suspected that Ye Feng was behind it, yet he remained oblivious to the methods employed by Ye Feng. In desperation, he dared not venture outside the light curtain, instead consolidating the remaining 3 silver armored guards and 17 black armored guards within the icy chamber. The 21 of them shared meals and sleep, with 4 standing watch during the night. Of course, Ziyun was not so naive. He had also enlisted the aid of experts from the 4 major factions to guard him from outside the light curtain. Although the status of these individuals was lowly, they did possess formidable skills. With these experts safeguarding his light curtain, even if Ye Feng was well acquainted with the geography of the area, he would find it challenging to strike against his men. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the icy chamber. Ziyun quickly opened his eyes. Who is it? It is I. Oh. Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief and promptly settled into a meditative posture. Master Wei, please come in. Moments later, Wei Yinming entered, a smile plastered on his face. However, Ziyun found his smile unsettling, reminiscent of a ghostly grin. Master Ziyun, Ye Feng has finally found it unbearable to remain within the sword formation. He has now exited the light curtain. My men have received word and are trailing closely behind him. I believe this presents a lethal opportunity. Wei Yiming declared with a grin. Ye Feng has exited the light curtain? Would he be so foolish? Ziyun questioned, his expression skeptical. Master Ziyun, do you not trust me? Wei Yiming's demeanor shifted abruptly. Of course I trust you. Here is the plan. You, and the 4 of you will accompany Master Wei to assess the situation. If the report proves true, return to inform me, Ziyun commanded. Immediately, 2 silver armored guards and 4 black armored guards rose to their feet. Master Ziyun, will you not come to see for yourself? Wei Yiming's expression darkened. I shall not go. It is safer within the formation. You lead them, Ziyun replied. Very well. Wei Yiming nodded slightly and led the 4 individuals towards the shimmering curtain of light. As the 2 silver armored guards moved, they involuntarily cast anxious glances in all directions, their expressions betraying a hint of panic, while their foreheads were shadowed with worry. After traversing a distance of 10 kilometers, Wei Yiming came to a halt. Master Wei, why have you stopped? The 2 silver-armored guards felt a sinking sensation in their hearts, instinctively placing their hands on their waists. Wei Yiming slowly turned around, a sly smile playing on his lips. At that moment, A group of over 20 individuals emerged from the surrounding ice houses, all of them being experts of the innate realm or above. Among them were several familiar faces, including the leaders of the other three major factions, along with He Qingji and the master of the Black Wind sect. These individuals were all formidable practitioners at the transformation realm, akin to the elite purple-clad guards. Master Wei, what is your intention? Asked the guard on the left. It is of no particular significance. I merely wish to borrow a few items from you esteemed individuals. As his voice echoed, a young man stepped out from the central ice house. He stood approximately 178 meters tall, moving with a commanding presence. However, trailing behind him was a rather unseemly-looking man. Haha, Fenggu, we've caught 2 big fish this time, along with 4 smaller ones. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Ye Feng. The 2 silver-armored guards simultaneously reached for their waists, drawing their swords into the air. Yet, in the next instant, a fierce gust swept through as several figures deftly maneuvered, effortlessly seizing their swords. The figures were none other than Wei Yinming and the leaders of the other 3 factions. Ah, I suspected as much. Our people have been mysteriously disappearing lately. It appears there is a traitor among us. Master Wei, the prince has treated you well. Why do you betray Xin County? Why turn against your homeland? Demanded the guard on the right, his voice trembling with palpable fear. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. If you have anything to say, do so with Mr. Yi. Wei Yinming stepped aside, positioning himself protectively beside Ye Feng, fearful that the 2 silver-armored guards might harm him. If Ye Feng were to perish, the hot spring island would cease to provide them with refined elixirs, a loss none could afford. The other leaders of the 3 factions were equally startled, instinctively shifting to shield Ye Feng. What a pity, what a pity. It is no small feat to cultivate to the innate realm. Now, surrender all your treasures to avoid damage when the conflict ensues. Ye Feng ambled forward, hands clasped behind his back. Although his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of true martial, the presence of the 6 faction leaders bolstered his aura considerably. Go to hell. Let us fight. Boom. The battle erupted swiftly, only to conclude just as quickly. Such an assembly of transformation realm experts made short work of merely 2 innate realm and 4 true martial practitioners, annihilating them almost instantaneously. 6 heads rolled at Ye Feng's feet. Mr. Yi, these 6 heads are worth 14 million. Wei Yinming swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. The significance of the hot spring coins dawned upon him, as well as the others present. Rest assured, Hot Spring Island is a place of integrity. Chenin, fetch me the checkbook. Yes, Brother Feng. Chenin produced a small notebook from his pocket. Ye Feng inscribed the sum of 14 million yuan on it, tore off the page with a flourish, and handed it to Wei Yinming. Ha ha ha, we are one step closer to success. Wei Yinming gazed at the figures, envisioning countless pure, 100% transformation pills, or rather, divine essence pills. Hey, we also contributed. Let me have a look at the check. I want to touch it too. The leaders of several major sects approached, passing the check amongst themselves, each planting a kiss upon it. Mr. Yi, rest assured, once we eliminate that group, I will gather the 500 million. Wei Yiming chuckled. I will await your good news. By the way, I wish to reside within the light curtain beside Ziyun. Please ensure my protection. Ye Feng tightened his coat. Mr. Yi, I believe it would be wiser for you to return to your hot spring island, where the sword array can safeguard you, Wei Yiming advised. No, if you are to confront Ziyun one day, I would miss a splendid spectacle, would I not? Thus, I shall stay within the adjacent light curtain, and you must ensure my safety. If anything unfortunate were to befall me, our cooperative relationship may very well cease. Ye Feng warned, his words laced with subtle gravity. Very well, I shall arrange it. He Xianzi, and you, Lord Ye Feng, are responsible for the protection of Mr. Yi and this gentleman, Chen and Wei Yiming declared. I understand that Mr. Yi has eliminated members of your sect. However, you must recognize the situation. Mr. Yi embodies infinite potential. Do not allow personal grievances to cloud your judgment. Even if you choose not to seek vengeance against Mr. Yi, our 4 sects will not underestimate you. Wei Yiming spoke solemnly. Rest assured, I am aware of what is at stake. Lord Ye Feng nodded. I know this without needing Brother Wei to remind me. Moreover, it was I who introduced Mr. Yi to the 4 of you. Have you forgotten? He Qingji remarked with irritation. Originally, she aspired to be the bridge between Ye Feng and the Star Dream continent, only to see her position usurped by the 4 major sects due to her insufficient strength. Suddenly, Wei Yinming burst into the ice house, bloodied and distraught. Lord Wei, What has transpired? Ziyun exclaimed in shock, quickly aiding him. I initially brought 6 of my silver-armored guards to seek out Ye Feng, but we were ambushed by a group of mysterious assailants. I fought 10 of them alone, but could not protect them. I am useless. Please, Lord Ziyun, in my life. Wei Yinming lamented, weeping profusely, his performance quite convincing. What? My 2 silver-armored guards are gone. Ziyun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his mind reeling. Indeed. But do not worry. From this day forth, I shall diligently protect you, Lord Ziyun, Wei Yinming declared, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 15 individuals. He refrained from taking action thus far, fearing a lone survivor. Should even one individual return to Xin County, the 4 major sects would face ruin. You may leave now. Do not utter another word. Ziyun maintained a composed demeanor, gesturing for him to depart. Lord Ziyun, you must take care of yourself. Fear not. I shall uncover the identities of those mysterious individuals. Could they be from the neighboring Shiliang County? They have always been at odds with the Prince of Xin County. Wei Yinming has diverted the blame externally. You may leave. Ziyun gestured towards the exit of the ice house. Very well, I shall take my leave, Wei Yinming responded. Stepping out of the ice house, his mournful expression instantly transforming into one of cunning. Ha ha ha, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me, he declared. Striding towards the adjacent light screen. Chapter 1068. It is necessary to be somewhat courteous within the adjacent light screen. Ye Feng and Chunin sat inside the ice house, where the temperature was maintained at around -10 degrees, making it bearable. Additionally, 4 enchanting maidens were present, helping Ye Feng with a shoulder massage while another attended to his feet. Chunin was enjoying the same level of indulgence. This is delightful, Feng Gu. Perhaps we should refrain from returning to Hot Spring Island for a while. Living here is quite pleasant. When Li Hualing arrives, we can retreat back to the island. Chunin suggested with a blissful expression. Occasionally, he would playfully flick his hand, eliciting delightful laughter from the 2 maidens. Ye Feng, however, paid him no mind and instead directed his gaze through the window towards the adjacent light screen. Within that screen, there stood a solitary ice house, where Ziyun and his 15 companions were too frightened to emerge. Inside the ice house, Ziyun's frustration grew. I need 4 people to accompany me outside, he commanded. Understood. They replied, promptly rising to follow him outside. The 5 formed a line, collectively lowering their trousers to unleash a torrent towards the light screen. Undoubtedly, Ziyun's force was the most potent, causing a significant amount of mist to rebound against the screen. Yet, at that moment, his strength became sporadic, eventually trickling onto his shoes. Did I just imagine that? Are those 2 figures in the adjacent screen really Ye Feng? Ziyun inquired of the nearby black armored guard. They do resemble him. But I only caught a glimpse at the time, so I cannot be certain, the guard replied. Could it be that I am mistaken? Or perhaps I am seeing someone who merely bears a resemblance to Ye Feng. Ziyun adjusted his trousers, his gaze fixated on Ye Feng, who, in turn, was observing him from the corner of his eye. Ziyun, sir, whether or not that is Ye Feng, I could go capture him and inquire, the black armored guard suggested, pulling up his trousers. No. If it truly is Ye Feng, his presence in the adjacent light screen indicates he has devised a thorough strategy. If it is not Ye Feng, we must still exercise caution. It could be a ploy of his. We have already suffered significant losses recently. Are you not concerned? Ziyun cautioned. He did not genuinely care for the black armored guard's life. Rather, he was apprehensive about who would protect him if his own men were decimated. The black armored guard, realizing the gravity of the situation, was suddenly alarmed. Then shall we retreat back into the ice house? We can discuss everything once the prince arrives. Yes, let us return, Ziyun replied, casting one last deep glance at the figure resembling Ye Feng in the distance. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Feng was also fixated on him. Their gazes locked for a fleeting moment. Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it is him. He is Ye Feng. His appearance may be altered, but his gaze remains unchanged. Although Ziyun had already identified Ye Feng, he dared not make it public and hurriedly concealed himself within the ice house. Strangely, despite the frigid weather, he felt beads of sweat trickling down his back. 2 pairs of binoculars simultaneously focused on Ziyun's light screen. After a moment, Chunin lowered his binoculars and inquired, Brother Feng, why not let the 4 major sects eliminate them directly? Why are we wasting time here? Firstly, exterminating that group is not as simple as it seems. It is crucial to ensure that no one escapes. Should even a single fish slip through the gale zone, the stronghold of the 4 major sects would be laid bare to disaster. Secondly, I intentionally allow them to take their time in their killings to extend the cooperation between myself and the four sections. As time passes, bonds will naturally form. After all, I will need the four sects' assistance in acquiring more elixirs from the Starmain continent. We can refine them while earning service fees, which they will undoubtedly exchange for hot spring coins. Ideally, we could procure a miraculous elixir capable of eradicating inner demons. Ye Feng's intentions began to surface. His current predicament confined him to the early stage of the true martial realm. Each time he sought to advance, the illusion of his inner demons would reemerge, leaving him in a state of distress. Meanwhile, Ziyun, peering through the crack in the ice house door, discreetly observed Ye Feng's light screen. He turned to his last remaining silver-armored guard and asked, "Tung Chao, are you certain he is Ye Feng?" "Should be. While appearances may be deceiving, the gaze remains unchanged," replied the silver-armored guard. A sense of foreboding washed over Ziyun, darkening his expression. "Should we use the 10,000 Li talisman to notify the prince?" Tung Chao inquired. "The 10,000 Li talisman? It is exceedingly precious, and more importantly, I cannot ascertain if its message can traverse the Gale Zone, unless we shatter the Spirit Soul token. But doing so would only alert the prince to my demise without conveying any useful information," Ziyun lamented, feeling a headache coming on. At that moment, a black-armored guard spoke up. "Lord Ziyun, should we request the four major sects to escort us back to Xin County? We had not anticipated that Ye Feng had so many formidable experts lying in wait here." "The four major sects?" A cold smile crept across Ziyun's face. "Do you truly believe we can trust them? With the prince absent, they would act with impunity. After all, the leaders of the four major sects are all at the transformation realm, even surpassing me by a small margin. If I am not mistaken, their apparent encirclement of the hot spring island is merely a fade. In reality, they are turning a blind eye to Ye Feng, allowing him to consume us at will." Unbeknownst to him, the reality was far more dire than he imagined. The four major sects had wholly aligned themselves with Ye Feng. After all, Ye Feng's hot spring island offered the unique capability of refining elixirs. No other entity in the Starmain continent could achieve such a feat. They would not hesitate to betray the prince, nor would they flinch at betraying the governor, and even treachery against the sovereign was not beyond the realm of possibility. On the other hand, Ye Feng gradually lowered his binoculars. He could sense that Ziyun had already recognized him, but it mattered little. Encircling his icy abode were 8 formidable masters from the 4 great clans, all at the pinnacle of the innate realm. At a critical moment, these 8 would ensure his safety. Just then, a master of the innate realm entered. He was from the ghostly control sect. This powerful figure now approached Ye Feng with utmost courtesy, for their sect leader had a request of the hot spring island. "Mr. Yi, the sect leader has instructed me to assist you with anything you require. I am Wei Feng." "Ah, it is seen your way. Thank you." Ye Feng responded politely with a slight bow. For the time being, he still needed the assistance of the 4 great clans, so he chose to be courteous. "There is no need to call me senior or lord. In our Starmain continent, while strength is revered, certain special professions command great respect as well. Alchemists, formation masters, potion masters, soul masters, and puppet masters. The status of these individuals can elevate them by an entire realm based on their profession." Wei Feng elaborated. "Oh, so what you mean is, although I am at the initial stage of the true martial realm, as an alchemist, my status is on par with someone of your innate realm?" Ye Feng inquired. Chapter 1069. "Mr. Yi, how do you intend to deal with them?" "That seems about right." Wei Feng replied. "Wait, Soul Master, what is that profession?" Ye Feng seized upon the pivotal point. A Soul Master is a dedicated profession capable of burning their own soul power to replenish the souls of others, Wei Feng explained. "That is splendid. Brother Feng, didn't you mention that your spirit is weak and prone to inner demons? This is a stroke of fortune. You can have those Soul Masters replenish your soul power in the future," Chunin exclaimed excitedly. Ye Feng's expression mirrored his excitement. He had not anticipated the Starmain continent to possess such mystical elements capable of replenishing one's spirit. "Do not be overly excited. A Soul Master must have compatible attributes with you to burn their soul power, and only 1% of the burned soul power can be replenished to your spirit." Wei Feng interjected, curbing their enthusiasm. "What?" Ye Feng's countenance darkened. "Moreover, I can discern that you, Mr. Yi, have recently been troubled by inner demons, hindering your advancement. If you hope to use a Soul Master to counter the inner demons, I suggest you reconsider." The soul power burned by a soul master is, strictly speaking, a sacrifice to the inner demons, temporarily preventing them from troubling you. However, with each sacrifice, the inner demons grow stronger, and when they confront you again, they may demand increasingly more soul power, Ye Feng cautioned. To truly resolve the issue with your inner demons, one must cultivate their mental state. You are still quite young. Achieving the true martial realm at such a tender age is akin to a child wielding a hammer. One could easily injure themselves. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from the adjacent light barrier. They observed a flurry of figures darting swiftly towards the north, their speed akin to lightning. What just happened? Were Ziyun and the others fleeing? Ye Feng and the others rose simultaneously. It seems so. Ye Feng furrowed his brow. But soon, his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Ziyun must have realized we are associated with you and is attempting to breach the wind barrier to inform the county lord. What are we waiting for? Quickly pursue them. In a flurry of motion, countless figures surged forth from all directions, racing towards the group surrounding Ziyun. At that moment, Ziyun had affixed a wind talisman to himself, propelling his speed to its zenith. Yet, in the next instant, a figure materialized before him, Wei Ming, who stood as an immovable barrier. Ziyun, being merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, found himself confronted by Wei Ming, a master at the pinnacle of the same realm. He attempted to change direction, but just as he did, a figure appeared to his left, a cultivator of the Tianhai clan bearing the surname Lan. To his right, another figure flickered into view, a practitioner from the Gujian sect named Han, alongside He Qingji from the Yunu sect. When Ziyun turned back, he beheld a throng encircling him, with Ye Feng at the forefront, flanked by several formidable experts, including Qiao Li of the Axe Gang and the leader of the Blackwind sect, along with their respective magic kings and elders. Brother Feng, please take a seat, Chen offered, placing a chair beside Ye Feng. Ye Feng nodded and settled himself into the chair with an imposing presence. Wei Sect Master, what is the meaning of this? Ziyun's expression darkened, his words escaping through clenched teeth. Wei Ming stood with his hands at his sides, head slightly bowed, offering no response. Ziyun gritted his teeth again and turned his gaze to the leaders of the other three sections. Han Sect Master, Qiao Gang Leader, Lan Sect Master, what say you? I demand to know your intentions. The three sect leaders mirrored Wei Ming's silence, unwilling to respond or yield. After all, they were now facing the Z guards, a fact that instilled a degree of trepidation within them. Ziyun's countenance turned pale as he slowly turned to He Qingji of the Yunu sect. Sect Master He, for years your sect has thrived under the protection of the Duke's residence. What is your stance? Ziyun asked, his voice dry. How dare you inquire? He Qingji retorted coldly. To put it bluntly, your Yunu sect is but a privy to the Duke's residence. You enter when needed and are cast aside when not. Not even a spirit stone would you offer. Had it not been for my adept leadership, the Yunu sect would have perished long ago. With a derisive laugh, He Qingji was the first to openly sever ties with Ziyun. Ziyun fell silent, shifting his gaze to Ye Feng, who was also observing him. Ye Feng, I do not know what enchantment you have cast upon them, but I can assure you of one thing. Opposing the Duke's residence will result in the demise of you and all of the four sects. Ziyun shouted vehemently. The expressions of the four sect members changed abruptly, including the sect leaders themselves. Years of oppression by the Duke's residence had instilled in them an inherent fear of its name. Just then, Chen stepped forward. How audacious! Even at death's door, you remain obstinate. Members of the four sects, heed my command. Eliminate them. No, wait, do not kill them all. Incapacitate them, but keep them alive. Chen commanded loudly, invoking Ye Feng's authority. The members of the four sects simultaneously turned their gazes towards Chen, their cold stares causing him to retreat hastily behind Ye Feng. The gaze of a master at the transformation realm nearly induced a heart attack in him. Mr. Yi, does Chen statement reflect your sentiments? Wei Ming inquired. As a distinguished practitioner of the transformation realm, he chose to collaborate with Ye Feng solely due to the latter's ability to purify elixirs on his hot spring island. Otherwise, Ye Feng, at his level, would not even merit a conversation with him. In fact, he lacked the qualification to speak with the elders of the ghostly monarch sect. He can fully represent my intentions. With your capabilities, you should be able to capture them alive, should you not? Capture them all, and bring them to my sword array. I have significant use for them, Ye Feng stated calmly. I shall fight you, Ziyun declared in fury, launching the first strike at Ye Feng. However, in a flash, The leaders of the four major sects rushed in unison to shield Ye Feng from this assault. The battle erupted swiftly, prompting Chun En to retreat 1,000 meters away, while Ye Feng remained steadfast in his position, protected by Wei Yinming, who ensured he was not caught in the fray. This clash lasted merely 10 minutes before it concluded. The four major sects, along with other minor sect practitioners, successfully captured all 16 of Ziyun's men, rendering them incapacitated. Mr. Yi, how shall you deal with them? Wei Yinming inquired. Take them outside my hot spring island, came the reply. Shortly after, the enforcers from the four major sects escorted the 16 incapacitated individuals towards the shimmering barrier of the hot spring island. The indigenous people of the vast desert gathered around, some hurling stones, others tossing bones, and some even urinating in their faces, indulging in the utmost humiliation. Incredible. Ha ha. The hot spring island has indeed managed to capture even practitioners of the transformation realm. Ye Feng is the savior of our great desert. Indeed. Allow me to call him the King of Hot Springs. Yes, King of Hot Springs, King of Hot Springs, King of Hot Springs. The chants grew increasingly synchronized, soon resonating with the voices of over 100,000 people. Chapter 1070. The world is frozen. Where do plants come from? Ye Feng remained unconcerned, feeling no need to explain himself to the outside world. If they wished to chant, let them be, as long as the citizens abstained from doing so. Before long, the captives, escorted by nearly 1 million people, arrived at the shimmering barrier of the hot spring island. Hena, place a curse on these 16 individuals so that they may enter the sword array, Ye Feng commanded audibly. Duoyan Hena furrowed her brow. Feng. They are formidable beings. Will placing them in the sword array not pose a risk? She questioned from within the barrier. Not at all. Their limbs have been rendered useless, their powers sealed, and their mouths silenced. They will henceforth be compliant blood slaves, Ye Feng replied emphatically. Very well. Duoyan Hena nodded and began to cast the curse upon the 16 captives. Since it was necessary to curse strong individuals, she spent a full 5 hours completing the task, only finishing as darkness fell. Master Wei, Leader Qiao, Master Lan, and Sect Leader Han, you may return now. As a token of my gratitude, please come to the entrance of the hot spring bank tomorrow morning at 9 to collect your rewards, which should amount to at least 200 million hot spring coins. Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Very well, Mr. Yi, Wei Yinming stated earnestly. Please take these worthless pills back to Hot Spring Island. Tomorrow, once we have secured the funds, we shall settle the service fee. I kindly ask you to refine these 3 transformation pills first. The others can wait a few months. Rest assured, I believe in the principle of fair compensation for services rendered. I hope you will not shortchange me. Remember, not a single coin less. Ye Feng replied with a calm demeanor. Understood. I will find a way to gather the remaining funds. Wei Yinming nodded gravely, contemplating a plan to rob someone that very night. Previously, he had dismissed the hot spring currency as mere scraps of paper, but now, recognizing its necessity on Hot Spring Island, he began to take it seriously. Ye Feng and Chun En swiftly stepped into the shimmering barrier. The 4 major sects, displaying their understanding, kicked the remaining individuals into the barrier. As the incantation flowed from Duoyan Hena's lips, the barrier gradually converged, solidifying into an impenetrable wall. Indeed, the members of the 4 major sects had been somewhat impulsive, initially contemplating a direct assault into the barrier. However, the thought of the sword threads inside quelled their reckless intentions. Ziyun lay incapacitated, his limbs rendered useless and his mouth sealed by a talisman, writhing on the ground like a caterpillar. His eyes burned with a furious intensity that made Ye Feng's expression shift uncomfortably. Truly, a formidable force in the mid-transformation stage. Even his gaze could instill terror. Yet, the potency of their blood was such that even a single drop could rival a full liter from a monarch-level being. Do not remove the talisman from their mouths. Bind them beside the blood pool, and remember, do not remove the talisman. For even a mere droplet from such a powerful being could spell your doom, Ye Feng cautioned. Understood. Immediately, the group fitted Ziyun with a muzzle and hoisted him to the side of the blood pool, securing him with the most advanced iron chains. The silver-armored guard and 14 black-armored guards were similarly restrained beside the blood pool, their major arteries aligned towards it. Brother Feng, is it not difficult to pierce the skin of such a powerful being? Chun En inquired. Try using the most advanced steel dagger and see if it can break through, Ye Feng suggested. Very well. Chun En promptly drew a dagger and attempted to slice Ziyun's wrist. With a sharp clang, the blade shattered. Brother Feng, Perhaps this will do. I have developed this dagger using their spirit swords, Bai Xiang interjected, stepping forward. With Chung Li being absent from North Hot Spring Island, he had assumed the role of chief engineer. Excellent. Ye Feng accepted the newly crafted dagger and sliced at Ziyun's wrist. Blood gushed forth immediately. Ziyun's eyes turned crimson, his body writhing violently on the ground, releasing a roar akin to that of a wild beast. Remarkable, Bai Xiang. You have truly excelled. What shall we name this dagger? Ye Feng remarked, intrigued by the new weapon. Brother Feng, you should name it. I only focus on development, Bai Xiang replied, scratching his head with an innocent grin. The dagger is a product of your ingenuity. Henceforth, it shall be named Elephant Dagger. Should you craft a knife or a sword, let them be called Elephant Knife and Elephant Sword. Naming them after you is the utmost tribute to the creator. Ye Feng spoke slowly. Bai Xiang's gaze suddenly froze, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Indeed, I shall endeavor to develop even more formidable weapons, Bai Xiang declared, striding towards the engineering department, eager to innovate. At that moment, Ye Feng approached Ziyun. This individual no longer met Ye Feng's gaze. From now on, ensure he is well-fed and well-watered when offering him food. You must tear open the talisman, donning full armor, for even a mere droplet of his saliva could be lethal, Ye Feng commanded. Brother Feng, what if he resorts to a hunger strike in protest? Shannon inquired. Procure a funnel, insert it directly into his throat, and pour it in from above. Have you seen the factories that produce foie gras? It goes straight to the stomach, Ye Feng replied. How cruel. I absolutely adore it, Shannon exclaimed with enthusiasm. Alas, no more talk. I must return to rest for a while, as my internal injuries have yet to heal completely. Ye Feng then made his way to Duoyan Hena's chamber. On Baiwenshu Island, the engineering team was diligently constructing a new Sun City fortress. Although it was not as grand as the one on Nanwenquan Island, its speed of completion was commendable. All workers entering the light barrier were at least of the strength master level. Their might and endurance surpassed expectations, and their attention to detail far exceeded that of the Sun City fortress. The most encouraging news was that they would not need to serve as blood slaves for the foreseeable future, as 16 formidable individuals had arrived within the light barrier. Each was at least a true martial realm expert, their blood quality vastly superior to their own, with their blood sustaining the blood pool as long as they remained alive. The sword formation could be maintained for at least a century. Not even 5 divine source realm experts could breach the sword formation. Ye Feng awoke the following afternoon after a deep slumber. Upon rising, Duoyan Hena brought warm water for washing and rinsing. After she attended to his ablutions, a lavish spread awaited him at the dining table. Tree heart bread, braised fish, steamed grouper, and salmon sashimi. Where do these plants come from in a world encased in ice? Ye Feng pondered, observing the floating bits in the fish soup. These are cultivated in a greenhouse, a type of bacterium. The head chef assured me that this is called wild mushroom fishbone soup. I just tasted it, and it is indeed delightful, Duoyan Hena explained, scooping a bit with a spoon, blowing gently on it, and offering it to Ye Feng. Gulp. Ye Feng downed it in one go. So exquisite, and with a touch of my wife's saliva. The flavor is simply divine, he laughed. Chapter 1071. Unexpectedly, the results have emerged today. Duoyan Hena smiled coyly. Come, my dear wife, sit on my lap and indulge, Ye Feng said, pulling her into his embrace, his hands beginning to roam. Just then, the door swung open, and Yi Xing entered. Upon witnessing the scene, he quickly turned on his heel, closing the door behind him. Ye Feng had not consumed much for breakfast, and had already expended some of his energy. After a brief moment, Duoyan Hena concealed her exquisite figure with her flowing gown. Suddenly, the door was forcefully swung open, and Susan strode in. Hey you, don't you knock before entering? Li Feng hurriedly searched for his underwear, having lost track of it in the heat of the previous moments. Stop looking. It's not as if I haven't seen it before. Au fond. The deworming medicine from South Hot Springs Island has arrived, but it has been detained by the 4 major sects, Susan remarked. That's simple enough. Just have them release it. Li Feng finally located his underwear. All right then. Susan rose, preparing to leave. However, as she reached the door, she turned back with a playful smile, letting her hair cascade over her shoulders. Beside her, Duoyan Hena felt a wave of embarrassment, her face flushed. Au fond. I'm aware that you've had relations with many on the island. Since Hena and I married you, it seems the 3 of us have yet to truly interact together. Susan continued, placing a finger on her red lips. Is that permissible? Li Feng hesitated. He too felt it was time to break this stalemate and allow Duoyan Hena and Susan to truly become sisters. Why not play a game? We'll blindfold you with a black cloth, and you must not use your mental senses. Then, you lie down, and Hena and I will take turns. You can only rely on that one package to sense who is atop you. Would you like to play this game? Susan suggested, sitting closely beside Ye Feng. Duoyan Hena hesitated for a moment before also taking a seat on the other side of Ye Feng. Clearly, both women were in agreement with this game, viewing it as an alternative way to strengthen their sisterly bond. Is this truly necessary? It is well known that I, Ye Feng, am a gentleman. Smack. Susan playfully slapped his head. Enough of this pretense. We are all allies here. Let us proceed. Before long, Ye Feng began to experience the sensations. A feeling unlike any other. Initially, he struggled to identify the individuals in front of him, but as his sensitivity heightened, he realized he could ascertain their names without relying on smell, sight, or mental prowess, simply by sensing the intensity, warmth, and contraction of their internal energies. An hour later, Ye Feng had expended a portion of his energy. Weakly, he touched his waist as he was assisted by the two women toward the light screen. Indeed, there are only overworked oxen, but no ruined fields. The ancients did not deceive me. Outside the light screen, over 200 sand vehicles were parked. All of the latest models, which even Ye Feng had never seen before. After all, South Hot Springs Island has over 100 million people assisting in the production of various weapons, leading to rapid advancements in sand vehicle technology. Beside the vehicles stood nearly 2,000 individuals from the Hot Springs Island. Among those Ye Feng recognized were over 20 citizens, while the rest included some residents and mostly disaster victims from outside the light screen. At the forefront of these individuals stood Wei Yinming and others from the four major sections. Master Wei, what is your intention? Why have you detained my people? Ye Feng inquired. Ha ha ha, Mr. Leaf, you exaggerate. This is not detention. I merely observed that they were freezing outside and took the initiative to bring them to your light screen. Now, you need only say a word, and I shall return them to you, Wei Yinming replied with a smile. Ye Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. There must be conditions, right? You wouldn't assist me without a reason, he replied coolly. No, there are no conditions. We are friends now, aren't we? Since I have assisted you, could you perhaps consider reducing the purification fee? Wei Yinming inquired cautiously. Yesterday, he had robbed hundreds of thousands. Yet he had only managed to gather less than 500,000 spring coins. The impoverished disaster victims outside had little to offer, even when encountering prominent clans. Their wealth was deposited into the spring bank. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to rob a bank within the screen. Even if the robbery were successful, Ye Feng would not acknowledge his spring coins. The purification fee was non-negotiable. But since you helped bring them to the front of the screen, I shall provide you with a service fee akin to the one you provided me. Ye Feng stated fairly. That is wonderful, Mr. Yi. How much service fee are you prepared to give me? Wei Yinming and the members of the four major sects craned their necks in anticipation. 200,000. Is that sufficient? Ye Feng replied. Such a meager amount? Wei Yinming's expression darkened. That paltry sum was far from enough to cover the 500 million purification fee. Then, how much do you desire? Never mind. Let us settle for 200,000. I will think of another way to gather the funds. With that, he waved his hand, and the members of the Ghost Control sect stepped aside. 2,000 individuals promptly entered the sand vehicles, preparing to head towards North Spring Island. Wait, I must first cast the curse. Son, come here and assist me with the curse. You haven't forgotten the method I taught you last time, have you? Rest assured. Mother, I have not forgotten. Yi Xing also stepped forward to the screen. United in purpose, mother and son completed the curse on the outside individuals in just 3 hours. Rumbling, 200 sand vehicles thundered into North Spring Island. Feng, a woman emerged from the last sand vehicle. Ye Feng focused his gaze. Zhen Jinyu? The two quickly embraced each other. Moments later, Jinyu's daughter, Luer, also climbed out of the sand vehicle. Are you leading the team this time? Ye Feng released Jinyu. Indeed, I am now a citizen of Spring Island. Just look at the quality of these sand vehicles. You can try them yourself. Jinyu pointed to one of the vehicles. Ye Feng nodded, gently caressing the exterior of the sand vehicle. It felt solid and sturdy to the touch. He then struck the vehicle with his symbolic dagger. Buzzing. The sound was particularly muffled, indicating the thickness of the vehicle's shell. Thus, he inverted the dagger and struck the vehicle again. The surface bore not a single scratch. Instead, the front of the dagger suffered 2 chips. Isn't this astonishing? What material is it made of? Ye Feng exclaimed in awe. This sand vehicle incorporates 0.0001 iridium and a certain titanium element. Therefore, in terms of strength, hardness, and toughness, it surpasses previous generations of sand vehicles by 100-fold, Jinyu replied joyfully. Excellent. Old Chung has not disappointed me, Ye Feng expressed with excitement. This alloy was not developed by Chung Li Bin, Jinyu shook her head. Impossible, could it be Charlie? Ye Feng inquired. Neither. Stop keeping me in suspense. Do tell. Who is it? Ye Feng prepared to bestow a Nobel Prize upon that individual. His name is Tu Bulu, a graduate of the inaugural class of Hot Spring University. And he is merely 25 years old. It is truly unexpected that Hot Spring University can finally make a contribution to society, yet he is so young. Jingyu remarked with a smile. Ye Feng's face radiated a dreamy smile, as if everything were but a fantasy. He seemed to recall that Hot Spring University had only been established yesterday, and now, results had already emerged. Chapter 1072, Daring Not to Act Rashly Brother Feng. You may be unaware that the creativity and imagination of some older individuals do not surpass that of the youth. Therefore, many advanced technologies are indeed conceived by young minds. If one day you discover that an elderly individual has received the Nobel Prize, it will be a testament to their appropriation of a student's work, which they have merely polished to claim as their own, Chinon stated. Indeed, I largely concur with that sentiment. Ye Feng nodded with a smile. He understood that Hot Spring Island was currently in a phase of ascendance, which meant that the professors would temporarily refrain from forming cliques. However, once Hot Spring Island reached a certain stage of development, these older individuals would inevitably begin to engage in the politics of seniority, causing the island's progress to come to a standstill. That is of little concern. When the time comes, I shall simply eliminate a few of them. Even if I make mistakes, it matters not, for the primary goal is to establish a deterrent, ensuring that the stubborn elders do not stifle the imagination of the younger students. Our North Hot Spring Island must not fall behind. Susan, you intend to establish North Hot Spring Academy, do you not? There are over 10 million people outside the light curtain, is there not? Let us recruit some clever individuals to further their studies at Hot Spring Academy and strive to surpass South Hot Spring Academy, Ye Feng declared. Not merely 10 million. Even more people have migrated here, Susan responded. Then there must be many who have perished from illness or cold, Ye Feng remarked. No, the number of migrants far exceeds those who have succumbed to illness or cold, Susan clarified. Very well, it seems I underestimated the population of the Great Desert. Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a powerful figure stepped forward. He was formerly from Birch City. Brother Feng, it appears you are not well acquainted with our region. Here, there is not only the Great Desert, but also coastal areas where the population is even denser. Additionally, there are various islands with their own inhabitants, the populous Great Gobi, along with the Duoyan Prairie, the Qingyun Mountain Range, the Yunwu Mountain Range, the Black Tree River Basin, the exotic Beast Forest, and the Beautiful Forest. This powerful figure, indeed a local native, possessed a deeper understanding of the area. I had thought that within the Gale Wind Zone, there existed only the Great Desert, the vast prairie, the Yunwu Mountain Range, and the Black Tree River Basin. Ye Feng admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Certainly not. You speak of the linear distance from south to north, yet you have never attempted to traverse from east to west. The powerful figure chuckled. Regardless, let us ensure that they all migrate beyond the light curtain. Chinon, you are to establish a security company to assist in managing the population outside the light curtain. It would be best to compile a census of the population, including their names and levels, Ye Feng instructed. Brother Feng, the security company on South Hot Spring Island is named Weiyuan. What shall we call ours on North Hot Spring Island? Chinon inquired. Let each of you come up with a name, Ye Feng said, feeling too lethargic to think deeply. Unbeatable Security Company, Jinyuan Security Company, Chinon Security Company, Shanghai Security Company. Ye Feng quickly intervened. Let us settle on Shanghai, as it aptly reflects our current location in the vast desert. Agreed. We shall establish Shanghai Security Company. You all prepare accordingly. Soon, we will venture outside to recruit security personnel, at least of the strength of a king of power. We will not consider those of master level, Chinon instructed. Upon realizing the abundance of individuals in the vast desert, he became more selective, dismissing even those of master level. Susan, you are also tasked with recruiting a group of bright young minds. We will initially establish 500 elementary schools for preliminary selection. Those who display significant lack of aptitude will be eliminated. Let's implement a 3-year curriculum for now, rather than a 6-year one. After 3 years, we shall build 100 middle schools, and again, select the more capable students, discarding those who are less adept. Following another 3 years, we will construct 50 high schools for further filtering. It is acceptable for those who graduate high school, even if they are filtered out, to transition into roles as production managers or technicians in factories. Eventually, we shall establish a university for the elite who emerge from this rigorous selection process. They will be granted enhanced benefits, with some sent for advanced training at military academies. We must also construct a military academy. Upon graduation, they will be assigned as junior officers in the military, while others will find positions in engineering departments or various manufacturing facilities as workers, supervisors, or managers. A portion, once they attain citizenship through voting, will take on managerial roles on Hot Spring Island, such as bank managers, warehouse administrators, finance ministers, or even deputy island leaders and island leaders. Ye Feng spoke eloquently to the gathered higher-ups. Brother Feng, what if these individuals, once they become island leaders, refuse to implement your policies and resort to tyranny or dictatorship? Shunan queried, unable to contain his concern. If 12 years of education do not transform their stubborn mindsets, it would merely indicate a failure on the part of the schools, and I shall hold the principals of the Hot Spring schools accountable. Furthermore, they would find it impossible to establish a dictatorship, as the advanced system is firmly in place, with the House of Representatives to check their power. Even if they attempted to seize authority within a month, they would be ousted through a forced vote by the House of Representatives. Ye Feng replied confidently. Since the implementation of his policies, Hot Spring Island had only faced external adversaries. There had been no incidents of betrayal from within. After all, betrayal yields no benefits, as the welfare of ordinary citizens often surpasses that of the elite. The upper echelons work 8 hours a day, the middle levels 6 hours, while the lower ranks work only 4 hours, with similar compensation across the board. Under such a system, who would dare to overthrow the regime? They are not fools. Then I shall go organize the construction of the schools. Susan nodded, leading a few individuals outside to commence the recruitment of workers. Due to the construction of the school, a considerable number of workers is required. As Ye Feng watched Chun Un and Susan depart, he turned his gaze towards the remaining high-ranking officials. Once the school is established, I shall present a set of policies to the House that will ensure the long-term stability of Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng suddenly remarked. What kind of policies? Bai Xiang inquired. In the future, the leader of Hot Spring Island shall not be held by the foremost expert of the island, nor even by those within the top 10. These masters shall merely exist as ordinary citizens of Hot Spring Island, forever barred from holding the highest office, Ye Feng declared. Why? Duoyan Hena asked. Consider this. If you were the foremost expert of Hot Spring Island and simultaneously held the highest leadership position, it would inevitably lead to the emergence of a dictatorial regime, for there would be no one to restrain him. By relegating the experts to the lower echelons, allowing those of lesser strength to rise to power, they would be less likely to act recklessly. Should they do so, the experts beneath them would possess the means to hold them accountable, Ye Feng elucidated. Chapter 1073 My goddess Duoyan Hena remained silent, tightly gripping Ye Feng's hand. In that moment, she truly felt the magnitude of his greatness. The others gazed at Ye Feng with admiration, and a few could not help but discreetly wipe away tears. In their previous tribe, the strongest individuals held the position of chieftain. The chieftain and their kin could act with impunity, committing acts of violence without consequence, often fabricating various charges against their victims to justify their actions. However, Ye Feng's Hot Spring Island was different. Here, even if one were blind or disabled, it mattered not. As long as one possessed the right to vote, they would be courted by numerous heroes. In essence, being a citizen of Hot Spring Island is akin to securing a lifetime of stability. Regardless of one's perceived weakness, they can lead a dignified, joyful, and fulfilling life. When shall we ever repay Brother Feng's kindness? The long-oppressed individuals immediately knelt down. No. Ye Feng was startled and also knelt before them. Quickly rise. Hot Spring Island does not condone kneeling. If you do so, it would undermine my policies. Do you understand? Ye Feng helped them to their feet one by one. Brother Feng, do not say anything further. I love you, a bearded man exclaimed, gazing at Ye Feng with fervor. I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. Ye Feng replied, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. No, not in that way. I genuinely wish to express my heartfelt sentiment. I love you. And that is the only way to encapsulate my current feelings, the bearded man said, tears brimming in his eyes. The others also stood up. Brother Feng, I love you. Ye Feng, I love you. Leader Ye, I can only express my respect and gratitude for you through love. If you ever require anything, I would gladly offer all that I possess. Ye Feng, when you first began establishing North Hot Spring Island, I, as a resident of Sword Canyon, was quite opposed. But now, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks for your boundless love. Brother Feng, I am a member of the Greenfield Department. In the past, I must admit that I held you in a certain disdain, yet now I find myself compelled to express my affection for you. Ye Feng felt a surge of joy within him. He could sense that the love and respect from these individuals came from the depths of their hearts, rather than being coerced under duress. I love you all as well. In the future, once our hot spring currency is implemented across the Star Dream continent, I shall ensure that you enjoy superior essence pills on a weekly basis, and even provide each citizen with a nourishing energy pill as part of our civic benefits. The overall strength of my hot spring island will ascend to new heights. Standing upon a stone, Ye Feng called out to all the citizens. Applause erupted from the citizens. Even the residents joined in the clapping. They were the most recent batch of citizens. The temporary residents also applauded, as they felt themselves to be significantly better off than the disaster-stricken masses beyond the screens. The sound of flesh meeting flesh resounded throughout the entirety of North Hot Spring Island. Meanwhile, on South Hot Spring Island, Hot Spring University celebrated the graduation of its second batch of students. The first cohort comprised only 6 or 7 individuals, but the second group boasted a staggering 70 graduates. Various factories extended their olive branches to these young scholars, with the metallurgical factory outside South Hot Spring Island offering an annual salary of 5 million hot spring coins for the position of chief engineer. At Hot Spring Square, on the runway, Chung Libin personally entered a monstrous machine adorned with wings. Chief engineer, let me take the controls. If something goes awry, it would be disastrous for you. Charlie advised alongside him. If I lack the adventurous spirit required as the chief engineer of Hot Spring Island, what use am I in this role? Stand aside. I am about to initiate the launch, Chung Libin declared, fiddling with the machinery. The entire aircraft trembled and surged forward. After soaring over 1,000 meters, the aircraft finally broke free from the pull of gravity and shot into the sky. On the ground, dozens of engineers held their breath in trepidation. What if the fuel ran out? What if a mechanical failure occurred? Chung Libin had integrated modern techniques into the design, resulting in a sophisticated aircraft rather than a rudimentary one. It was a sealed steel giant. It reached speeds exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour. Whoosh! The aircraft burst through the barrier and began to fly amidst the icy wasteland, drawing the attention of all those outside. What a large bird! Exclaimed one citizen. A bird, you say? I have heard from a certain noble that this is an aircraft developed by the Hot Spring Armory, another replied. Flying chicken? Alas! Hot Spring Island is remarkably powerful. If this flying chicken lays eggs in the future, before long, the skies will be filled with such flying chickens, mused a native. Filled with wonder. Beside him, another native sighed. Short hair, limited knowledge, and a short lifespan. How can a single flying chicken lay eggs? At least a pair is required. Though it remains uncertain whether that one in the sky is male or female. Chung Libin diligently maneuvered the control stick, and with a moment's hesitation, he doubled the aircraft's power. Suddenly, the speed surged to 2,000 kilometers per hour. However, with this increase, drawbacks began to emerge. As the various components of the aircraft began to exhibit gaps, the entire cockpit quaked with turbulence. This is disastrous. With a determined grit, Chung Libin leapt from the aircraft at an altitude of 10,000 meters, taking advantage of the chaos as the plane disintegrated. Upon reaching 2,000 meters, he pulled the cord behind him, and a parachute unfurled, allowing Chung Libin to swing amidst the swirling winds and snowflakes. Below, the indigenous people gaped in astonishment. Is this flying chicken going to self-destruct upon laying its egg? Dad, rejoice. Aunt Ding has awakened. She called your name as soon as she opened her eyes. You must hurry to the hospital. Is that true, my son? Of course. Go now. Ye Feng followed his son to the Hot Spring Hospital, where he found Ding Tuanshuan lying amidst a sea of flowers. The corridor was teeming with a multitude of youthful admirers, one of whom was even a distinguished graduate from the inaugural class of South Hot Spring University. However, the flowers were all crafted from paper, as the world was enveloped in ice, leaving nearly no vegetation. Tuanshuan, Brother Yi, Ye Feng approached and embraced Ding Tuanshuan's delicate form. The group of young admirers widened their eyes in disbelief. Ah, my goddess, how could she be held by another man? Ye Feng, I challenge you to a duel. How despicable, taking advantage of the situation. That kid over there, when Ye Feng comes out, let us smear this mess all over him. The crowd of admirers was consumed by jealousy. Little Tuanshuan, how are you feeling now? Ye Feng asked gently. Hold me a little longer, perhaps I will feel better. Ding Tuanshuan pleaded, her slender arms wrapped around Ye Feng's neck. Very well. Little Tuanshuan, focus on recovering in the hospital. Do not worry about anything else. Once you regain your strength, I shall procure a Peiyuan pill for you to aid your ascension to the realm of the third stage Power Emperor. Chapter 1074. A tingle on the scalp. Ye Feng placed a tender kiss on her silky hair. In truth, Ding Tuanshuan's survival hinged 60% on that Peiyuan pill and 40% on the medical facilities of the Hot Spring Hospital, complemented by the hospitable environment of Hot Spring Island. Without their protective sword formation, it is likely that Ding Tuanshuan would not have awakened. All right, you've had enough hugs. Now rest. I shall seek out the Hot Spring Bank to request a Peiyuan pill from President Wang Jia, Ye Feng said with a smile. But does the Hot Spring Bank have Peiyuan pills available? Ding Tuanshuan inquired. Ha ha ha. Do not worry, Ye Feng replied confidently. Just days ago, Wei Yiming had to exchange 5 Peiyuan pills for over 100 million hot spring coins to meet his purification fee of 500 million. Naturally, I also assisted him in purifying that batch of useless pills, which took me 9 days. Rest for now. I will go request the Peiyuan pill, Ye Feng said, playfully pinching her cheek. Regrettably, as Ding Tuanshuan matured, the 2 adorable chubby cheeks had vanished, giving way to an elegant, oval face. After leaving the ward, Ye Feng gently closed the door behind him. Suddenly, he felt dozens of piercing gazes directed at him. A chill ran down his spine as he sensed the envy in their looks. I must escape. Ye Feng quickly slipped away down the corridor. As he stepped outside, a child suddenly dashed forward and flung something towards him. Bang! A nauseating stench filled the air. Ugh! It's excrement. Don't run away. Ye Feng swiftly seized the child's wrist, recognizing him as the offspring of a local citizen. Come, let us seek out your parents. Today, I am determined to discover which parent has instilled such behavior in you. Enraged, Ye Feng brought the child before his parents. Ye Feng, how can you, once the island lord, stoop to the level of a child? They admonished. Yet, he was utterly outrageous to have hurled feces at me. The child knows nothing. Perhaps he merely expresses his affection through such antics. After a fruitless exchange of words, a frustrated Ye Feng retreated. For being a citizen, he could not resort to violence. Outside the luminous screen, a group of disaster-stricken children witnessed the scene. They were astonished at how easily Ye Feng could be bullied. Once he steps out from the glow, we shall also hurl our own mess at him. Yes, let's throw dung at Ye Feng from Hot Spring Island, upon returning to the tribe. Our heroic deeds will be celebrated for months. Thus, a band of mischievous children plotted their scheme. After taking a bath, Ye Feng, still displeased, made his way to the Hot Spring Bank to request a Peiyuan pill from Wang Jia. Brother Feng, why apply for something? If you need it, just take it from the vault, Wang Jia remarked. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Wang Jia, do you believe I won right to South Hot Spring Island to have Wang Jihai dismiss you from your position as branch manager? Yes, Brother Feng. I was wrong. Let us proceed with the formalities. You shall receive the Peiyuan pill in about 7 days. Wang Jihai quickly apologized. Observe. This is the stature of Brother Feng, far surpassing his peers. After completing the application, Ye Feng exited the luminous screen with his hands clasped behind his back. After all, the people from the Duke's Manor had long departed. The 4 major factions now sought his favor. They not only dared not harm him, but would covertly protect him. As he stepped out from the screen, a projectile came flying from a distance. Ye Feng deftly dodged, yet a considerable amount of filth splattered upon him. Ha ha! We've thrown at the Lord of Hot Spring Island. We have triumphed. The group of mischievous children cheered outside the screen. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Chun En immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Brother Feng, how should we handle this? He inquired. Deal with them as you wish. They are not citizens. So show no mercy. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. Understood. You few security guards, come with me. 3 days later, explosive news spread beyond the luminous screen. Several households had been brutally exterminated, the perpetrators being members of the Shanghai Security Company, who spared not even the children. It was said that the incident was triggered by a few unruly children throwing excrement at Ye Feng. In an instant, those outside the luminous screen regarded Hot Spring Island with both reverence and fear. At that moment, they profoundly understood the distinction between citizens and non-citizens. Outside the screen, a powerful figure witnessed the entire affair unfold. I never expected that Ye Feng, who occasionally provides us with vermifuge, could be so merciful at times, yet at others display such devilish cruelty. Merciful? Another formidable warrior scoffed disdainfully. The ruler shows mercy to his own citizens, but to outsiders, he is nothing but a blood-sucking demon. What can we do? We must find a way to become citizens. Only citizens are truly human, while we are merely the cattle and horses raised by Ye Feng. Mr. Ye, out for a stroll? Wei Yiming emerged from the shadows. Indeed, I am taking a leisurely walk, Ye Feng replied, hands clasped behind his back, strolling confidently through the icy landscape. It would be prudent for you to return to the North Hot Spring Island for your walk. I have recently received word that the Duke has resolved the infectious disease matter and is now rallying personnel to venture into the Gale Zone. How long will that take? Ye Feng inquired nonchalantly. He possessed the sword array of Hot Spring Island, rendering him untouchable even by Li Huoling. Perhaps about a month at most. That still leaves ample time. Ye Feng exhaled in relief. Exercise caution, should you perish outside the light barrier. I fear the people of Hot Spring Island may place the blame on me, and I would no longer receive my refined elixirs, Wei Yiming warned. He currently believed that the elixirs were produced through the entire assembly line of Hot Spring Island, not realizing that Ye Feng was solely responsible for their refinement. Had he known, he might have considered forcibly bringing Ye Feng back to serve as a pill slave, perpetually supplying him with elixirs. Not to worry, a month is a long time. Master Wei, could you escort me out of the Gale Zone? I wish only to glimpse the outside world before returning immediately. The Gale Zone? That can be arranged. Most of it is currently frozen, yet you still face a 1 in 20 chance of demise. For the Gale Zone does not permit entry based solely on strength. It seems to possess a sentience that assesses the strength of those who enter, determining the ferocity of its assault, Wei Yiming explained. 1 in 20? No matter. If I lack the spirit to take this small risk, how would I ever deserve to be a citizen? Let us proceed, Ye Feng declared, trailing behind Wei Yiming. In merely 4 days, they reached the Gale Zone. Stay close behind me. I can support you at any moment, Wei Yiming advised. Understood. Ye Feng gazed at the chaotic whirlwind of blades within, a shiver coursing through him. Whoosh. 2 figures entered the Gale Zone. Blades of wind struck Ye Feng's form. He clenched his fists, and 3 Sanskrit symbols, enveloped in a golden aura, emerged effortlessly, deflecting the onslaught of wind blades. Conversely, on Wei Yiming's side, the winds roared, and various wind spheres emitted piercing shrieks. Just a single wind blade could obliterate Ye Feng. Chapter 1075. Why should I divulge anything to you? Maintain your distance, Mr. Yi. My strength far surpasses yours, hence the wind blades pose a greater threat to me. Wei Yiming's voice echoed from within the tempest of blades. Understood, Ye Feng acknowledged, advancing deeper into the Gale Zone, shielded by his golden aura. Time swiftly passed, and 3 hours slipped by in an instant. Initially, Ye Feng's sacred demonic powers effortlessly repelled the wind spheres. Yet, no matter how formidable the defense, it could not withstand the relentless barrage of the wind spheres. Bang! One of the Sanskrit inscriptions on him was shattered. After another hour, the remaining 2 inscriptions of Ye Feng were successively dispersed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures simultaneously emerged from the area of the fierce winds. A breath of fresh air filled Ye Feng's nostrils. Is this the Western County, beyond the fierce wind zone? Ye Feng gazed at the sky in astonishment. He beheld a colossal sphere suspended in the heavens, seemingly just a few kilometers away. Further afield, another orb, resembling the size of a fist, floated in the distance. Are those planets? Ye Feng stammered, as if he had stepped onto an alien world. Yes, those are indeed planets. Though they appear tantalizingly close, they are, in actuality, at least 10 billion kilometers away. It is said that upon reaching the divine realm, one would leave our Starmon continent and ascend to one of those celestial bodies. Wei Yiming retracted the luminous barrier. The Starmon continent was a verdant expanse, adorned with various towering mountains and flowing rivers. In particular, one peak loomed so high that it seemed to stretch endlessly, standing at least 10 kilometers tall. Surrounding this mountain were cascading waterfalls, which converged into a mighty river that meandered into the distance. Caw! A gigantic bird soared overhead, emitting a piercing cry. What manner of bird is that? Why is it so large? Ye Feng, like a child in a bustling city, curiously observed his surroundings. That is a beast of legend. Do not concern yourself with it, for it typically does not attack humans unless you trespass into its territory, Wei Yiming clarified. Just then, dozens of horses approached, carrying robust men on their backs. Behind the throng of knights trailed 10 enormous wagons. Wait, if I am not mistaken, they appear to have not even attained the postnatal realm. They seem to be merely ordinary people with some martial skills. Ye Feng scrutinized the caravan. Of course, what is so strange about ordinary folk? Wei Yiming regarded Ye Feng with suspicion. No, I thought the Starmon continent was entirely populated by cultivators. But I did not expect to encounter ordinary people, Ye Feng replied, somewhat dazed. The number of cultivators in our Starmon continent is indeed significantly greater than in your realm. However, this is contingent upon the population of ordinary individuals. Roughly 1 out of every 100 million ordinary people may give rise to a true martial realm practitioner. While 10 may attain the postnatal realm, Wei Yiming explained patiently. How then do these ordinary people survive in a land so densely populated with cultivators? Any single cultivator could obliterate them, Ye Feng inquired further. In our Starmon continent, although there are no explicit laws forbidding the wanton slaughter of mortals, there exists an unwritten code. If one were to slay an ordinary person, they would likely face widespread disdain and even encounter cultivators with a strong sense of justice, who might take action against them. Moreover, cultivators generally find little interest in harming mortals, much like you would not intentionally trouble an ant. You might not even notice its existence. Of course, if that ant were to provoke you, you could indeed kill it without fear of reproach, Wei Yiming concluded. Indeed, even I find myself reluctant to engage with ordinary warriors at this moment, as it seems a matter of pride. When one possesses formidable strength, one becomes acutely aware of their own dignity. Ye Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that Wei Yiming's sentiments mirrored his own state of mind, confirming he was not deceiving himself. The group of knights had also noticed the two, their expressions shifting dramatically as they dismounted in unison, kneeling before them. We have the honor of meeting the two esteemed immortals, the leading burly man respectfully declared. Wei Yiming, however, chose not to converse with them, instead indulging in a dialogue with Ye Feng. Mr. Yi, I believe it is time for us to return, should we happen to encounter Li Huoling. I cannot guarantee your safety, Wei Yiming remarked. Did you not just say he would not arrive for another month? Ye Feng replied. Information can sometimes be distorted. What I receive may not always be entirely accurate. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a slight jolt in his heart. Very well, let us return. With that, Ye Feng took the lead into the Gale Zone, with Wei Yiming following suit. Throughout the encounter, he did not utter a single word to the group of mortals. This exemplified the true mindset of one at the transformation stage. After a prolonged silence, the knights cautiously raised their heads, exchanging bewildered glances. Just now, I could have sworn the two immortals vanished into thin air. Where could they have gone? It is impossible for them to simply disappear, is it? Do not ask foolish questions about what you should not know. Let us continue our journey. This is the most crucial cargo for our escort agency. If we succeed, we shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. At this moment, a middle-aged man leaped down from the carriage. Earlier, upon seeing Wei Yiming, he had trembled in fear, too intimidated to exit the vehicle. Greetings, Chief Escort. What precisely is this cargo that holds such significance for the Lord of Xingyue City? It matters not. I shall inform you. This cargo consists of medicines developed by 100 physicians, capable of alleviating the symptoms of the goo worm disease. Currently, a third of Xingyue City is already infected. Should we delay a few days in our delivery, the entire city could be afflicted. What if we deliver the goods? Will we not also be at risk of infection? Indeed, but as escorts, we must possess the courage befitting our profession. Without such valor, how can we amass great wealth? Should we earn sufficient funds, you might even exchange them for spiritual stones with the immortals. These items are not trivial. It is said that keeping them in one's home can extend life and invigorate the spirit. 5 hours later, Ye Feng and Wei Yiming traversed back into the Gale Zone. Almost immediately upon their return, shadows flitted behind them as 5 or 6 figures clad in gray invaded the area. Wei Yiming's expression darkened as he warily scrutinized the newcomers. Ah, if it isn't the old ghost Wei, the leader of the gray-clad individuals said without reservation. Locking eyes with Wei Yinming. The Gray Garment Sect? Are you not from the Shiliang Prefecture? What brings you to Xin County? Wei Yinming inquired, a hint of tension evident in his voice. The strength of these individuals was palpable, all at the transformation stage, particularly the elder leading them, whose power reached the pinnacle of that realm, equal to Wei Yinming's own. Who is this lad beside you? Your descendant? The gray-clad man inquired. Humph. Why should I divulge anything to you? Do you have any matters to attend to in the wind barrier? Wei Yinming inquired. Indeed, we have come to refine elixirs. Recently, we received intelligence suggesting that within the wind barrier lies a hot spring island, where a method exists for purifying elixirs. We intend to incorporate this hot spring island as a subordinate sect, assigning them the task of refining elixirs for our Grey Garb sect. Chapter 1076. How could he possibly infiltrate so easily? Ha ha ha, such arrogance. If you believe you can subdue the hot spring island, then by all means, give it a try. By the way, would you like me to lead the way? Wei Yiming chuckled. At that moment, shadows flickered in the wind barrier as several groups rushed in. Upon seeing the cultivators at the transformation realm, their expressions clearly displayed alarm. Nevertheless, all of them were at least at the true martial realm. Ye Feng sighed, realizing that as news spread across the Starmon continent, an increasing number of powerful beings would venture into the wind barrier to refine elixirs. He pondered whether this influx would be a boon or a bane for the hot spring island. If a ruthless demigod were to arrive, even his two sword formations would be unable to withstand a single strike. With fellow Taoist Wei leading the way, that would be most advantageous. Please, go ahead. The gray garb individual said, now addressing Wei Yinming with a different title. Immediately, a group made their way toward the hot spring island. This time, they traveled leisurely, taking 10 days to reach the outskirts of North Hot Spring Island. So many people? This is quite intriguing. I had assumed this was a remote area. Yet it appears that even a single city harbors such a populace, rivaling that of our provincial capital, remarked the gray garb man. That is incorrect. This represents 1/5 of the total population within the entire secret realm, certainly exceeding that of the provincial capital. They have gathered here, all drawn by the hot spring island's vermin-repelling medicine, Wei Yinming clarified, deliberately concealing Ye Feng's identity as the island's master. Vermin-repelling medicine? Is that the remedy specifically for the new infectious disease plaguing the Starmon continent? The expression of the gray garb elder shifted. Although he was at the peak of the transformation realm and feared not the cursed insect plague, he had descendants to consider. Having lived for several millennia, his progeny were numerous, and it was impossible for each to attain the true martial realm. Thus, even if he did not care for himself, he must be mindful of his descendants. How effective is their vermin-repelling medicine? The gray garb man inquired. I dare say that throughout the Starmon continent, only the hot spring island produces the most effective vermin-repelling medicine. Recently, a batch of this medicine has circulated across the continent. Have you heard of it? Wei Yiming grinned. Of course I have. Apothecaries have spent a month analyzing it and have yet to discern its composition. They only gleaned superficial knowledge from it. Even so, consuming a few vials can provide some protection against the insect plague. The gray garb man nodded, the disdain in his eyes fading as he began to regard the hot spring island with newfound respect. An island capable of producing vermin-repelling medicine, along with the ability to purify elixirs. Either of these would be a tremendous asset in the outside world, yet the hot spring island possesses both. Let us proceed to the hot spring island. After journeying for 2 hours, they encountered a bustling scene of schools, hospitals, and factories, along with individuals migrating from afar. Along the way, they came across several groups clad in uniforms, emblazoned with the word security across their chests. Ahead lies the sword formation of Hot Spring Island. You may inquire whether Hot Spring Island is willing to become an affiliate of your Gray Cloak sect, Wei Yinming remarked with a sinister smile. Indeed, a member of the Gray Cloak stepped forward, his piercing gaze sweeping across the entirety of Hot Spring Island. Inside the island, Chenin also observed this group. Alongside Ye Feng. Hey, you there, summon your island master. I have matters to discuss with him, the Gray Cloak commanded, directing his attention towards Chenin. What business do you have? Chenin retorted. Your words are excessive. My command is simple. Go swiftly. If you perform well, a nourishing chi pill shall be your reward. If not, be wary of my displeasure, for I could easily obliterate Hot Spring Island, the Gray Cloak declared with an air of arrogance, dismissing the sword formation entirely. Though he recognized the formation's unusual potency, he remained unfazed. Chunin, initially prepared to call for Susan, halted his steps. Your arrogance exceeds even the foulest of airs. If you have the audacity, come forth and try, he challenged boldly. Furious, the gray cloak struck the light barrier with a powerful fist. Yet, the barrier remained unyielding, and his blow merely caused a few golden threads to shimmer. The blood pool, filled with the essence of those in the true martial realm and above, significantly enhanced the sword formation's strength, maintaining a consistent 30% potency. Previously, it had only achieved a fluctuating 20%. How peculiar, the gray cloak mused as he gestured, summoning a sword from his back that swiftly transformed into a colossal blade, spiraling through the air before descending upon the light barrier. Nearby, a soldier plunged a dagger into the vital vein of Ziyun, sending a torrent of blood into the pool. With a thunderous impact, the barrier shuddered slightly, effortlessly deflecting the giant sword strike. How is this possible? The gray cloak's expression shifted dramatically. The transformation of the spirit sword into a giant was his ultimate strike, yet it had failed to breach even the outer layer of the barrier. Furthermore, it seemed the island's inhabitants remained blissfully unaware, curiously observing him instead. The gray cloak's face flushed with embarrassment. He discreetly glanced at Wei Yiming to confirm that the old ghost was not mocking him. With renewed determination, he pointed again at the giant sword. Boom. This time, while the barrier remained steadfast, the blood in the pool began to bubble. The first strike had utilized 12 parts of his strength. The second was diminished to a mere 10. The gray cloak, now visibly flustered, withdrew 2 revitalizing pills from his robe and swallowed them hastily. His previously pallid complexion regained some color. The colossal sword unleashed a resonant roar as it struck the barrier once more. Yet, the barrier remained unwavering. What is happening? The gray cloak was utterly dumbfounded. This cannot merely be an ordinary sword formation. My 3 strikes just now could obliterate even a small clan's protective array. Yet how could such a formation exist in this remote location? The elder in gray, his face flushed and neck taut, sought to justify himself. After all, the leaders of various sects were stealthily observing from the periphery. The starry mist continent operates thus. If one's weaknesses are discovered, one becomes a perpetual target, subject to incessant scrutiny. Forget it. I have no desire to take action. Although I could dismantle this grand array with some effort, it is entirely unnecessary. For I am here to negotiate a collaboration with Hot Spring Island. The elder in gray retracted his spiritual sword. Ye Feng's expression shifted, and with a swift motion, he darted into the luminescent barrier. What? This boy? How could he easily slip inside? The elder in gray was taken aback. Ha ha ha. To speak candidly, the one who just entered is none other than the leader of Hot Spring Island. Wei Yiming chuckled. You? Are you out of your mind, old ghost Wei? Why didn't you capture him and exploit his identity to continuously procure refined elixirs and pest control medicine for us? The elder in gray glared at Wei Yiming. You may have underestimated Hot Spring Island. If you apprehend Ye Feng, they will cease supplying you with pest control medicine and may even target you specifically, withdrawing their refining services altogether. Their systems are fundamentally different. Without a head, the other parts of their bodies can instantaneously become the head. Moreover, refining elixirs is not solely dependent on Ye Feng. It is a process completed by the entire assembly line of Hot Spring Island. Wei Yiming was yet unaware that he too had been outmaneuvered by Ye Feng. So it is, I suspected as much. With your intellect, old ghost Wei. You should have realized this. The elder in gray nodded, casting another glance at Ye Feng within the barrier. You are Ye Feng? Indeed. Ye Feng, tell me, how many spiritual stones do you require for the pest control medicine? Alternatively, I could exchange some treasures with you. My gray garment sect possesses numerous valuables, such as talismans, low-grade spiritual swords, or elixirs. Of course, I trust you are not in want of elixirs, given your ability to refine them. The elder in gray exuded an air of wealth. I am afraid, however, that Hot Spring Island only recognizes this currency, known as hot spring coins. Upon finishing his statement, Ye Feng casually tossed a 1,000 yuan bill into the air. Gulp. Outside the barrier, Wei Yiming's eyes widened. Ever since he learned that hot spring coins were tied to pest control medicine and refining services, he had been plagued by the same dream each night, one in which he lay atop a mountain of hot spring coins. Now, witnessing Ye Feng carelessly discard a 1,000 yuan bill as if it were refuse, he could not help but mentally chastise him. How frivolous. This is a 1,000 yuan bill. Is this worthless paper more valuable than my treasures? The elder in gray picked up the hot spring coin, scrutinizing it from every angle, even scanning it with his spiritual sense. It appeared to be an ordinary piece of paper, devoid of spiritual energy or runes. Are you jesting with me? Are you certain this can procure pest control medicine? The elder in gray inquired. Certainly, I would appreciate it if you could return the money to me. Ye Feng pointed at the 1,000 yuan bill in his hand. TCH, here you go. The man in gray tossed the bill onto the ground. Ye Feng, do you see this Vajra talisman? Once affixed to your body, it will bestow you with immense strength and a degree of protective capability. I am willing to exchange this talisman for 1 million bottles of pest control medicine. Have it delivered to me immediately, or it will expire. The man in gray arrogantly waved the Vajra talisman in his hand. I apologize, but I have no use for that item. I only accept hot spring coins. The pest control medicine comes in several generations. Only the latest 2 generations are effective. Do you wish for the previous generation or the new one? Ye Feng inquired. What do you mean by new and old generations? Naturally, I want the best pest control medicine, replied the man in gray. Ah, I see. The new generation of pest control medicine is quite expensive, priced at 50,000 per bottle. Considering you are new here, I will offer you the first bottle at a 20% discount, Ye Feng stated calmly. What do you mean by 20% off? Do you want to make the exchange or not? If not, you will not have another opportunity to witness this Vajra talisman, the gray-clad elder coldly remarked. You can take this Vajra talisman to the hot spring bank to the south. Their staff will appraise its value. Ye Feng indicated towards the southern part of Hot Spring Island. How unreasonable. Ye Feng, do not be ungrateful. The man in gray seethed with anger. All right. Just do as the island master suggests. It won't take much time, and who knows, this Vajra talisman might fetch you billions in hot spring coins, Wei Yiming advised. Very well. Immediately, the man in gray made his way to the hot spring bank. A staff member was conducting transactions through a light screen. Go ahead. What is it worth? Sir, this is approximately worth 200,000 hot spring coins. 200,000 hot spring coins? Are you suggesting that my Vajra talisman can only be exchanged for 4 bottles of the new generation pest control medicine? The gray-clad elder narrowed his eyes. Well, you could purchase the previous generation, that is priced at 10,000 hot spring coins per grain, and your Vajra talisman could be exchanged for 20 grains. The staff member replied with a professional smile. 20 grains? What is the efficacy? How soon will it take effect? The man in gray inquired. Not at all. The new generation is effective immediately upon consumption. The previous generation, however, may require continuous use for 10 days to achieve a cure. If you only consume 5 grains, it can control the pestilence, but it will likely recur in a few days. To hell with that. I want the new one. Moreover, I do not care about your island's irrelevant rules. A place as insignificant as this dares to impose regulations on me? For this Vajra talisman, I demand you exchange it for 10 billion hot spring coins. Now, I want the money immediately. The man in gray finally lost his composure. Regrettably, my appraisal stands at 200,000 hot spring coins. If the customer is dissatisfied with my service, they may lodge a complaint with our manager. You may also check with the adjacent window. They might offer a higher valuation. Return my Vajra talisman. The man in gray approached the adjacent window once more, slamming the talisman heavily on the icy counter. Appraise its value for me, he said bluntly, leaving a poor impression on the staff member. Coincidentally, the staff member was in a bad mood today due to a relative's visit. Sir, this talisman is likely worth 1,000 hot spring coins. Would you like to exchange it for change? The gray-clad elder retorted angrily, blood boiling in his veins as he pounded his fists against the luminous screen. A group of salespeople immediately gathered around, pointing at the frenzied gray-clad figure and bursting into laughter. At that moment, Ye Feng emerged from behind the salespeople. Please, may I have your attention, sir? The talisman is not of great value. Perhaps you could consider exchanging it for something else, such as elixirs or a flying sword. That flying sword you just utilized would be quite an option, Ye Feng suggested with a smile. How dare you? That flying sword is a top-tier spiritual weapon. Its power only second to that of a treasure. Do you truly believe I would trade it for such a pittance? Very well. I shall offer 20 pieces of pei yuan dan, each with a purity of 70%. How many hot spring coins could that procure? 2 million hot spring coins for each, came the reply. What? 2 million for a pei yuan dan? Are you aware of its rarity? Our gray garment sect mobilized all its resources and spent months gathering the materials. For an ordinary person, no matter the time spent, It would be impossible to assemble the ingredients for Pei Yuan Dan, as some are held by prominent families. Those influential families only consented to sell us these materials out of respect for our sect. At this point, the gray-clad elder began to relent. Well, I'm not certain about that. Regardless, 2 million per piece is my final offer. I advise you to convert it to currency quickly, as an unending stream of individuals will seek to exchange elixirs for money. Tomorrow, your Pei Yuan Dan may not even be worth 2 million anymore. After all, our prices are dictated by market fluctuations. An excess of elixirs will inevitably diminish their value. Furthermore, as the goo worm affliction worsens, our deworming medicine will see a price increase. Today you may pay 50,000, but tomorrow it could rise to 100,000. The market dictates this. You must understand my position. Ye Feng spoke with an air of nonchalance. At last, a female salesperson could no longer contain herself. Chapter 1078. Very well. I shall yield once more. Ye Feng, you are quite ruthless. I hope that one day, I do not find myself in your grasp. Exchange those Pei Yuan Dan for mere scraps of paper. The gray-clad elder's demeanor shifted from fury to a brooding intensity, hinting at a brewing storm. Sir, are you attempting to threaten me? Should I meet my end one day, irrespective of who the assailant may be? Hot Spring Island shall cease to provide the Star Dream continent with elixir refinement services and deworming medicine. Should they wish for Hot Spring Island to resume these services, they must uncover the culprit, sever the head, and present it for verification to Hot Spring Island. I trust you would not wish to make an enemy of the entire Star Dream continent, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. You? The gray-clad elder broke out in a cold sweat. He had not anticipated Hot Spring Island to be so formidable. If they were to implement Ye Feng's proposal, it was indeed plausible that others might willingly surrender their heads. At the very least, Wei Yiming would do so. With that thought, he slowly retrieved a flying sword from his robe. He possessed 3 flying swords. The primary one was not for sale, but these spare swords seemed disposable. However, these swords had been stained with the blood of countless formidable opponents in his earlier years. Reluctantly, I find myself compelled to sell to the island of Hot Springs. This exquisite first-grade flying sword, marked with black spots, I shall offer to you, but please grant me a discount. Upon finishing his words, the man in gray thrust the sword into the shimmering barrier. Brother Feng, how should we appraise it? The salesperson turned to Ye Feng. Please provide this esteemed elder with a fair valuation. Ye Feng sighed, aware that he could not afford to offend the man in gray too severely. As their primary adversary was the formidable Li Horling. Very well. The salesperson picked up the flying sword and examined it closely. The sword was adorned with an array of intricate runes. Wait, let us test the hardness of this sword against a dagger, Ye Feng suggested, retrieving a dagger from his lower back. Certainly. The salesperson took the dagger and struck the flying sword with great force. A sharp crack echoed, revealing a tiny chip on the edge of the blade. If the sword were magnified several hundred times, that chip would indeed be quite alarming. What? This flying sword is rather subpar. Are you attempting to deceive us at the Hot Springs Bank? The female salesperson exclaimed angrily. Alas, this remote place has yielded a sword whose material lacks inherent hardness. It requires a cultivator's infusion of spiritual energy to attain formidable strength. Do you truly comprehend what a flying sword is? The man in gray lamented. Ye Feng did not respond immediately, but turned to Wei Yiming. Senior Wei, is this accurate? Ye Feng inquired. Indeed. Wei Yiming's face flushed with indignation. He had not anticipated Ye Feng's limited knowledge, even of the operational principles of a flying sword. Ye Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Regardless, your flying sword could not withstand the dagger's strike. Thus do not harbor excessive hopes regarding its value. With that, Ye Feng signaled to the salesperson. Very well, esteemed elder in gray, your first-grade flying sword, marked with black spots, is valued at approximately 2 million hot spring coins. Ah! The man in gray erupted in furious roars, causing the shimmering barrier to tremble slightly. Wait, I possess an alternative method. One that can swiftly yield a substantial amount of hot spring coins. Ye Feng's expression shifted suddenly. Speak, but do not jest with me. Ye Feng, do not misjudge the situation simply because the Hot Springs Island offers pest repellent and can refine elixirs. Remember, there are always greater powers beyond what you perceive. The elder's demeanor sagged. He had initially thought that in this remote location, he could present any trash and extract the entire fortune from Ye Feng and his companions. Instead, he overestimated the understanding of those within the barrier. It was akin to offering gold to a monkey in exchange for fruit. The monkey would refuse without hesitation, as it did not comprehend the value of gold. Would you be interested in donating blood? As a peak transformation cultivator, your liter of blood could be exchanged for 10 billion hot spring coins. Ye Feng leaned closer to the shimmering barrier. Donate blood? Ha ha. Do you know how precious our blood is? Ye Feng, cease your daydreaming. The man in gray shook his head. How about this? 15 billion per liter. That is my utmost sincerity. Ye Feng countered. Ye Feng, do not persist with this. Let us discuss other methods. The elder rejected, shaking his head. Hey, do you even know how to conduct business? At least negotiate the price. How about 2 billion for a liter of transformation essence? Ye Feng held up 2 fingers. The elderly man in gray fell silent, casting a cold gaze upon Ye Feng. Well, I understand your blood is immensely valuable. But those around you seem to be your disciples as well. What are their realms? Ye Feng inquired. The expression of the gray-clad elder shifted subtly. Forcing him to offer his blood would be met with staunch refusal. At his level, every drop is priceless. However, his subordinates are of lesser concern. They are, at the very least, in the initial stages of transformation, especially the 4th elder, who is in the later stages. Ye Feng, what are you planning? The gray elder asked, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Although he wished to profit from the blood of his subordinates, he could not voice it. It would be best if Ye Feng suggested it himself. The sect master? Me? The other disciples of the gray sect turned pale, instinctively retreating a step. They were astute enough to grasp their leader's intent. What do I intend? Forget it. Ponder it slowly on your own. I'm off to rest. Ye Feng declared, striding purposefully into the luminous barrier. Hey, wait. The gray elder was startled and hurriedly called after Ye Feng. Fine, I will wait for you. Ye Feng pulled over a chair and sat down with an air of authority within the luminous barrier, eager to observe how the gray-clad leader would persuade his subordinates to offer their blood. The blood of transformation practitioners is undoubtedly more effective than that of the Xian sect. Next time that Li Huoling launches an attack on the barrier, he will be in a position of absolute security. The gray sect leader slowly turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over his 7 subordinates. Gentlemen, nurturing troops for 1,000 days is for the sake of a single moment. The insect repellent medicine is vital for our gray sect, and their ability to refine pills is equally urgent for us. Only by acquiring the spring coins can we have the hot spring island assist us in refining pills and obtaining the insect repellent medicine. So I hope everyone will act with awareness. Upon finishing, the gray sect leader released his aura fully. These transformation realm experts, being the upper echelon of the gray sect, were typically quite defiant. Very well, I will make a concession. In the future, the individual who donates the most blood will have the first choice of the refined pills, followed by the second highest, and so on. The gray sect leader made a significant concession. Indeed, several rebellious individuals exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Before long, a line formed outside the luminous barrier. Draw a little less. Don't take it all at once, an elderly man in the initial transformation stage remarked. Rest assured, the first draw will only be 500 milliliters. It's not mandatory to extract it all at once. Our hot spring island upholds the spirit of humanitarianism and will not resort to underhanded tactics, a gentle nurse assured. Shortly thereafter, the 7 transformation realm experts each had 500 milliliters drawn. Ye Feng brought it to his nose, and indeed, the blood of transformation practitioners was remarkable. Even after 5 minutes of extraction, it had not congealed but rather emanated a powerful aura. Hurry, pour them into the blood pool. The blood pool preserves indefinitely, while the blood bank only lasts a month, Ye Feng commanded. Immediately, 30 soldiers escorted 7 nurses towards the blood pool. Make way, clear the special passage for us, quickly. The soldiers urged the onlookers aside. Ye Feng watched with satisfaction as they emptied 7 bags of plasma into the blood pool and nodded in approval. Wang Jia, settle the payment, Ye Feng instructed. Yes. However, the cost incurred from your blood donation was quite substantial, amounting to several 100 million spring coins. Hence, I advise you to deposit it in the spring bank to earn interest. Let me calculate. It's a total of 320 million. If you deposit it in the spring bank, you will earn 32,000 in interest daily. However, such a high interest rate requires a fixed deposit. I recommend a term of 3 years. If you opt for a flexible deposit, the interest rate will be considerably lower, perhaps even struggling to yield 5,000 a day. Wang Jia echoed Wang Jihai's previous sentiments. Just give us the money directly. Forget about the conversion to deworming medicine. Wait, hold off on that for now. The master of the gray garb, after cautiously surveying the surroundings, carefully retrieved a box from his robe. Upon opening the large box, a smaller box was revealed inside. Ye Feng, this elixir has a purity of only 60%. It's somewhat subpar. Can you refine it to 70%? 65 would suffice, the master of the gray garb said, his lips quivering slightly. This indicated that the elixir within the box was undoubtedly of a higher grade than the Huayuan Dan. Ye Feng solemnly accepted the box through the light screen. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay an elixir the size of a pigeon egg, its surface adorned with dark green spiritual patterns, identical in both design and color to those he had cultivated after mastering the Ye Feng sacred demon technique. What kind of elixir is this? Ye Feng inquired. However, the master of the gray garb glanced around before subtly moving his lips. Though he did not utter a sound, Ye Feng could hear his whispered transmission. Do not inquire about the elixir's identity. I ask you, can you refine this elixir? Ye Feng's eyes widened in surprise at the secret of communication. Just answer my question. Keep this from others. Well, I suppose I should know what this elixir is. Otherwise, there may be discrepancies during refinement. What if I ruin it? Ye Feng feigned nonchalance. In truth, he could refine any elixir, but he was curious about its identity. I can only tell you that this is a body-refining elixir. It must have a name. Then, this. It is the dominant body pill. What is the dominant body pill? The dominant body pill grants a chance to achieve a dominant body upon consumption. And as one's cultivation increases, its power grows stronger. Moreover, it has a mitigating effect on inner demons. The master of the gray garb, fearing a misstep in the refinement process, had no choice but to divulge the information. I comprehend. Rest assured, grant me a month's time, and I shall ensure its refinement, Ye Feng declared. A month? The gray-robed sect leader hesitated. This body-dominating pill was his prized possession. How could he entrust Ye Feng with it for an entire month? What if something were to go awry in the interim? Once the body-dominating technique was perfected, transcending various realms would become significantly easier. After all, the body-dominating technique could withstand a portion of the tribulations. If you are unwilling, then so be it. I am rather disinclined to engage in the refinement, Ye Feng retorted, pushing the box back, employing a tactic of feigned retreat. In truth, he felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the man might refuse to allow him to refine it. Then, I must inquire, what would the refinement fee approximately entail? The gray-robed sect leader asked. Ye Feng pondered for a moment, striving to propose a compromise that would not lead them to perceive the fee as trivial, yet would not deter him from proceeding with the refinement. Let it be 2 billion spring coins. Suddenly, Chenin emerged from behind. What? 2 billion? However, I only possess 320 million spring coins. The gray-robed sect leader erupted in fury. Chenin, silence. Ye Feng, exasperated, spat blood in frustration. Then turned back to the gray-robed sect leader, chuckling. Ha ha ha. This is my brother. He has consumed too much stinky tofu since childhood and tends to speak nonsense. The refinement fee would actually be 300 million. What? 300 million? The gray-robed sect leader's expression fluctuated ominously. After a moment of silence, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ye Feng, you are quite the strategist. First allowing your subordinate to demand an exorbitant price, and then you propose a middle ground figure. Yet that figure remains excessively high. Do you think I would acquiesce? You are far from mastering psychological warfare, my boy. Alas, never mind. It is no small endeavor for you to travel such a distance. For the initial refinement, I shall take it upon myself to grant you a discount, reducing it to 30 million spring coins. However, for subsequent refinements, no discounts shall apply. And the full service fee must be tendered, Ye Feng stated earnestly. Agreed. It's settled then. 30 million. The gray-robed elder readily acquiesced, eager to avoid Ye Feng's change of heart. Furthermore, as he consented, he casually tossed the box into the luminous barrier. Ye Feng received the box, feigning a look of distress. This refinement of the elixir requires nearly 10,000 of my compatriots on Spring Island to toil for a month, in addition to utilizing numerous precious materials. To be frank, the loss is considerable. Alas, do consider patronizing us more in the future. Our Spring Island thrives on modest profits through substantial sales, Ye Feng proclaimed with noble resolve. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Mr. Ye, there will be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. I guarantee to cater exclusively to your business, The gray-robed sect leader responded with a smile. Mr. Ye, is it truly the case that only my establishment possesses the capability to refine elixirs across the entire Starmane continent? You truly possess a silver tongue. Mr. Ye, I misspoke earlier. Consider it a personal favor owed to you. Should you ever visit Shilian County, do remember to come to the Gray Robe. I shall extend to you a warm welcome. I am aware of your grievances with the Prince of Xi'an, yet I am not under his jurisdiction. So do not fear him, the gray-robed sect leader assured. Very well. Whoever it is, retract 30 million spring coins and distribute the remaining funds as cash. Ye Feng commanded. No more. Let it stay in your hot spring bank, with 290 million remaining. I prefer a demand deposit for convenience. However, how is the interest calculated? The master of the gray robe inquired. The interest amounts to approximately 40 million hot spring coins per day, replied the female bank clerk. Chapter 1080. This is not surprising. Very well, I shall deposit it. Shortly thereafter, the bank manager personally came to attend to the master of the gray robe. He was required to press his fingerprints and footprints repeatedly on a sheet of paper, as well as verify his name and various other details. All done. 3 copies, 1 for the Hot Spring Bank, 1 for you, and 1 for Hot Spring Island. The manager courteously handed over the deposit slip. This indeed represents 290 million hot spring coins. Haha. In the future, I can also refine some transformation elixirs. The master of the gray robe carefully wrapped the deposit slip in 3 layers of handkerchief before reverently placing it in his chest, and, not entirely at ease, patted it to ensure it had not fallen to the ground. There is no need for such caution. Even if your deposit slip were to fall, you could still withdraw money using your fingerprint, unless your hands and feet were severed, Ye Feng remarked. Oh, I did not expect the Hot Spring Bank to be so considerate. I am impressed. If there is nothing else, I shall find a place to stay outside, Mr. Ye. The master of the gray robe concluded, departing with his 7 subordinates. Meanwhile, the leaders of the 4 major sects had been observing closely. Mr. Ye, I currently possess over 300 million hot spring coins. May I deposit them in the bank to earn interest? Certainly, O Fusk. Quickly, let us return and deposit the excess funds. After all, interest is free money. Let us also find a few volunteers to donate blood. Fortunately, I have several innate level experts among my ranks. Although their blood may not match that of the transformation realm, we have plenty of innate experts. The members of the 4 major sects hurried back to their tasks. Ye Feng, holding the body enhancement pill, entered the training room. He first brought the pill to his nose and took a whiff. Humans are sentient beings. They can discern through scent whether a pill is beneficial to their body. Indeed, after a sniff, Ye Feng felt an overwhelming urge to consume it, confirming its usefulness to him. Realizing this, Ye Feng grasped the body enhancement pill and commenced the lengthy process of refinement. He publicly declared it would take a month to complete, but in reality, with his current cultivation level, he required only 3 days. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by. Ye Feng, reeking of odor, opened his eyes. In his hand lay a significantly smaller body enhancement pill. With a flip of his other hand, another pill of 100% purity appeared. Perfect. He divided the refined body enhancement pill into 2, returning the larger one to the master of the gray robe. As for the smaller one, he chuckled and swallowed it whole. A surge of warmth instantly enveloped his entire being, and Ye Feng felt every cell in his body rejoicing, akin to a parched individual suddenly quenching their thirst with refreshing spring water. This transformation lasted a full 7 days before Ye Feng opened his eyes once more. Remarkable. Truly, the body enhancement pill is extraordinary. Such a small amount has saved me nearly a decade of cultivation in my sacred demon technique. Most importantly, this device seems to indeed impose limitations on the inner demons. Without further ado, Ye Feng began to gather the robust energy within him, seeking to breach the bottleneck of the mid-level Jinwu stage. During the initial attempt, a shudder coursed through his entire body due to the pain. With the second attempt, he felt as though his very soul was on the verge of disintegration. On the third attempt, boom, the bottleneck shattered, and Ye Feng ascended from the initial Jinwu stage to the mid-level Jinwu stage. At that moment, the scenery around him transformed. The training room morphed into a desolate desert. The desert then shifted into an oasis, and the oasis morphed into a primordial forest. Alarmed, he quickly shut his eyes, striving to stabilize his mental state. The inner demons alternately dragged him into hell and elevated him to paradise. Ye Feng's expression contorted, shifting from cold laughter to sorrow, from pain to joy. The torment inflicted by the inner demons directly impacted the essence of his soul. In those fleeting minutes, he endured inhuman suffering, nearly causing his soul to shatter. With a furious roar, Ye Feng abruptly opened his eyes. He was now visibly fatigued, his eyes wide with terror as he surveyed his surroundings. After a full minute of bewilderment, he regained his composure, confirming that he was not trapped within the illusion of the inner demons. "I, Ye Feng, vow that I shall not dare to advance until I resolve the issue of my inner demons." He rose to his feet and strode out of the training room, appearing considerably thinner, with several strands of hair turned white. "Brother Feng, you have finally emerged." Chun En was the first to approach him. "Indeed, that was a brush with death, more perilous than ever before," Ye Feng replied, his face pale. "The inner demons are akin to internal enemies. Only internal adversaries represent the true threat." Chun En recounted, "I heard your roar from the training room and knew something had gone awry, yet I dared not interrupt you. Where is our soul-extinguishing bell?" Ye Feng suddenly recalled. The soul-extinguishing bell should still be at the South Hot Spring Island. Last time, after the people from Sword Gorge breached the protective clan formation, the bell went missing. However, I suspect it can be found there. Perhaps even in the hands of the over 100 million inhabitants. Chun En remarked. "Forget it. The soul-extinguishing bell likely holds little relevance to the current inner demons." Ye Feng shook his head. "After all, the bell is merely a replica and cannot compare to the authentic soul-settling bell. Has anything else transpired during my seclusion?" Ye Feng inquired as he made his way toward the bathhouse, with Chun En closely following. "The master in gray robes has been meditating just beyond the light screen. He stated that he wishes to consume the body-enhancing pill as soon as you refine it," Chun En explained. "That is not surprising," Ye Feng nodded. "He consumed only a small portion of the body-enhancing pill and ascended directly to the Zhenwu realm. Moreover, he accomplished this while being tormented by inner demons. If a peak Huayuan cultivator were to consume it, there is a significant chance they could break through to the Xinyuan realm, placing them on par with the county prince." As the doors of the bathhouse opened, Chun En personally assisted Ye Feng in scrubbing his back. "Brother Feng, outside the luminous barrier, numerous unfamiliar faces have emerged. This information was provided by the security company. I surmise that the skilled practitioners from the nearby counties adjacent to the Galewind region have gathered in our Sword Gorge enclave. Most of them are in the postnatal realm, along with thousands of true martial realm cultivators and 11 from the transformation origin realm, hailing from Xian County, Shiliang County, as well as Baise County and Ningyi County. Should they unite to assault the sword array, there exists a significant possibility of its collapse," Chun En stated earnestly. Ye Feng's expression darkened slightly. "Go and spread the word to those outsiders," Ye Feng instructed. "Inform them that if they manage to breach the sword array, the purification machines on Hot Spring Island will instantaneously malfunction, and thereafter, no one across the Starmane continent will be able to transform waste pills into treasures, or turn stone into gold. Sister Susan has already disseminated this information. Otherwise, our barrier might have been attacked 7 days ago. They truly believe that purification relies on the entire assembly line of Hot Spring Island. If they were to learn that it is solely your efforts that facilitate the purification, they might attempt to capture you and use you as a tool," Chun En cautioned. "Therefore, you must advise those citizens to keep their mouths shut and refrain from speaking indiscriminately," Ye Feng asserted. "Understood." After bathing, Ye Feng and Chun En walked side by side towards the luminous barrier. Amidst the icy landscape, an elderly man sat cross-legged, surrounded by a circle of falling snowflakes. Yet none landed upon him. The gray-robed sect leader seemed to sense something. As Ye Feng approached the barrier, he opened his eyes simultaneously. Ye Feng, how goes it? Have you succeeded in the purification?" he inquired with urgency. "To be frank, while purifying this pill, I discovered its composition to be quite complex, and I nearly failed. Fortunately, with the efforts of nearly 10,000 on Hot Spring Island utilizing all available materials, I managed to salvage this body enhancement pill. However, it is now 2/3 smaller than before. If you don't believe me, take a look," Ye Feng said, presenting a small body enhancement pill. This dark green hue appears even more refined. Splendid. Please hold on. I will scan it with my spiritual sense," the gray-robed sect leader stated, proceeding to probe the body enhancement pill with his spiritual energy. After a brief moment, he joyfully withdrew his consciousness. "With the current strength of my spiritual sense, I couldn't detect any impurities within the pill. Ye Feng, your Hot Spring Island is indeed formidable. I have 200 million hot spring coins in my bank. Convert 200 million for me into worm-expelling pills, as many of my descendants require this treatment, the gray-robed sect leader declared. I'm afraid I can only assist with purification matters. You will need to handle that transaction through the bank, Ye Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. You? Ye Feng. I am a peak transformation origin realm practitioner. Am I not even qualified to converse with you? The gray-robed sect leader's anger flared. Chapter 1081. The cannons are raised. Ye Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. Go out and spread the word, Ye Feng instructed. Inform those outside that if they manage to breach the sword formation, the purification machines on Hot Spring Island will instantly malfunction. Consequently, no one across the entire Starming continent will be able to transform their waste pills into treasures, nor turn stone into gold. Sister Susan has already made such announcements. Otherwise, our barrier would have been attacked a week ago. They genuinely believe that the purification process relies on the entire assembly line of Hot Spring Island. If they were to discover that it is solely your efforts that facilitate the purification, they might attempt to capture you and use you as a tool, Shannon remarked. Therefore, you must advise those citizens to keep their lips sealed and refrain from spreading rumors, Ye Feng added. Understood. After bathing, Ye Feng and Shannon walked side by side towards the barrier. In the midst of the icy landscape, they spotted an elderly man sitting cross-legged, with snowflakes falling in a circle around him, yet none landing upon his figure. The master of the gray garb seemed to sense their approach, as he opened his eyes just as Ye Feng reached the barrier. Ye Feng, how is it? Has the purification been successful? To be frank, while purifying this pill, I discovered its complex composition, and it was nearly a failure. Fortunately, with the collective efforts of nearly 10,000 people on Hot Spring Island and all available materials, I managed to salvage this body-strengthening pill. Although it has been salvaged, its size has diminished to 2/3 of its original form. If you don't believe me, take a look. Ye Feng then handed over a small body-strengthening pill. This dark green hue is even more refined. Splendid. Please wait a moment while I scan it with my spiritual sense. The master of the gray garb immediately infused his consciousness into the body-strengthening pill. After a brief moment, he joyfully withdrew the pill. With the current strength of my spiritual sense, I couldn't detect any impurities within. Ye Feng. Hot Spring Island is indeed remarkable. I have 200 million hot spring coins in my bank. Could you exchange 200 million for me to obtain some insect-repelling pills? My descendants require them for treatment. Apologies, but such transactions must be handled through the bank. I can only assist with purification services. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. You? Ye Feng. I am a peak transformation realm cultivator. Do I not even possess the right to converse with you? The master of the gray garb was incensed. Hey, speak. Are you mute? The master of the gray garb observed Ye Feng's dazed expression and suddenly turned to glance behind him. There, several thousand meters away, a towering spirit beast stood, nearly 10 meters high. Riding atop, it was Li Hualing, the prince of Xin County, accompanied by an even larger entourage. Surrounding the fire Qilin were 18 members of the Purple Robe Guards and numerous Silver Armor Guards. Further back, a dense mass of Black Armor Guards obscured the exact number accompanying him. Ye Feng, your troubles have arrived. I take my leave. With that, the master of the gray garb vanished into the swirling snow. Li Hua came to a halt 100 meters from the barrier, his sharp gaze sweeping around before locking onto Ye Feng's eyes. Mid-stage true martial? How long has it been since our last encounter? And this young man has actually advanced? A weight settled in Li Hualing's heart. It took him over a decade to progress from the early to the mid-stages of Zhenwu. Yet Ye Feng managed to ascend in less than a year. However, a dismissive smile soon crept across his face. Indeed, he is a prodigy. But one must also evolve into a formidable force. On my Starming continent, countless gifted individuals have perished along the way. Muttering to himself, Li Hualing suddenly let out a thunderous shout to his left. Ziyan, where are you? Upon my arrival, why do you not come forth to greet me? Yet, the surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sound of snowflakes landing on the ground. Ziyun had long been sealed within the blood pool by Ye Feng, now only able to hear the prince's words without the capacity to respond. Ziyun, come out at once. The only reply was the howling cold wind. A heaviness overcame Li Hualing as his vast consciousness swept across a 100-mile radius. Soon, he sensed Ziyun near the blood pool by the Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng, you actually captured Ziyun alive? Li Hualing's voice rumbled. Ye Feng pressed his lips tightly together and nodded at Shannon. Shannon hurriedly led a dozen men towards the blood pool, each armed with a dagger aimed at the major arteries of the blood slaves. Should Li Huoling attack the sword formation, they would be compelled to sever these individuals' arteries, allowing a steady flow of blood into the pool. Indeed, Lord Li, during your absence, I employed certain means to capture Ziyun and others alive. Furthermore, I harbor no intention of becoming adversaries with the Xin royal household. If possible, I would prefer to maintain a cooperative relationship with you. As far as I know, your side has a significant number of infected individuals. Do you require my assistance? I possess the original version of the deworming medicine, capable of healing your people. Ye Feng's voice resonated. While he had an abundance of the blood of powerful beings to sustain the sword formation, he was wary of Li Huoling's formidable strength. Uncertain whether he could adequately defend against such a master of the late stage of Xinyuan. Moreover, the latter had brought numerous subordinates along. Providing deworming medicine? Ha ha ha, Ye Feng. It appears you are still lost in a dream. You have destroyed my treasure. Even if you willingly release the great formation now, I would show no mercy. The hot spring island must leave no trace behind. Summon the formation. After Li Huoling's decree, he nodded to the silver-armored guards behind him. The guards quickly moved, surrounding the entire hot spring island with a distance of over 100 meters between them. Prepare the formation flags. Li Huoling commanded sharply. The silver-armored guards simultaneously retrieved formation flags from their bosoms, waving them in unison. In the next moment, Ye Feng's eyes widened in shock. 36 formation flags emitted a dazzling radiance, and a pitch-black light curtain began to spread across the entire formation, anchored by the 36 individuals. This is bad. What are they up to? Shunan anxiously inched closer to Ye Feng. Ye Feng lifted his gaze to the sky, where dark clouds began to envelop the heavens from the periphery. The light on the hot spring island vanished at a visibly rapid pace. Ultimately, these dark light curtains enveloped the outer perimeter of the hot spring island, encasing the entire sword formation. It's so dark, Brother Feng. They have enveloped our sword formation with their grand array. From now on, we can only remain blind and deaf, unable to connect with the outside world. Shunan said nervously in the darkness. Light the torches, commanded Ye Feng. In no time, the dimly lit torches flickered to life within the hot spring island, providing a meager illumination to the sword formation. However, compared to before, the island was now shrouded in darkness, creating a profound sense of discomfort. A wave of gasps echoed across the hot spring island, with most faces betraying panic. It was akin to being confined in a space, invoking a sense of claustrophobia. Yet, Ye Feng was acutely aware that Li Huoling's tactics extended beyond this. Brother Feng, it's dire. The blood in the blood pool is gradually turning black, reported a novice array master who rushed over. Can this black grand array absorb the energy of the sword formation? Ye Feng swiftly moved to the side of the blood pool. Indeed, the once vibrant red liquid had transformed into a dark brown hue. Cut open the wrists of Ziyun and the others, and let their blood continuously drip into the pool, Ye Feng commanded coldly. With a series of muffled sounds, Ziyun met with misfortune. Brother Feng, if that black grand array can continue to absorb the energy from the sword formation, what shall we do? We cannot perpetually remain on the defensive, can we? Shunan inquired. Defensive? Shunan, use the cannons and crossbows to see if you can breach a gap in the black light screen outside, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. At once, Shunan replied, ascending to a height to address the 800 soldiers of the hot spring island. With a current population of just over 100,000, 800 troops were already the limit. All soldiers, heed my command. Use cannons and crossbows to attack the black light screen outside. Immediately, 800 soldiers took their positions, some lifting crossbows while others readied cannons. With a series of explosive sounds, the black light screen was bombarded, resulting in numerous gaps appearing. Light streamed in through the breaches, briefly restoring illumination to the hot spring island. However, this brightness lasted less than 5 minutes before the openings began to close once more. Ye Feng approached the blood pool, intently observing the blood within. Indeed, when the black light screen was struck, the rate at which the blood darkened slowed significantly. This indicated that the energy extraction from the blood pool diminished in response to the assault on the black light screen. However, this was insufficient. The black light screen needed to be completely shattered to restore the hot spring island to its former glory. Outside the black light screen, Li Huoling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the openings appear on the dark barrier. You wish to breach my black devouring spirit array? Huh, what a fanciful dream. He laughed, a smirk of triumph gracing his features. During the preceding period, he had not only quelled the infectious disease in the Western County by incinerating all the infected, showcasing his ruthless methods, but he had also sought out the state lord to borrow the formidable black devouring spirit array. Any entity imbued with spirit, once ensnared by the black devouring spirit array, will gradually have its energy siphoned away, whether it be a human, a spirit stone, a spiritual herb, or a spiritual sword within the array. The inevitable conclusion is that they will be reduced to lifeless, mundane objects devoid of spiritual power. Something is amiss, Feng. I feel as though something within me is being drained. I sense it too. It feels as if our strength is being extracted, Feng responded, his voice tinged with alarm. I can hardly muster any energy. Coughing erupted from several of the strength practitioners, their faces paling as they struggled against the encroaching weakness. This is dire. My energy has been excessively drained, and the temperature of Hot Spring Island is plummeting, Ye Feng remarked, his complexion shifting as he extended his hand to gauge the temperature within the sword array. Indeed, it had recently hovered around 10 degrees, but now it seemed to have dropped to a mere 5 or 6. As the temperature fell, those of lesser strength began to cough, particularly one practitioner whose every cough drained the color from his face. With each fit of coughing, the practitioner clutched his chest, his relentless coughs sounding as if he might expel his lungs. Are you all right? Ye Feng hastily stepped forward to support him. Feng, the man began, but was abruptly interrupted as he coughed violently, spilling a copious amount of blood. Hang in there, Ye Feng urged, glancing at the blood that had pooled, only to discover slender, writhing worms within it. This is grave. He has contracted a parasitic illness. Quickly, fetch the anti-parasitic medicine, Ye Feng shouted, his voice cracking under pressure. At the Hot Spring Hospital, numerous nurses hurried to retrieve the anti-parasitic medication. Unfortunately, the latest batch shipped from South Hot Spring Island was limited, intended only for those of lesser strength. At that moment, a thunderous voice resounded from outside the barrier. Ha ha ha, Ye Feng. How do you find the taste of my black devouring spirit array? Before long, the energy of your entire formation, including all within, will be drained, leaving behind nothing but dried corpses. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Your Highness, I have made it clear that I harbor no intention of enmity with you. Furthermore, let me remind you that Hot Spring Island possesses a continuous production line for purifying elixirs. Should you annihilate my island, the entire Star Main continent will lose the capability to refine elixirs. I can purify waste elixirs into 100% pure divine elixirs. Consider your next move wisely. Ye Feng's voice boomed, ensuring that people within a radius of several kilometers could hear. 100% pure elixirs? Ye Feng, it seems you have a death wish to utter such childish words. Do you take me for a fool? Li Hualing was unfazed by the threat. You may inquire with others, for instance, those outside suffering from calamity. They should know of Hot Spring Island's capabilities. Ye Feng continued, his intent to mention the 4 great clans tempered by a fear that Li Hualing might retaliate against them out of spite, even in the face of mortal peril. Ye Feng remained loyal, refraining from revealing the clandestine collusion between the 4 great clans and himself. Ye Feng, your words are futile. Even if you could indeed purify waste elixirs, today, I shall obliterate Hot Spring Island to avenge my grandson. Outside the luminous barrier, Li Hualing slowly shook his head. This time, he had expended countless spirit stones and paid a heavy price to acquire this black devouring spirit array from the governor. Ye Feng's expression darkened significantly as he approached the edge of the black barrier. Those outside the barrier listened intently as he declared, in my capacity as the spokesperson of North Hot Spring Island, I command you to annihilate all personnel from the Li Wangfu, particularly those cultivators controlling the devouring spirit array. For each one killed, a reward of 100 million hot spring coins shall be granted. Ye Feng's voice thundered forth. Everyone outside the barrier, including members from the 4 great sects and the Grey Garb sect, widened their eyes in astonishment. They now comprehended the significance of hot spring coins. With such currency, they could procure insect-repelling medicines and settle the service fees for purifying elixirs. Li Hualing squinted, slowly turning his head while seated upon his fire chelin. His piercing gaze swept across the skilled practitioners within a 10-kilometer radius. Upon meeting his gaze, these experts quickly lowered their heads, none daring to make eye contact. Forget it. If it were merely others to be slain, we might have taken the risk, but to confront Li Hualing, that is a different matter altogether. Indeed, Chief Chiao. The divide between the transformation and divine origin realms is an insurmountable chasm. Strictly speaking, the energy within our bodies is still primordial energy, whereas in the divine origin realm, it is no longer primordial but divine essence. Wei Yiming nodded in agreement. What shall we do then? Should we allow the prince to obliterate Hot Spring Island? We have so many inferior elixirs that require his purification. Hot Spring Island is a treasure trove for us, He Qingji remarked. That is indeed a dilemma. The sheer quantity of inferior elixirs amassed by all the sects on Starry Mist Continent is staggering. If Hot Spring Island could purify these inferior elixirs, it would be an unimaginable fortune, spoke a cultivator from the ancient sword sect, named Han. Brother Han speaks truthfully. According to the standards of alchemists on the continent, out of 10 cauldrons of elixirs, 8 are typically inferior. After millions of years of accumulation, the quantity of these inferior elixirs is beyond mere fortune, remarked a cultivator named Lan from the Tianhai clan. Stop dreaming. Do you truly believe you can match Li Huoling? The leader of the Black Wind sect doused their hopes with cold water. The 5 remained silent in response. After a moment, He Qingji suddenly seemed inspired and turned to the leader of the Black Wind sect. Taoist Mo, why not persuade the prince? Let him test Hot Spring Island's purification capabilities. I believe the prince thinks Ye Feng is deceiving him, which is why he seeks total annihilation. However, once the prince realizes that Hot Spring Island genuinely possesses the ability to purify elixirs, he will certainly discern the situation clearly. Even if there are grievances against Sun, he might set them aside. Why don't you say it yourself? You only know how to direct me. The leader of the Black Wind sect, not one to be trifled with, firmly declined. Chapter 1083. We have won. We have triumphed. What shall we do now? We cannot truly allow him to destroy Hot Spring Island, can we? The total number of discarded pills across the entire Starry Continent could nearly fill the entirety of the Western Yin County. Have you all considered this thoroughly? He Qingji exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, Wei Yiming stepped forward. Let us do this. The 6 of us, apart from Li Huoling, are the strongest individuals here. We shall draw lots to decide who will persuade the prince. You may draw, but I shall not. The leader of the Black Wind sect refused, shaking his head. Very well. If you choose not to participate, then once our 5 major sects develop, we will impose restrictions on the growth of your Black Wind sect, Wei Yiming stated. It matters not. The Black Wind sect leader retreated to a distance. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stealthily merged into the crowd, then began to utilize secret communication. Li Huoling, mounted upon the back of the fire Qilin, shifted his expression, as the voice of a practitioner with the surname Mo echoed in his ears. Your Highness, during your absence, Lord Ziyun was killed by members of the 4 major sects and the woman's sect. Furthermore, they have been secretly trading with Ye Feng. I witnessed this with my own eyes. Upon receiving the secret message from the leader of the Black Wind sect, Li Huoling's fury ignited instantly, as he cast a sharp gaze towards the leaders of the 5 sections. However, merely 2 seconds later, he regained his composure. Impossible. These 5 sects are utterly loyal to me. How could they possibly commit such an act? Moreover, they are not foolish. They understand that the consequence of such betrayal would be the annihilation of their clans by my princely house. Could it be that Ye Feng's Hot Spring Island truly possesses the capability to refine pills? Only such temptation could lead the 5 sects to turn against me. Li Huoling was no fool. In fact, he was more astute than most practitioners, having deduced the truth with remarkable precision. I am unaware. However, they are indeed trading with Ye Feng and have even murdered Lord Ziyun. Moreover, Ye Feng has slain your grandson. The leader of the Black Wind sect hastily employed provocation, hoping to incite Li Huoling's wrath. Mo Ming, do you perceive me as a fool? To think you could provoke my anger in such a manner, thereby causing me to lose my reason? Li Huoling's expression turned cold. I would not dare. Your Highness, please decide for yourself. The leader of the Black Wind sect's countenance darkened as he ceased the secret communication. Li Huoling glanced at the distant light screen, then turned his gaze towards the positions of the 5 sect leaders. With a swift motion, he descended among the 5 leaders in the blink of an eye. The 5 were startled and retreated in unison, gazing at Li Huoling with terror etched upon their faces. Li Huoling first surveyed the expressions of the 5 with a piercing gaze. He was certain Mo Ming had not deceived him. Indeed, Ziyun had been slain by these 5, and they had engaged in dealings with Ye Feng. Otherwise, how could Ye Feng possibly possess the strength to kill a mid-stage transformation origin realm expert like Ziyun? Your Highness, We pay our respects to you, your highness. The leaders bowed in unison. Li Huoling emitted a sound from his nostrils. Do you have something to convey to me? Li Huoling spoke calmly. The five could not help but exchange glances. Ultimately, it was the practitioner with the surname Lan who took a step forward. Your highness, through our observations over this period, it appears that Ye Feng's hot spring island possesses the remarkable ability to refine elixirs to a purity of 100%. This is indeed a supreme spiritual pill. For many years, our Xingming continent has never witnessed such an extraordinary elixir, primarily because no alchemist has been capable of achieving such a level of purity. However, Hot Spring Island seems to have succeeded, remarked the cultivator of the Lan clan. You seem quite knowledgeable about this. Have you engaged in transactions with Ye Feng? Li Huoling inquired coolly. And no, I have merely observed Hot Spring Island in secret and have not engaged in any transactions. I am loyal to you, your highness, the Lan cultivator replied, drenched in sweat. At last, Li Huoling turned to face him, his expression devoid of emotion, causing the Lan cultivator to feel a chill run down his spine. Without warning, Li Huoling unleashed a powerful punch. The Lan cultivator's face changed dramatically as he staggered backward, a shimmering aquamarine shield manifesting around him. In addition, he quickly produced over 20 talismans from his waist, which adhered to his body, summoning various protective barriers that formed a radiant cocoon of light around him. Alas, the disparity between him and a god origin realm cultivator was insurmountable. That single punch effortlessly shattered the first dozen barriers, sending the Lan cultivator flying 20 meters away. Even while suspended in the air, despite his remaining 3 layers of protective light, he coughed up blood. Before his body could reach the ground, Li Huoling's figure swept in like a shadow, striking down upon his chest once more. With a series of muffled thuds, the last 3 layers of light shattered, dispersing into a shower of spiritual radiance. The Lan cultivator struggled to rise, his face expressionless, his gaze utterly vacant. Die! Li Huoling delivered another punch. With a resounding crash, the Lan cultivator was reduced to a mist of blood. The leaders of the 4 factions, He Qingji and others, stood in stunned silence, their eyes filled with profound terror. This was utterly horrifying. The Lan cultivator was a peak transformation master, yet he could not withstand even 3 strikes from Li Huoling. Was this the might of a late-stage god origin realm cultivator? After dispatching the Lan cultivator, 4 figures rapidly approached. They were the 4 elders of the Tianhai clan. Initially, they were taken aback by the sight of the Lan cultivator's remains, but their sharp gazes swiftly turned towards Li Huoling. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Why have you slain our clan leader? The eldest elder demanded, furious. You speak too much. Li Huoling's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he struck at the 4 of them with all his might. Boom. The protective auras of the 4 elders were extinguished in succession, and shortly thereafter, 4 cries of anguish rang out. How about it? Have you all engaged in transactions with Ye Feng? After obliterating the upper echelons of the Tianhai clan, Li Huoling turned his gaze toward the remaining individuals. And no, we have not transacted with Ye Feng. Please believe in our loyalty to the Duke's residence. The remaining individuals quaked in fear, no longer daring to mention Ye Feng's ability to refine elixirs. At that moment, Li Huoling suddenly turned to look at his black soul-devouring array. Before them, the dark luminous curtain rapidly expanded, as though something within was violently colliding. On the island of Hot Spring, Duoyan Hena chanted incantations, causing the entire sword formation to extend outward. Simultaneously, the black curtain oscillated in size. The blood in the blood pool had once again run dry. Chunin shouted from the side. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and kicked Ziyun into the blood pool. Ag! In a mere moment, Ziyun was engulfed by the blood, transforming into energy for the sword formation. With this newfound energy, Duoyan Hena's incantations acquired a rhythmic cadence. Boom! The sword formation instantaneously expanded outward by 20 meters. The outer black curtain disintegrated like paper shreds, scattering into a myriad of spiritual lights. Light once more graced the island of Hot Spring, leaving behind only 36 corpses beyond the luminous barrier. How could this be? Li Huoling, astonished, approached the curtain. This was the formidable black soul-devouring formation borrowed from the governor. It was unimaginable that such a powerful array could be breached by Hot Spring Island. What should I do? How will I explain this to the governor upon my return? Despair washed over Li Huoling. Within Hot Spring Island, a thunderous cheer erupted. Ha ha! We won. We truly triumphed. This is splendid. We can feast lavishly tonight. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Sister Duoyan. Long live Hot Spring Island. The jubilant shouts echoed incessantly, while Li Huling felt an oppressive weight in his heart. He turned to gaze at the destroyed formation flags, a chill creeping down his spine. How will I repay the governor for this black soul-devouring formation? I merely borrowed this array, Li Huling muttered to himself. He initially brought the array to teach Ye Feng a severe lesson, yet, ironically, he had failed to avenge his grievances and had instead placed himself in jeopardy. At this moment, He Qingji stepped forward. My lord, there is no need for you to be overly distressed. What did you say? My black soul-devouring formation has been destroyed, and you suggest I should not be upset? Li Huling fixed a piercing gaze upon He Qingji. My lord, please do not be angry just yet. I have a suggestion that will ensure the governor spares you, or even compensate for the loss of the black soul-devouring formation. She feared that Li Huling might annihilate her without hesitation, so she hastily divulged her intentions. Very well, I grant you time to speak. Should your words fail to satisfy me, the Uni sect will have no reason to exist, Li Huling coldly remarked, although inwardly he felt a flicker of hope. He was currently at a loss, unsure how to address the governor. Did Ye Feng not claim that his hot spring island could refine medicinal pills? If you were to find some alchemists, procure a batch of discarded divine essence pills, refine them to perfection, and then present them to the governor, perhaps he would overlook the matter of the soul-devouring formation, He Qingji proposed. Are you implying that you and Ye Feng have engaged in clandestine dealings? No, I have merely heard of it. He Qingji flinched as her protective divine light instinctively flared, an automatic response triggered by the danger faced by a cultivator. Li Huling gazed at her for a prolonged moment before finally averting his eyes. Very well, you may converse with Ye Feng while I observe from a distance. Here is a rather inconsequential qi-nourishing pill, with a purity of approximately 80%. Should Ye Feng manage to refine it a second time, I do not expect perfection. Merely a refinement to 90% will suffice. Only then will I reluctantly agree to engage in trade with Hot Spring Island, he declared. Understood. Your Highness, He Qingji responded, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief as she clutched the qi-nourishing pill and made her way towards Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng, ever vigilant, was already piecing together the circumstances outside the light barrier. Island Master Yi, our prince possesses a qi-nourishing pill that requires your assistance in refining it to over 90% purity. If you can achieve this, the prince may just be pleased enough to consider a business arrangement with Hot Spring Island. He Qingji spoke deliberately, her tone feigning unfamiliarity. Oh, so you are a lackey of the royal household. What gives you the right to request my assistance in refining elixirs? Best to keep your distance. The sight of you makes me nauseous, Ye Feng's voice rumbled back. Surprisingly, He Qingji's face bore a hint of relief at the insult. It appeared Ye Feng was not a fool. He understood the necessity of providing her with cover. In the distance, Li Huling observed the exchange between Ye Feng and He Qingji, his expression unyielding. Ye Feng, do not push your luck. Should you refuse to engage in trade with the prince, your Hot Spring Island will be besieged indefinitely, leaving you unable to conduct business with anyone else, He Qingji implored, casting furtive glances in his direction. Very well, since you are so strikingly beautiful, I will grant you this favor without charging a service fee. However, next time, my rates will be exorbitant. I shall now activate the production line of Hot Spring Island, enlisting thousands of workers to simultaneously labor, and incorporating various precious materials to refine this qi-nourishing pill to 100% purity, Ye Feng announced, clutching the elixir as he retreated to his training chamber. It was time to demonstrate his prowess to the Prince of Xin County. Once that old coot became aware of his refining abilities, within a month, Ye Feng was confident he could bring the noble prince to heel. As Ye Feng departed, it was now Chun En's turn to confront those outside. Mimicking Ye Feng's demeanor, he pulled a chair beside him. Li Huling, your black formation seems rather ineffective, and your grandson is of no use either. He was killed upon arriving at my Hot Spring Island. Truly ignorant of his own limitations, Chun En remarked, plopping down onto the chair. Suddenly, Yi Xing yanked the chair away from under him. Oh, so you dare to mock Uncle En? Do you think I wouldn't dare to spank you? Before long, Chun En and Yi Xing were playfully chasing each other away. Now, it was Wang Jia's turn to negotiate with this group. Your Highness, Brother Feng has conveyed that Hot Spring Island has no intention of opposing you. We hope you will exercise restraint. Otherwise, our development will only flourish. And when we grow powerful, your princely house will find itself in dire straits. Wang Jihe stated calmly. Li Huoling narrowed his eyes, uninterested in the banter of these minor players. He was a proud individual. Only Ye Feng among the entirety of Hot Spring Island was worthy of his ire. Merely 3 hours had passed when Ye Feng emerged. The fairy, oh no, the lapdog of the royal mansion, take this refined elixir away. The service fee will be deducted from your bank card, Ye Feng remarked, tossing the meticulously refined qi nourishing pill aside. No, forget it. He Qingji spat blood in exasperation but dared not express her displeasure overtly before Li Huoling. Thus she reluctantly delivered the elixir into his hands, her countenance marred by dissatisfaction. Indeed, the purity is commendable. At least, with my divine sense, I cannot detect any impurities within. However, do you presume that I would be easily swayed into believing that Hot Spring Island possesses the capability to refine elixirs simply by presenting a substitute? I have prepared a contingency. This elixir is one that I personally concocted, and I can ascertain its components. With that, Li Huoling placed the qi-nourishing pill into his mouth. After just a few chews, his gaze became fixed. What pure energy! Not a trace of impurity? Moreover, it is indeed my own formula. Could it be that Hot Spring Island truly possesses the ability to refine elixirs? Your Highness, this is the undeniable truth. There are tens of millions of disaster victims outside, many of whom have refined elixirs on Ye Feng's Hot Spring Island. You may inquire with them, He Qingji explained. No need for inquiries. This qi-nourishing pill is of my own making. I am well aware of its origins. Very well. You shall convey to Ye Feng that he must submit Hot Spring Island to my jurisdiction, and I will guarantee his ascension to the innate realm within a century. Li Huoling stated coolly. Understood. Just then, Ye Feng's voice resonated within the light screen. Senior, I believe there is no need for her to relay messages. We can converse directly. Very well, a direct conversation it shall be. Ye Feng, you must have heard my earlier remarks. Are you willing to submit to my royal mansion? Li Huoling inquired. Submit to what nonsense? My Hot Spring Island stands independently. We have never needed to submit to anyone. Ye Feng shook his head. Infuriating. Ye Feng, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? If I summon the entire royal guard and gather the masters of the entire West Yin County to strike at your sword formation simultaneously, do you think you could withstand the might of all the cultivators in West Yin County? Perhaps not. But first, you must possess that kind of authority. Now, let us discuss business. From this moment forth, you may come to my Hot Spring Island to refine elixirs, but payment must be made in Hot Spring coins. Ye Feng declared. Hot Spring coins. Surely you do not mean that worthless paper you issue? What do you intend to do with such scrap? Li Huoling retorted. That is of no concern to you. What I desire is precisely that scrap, which bears over 30 types of anti-counterfeiting marks in places you would not anticipate. I hope you do not attempt to forge currency. Otherwise, your West Yin County Royal Mansion will be blacklisted and forever barred from Hot Spring Island's refining services. Ye Feng stated indifferently. Haha, childish. Do I truly need to resort to forgery? He Qingji, I am aware that the 4 great sects are trading with Ye Feng. Your performance just now was so clumsy that I saw through it instantly. Thus, I must borrow 100 billion Hot Spring coins from you. Li Huoling cast a glance at He Qingji. Chapter 1085. Do you desire a second one as well? Your Highness, all my funds are deposited in the Hot Spring Bank. I possess only a single deposit certificate. He Qingji trembled as she retrieved the deposit slip from her bosom. However, it merely bore a modest sum of 10,100,000 Hot Spring coins. Now, you 3, hand over your deposit slips. And I shall overlook your previous betrayals, declared Li Huoling. Yes, my lord, replied Wei Yiming and the others, their faces drawn in despair as they reluctantly surrendered their slips one by one. Yet, these 4 were so impoverished that every bit of their funds had been spent on vermifuge or refining elixirs, leaving them with scant savings. Is this all? Very well. I shall personally exchange it for Hot Spring coins, Li Huoling stated, dismounting from the fire qilin and striding towards Ye Feng's barrier. Ye Feng, convert the funds from these 4 deposit slips into Hot Spring coins. That should suffice for refining 10,000 elixirs, wouldn't it? Li Huoling inquired. I witnessed you robbing others of their deposit slips. Thus I hereby declare that their savings shall be indefinitely frozen. Furthermore, even if you manage to withdraw these funds, it would merely suffice for refining 2 transformation elixirs. Think carefully, Ye Feng responded slowly. Ye Feng, you scoundrel, are you intentionally provoking me? Do you truly wish to sever ties with me? This would benefit no one. Li Huoling nearly exploded with frustration. For the first time in his life, he felt so thoroughly humiliated. My lord, this is not merely a matter of severing ties. Kindly return the deposit slips to them. Only they can withdraw the hot spring coins. You cannot, Ye Feng calmly replied. Very well, Ye Feng, I will return them, Li Huoling said, his gaze darkly sweeping over the four individuals. The leadership of the Tianhai clan had been obliterated, and now, the Yeni sect had officially risen to become one of the four major factions. What are you four still standing there for? Come here, Li Huoling commanded coldly. The members of the four factions were taken aback and obediently approached. If Li Huoling were merely at the initial stage of the divine origin realm, they might have had a fighting chance. However, he was at the late stage, leaving them with no hope of victory. Even if all the leaders of the four factions surged forward, they would never stand a chance against someone at the late stage of the divine origin realm. Moreover, the Duke's residence had another, Ye Feng, who was also at the initial stage of the divine origin realm. Take your deposit slips and fetch me the money, Li Huoling said coldly, a threatening expression on his face. Yes, my lord, we shall retrieve the funds immediately. The four obediently stood outside the barrier. Is Manager Wang Zhiheng present? We wish to withdraw all our funds. We would greatly appreciate your assistance, Wei Yiming called out to the interior of the barrier. After a while, Wang Zhiheng squeezed through the crowd. I apologize, but today is Saturday, and our bank is closed. Please return the day after tomorrow. And remember to queue by 9 in the morning, he said lazily. How outrageous. I no longer require your elixir refining services. With a furious punch, Li Huoling struck the barrier. Hey, if you continue to assault the barrier, you will truly lose the opportunity to refine elixirs in the future. Wang Zhiheng's expression turned cold. At that moment, Ye Feng approached. She had witnessed everything unfold. Cousin, I believe it is best to remain composed. Hot Spring Island indeed possesses the capability to refine elixirs. We should utilize it wisely, Ye Feng advised. Upon seeing her cousin, Li Huoling's temper significantly diminished. Cousin, do you have any methods? Of course. Allow me to negotiate with Ye Feng. Cousin, your temper is too fierce. You might ruin everything. All right, cousin, I leave it to you. I will observe from the side. After Li Huoling spoke, he retreated to the side, taking a seat to watch his cousin engage in social interaction. Ye Feng slowly approached the luminous screen, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness as she gazed at Ye Feng. Mr. Yi, her words were callously interrupted. I apologize, but if you seek to withdraw funds, you should discuss it with Wang Zhihe. If you wish to purchase pest control medication, you must speak with the hospital staff. This island master has no time for idle chatter. I must return to accompany my wife to sleep. Good day. With that, Ye Feng turned and departed from the screen. Ye Feng's heart surged with anger. As the only lady in the Duke's mansion to have reached the divine origin realm, she was accustomed to being the center of admiration wherever she went. To her surprise, she was disregarded by a mere hot spring island master. Yet, for the sake of her future cultivation, she had to suppress her fury and turn her attention to Wang Zhihe within the screen. Are you the president of that so-called hot spring bank? A frosty expression graced Ye Feng's face. Indeed, I am. Wang Zhihe's eyes sparkled as he regarded Ye Feng. Li Huoling witnessed this scene unfold. How outrageous. Who permits you to gaze upon a lady's visage? Do you believe I won't have your eyes gouged out? Li Huoling rebuked. In their Duke's mansion, there were strict hierarchies, and subordinates were forbidden from looking at the faces of noble women, especially someone as distinguished as Ye Feng. Wang Zhihe was about to explode when Chunin suddenly emerged. He was now the Grand Marshal of the Northern Hot Spring Island, though his military force was somewhat lacking, numbering less than 1,000 men. President Wang Zhihe, you lack decorum. How can you gaze upon a lady's face? Step aside. Allow me to negotiate with this beautiful lady, Chunin stated calmly. Although Ye Feng had returned home, he remained at the window, observing Chunin through binoculars. Upon hearing Chun's words, Li Huoling's anger finally dissipated. It seemed that even in such a barbaric place as the Hot Spring Island, there were those who understood propriety, which offered a glimmer of hope. Thus, he settled back into his chair. The temperature outside had plummeted to extremes, yet it had no effect on those in the divine realm. Miss, although my hot spring bank opens at 9 in the morning, it matters not. As the Grand Marshal of the Hot Spring Island, I can grant you access through a back door. However, might you also provide me with a similar favor? Chunin ceased feigning modesty and stared directly into Ye Feng's eyes, his brows furrowing in an unsettling manner. How preposterous. Li Huoling struck the luminous screen once more. Cousin, do not act rashly. What is your name? Ye Feng inquired, turning her gaze towards Chunin. I am Chunin, currently serving as the Grand Marshal of the Hot Spring Island. Beautiful lady, your complexion is remarkably fair. The moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself utterly captivated. Might you consider becoming my woman? Chunin asked directly. Ah, cousin, come back. Do not converse with him. Otherwise, this lowly human will diminish your stature. Li Huoling was beside himself with rage, yet he found himself powerless against the situation at Hot Spring Island. The meeting ended on a sour note. With everyone returning to their respective homes, Ye Feng set down his binoculars, exasperatedly raising his hands in resignation. He had foreseen that Chunin would botch things up. However, he remained optimistic, trusting that Li Huoling would grasp the gravity of the situation. The ability to refine elixirs at Hot Spring Island was unparalleled across the continent, and he believed it wouldn't be long before Li Huoling would come knocking again. Ah Feng, come here, it's time for bed, came the voice of Duoyan Hena from behind. She extended a delicate, pale arm from under the covers, beckoning Ye Feng with a playful gesture. With a gleeful shout, he lunged towards her. An hour later, Ye Feng lay supine on the bed, resting Duoyan Hena's head upon his chest. Hena darling, have you felt any movement in your belly lately? Ye Feng inquired. What's the matter? Are you wishing for a second one? Duoyan Hena chuckled lightly. I merely wish to give Yi Xing a little sister. Then, our family of 4 would be lively indeed. Ye Feng mused as he caressed her silky hair. It seems there's no movement. It's all my fault for not being able to bear another child, Duoyan Hena said gently. How could it possibly be your fault? I can only blame myself for my ineptitude. Don't worry, once I have Li Huoling under control, I shall leave all matters of Hot Spring Island to you. And we can enjoy a leisurely life, devoted to raising children, Ye Feng replied, playfully scratching Duoyan Hena's rosy cheek. I fear you may find that difficult, considering you were the one who established Hot Spring Island, she retorted, her hand playfully slipping downwards. Chapter 1086, Brother Feng, such a grand undertaking. Of course, I shall leave it to Ji Hai. His capabilities are beyond reproach. As for moral constraints, with Helixuan and the Congress keeping him in check, I am confident that even should he wish to revive feudalism, he would be swiftly stifled at the outset, Ye Feng stated. Indeed, but the hour grows late. Let us retire, she replied. The following morning, Ye Feng emerged from the bedroom, gingerly supporting his lower back. Was this what they called recuperation? He feared that before he could heal, he would be exhausted first. Brother Feng, good morning. Brother Feng, good morning. Here is the list of the top 5 students from the final exams at Hot Spring Primary School. Take a look. Ye Feng accepted the list, realizing that half a year had swiftly passed, and the first cohort of Hot Spring students had matured. Excellent. These 5 children deserve special attention. We must ignite their interest in metallurgy, technology, and electricity. After all, we will need a considerable number of engineers in these fields, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Understood. I'll attend to it immediately. Just then, another person approached. Brother Feng, good morning. This is a hand-crank generator sent by the North Hot Spring Power Plant. Very good. Ye Feng cranked it a couple of times, generating a faint current. Brother Feng, could you come to the Hot Spring Metallurgy Plant? I have something to discuss with you, Bai Xiang said as he approached. Sure. Before long, the two arrived at the research and development room of the Hot Spring Metallurgy Plant. Do you see this? Iridium can be extracted from seawater. At least in this maritime region, it can be. However, Brother Feng, look at the iridium in the glass. It amounts to only 0.1 milligrams. Do you know how much seawater our engineering department has utilized for extraction? Bai Xiang inquired. How much? Ye Feng felt a surge of joy within. If seawater could purify iridium, this element could be sourced in abundance. By merely incorporating a trace of iridium into weaponry, its hardness and strength could multiply exponentially. Approximately over 200 million tons of seawater. Initially, we must employ a filtration system to eliminate the majority of impurities from the seawater, ensuring no excess contaminants remain. This process is the most intricate, relying entirely on manual labor. Following that, we must introduce additional elements into the seawater to allow the iridium to float atop. Even so, the purity of this iridium is inadequate. It necessitates traversing over 2,000 procedures before we can extract a mere 0.1 milligrams of iridium, Bai Xiang explained gravely. Ah, such complexity? Ye Feng furrowed his brow. Not quite troublesome. Using alternative methods for purification might be even more cumbersome. This is iridium, after all, with hardness several million times that of iron. surpassing even the finest spiritual swords by tens of thousands of times. Even that iron ball artifact utilized by Li Hualing cannot compare to a fraction of its strength. Moreover, their artifacts and spiritual swords rely on the energy of the user. The stronger the user's spiritual power, the greater the hardness of the sword, dependent upon the spiritual patterns inscribed upon it. However, iridium is different. It requires no infusion of spiritual energy to maintain its formidable hardness. Just imagine the power if we were to enlist some artisans to inscribe spiritual patterns onto iridium weaponry, Bai Xiang elucidated. Your words suggest that this project can indeed progress. However, to forge a spiritual sword from iridium, it might require the purification of quintillions of liters of seawater. How many people are there on our warm spring island? It seems it would take an eternity to purify even a pound of iridium, Ye Feng expressed with concern. No, we have over 20 million laborers outside, don't we? We can enlist their assistance for the simpler, tedious tasks, compensating them with warm spring coins. Perhaps in the past, even if we had discovered a method to purify iridium, we would have been unable to do so, but now the situation is different. The warm spring coin has already influenced 2 to 3 million people outside. Therefore, we can significantly reduce the time required. It's possible that within 5 years, we could purify a pound of iridium. Afterward, you could invite individuals from the 4 major sects to engage some artisans to help inscribe spiritual patterns onto the iridium weaponry. This way, Brother Feng, you would possess a premier artifact, Bai Xiang remarked. Bai Gong, I am at a loss for words. Please, send the documents to my office. I will promptly allocate funds. How much do you believe is needed to purify a pound of iridium? Ye Feng inquired. Let us consider this. If we hire 20 million workers, each requiring at least 100 warm spring coins daily, this project would last a minimum of 5 years. That amounts to approximately 36,500 multiplied by 20 million. You can do the math. This does not even account for additional expenses, Bai Xiang replied. This, Ye Feng was rendered speechless. It would require about 7,311. It's beyond ordinary calculations. Oh my, such a substantial expense. I fear that merely printing the currency would require over 10,000 workers to accomplish within a year, right? Ye Feng's countenance darkened. However, an idea soon struck him. No matter, let us usher in the era of credit. Bai Xiang, could you kindly summon all the senior executives to the office for a meeting? I wish to announce a new decree. Having said this, Ye Feng strode back to the conference room. Before long, all the senior executives of Hot Spring Island had gathered, each wearing expressions of excitement. There was an inexplicable thrill whenever they heard Ye Feng boast during these meetings. For each session signified a step forward in the strength of Hot Spring Island. Silence. Chunin, remove your feet from the table, or I shall sever them. Ye Feng rapped on the table. The crowd promptly settled down. Bai Xiang, please share your findings. Understood, Brother Feng. Bai Xiang spent 10 minutes articulating the formidable potential of iridium, followed by a discussion on the expenditure of hot spring coins required to refine a pound of iridium. Brother Feng, such a grand project. I fear the funds needed would overwhelm the entirety of Hot Spring Island. Chunin exclaimed. Ah Feng, if we indeed need to print that much money, it seems the printing factory on Hot Spring Island would require a year to produce it all, Susan added. What shall we do? The outsiders only recognize hot spring coins. If we do not print, they certainly won't accept it. Without their acceptance, they won't assist us in purifying seawater. The conference room erupted into chaos, with some individuals passionately arguing due to differing opinions. Enough. Everyone, quiet down. Considering that minting currency incurs costs, starting today, we shall inaugurate a dual era of credit and currency. Once the credit era is firmly established, we will gradually phase out the currency era, Ye Feng stated calmly. Brother Feng, what is the credit era? Chunin inquired. It is quite simple. From this moment on, anyone who registers their fingerprint, footprint, name, and other pertinent information on Hot Spring Island shall be granted a 5-star credit rating. Chapter 1087. Out of control in the future. When purchasing items, they merely need to state their name and verify their fingerprint to directly take the goods. A 5-star credit rating allows for expenditures up to 10,000 hot spring coins. Once their credit is exhausted, they must work for Hot Spring Island or find other means to deposit funds into the bank within 3 months to restore their credit. The pace of credit restoration will depend on the magnitude of their labor contributions. Of course, we currently lack fingerprint machines, but that is of no consequence. We can categorize using a small notebook. By stating the initial letter of their name, The salesperson will swiftly locate their name amidst millions. Ye Feng spoke slowly, his thoughts somewhat muddled. After all, in the future, transactions would often involve sums in the billions. He had to shift his mindset and gradually transition from the currency era to the credit era. In this new paradigm, with everyone valuing credit, incidents of robbery, murder, and fraud would cease to exist. One has only ever heard of financial scams. Never has one encountered a scam involving credit. A phone. It seems I have grasped the essence of the matter. Leave it to me. Grant me a week, and I shall distill your viewpoints into a coherent outline. Following that, I will devote several years to refining the intricate details, Susan exclaimed with evident delight. Being a person of civilized society, she could comprehend Ye Feng's intentions. Very well, Susan. From now on, you shall be responsible for organizing this concept into a framework. However, you may only work 8 hours a day and not a minute beyond. Do you understand? Ye Feng cautioned. If the labor laws were not adhered to, the very foundation upon which he established Hot Spring Island would lose its significance. This included the currency era he had initiated. Without compliance to regulations, they were all mere nonsense. I understand, Susan nodded. Brother Feng, what about those individuals outside the screen? Do they also work only 8 hours a day? Shannon inquired. You may send someone to negotiate with the leaders of the various clans, urging them to respect labor laws, but do not impose any forceful interventions. They are not citizens of my Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng replied. What of the residents within the screen? Susan asked. The residents within the screen must strictly adhere to labor laws. Any hours worked beyond 8 must be compensated at double the rate, Ye Feng stated. Can citizens work overtime? Susan questioned again. Absolutely not. Citizens are prohibited from working overtime. If they do, I shall first be held accountable, and subsequently, the relevant departments will be held responsible. Overtime is permissible only during wartime, where circumstances may demand it. However, after the war concludes, any excess labor must be compensated. If it cannot be compensated, it shall be calculated at 5 times the wage, Ye Feng articulated slowly. Brother Feng, I love you. I don't know if I should express my feelings, but I. After a moment, the meeting room erupted with the sound of flesh colliding. All right, enough applause. Do you understand why I strictly enforce that citizens' working hours cannot exceed 8? Ye Feng countered. I don't know, but it sounds impressive, Shannon admired, gazing at Ye Feng with awe. Because many innovative inventions stem from play. The reason the lower-tier citizens work only 4 hours daily is that I wish to afford them time for leisure. They work 4 hours, then spend 10 hours eating and sleeping, leaving another 10 hours for recreation. For instance, they can engage with weaponry, experiment with gunpowder, explore flight, and delve underground. Through such play, they may stumble upon a new invention. The middle tier works 6 hours, and the upper tier 8 hours. They too have leisure time, albeit less than the lower tier citizens. Thus their creativity cannot rival that of the lower tier. Over time, the abilities of the lower tier will gradually converge with those of the upper tier, allowing them an opportunity to ascend. The existing upper tier must not monopolize power. Moreover, through the electoral system, the lower tier can also become the island's leader, and upon achieving such status, their capabilities will not be significantly inferior, ensuring management remains stable. Ye Feng calmly elucidated. The meeting room once again reverberated with the sound of flesh colliding. A meeting commenced at 9 in the morning and extended until 1 in the afternoon, at which point Ye Feng announced its conclusion. Susan began to organize Ye Feng's viewpoints into an outline. Ye Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached the light screen and cast a cold gaze outside. The people from the Duke's residence had yet to retreat. Like hounds, they encircled Hot Spring Island, their eyes fixated intently upon him. Li Hualing, you constantly stare at me, yet find yourself powerless against me. I advise you to come tomorrow morning at 9 to queue for your funds. Of course, you may also barter with items you possess. Ye Feng fixed his gaze on Li Hualing through the light screen. Barter? Very well. Take a look at this Huayuan Dan I possess. It must be worth a considerable sum. Li Hualing proclaimed, producing a Huayuan Dan with a purity of 79% from within his robes. It should command a hefty price. Consult the experts at the Hot Spring Bank for an appraisal tomorrow. He added, furthermore, I have no intention of opposing the Duke's residence. If you wish to conduct business with me, I wholeheartedly welcome it. Should you choose enmity, I am not afraid. After stating this, Ye Feng locked eyes with Li Hualing. Li Hualing fell silent, at this moment beginning to regard Ye Feng's Hot Spring Island with newfound consideration. Very well. Ye Feng, Let us momentarily set aside our animosity. If one day you can refine this waste Dan, I may indeed be able to turn our hostilities into peace. Upon finishing his statement, Li Hualing retrieved a gray-black waste Dan from his possession. Purity, 30%. No one would dare consume it. Ye Feng's expression shifted. What grade of waste Dan is this? A pill worthy of attention even by those in the divine origin realm, undoubtedly extraordinary. This is called the Huanyang Dan. Its value surpassing that of the Lian Su Dan and even the Fun Xin Dan. It can extend one's lifespan, achieving the miraculous feat of resurrecting the deceased. Moreover, it is the only known antidote to heart demons in this world. Have you, young man, been troubled by heart demons? Li Hualing's piercing gaze revealed his awareness of Ye Feng's predicament. To cultivate to true martial at such a young age, it's only natural that your mental state would falter. Are you suggesting this item can truly bring the dead back to life? I must inquire. Can one who has been deceased for over 5 years be revived? Ye Feng swallowed hard. Indeed, Li Hualing asserted firmly. Wonderful. Seniorly, tomorrow at 9. We must not miss this opportunity. However, how many of these waste dawn do you possess? I am prepared to offer a substantial price for their acquisition. Ye Feng's gaze remained fixed on the Huanyang Dan. The materials for the Huanyang Dan are not particularly difficult to procure. Its sole drawback lies in the extreme difficulty of successfully refining it, with success rates akin to 1 in a billion. Thus, I possess at least 100 of these waste dawn. Li Hualing concluded, producing yet another Huanyang Dan from his waist pouch. Chapter 1088. He simply cannot afford the loss. Very well, tomorrow at 9, seniorly. Please return and rest. I will personally attend to you. Ye Feng struggled to contain his excitement, though it proved futile, as his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. No need. I shall wait right here. Li Hualing replied. In accordance with the wishes of my esteemed senior, I wish to send a letter to another location. And I kindly request that you do not impede my messenger. Ye Feng reiterated. Very well, I shall not obstruct you this time. However, if you fail to provide me with the funds by tomorrow, do not blame me for imposing a complete blockade on your hot spring island, came the reply. Agreed. Ye Feng returned to his office and retrieved a sheet of stationery. To the Lord of Helix Island, I, as a citizen, humbly request that you transport the 3 corpses from South Hot Spring Island to North Hot Spring Island. The area has been unsealed, and there shall be no hindrance to your passage. Please expedite their delivery to North Hot Spring Island. The names of the deceased are Tuba, Yang Li, and Godshan. Additionally, I request the safe passage of Tuba's wife, Boken, and their child, Tulio, to North Hot Spring Island. Lastly, I implore the esteemed island lord to send Long Wu to North Hot Spring Island via the latest generation sand carriage. Signed, Ye Feng, citizen of Hot Spring Island. After completing the letter, Ye Feng exited his office, his gaze sweeping over several capable subordinates. Zaha, there is a matter I require your assistance with, Ye Feng addressed him. Brother Feng, what is your command? Zaha promptly approached. You are now 100 households, correct? How many individuals do you manage? Ye Feng inquired with a smile. I oversee 47 individuals, Zaha responded. Not every 100 households is fully manned. Typically, one does not manage a full 100. I need you to take your people to South Hot Spring Island and deliver this letter directly into the hands of the Lord of Helix Island, Ye Feng instructed. Extending the envelope, Zaha glanced at the fierce presence of Li Hualing lurking outside the light screen and resolutely nodded. Rest assured, I shall accomplish this task without fail, Zaha declared with conviction. Are you not afraid of the Duke's men outside? They may take your life, Ye Feng provocatively asked. Haha, I have just become a citizen yesterday. If a citizen fears death, they do not deserve the title. Fear not, Brother Feng, without the sacrifices of generations of citizens. How could Hot Spring Island rise to supremacy? Zaha asserted before striding towards his team. Half an hour later, Ye Feng personally escorted them to the side of the light screen. 48 individuals boarded 8 sand carriages. Farewell, Brother Feng. I promise to deliver the letter. Once more, Brother Feng, we shall return. Brother Feng, we will see this mission through. A group of soldiers from Hot Spring Island waved from the sand carriages. I shall not go anywhere. I will await your triumphant return at North Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng waved back vigorously. Brothers, journey safely. Chenin also waved earnestly. Finally, the 8 sand carriages departed through the light screen, only to be blocked by 2 armored guards. The guards did not act immediately, but instead turned their gaze toward Li Hualing. Your Highness, we had an agreement, Ye Feng said anxiously, watching Li Hualing closely. After a pause, Li Hualing finally nodded to the two armored guards, who then cleared a path. Ye Feng watched as the 8 sand carriages vanished into the swirling snowstorm. "May your journey be smooth," he prayed, hands clasped, his heart filled with anticipation. If Tuba and Yang Li were to awaken, what would be their first utterance? Ye Feng entered Susan's office, where she and several assistants were diligently drafting documents to gradually enhance Ye Feng's credit system. "A Feng, I believe it would be more advantageous to transform the 5-star credit into a 100-star credit. What do you think?" Susan inquired. "Indeed. It could also be upgraded to a 1,000-star or even a 10,000-star credit. The better the credit, the more economical the purchases become. For those with 10,000-star credit, transactions can be conducted at a minimal profit margin," Ye Feng replied with a smile. "Exactly. That's feasible, A Feng. I will revise it immediately," Susan asserted, jotting down Ye Feng's words on paper. "Now, if someone's credit were to dwindle to a mere 1 star, should there not be some form of penalty?" Susan asked again. "No need for punishment. The essence of civilization lies in minimizing the use of punitive measures. When a 1-star user makes a purchase, the salesperson should merely provide a gentle reminder. Furthermore, we should cultivate a healthy sense of competition among credit users, encouraging them to strive for superior credit ratings. Those with high credit will be favored, and if they wish to embark on entrepreneurial ventures or establish factories, their applications will be expedited on Warm Spring Island. Individuals with lower credit ratings should also be approved, albeit with a longer processing time and stringent scrutiny at each stage," Ye Feng articulated. Susan nodded obediently, acknowledging his insights. She had previously exhibited a more spirited demeanor, but after witnessing Ye Feng's profound vision, she transformed, recognizing him as a truly far-sighted individual. The two continued their discussion until the end of the workday, finally outlining a preliminary framework. However, to fully implement it would undoubtedly be a formidable task ahead. That evening, Ye Feng chose not to spend the night at Duoyan Hena's residence, but rather in Susan's chamber. As they exchanged ideas and deliberated, their discussions grew increasingly animated whenever a breakthrough was reached. A fierce wind howled over Warm Spring Island, heralding the dawn of a new civilization. At 9 o'clock the following morning, Ye Feng donned his attire and arrived at the Warm Spring Bank. Outside the luminous screen, the first person in line was Li Hualing. He generously tossed out 10 worthless elixirs, all of which were return Yang pills. "I will acquire these worthless pills at 100 million each. However, as we have now entered the credit era on Warm Spring Island, I will no longer offer you cash. Please affix 10 thumbprints and footprints in this ledger," Ye Feng stated, handing over a booklet. "It matters not." Li Hualing realized he must refine a return Yang pill to compensate for the governor's loss. Otherwise, he could not afford the consequences of the black devouring spirit array. After completing the impressions, Ye Feng assigned him a credit rating. "Li Hualing, thank you for becoming the first credit user on Warm Spring Island. I hereby grant you a 100-star credit rating. This 100-star credit allows for the exchange of 80% of goods on Warm Spring Island, including the service fee for refining pills. Each refinement costs 5 stars, which will be deducted from your credit ledger. Should you choose to exchange 5 of the refined pills with the Warm Spring Bank, we will add an additional 5 stars to your rating. Simultaneously, these stars can be exchanged for deworming medicine or various other services from the Hot Spring Island, including the establishment of factories." After finishing his statement, Ye Feng handed over the notebook in triplicate, with 1 copy given to Li Hualing. "As long as you can purify the revitalizing pill for me, how much will it cost for these 10 pills?" Li Hualing inquired. "In our Hot Spring Island, the purification fee for 1 revitalizing pill is 1 star. If you wish to purify these 10, I shall give you 10 stars, Ye Feng replied. "Then it shall be 10 stars, Li Hualing agreed. Ye Feng promptly noted a deduction of 10 in the notebook. "Very well, Your Highness, you may take your leave." "Then, I shall take my leave. When can I collect the pills?" Li Hualing asked. "In approximately 10 days, Ye Feng responded. "All right." With that, as Li Hualing departed, Ye Feng returned to the training room, holding 2 revitalizing pills in the palm of his hand. To his surprise, purifying the revitalizing pill was even easier than extracting the transformation pill. The only challenge lay in the difficulty of successfully crafting the pills. Time swiftly passed, and soon 11 days had elapsed. Ye Feng finally emerged from the training room, clutching 10 revitalizing pills with a purity of 100%, albeit significantly smaller in size than before. Li Hualing had been waiting outside for 3 days and nights. "Ye Feng, have you finally decided to emerge?" Where are my revitalizing pills? Li Huoling inquired coldly. Your Highness, they have been purified, Ye Feng replied, retrieving his pouch. With a swish, countless gazes turned toward them from beyond the light curtain, including those from the 4 major sects in line, as well as Li Huoling and his cousin, Ye Feng. With a clatter, 10 pristine revitalizing pills rolled onto the table. It's done. The revitalizing pills have been successfully crafted. Even Li Huoling stuttered in astonishment. After all these years, it was the first time he had witnessed the successful creation of revitalizing pills. Previously, he had only seen failed attempts. Your Highness, the 10 pills are presented to you in full. With that, Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before ultimately handing over all 10 successfully crafted pills beyond the light curtain. Li Huoling immediately grasped the pills, scrutinizing their interiors with his spiritual sense. Ha 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 ha, wow ha. A burst of wild laughter erupted beyond the light curtain, shaking the snowflakes in the sky. Excellent, Ye Feng. I did not expect you to truly be able to purify the revitalizing pills. It appears I must make a trip to the capital. There are at least 30 alchemists there, and I believe they possess a considerable number of failed pills. Li Huoling gazed at Ye Feng with eyes alight with excitement, as if Ye Feng had become a rare treasure. Your Highness, are you interested in selling the revitalizing pills in your possession? On the hot spring island, we are willing to pay you 2 stars for each revitalizing pill. Ye Feng proposed. 2 stars? Are you suggesting that if I give you 5 successfully crafted pills now, I can recover the 10 stars I previously deducted? Li Huoling asked. Indeed. Ye Feng nodded. However, Li Huoling did not immediately agree, as if weighing his options. Your Highness, you will certainly need to purify many more pills in the future. Correct? The influence of these stars upon you is profound, and notably, the higher your star rating, the lower the purification service fee. Should your rating diminish to 10 stars, the subsequent purification fee may equate to that of a mere 5-star item. Ye Feng hastily urged, fearing that Li Huoling might abscond. Cousin, what is your perspective? Li Huoling directed her gaze towards Ye Feng. Cousin, let us offer him 5 rejuvenation pills, based on the current trajectory. The value of Hot Spring Island far exceeds these 10 pills, Ye Feng replied. Indeed, Ye Feng, these 5 rejuvenation pills shall be yours. Received, Ye Feng promptly accepted, adding a notation of 10 to Li Huoling's credit ledger. Your Highness, should you require any further purification of elixirs, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ha ha. As a 100-star user, I shall personally attend to you. Others of lesser ranks shall not be afforded the same privilege, Ye Feng chuckled. Oh, a subtle smile graced Li Huoling's face, instilling within him a sense of pride. Mr. Yi, I shall take my leave. In the future, I may find many occasions to utilize the resources of Hot Spring Island, Li Huoling remarked nonchalantly. Despite currently seeking the favor of Hot Spring Island, his regal demeanor remained undiminished, embodying the essence of superiority. Ye Feng internally scoffed, unwilling to dwell on the matter. Knowing that one day Li Huoling would come to recognize the true power of Hot Spring Island. To be employed by a prince is indeed a blessing for us at Hot Spring Island. Thus, farewell. The two exchanged formal gestures and departed. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a multitude of high-ranking officials from Hot Spring Island gathered before the luminous screen. Outside, 88 sand vehicles stood ready for departure. Jahi, upon your arrival at North Hot Spring Island, kindly extend my greetings to Brother Feng and be sure to mention my name, Wang Zhihai. Jahi, having been recruited from Sword Canyon, was not well acquainted with Wang Zhihai. I shall mention it. Wang Zhihai, Jahi noted diligently. Also, convey my regards to Brother Feng, stating that I am Healy Xian, currently the Lord of Hot Spring Island. Healy Xian, duly noted. I am Chengli Bin, presently the Chief Engineer of South Hot Spring Island. Please send my greetings to Brother Feng. Chief Engineer. Understood. I have noted it. Jahi felt a wave of embarrassment. He had arrived at South Hot Spring Island 7 days prior and was astonished to find it even more prosperous and technologically advanced than North Hot Spring Island, where even metal vehicles could soar through the skies. Furthermore, the sand vehicles he had brought were considered outdated, having been supplanted by newer models in South Hot Spring Island, yet remained at the pinnacle of technology in North Hot Spring Island. He was taken aback by Brother Feng's esteemed reputation, such that even the head of South Hot Spring Island sought to pay him respects. I am. A throng of high-ranking individuals surged forward, each presenting their names. All were recent appointees elevated by Healy Xian. However, these individuals possessed a rebellious spirit. deeming the positions conferred by He Xian to lack substantial merit. Yet, if Ye Feng were to recognize their names, the perceived value of their positions would escalate dramatically. Enough. My notebook can scarcely accommodate more. I shall take my leave. Is this the esteemed Lord Longwu? Brother Feng specifically mentioned your name. Please, step aboard. And you must be Lady Bo Kachin? Additionally, you, the charming little girl of the distinguished architect, if I am not mistaken, are indeed Tuo. Come aboard. Feng is awaiting you on Hot Spring Island. After Jia finished speaking, he personally lifted Tuo onto the sand cart and draped her in the latest down jacket. Subsequently, others carried the bodies of Tuber, Yang Li, and Godshan onto the cart. Farewell, I may often travel here for business in the future. What about Master Shi? Did he not mention packing me 100 portions of the 9-turn fat intestines? Master Shi is currently occupied and unable to see you off. Goodbye. Very well, goodbye. 88 sand carts, laden with an array of advanced weapons and insect-repellent medicine, journeyed northward. Once Wang Zhihai and the 88 carts completely vanished from sight, he finally lowered his hand. Let us venture outside the screen and behold our empire. Yes, Grand Marshal. 2 royal guards followed closely behind Wang Zhihai. Thus far, the population outside the screen stands at 150 million. The goo worm plague has claimed a significant number of lives. Yet the population in this region remains exceedingly high. Chapter 1090. We must ensure that every individual receives their share, as entire clans have secretly migrated here, resulting in an increase rather than a decrease in the population of Hot Spring Island. Wang, Grand Marshal. A security guard from Weiyuan Company stared in astonishment at Wang Zhihai. It is noteworthy that Wang Zhihai is of a much higher rank than him. Above him are the security team leader, the security supervisor, the security manager, the security general manager, and the security director. Weiyuan Security Company is merely a subcontractor. Above the security company is 100 household overseen by the Hot Spring Army Department. Above the 100 households is 1,000 households, then generals, followed by commanders, deputy marshals. And finally, Wang Zhihai. Greetings, Grand Marshal. The security guard hastily bowed. Oh, your team has arrived just in time. Accompany me to Taohua Village and check their credentials. Wang Zhihai instructed. Certainly. Before long, the group arrived at Taohua Village. Previously, Taohua Village had only a few narrow alleys, but now it is transformed. With various 8-story ice houses rising from the ground, their entrances adorned with electric light bulbs that continue to twinkle even in the frigid temperatures. Wang Zhihai casually pointed to a man and told the guard, "Go, check his credentials. If he lacks them, let him suffer a financial loss to avert disaster." Wang Zhihai has become adept. He must incite chaos outside the screen to facilitate conflicts between the security company and the disaster victims, allowing him to intervene as a mediator and promote the noble style of Hot Spring Island. Yes, I will do so immediately. The guard, elated, rushed over and seized the man. Present your temporary residence permit. The man promptly produced the permit from his bosom. Now your pass. The man retrieved another document. This. Present your identity certificate. The man produced yet another certificate. The guard stood dumbfounded, glancing toward Wang Zhihai in the distance. Present your good citizen certificate. The man hesitated for a moment and did not immediately produce the document. The security guard was elated. Without a valid identification, he could proceed to fulfill Wang Zhihai's task. No identification? The guard narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the man replied, producing a certificate of good conduct from the sole of his shoe. What nonsense is this? The guard fumed, seizing the man's collar. Who carries so many documents when they go out? Are you out of your mind? If I don't carry enough documents, the local authorities will extort me. I've already been extorted 5 or 6 times, the man replied nonchalantly. What? Extortion? We are here to ensure public safety. What is your name? The guard inquired. Isn't it written on the certificate? The man retorted, slightly angered. That's irrelevant. I can't read. Read it to me. The guard insisted, returning the certificate. My name is Gao Dachong. Gao Dachong, how many people are in your household? Has everyone obtained their certificates? Well, dear security brother, I must concede to you. The man sighed, reluctantly retrieving $100 bill and discreetly slipping it into the guard's pocket. Oh, so everyone in your family has their certificates. And your documents are in order. You may proceed. I see you are a good citizen, the guard remarked, pocketing the money. The man sighed, and upon reaching a corner, spat vehemently. What is all this about certificates? They are worth less than a ticket for hot springs. This certificate is the most effective. It's truly predatory. May you suffer a terrible fate. After cursing, he slipped into a narrow alley. Commander, how did I perform? Excellently. Now remove your security uniform and watch me perform. Wang Zhihai chuckled. All right. Before long, Wang Zhihai donned the security attire and apprehended a woman, seemingly from Jushur City. Miss, I need to check your identification. This is 100 hot spring coins. I did not bring my documents. Unexpectedly, the woman appeared quite understanding. Money? I don't want money. I just want to check your identification. You have a fine figure. You must be from a respectable family. Wang Zhihai scrutinized her. What do you want? To inquire. This. Are you attempting to coerce a woman? Is this how your Weiyuan security company operates? I shall file a complaint to Hot Spring Island. The woman exclaimed angrily. File a complaint if you wish. However, if you do not present your documents today, you will have to accompany me to the security company. It is not a pleasant place. Countless tortures await you. Wang Zhihai grinned ominously. Me? Fine. I concede. I will comply with whatever you say. The woman's eyes flashed with humiliation. Wang Zhihai had achieved his goal. He intended to incite conflict between the security company and the disaster victims, as well as among the victims themselves. This way, they would be preoccupied with infighting. Once discord arose, Hot Spring Island could intervene as a mediator, solidifying its dominance. At the abyss's depths, the once dormant worm monster stirred slightly. On North Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng observed Ding Tuanshuan before him. Little Tuanshuan, has your injury fully healed? Yes, Brother Yi, I am nearly recovered. Excellent. Shortly, I will visit the bank vault to request 2 transformation pills to restore your strength and, perhaps, help you break through to the 3rd-tier power emperor. Ye Feng smiled. Thank you, Brother Yi, Ding Tuanshuan replied politely. Little Tuan Tuan, why have you suddenly become so courteous towards me? I believe it is only proper, Brother Yi, replied Ding Tuan Tuan, maintaining her polite demeanor. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, Ding Tuan Tuan exited Ye Feng's office. My dear Tuan Tuan, you have changed. Ye Feng sighed, returning to his review of the documents. After a short while, he picked up the files submitted by the Hot Spring Bank. Overview of Bank Vault Inventory. Ye Feng promptly opened it. After months of refining elixirs and selling pest control potions, the bank had acquired a substantial amount of elixirs, 17 transformation elixirs, 49 cultivation elixirs, and 199 vitality elixirs. As for the other miscellaneous elixirs, Ye Feng deemed them unworthy of his attention, focusing solely on the most significant varieties. Excellent. Someone, please go to the bank vault and retrieve all the transformation elixirs, cultivation elixirs, and vitality elixirs for uniform distribution among the citizens. It is time to elevate the strength of North Hot Spring Island to a new level, Ye Feng commanded, calling out to the corridor. 2 hours later, within the Grand Hall of the North Hot Spring Island Council, 4,000 citizens were gathered. Residents were not permitted to enter. Ye Feng occupied the main seat, flanked by senior officials such as Susan, Duoyan, Hena, and Shunin. Good evening, citizens of North Hot Spring Island. Our supply of high-grade elixirs has increased significantly. Thus, from this moment forward, we shall reinstate our welfare program, allowing for weekly distributions of elixirs. Ye Feng instructed, Shunin, please divide these elixirs into smaller portions to ensure that everyone receives their share. Brother Feng, there are over 4,000 citizens. Yet the total quantity of the 3 elixirs is less than 300. We may need to cut them into the size of mung beans, Shunin replied. This will depend on your skill and judgment. Every citizen must receive their portion, none shall be overlooked. Should anyone miss out, the deduction will come from your share. Ye Feng asserted. Very well. Shunin promptly began the task of cutting the elixirs. All the citizens craned their necks, eagerly swallowing in anticipation. I hope to receive a fragment of the transformation elixir. Do not dream too grandly. There are merely a few of those. Receiving a cultivation elixir would be considered fortunate. Came the murmurs among the crowd. At that moment, a citizen raised their hand and stood up. Brother Feng, how will the elixirs be distributed? Will the higher-ups receive the transformation elixirs while we lower ranks get the vitality elixirs? Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction at the citizen's inquiry. Doubt is the driving force behind societal progress, demonstrating that this individual is a qualified citizen, courageous enough to question the higher-ups. Excellent question. In a moment, I shall place all the elixirs into a box, and you will each take turns reaching in to grab. Those who obtain fragments of the transformation elixir will be deemed fortunate. If one ends up with a piece of the vitality elixir, they should not lament. Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Indeed, this method seems fair and just. I concur, the citizens said, returning to their seat. After half an hour, Ye Feng turned to Chunin. Chunin, have you completed the distribution? Indeed, I have just finished. I have divided the elixirs into a total of 4,771 equal portions, Chunin reported. After Chunin finished speaking, he tossed all the fragments into a box. What are you all waiting for? Form a line and prepare to reach in. Let's see who has the misfortune, he chuckled. I'll go first. Ye Feng then extended his hand into the box, rummaging through the contents. Although he had already reached the true martial realm and possessed a divine sense, along with the ability to perceive sense, he relied solely on luck. Among compatriots, one should not resort to petty tricks. How poor must one be to do so? Of course, in the presence of outsiders, Ye Feng would not adhere to such decorum. Before long, he pulled out a fragment. Damn, it's a fragment of a qi-nourishing pill. Ye Feng's expression darkened, and he reluctantly swallowed the fragment. Ha ha, watch me. Chunin exclaimed as he stirred the contents and pulled out a fragment of a qi-nourishing pill as well. Damn, his face soured, but he too swallowed the fragment. Let me try? Yi Xing reached in and similarly retrieved a fragment of a qi-nourishing pill, mimicking his father Ye Feng's dismayed expression. Damn. It's a fragment of a qi-nourishing pill. Duoyan Hena also managed to grasp a fragment of the same. On the other hand, Ding Tianxuan was fortunate enough to find a fragment of a cultivation pill, which was slightly superior to the qi-nourishing pill. The other citizens were instantly filled with excitement. Murmuring fervently, God, please bless me with a fragment of a transformation pill. Damn, it's just a qi-nourishing pill. Laughter erupted in the assembly hall, followed by sighs and shouts of frustration. Yet, everyone shared the same fate, relying purely on luck, with no one turning over tables. After all, Ye Feng had only drawn a qi-nourishing pill fragment. What more could they say? An entire hour passed, and the fragments were finally distributed. All right, everyone, return to your meditations and refine these medicinal powers, Ye Feng declared. No sooner had he finished speaking than a strength master sat down on the spot, white smoke billowing from his head. In a mere moment, he ascended to the realm of a strength king. Haha, wow, I'm a strength king now. Back in my former tribe, I could never have achieved this rank, but here on Hot Spring Island, I've become a strength king in an instant. Others gazed at him with envy. Suddenly, the countenance of another strength king shifted, and he too sat cross-legged on the ground, white smoke erupting from his head. With a crack, he ascended from a 9th-tier strength king to a 1st-tier strength emperor. I did it. I succeeded. Just 6 months ago, when I first became a citizen, I was merely a 6th-tier strength king, and now I am a 1st-tier strength emperor. Long live Hot Spring Island. Long live Brother Feng. The newly ascended strength emperor, unable to contain his excitement, stripped off his clothes and ran wildly through the assembly hall, drawing curious gazes from the crowd. Citizens are remarkable, simply extraordinary, and truly exceptional. The benefits on Hot Spring Island are simply unparalleled. A throng of people eagerly returned home, ready to consume their fragments and collectively ascend. Unlike the higher-ups, who swallowed their fragments immediately, they had to wait until they got home to do so. That night was destined to be one of sleepless anticipation. Cheers resounded from every household as nearly all the strength masters, at the level of force practitioners, advanced in rank. After all, the lowest grade elixirs assigned to them were the qi-nourishing pills, which could effortlessly elevate a strength practitioner's level. However, those fortunate enough to receive fragments of the vitality pill experienced a different fate. Even strength kings among them ascended at least 2 levels. Those who obtained fragments of the transformation pill fared even better. With a mighty force, a wooden cabin was sent flying. Moments later, dark clouds churned in the sky, with streaks of golden lightning flickering within. Ye Feng and others hurriedly emerged from their homes, gazing in astonishment at the distance. Which family is about to ascend to the true martial realm? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, it seems to be the Azure family. When he became a citizen, he was already a 6th-tier strength king. Within 6 months, he ascended to the 8th tier. Judging by the current spectacle, he must have acquired a fragment of the transformation pill and is now striving for the true martial realm, Chunin said, his face filled with envy. The true martial realm? Ha ha ha, I never expected a second individual among the citizens of Wenshui Island to emerge at this level. Splendid, Ye Feng exclaimed, swiftly moving to the exterior of the Azure residence, prepared to offer protective aid. After a while, 5 bolts of golden lightning descended from the heavens, striking the figure at the center, leaving him charred yet intact. When the 6th bolt fell, Ye Feng had no choice but to intervene and provide protection once more. It was not until the following morning that the golden lightning finally ceased. Azure sat cross-legged in a large pit, entering a meditative state. Do not disturb him. He is consolidating his realm, Ye Feng stated, subsequently positioning himself beside Azure in a similar posture. Time passed, and after 3 days and nights, a charred Azure opened his eyes. Brother Feng, thank you. I am grateful for your protection. Otherwise, the sixth heavenly thunder would have obliterated me. Azure approached and enveloped Ye Feng in a bear hug. Let go. Have you bathed? This garment is quite expensive. Ye Feng pushed him away. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I'll compensate. Go take a bath. After you're done, I appoint you as the Deputy Marshal of North Wenshui Island, Ye Feng declared. Understood, Brother Feng. Azure replied, giving a respectful salute. Chunin hurried over, inspecting Azure from head to toe. Excellent, excellent. Ha ha ha. As the Grand Marshal of North Wenshui Island, I can now command you, a master of the true martial realm, Chunin said, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he regarded Azure. Chapter 1092. You may rest first. At that moment, Azure's wife approached. Azure, I am proud of you. Father, you are my pride. Their family of 3 embraced joyfully. Others rushed over to offer their congratulations. With another master of the true martial realm emerging from North Wenshui Island, everyone shared in the glory. Ye Feng surveyed the group of citizens, noting that nearly all strength practitioners had advanced. Among the previous 4,000 citizens, over 3,000 were strength practitioners. However, now the number of strength practitioners had dwindled to less than 500. Most of them had consumed the elixir fragments as first-tier strength practitioners, thus failing to advance to strength kings. In contrast, over 4,000 individuals now ranked as strength kings or higher. The royal power has increased by over 80 individuals. Consequently, the overall strength of North Hot Spring Island now surpasses that of South Hot Spring Island. After all, South Hot Spring Island lacks such a plethora of advanced elixirs. Most of them are still consuming crystal pills. A group of people exchanged congratulatory remarks, their faces radiating joy. Fellow citizens, when the bank acquires sufficient high-grade elixirs next time, I shall send some back to South Hot Spring Island. We are all citizens and must not show favoritism. Is everyone in agreement? Ye Feng inquired loudly. No objections. It's only fair that our compatriots from South Hot Spring Island receive their share. Our rapid advancement might instead invite inner demons, someone remarked. Indeed, we are all kin. It is only natural for Feng Ge to act this way. Feng Ge, I love you. Ye Feng shuddered. Save your affections for your wife. I have no interest in men. Laughter erupted from the crowd. At that moment, Ye Feng's expression shifted as he slowly approached the southern light curtain, gazing into the distance. Feng Ge, what's wrong? Chunin asked. Just as he spoke, a large convoy emerged from the swirling snow. Each sand vehicle bore a flag emblazoned with the golden character for maple. No, it can't be that Zaha has returned. Susan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Of course, Zaha has returned. Ye Feng rejoiced. In a short while, the convoy was merely 2,000 meters away from the light curtain of North Hot Spring Island. The displaced people along the way hurriedly surrounded it, extending their hands in supplication to those atop the sand vehicles. The manhole cover of the sand vehicle was lifted, revealing Zaha, who had been absent for over 2 months. Feng Ge, I'm back. I'm back. Ha ha, he shouted. Just then, 2 members of the Royal Guard obstructed the convoy's path. 2 esteemed members of the Purple Guards. We have already conferred with Lord Li. If you dare to block our way, beware of the consequences from the Lord, Ye Feng replied coldly. The 2 Purple Guards appeared uneasy, seemingly unwilling to relent. They had heard that Ziyun had perished at Ye Feng's hands, and they yearned for vengeance for their fallen comrade. Let them pass. A voice echoed from several kilometers away. It was the voice of Ye Feng. The 2 Purple Guards exchanged glances and ultimately cleared a path. The 88 sand vehicles finally entered Hot Spring Island. Brother, Ye Feng and Chunin rushed forward, embracing Zaha and others, sharing their longings. Feng. At that moment, a figure with a pale complexion emerged from the sand vehicle. It was Long Wu. Wu Ge. Ye Feng embraced the Dragon King. Feng. Long Wu could only repeat that one word. Wu Ge, don't say anything now. I will soon attempt the revival elixir to restore your full memory. Ye Feng patted Long Wu's shoulder and opened one of the sand vehicles. Inside were numerous tightly packed bundles. Feng Ge. The bundles contained the latest generation of pest control medicine, sent by the director of the Hot Spring Hospital. What was his name? Let me check my notes. Oh, It's Director Hao Yue who had me deliver these, Zaha explained. Excellent. North Hot Spring Island is in dire need of these supplies. In the other sand vehicles, what else is contained? Ye Feng inquired once more. Ah, indeed. There is the latest generation of deworming formula sent by Dean Hao Yue from now on. We at North Hot Spring Island shall be able to produce our own deworming medication. Additionally, there are some advanced instruments, such as this one, Chunggong remarked. Presenting a microscope, which I have examined, it can clearly magnify even the finest hair. After finishing his explanation, Zaha opened a large package, revealing a microscope within. Ye Feng took a cursory glance. The magnification of this microscope was rather ordinary, at least by the standards of their civilized society. However, on this deserted island, such a microscope was indeed a remarkable treasure. Chunggong mentioned that this was designated for his apprentice, Bai Xiang, to conduct research on intricate matters. Zaha continued, very well. What else is loaded in the other sand vehicles? Ye Feng asked again. Brother Feng, there is an abundance. You might as well observe for yourself. Zaha scratched his head. For there were some instrument names he had never encountered, making it quite cumbersome to remember. If it were geographical names, with his memory, he could easily recall 1,000 of them. Upon opening the 10th sand vehicle, Ye Feng felt a slight heaviness in his head. Inside the vehicle lay 3 bags containing corpses. Come here, take them back to my training room, Ye Feng commanded. Immediately, 6 individuals approached and carried the 3 bodies away. Ye Feng then turned his gaze to the other sand vehicles. Sister-in-law, have you arrived? From the end of the last sand vehicle, the manhole cover opened, and Bo Kachin was the first to emerge. Following her, 2 Lele also crawled out. The mother and child held hands as they walked towards Ye Feng. Sister-in-law Lele, you both should rest for the night. Tomorrow, I will conduct a ceremony for Tuba and the others, and then attempt to use the resurrection pill to bring them back to life, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Bo Kachin's face bore no trace of a smile, and she gently nodded. 2 Lele's expression mirrored that of her mother, devoid of joy. At the age of 8, a girl of her age should normally be filled with laughter and cheer. Yet, it was evident that her mother's demeanor had influenced her. Lele dear, come here for a hug. Ye Feng opened his arms wide. He had witnessed 2 Lele's birth, and it was astonishing to see how much she had grown. 2 Lele shook her head, retreating behind her mother. Ye Feng awkwardly retracted his arms. Sister-in-law, then you both should rest. Susan, please arrange accommodation for them, Ye Feng instructed. That night, Ye Feng entered Long Wu's room, holding a resurrection pill. Outside the room stood Susan, Chun Un, Duoyan Hena, Ding Tuanshuan, and others. They were among the earliest acquaintances of Long Wu, eager to witness his memory restoration firsthand. Feng. Long Wu looked at Ye Feng, a stiff smile emerging on his face. Brother Wu, open your mouth, Ye Feng said, retrieving a resurrection pill from his waist pouch. He now possessed a total of 5 resurrection pills, which should suffice. Long Wu nodded, opening his mouth wide. Ye Feng could faintly see his 2 fangs. Brother Wu, I am about to feed you the resurrection pill. You must swallow it. Upon finishing his words, he flicked his fingers, and the returning Yang Dan swiftly disappeared into Long Wu's mouth. Chapter 1093. The effects are astonishing with a sudden crash. The door swung open, and Susan, Chun-un, and others rushed in, their eyes fixed intently on Long Wu. At the back of the crowd stood Duoyan Hena. It was she who had originally transformed Long Wu into the vengeful king, so her presence here might offer some assistance. A ferocious roar erupted from Long Wu's mouth. In the next moment, his body arched, his eyes shimmering with a blood-red glow. Ye Feng quickly stepped forward, his gaze locked anxiously on Long Wu. A continuous series of roars echoed across the skies of North Hot Spring Island. Time passed, and eventually, Long Wu collapsed softly onto the bed, his eyes tightly shut, lost in a state of unconsciousness. You all should go rest. I will keep watch over Brother Wu alone, Ye Feng said as he carefully tucked the blanket around Long Wu. His skin retained its ashen hue, resembling that of a corpse. Yet the ferocity on his face had diminished considerably. No, we shall remain here to guard him, Susan replied, settling down beside him. The others, initially inclined to leave, found themselves compelled to sit alongside Susan, forming a protective circle around Long Wu. As time drifted by, morning dawned. Ye Feng keenly observed Long Wu's abdomen rising and falling, a clear sign that his human breathing functions had resumed. This brought a spark of joy to his heart. Brother Wu, perhaps you can truly regain your memories. Ye Feng turned to Susan and the others. Let us hope for that. Susan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Duoyan Hena suddenly stepped forward, extending her finger to tap Long Wu's forehead. A blood-red insect wriggled its way out of Long Wu's nostril. This is the vengeful King Gu. I will extract it now, and perhaps it will expedite his memory recovery, Duoyan Hena declared. The others were taken aback, recalling their own experiences with the Gu. That creature was utterly repulsive. Long Wu's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened, the first sight to greet him being Ye Feng's anxious face. Feng, Ye Feng, my brother, Long Wu's voice emerged hoarsely, as if he were a creature that had not spoken in decades. Brother Wu, Ye Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, nearly brought to tears. Long Wu's gaze drifted downward to another familiar face. Chunin, is that you? It has been a long time. Brother Wu, I cannot believe you remember me. This brings me immense joy, Chunin cried openly. With a swift motion, Ding Tuanshuan slapped him, sending him to the ground. You cry incessantly like a woman. She scolded before turning to Long Wu. Brother Wu, do you remember me? You taught me about firearms. Of course, little Tuanshuan, Feng's little shadow. You have grown. Long Wu managed a stiff smile. Just remember me. Look at her. Ding Tuanshuan pointed towards Susan. Susan, dear sister, my impression is not particularly vivid. But there was a Su Yun. By the way, where is Sister Su Yun? Long Wu spoke as she gracefully sat up from the bed. She currently found herself on the South Hot Spring Island. Susan, wearing an expression of displeasure, remarked that she felt her presence was rather insignificant. Long Wu turned her gaze toward the last person. Master. Oh no, Duoyan Hena, you are the reason I have become the King of Wrath. I remember it vividly. A hint of fear flickered in Long Wu's eyes as she looked at Duoyan Hena. Duoyan Hena merely nodded. After all, her power was formidable, and Long Wu retained an inherent sense of fear in her mind. Ye Feng suddenly glanced at Long Wu's ashen complexion. Although her eyes had regained a semblance of humanity, her skin remained a ghastly hue. Brother Wu, are you feeling cold? Ye Feng inquired. It seems I am not, Long Wu replied, touching her skin, devoid of sensation. Not feeling cold. That indicates your skin has become numb. You should step outside the light screen and experience the temperature. It may help your body regain the sensitivity of a normal person, Ye Feng suggested, assisting Long Wu to her feet. Brother Feng, I am not weak. I do not require your support. Long Wu stood upright and followed the group to the front of the light screen. In the next moment, she stood bare in the frigid expanse of snow and ice. Ye Feng quickly focused on Long Wu's expression. There was no discernible difference in her demeanor. She exhibited no signs of discomfort. Brother Wu, try applying the snow to your skin, Ye Feng urged. All right, I will, Long Wu responded, directly rubbing the snow onto her skin without even a flicker of her brow. Brother Wu, come back inside, Ye Feng said, his face tinged with concern. If Long Wu's skin was impervious to the cold, it implied that her sensitivity in other areas had also diminished, which would hinder her ability to procreate in the future. Chunin leaped forward, enveloping Long Wu in a bear hug. Ha ha ha, Brother Wu, your physique is truly suited for life in the Ice Age. As you are unbothered by the cold, I envy you. Chunin, cease your frivolous remarks. My aim is to restore Brother Wu to a normal state, not to turn him into a monster. Do you understand? Ye Feng could not help but admonish. Very well, I was hasty. Chunin quickly retreated to the side. Hena, is there a way to restore Brother Wu's skin to that of a normal person? Ye Feng asked. I fear it may not be possible. Perhaps with the passage of time, it could gradually recover, but not immediately, Duoyan Hena replied, shaking her head. Alas, then it shall be as it is. I have matters to attend to. With that, Ye Feng pocketed the remaining 4 rebirth pills and made his way to Boken's dwelling. Boken sat beside Tu Lele, near the corpse of Tuba. When Ye Feng entered, she did not rise to greet him, as if already numb to the situation. Sister-in-law, I am about to begin the resurrection of Brother Tuba, Ye Feng declared, pulling back the shroud. Inside lay Tuba, his face grotesquely distorted, and his body had grown immense. Boken hurriedly covered Tu Lele's eyes. Chunin, bring me a pot of boiling water to mix with the rebirth pills into a paste. On it. Before long, Ye Feng placed the rebirth pills into the boiling water, stirring with his finger to ensure it reached a paste-like consistency. Help me pry open Tuba's mouth, Ye Feng commanded. How disgusting. Chunin wore a pained expression as he held Tuba's chin. The viscous liquid was poured into Tuba's mouth, yet it spilled out from the corners. The corpse lacked the ability to swallow. Ye Feng, feeling helpless, resorted to more forceful measures, gripping Tuba's neck. In a matter of moments, Tu Ba's face began to contort. The already distorted visage seemed to revert to a semblance of normalcy. Truly, the effects of the resurrection pill were astonishing. After another half an hour, Tu Ba's head and neck regained the appearance of a living person. However, the medicinal essence of the pill could not reach his abdomen, arms, or thighs. Chapter 1094. Greasier than him Chunin. Prepare a wooden tub filled with hot water. What are you planning to do, Brother Feng? Just do as instructed. Ye Feng replied impatiently. Understood. The wooden tub was placed within the cabin, and Ye Feng tossed 2 resurrection pills into it, stirring the contents with a wooden stick. Still feeling uneasy, he took out a dagger and made numerous incisions on Tu Ba's arms, chest, abdomen, and thighs to ensure that the restorative water could penetrate his body. All right, Chunin, lift Tu Ba into the tub, submerging everything below his neck. Ye Feng commanded. Why don't you carry him? Hurry up. I refuse. Chunin exclaimed as he fled the cabin. With no other choice, Ye Feng personally lifted Tu Ba into the tub. It was evident that the wounds inflicted by the dagger were healing rapidly under the nourishing water. Simultaneously, the lower half of his body regained its normal suppleness, and the giant's corpse shrank to the size of an ordinary man. To the untrained eye, Long Wu seemed to be alive. The only trouble was that his eyes remained tightly shut, as if he were in a deep slumber. Brother Feng, don't waste your efforts. Even if you can restore his physical form, what about his soul? Bo Qinshin shook her head. She felt no excitement at the sight of Tu Ba, only dread. With a clenched jaw, Ye Feng retrieved another resurrection pill. Now, only 2 remained. This time, he pried open Tu Ba's mouth and directly placed the entire pill inside. As Tu Ba's body had already regained the functions of a living being, the pill smoothly traveled down his throat and into his stomach. Ye Feng waited for 20 minutes. Yet Tu Ba remained motionless. Stop. Don't waste your pills. It's futile. He has been dead for so many years. How could he possibly come back to life? You may restore his body, but what of his soul? Bo Qinshin reiterated, shaking her head. Ye Feng sighed heavily, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Perhaps relying solely on the resurrection pill would not suffice to revive Tu Ba. If only he could find a pill capable of summoning souls, combined with the resurrection pill, perhaps Tu Ba could truly be resurrected. Someone, preserve Tu Ba's body carefully. Our spring coins are harvesting across the entire Xingming continent. One day, we shall find a pill or secret technique related to soul summoning. I refuse to believe it won't happen. With that, Ye Feng strode out of Tu Ba's cabin. As for Yang Li and Gaixin, Ye Feng need not make any attempts. Their demise coincided with that of Tu Ba, and relying solely on the resurrection pill would prove insufficient. Both the corporeal form and the soul must be restored simultaneously to effectuate true revival. Exiting Tu Ba's chamber, Ye Feng gazed skyward. It has been nearly a decade since he arrived on this desolate island. He has transformed from a youthful boy into a strikingly charismatic man. Notably, his appearance remains that of a man in his early 20s. The hot spring currency has begun to reap the world, and it is only a matter of time before it spreads to the provincial capitals and the capital of the Black Mountain Kingdom. At that juncture, a congregation of formidable beings is inevitable. The barriers formed by the divine spear may suffice against provincial-level experts. However, should the capital of the Black Mountain Kingdom also be stirred, it is highly likely that experts of the void refinement and spirit separation realms will emerge. While the divine spear's barriers may withstand those at the void refinement stage, they would be utterly inadequate against the spirit separation realm. Thus, from this moment onward, he must prepare for the unforeseen. It is imperative to locate a more powerful formation or to amplify the might of the divine spear formation to its utmost potential. Although the divine spear has been wielded by divine realm experts, it merely retains their lingering essence, which will gradually diminish with the passage of time. Contemplating this, Ye Feng approached the luminous barrier, intending to summon the leaders of the 4 major sects in the royal palace to inquire if there exists a supreme formation in the Starry Dream continent, for which he would be willing to exchange anything. With the strongest formation, it would at least ensure the invincibility of the hot spring island. Otherwise, some overbearing experts might subdue the island, coercing it into servitude as their alchemical slaves, perpetually refining elixirs for them. At that moment, a swift sound sliced through the air, as if something had flown past. Ye Feng lifted his gaze to the sky, where a trailing plume of smoke lingered in the grayish-white expanse. What on earth? The others, startled, gathered before Ye Feng, their eyes fixated on the heavens. Whoosh! Another piercing sound of something breaking through the air resonated. Am I seeing this correctly? Are there actually flying sandbirds in the sky? Chunin exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, Zaha stepped forward. Generalin, that is not a sandbird. I encountered that contraption during my visit to South Hot Spring Island. It is a flying chicken invented by engineer Chung, Zaha explained. A flying machine? Ye Feng quickly seized a pair of binoculars. Whoosh. Another sound of air being cleaved echoed, revealing a flat aerial vehicle soaring above. Whoosh. The frequency of the aircraft's passage over Hot Spring Island increased, yet it showed no signs of descending. Who is piloting this aircraft? Are they deliberately flaunting it before us? Bai Xiang remarked with evident displeasure. Ye Feng squinted, a sudden realization dawning upon him. I understand. The pilot is attempting to land, yet the aircraft's speed is too swift, and there is no suitable runway. Quickly, to the luminous barrier, clear a path for landing. A throng of people rushed out, fervently preparing to clear the runway when a sharp whoosh echoed from afar. Boom, boom, boom. A series of ice houses were demolished in succession. At last, the flat aircraft collided with the protective barrier of the Yu sect, finally coming to a halt. Even so, the craft was left in a disheveled state, with smoke billowing from its rear. Quick, we must rescue the pilot. There may still be a chance for survival. Ye Feng rushed towards the aircraft, forcing the cabin door open with all his might. However, he found the interior utterly vacant, not a single soul in sight. Brother Feng, I'm up in the sky. I'm up in the sky, came the voice of Chung Li Bin from above. The crowd quickly looked up and beheld two parachutes gently descending from the heavens. One of the figures was indeed Chung Li Bin, who was waving enthusiastically at Ye Feng. Old Chung, you rascal, I've missed you dearly. Ye Feng exclaimed. Brother Feng, I missed you too. That's why, as soon as I developed something that could fly, I rushed to North Hot Spring Island. Unfortunately, I haven't resolved the landing issue yet. So each time I descend, I must sacrifice an aircraft and use a parachute to escape. Chung Li Bin explained as he finally touched down. With a cheer, a throng of people rushed forward, enveloping Chung Li Bin in various embraces. Old Chung, I love you, Chunin declared with deep affection. Chunin, I love you too. Chung Li Bin replied. Chunin intended to tease Chung Li Bin, but was taken aback to find him even more flamboyant than expected. Old Chung, sacrificing an aircraft for each landing is quite costly, isn't it? Ye Feng remarked, casting a sorrowful glance at the distant flat aircraft. Chapter 1095. Sensing something amiss, he possessed keen insight. Given the aircraft's speed and design, the cost of each unit was likely over 100 billion. Brother Feng, it's all right. After all, the labor for constructing this aircraft does not come from our citizens, but rather from over 100 million disaster victims. 98% of the components are manufactured in external factories. We merely collect all the parts for assembly and incorporate the core secrets, Chung Li Bin replied with a smile. That may be true, but the loss of an aircraft each time was painful. The landing issue must be addressed. After saying this, Ye Feng gently caressed the aircraft's exterior. Can this shell withstand the might of a true martial realm expert spear? Ye Feng inquired. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, you are now in the true martial realm as well. Do you think your insight can predict this aircraft speed? Chung Li Bin laughed. Apparently not. I didn't even register it before it zoomed past. Ye Feng shook his head. Exactly. On board, I have also equipped it with a new type of explosive, crafted from the latest iron material, capable of easily penetrating a meter-thick steel plate. Its penetrating power far exceeds that of the type used by Chun En in the past, Chung Li Bin explained, opening the bomb bay to reveal elongated explosives before Ye Feng. Resembling the previous type, the only distinction was the noticeable increase in weight. The pointed tips were dark green, clearly far more durable than ordinary iron. Who is this young man? Ye Feng asked, glancing at the other parachutist. Don't you recognize him? He is my son, already 11 years old this year. Chung Li Bin replied with a smile. At the tender age of 11, Ye Feng gazed at the burly figure before him. Brother Feng, we have been on this deserted island for 12 years. I was among the first generation of settlers, and thus my son naturally grows at a quicker pace. Coupled with his habit of treating crystal pellets like candies and indulging in ample fish and meat, it is quite normal for him to grow faster than the average child. Chung Li Bin remarked, affectionately ruffling the young man's hair. Call him Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi. Ah, very well, my dear nephew. I shall bestow upon you a red envelope later. Ye Feng observed the youth, who stood nearly at his height, and found it somewhat challenging to reconcile. However, the boy's voice still bore a hint of childishness. Come, let us return home. Chunin, send someone to retrieve the wreckage of that aircraft and bring it back within the light barrier. Remember, leave not a single screw for those outside. These matters are of utmost confidentiality, Ye Feng instructed. Why must it be me? Chunin replied, visibly displeased. That evening, a lavish banquet was held on Hot Spring Island to welcome Chung Li Bean, his son, and others such as Bo Kachin. Outside the light barrier of Hot Spring Island, amidst the icy expanse, the displaced individuals trembled within their makeshift shelters, casting envious glances toward the brightly lit North Hot Spring Island. I am so hungry. How I wish to enter the light barrier. I am not hungry, just exceedingly cold. It is so frigid that I cannot sleep at night, only during the day. Outside the barrier, two strong men huddled together, utilizing each other's body heat for warmth. Those who had come from the Starmon continent, however, were not as susceptible to the cold. Their strength was formidable, and they had brought along small formations, allowing them to reside within the relatively temperate light barrier. As the banquet unfolded, Ye Feng summoned all the high-ranking officials to his side. Ladies and gentlemen, the reputation of Hot Spring Island has been established. In the future, hot spring coins will dominate the entire Starmon continent, Ye Feng stated impassively. Long live Brother Feng. Brother Feng is magnificent. Hot spring coins are supreme, robust, and exceptional. I love Hot Spring Island. From now on, we shall become the overlords of the entire Starmon continent, the crowd exclaimed with fervor. Ye Feng sighed and pressed his hands down to quell their excitement. Let us not rejoice too soon. The reason we can still engage in trade with the powerful outsiders is that we have the sword formation left by the spear god as our foundation. If one day a demigod were to arrive, a single punch could shatter our sword formation. Do you think he would still acknowledge the value of hot spring coins? I fear that if he were displeased, he might seize us to serve as alchemical slaves, perpetually refining elixirs for him. Ye Feng spoke with gravity. It will be fine. Brother Feng, when that time comes, we shall reveal the truth to him, that only you possess the ability to refine elixirs, thus sparing us from servitude. It will only be a slight inconvenience for you, Chunin suggested. Suddenly, a hand swung from behind, striking Chunin down to the ground. Ding Tuanshuan withdrew her hand and said, Brother Yi, I believe we should reinforce the divine spear's restrictions. For this matter, we shall need Sister Duyan's assistance. She then turned her gaze toward Duoyan Hena. There is no way to further enhance the strength of the divine spear's restrictions. This is already the utmost limit. Duoyan Hena replied, shaking her head. Then what shall we do? If we were to encounter an exceptionally powerful adversary, the grand formation of our Hot Springs Island would be utterly incapable of withstanding such a force. We would remain at their mercy. The enhancement provided by currency necessitates not only the corresponding items, but also formidable military strength. Susan furrowed her brows. Let us proceed thus, from this moment forth. Disseminate the news, urging them to traverse the entire Starmon continent to assist us in gathering materials for refining a superlative formation. One that can at the very least withstand demigod-level powers, Ye Feng stated matter-of-factly. Are we to rely on those individuals from the West Ean County outside the barrier? Chunin inquired. Correct. Tomorrow, we shall commence. I will gather the personnel from the 4 major sects in the royal manor to convene outside the barrier for a meeting. Ye Feng replied calmly. Brother Feng, have you lost your senses? What if the royal manor detains you? You have already harmed Li Hualing's grandson. Be wary of the consequences, Chunin urged anxiously. Ye Feng is the very soul of Hot Springs Island. He must not falter. Though he often jested with Ye Feng, his true concern lay with him. Fear not. Did we not just venture beyond the barrier to inspect old Chang's aircraft? Li Hualing did not attack me, which indicates his understanding of the situation. Furthermore, as the temporary island master of North Hot Springs Island, if I were to cower in fear for my life, devoid of a spirit of sacrifice, how could Hot Springs Island maintain its strength? Ye Feng spoke slowly. Applause erupted at the banquet. The following morning, Ye Feng donned 5 layers of clothing, the outermost being a down jacket worth 400,000 Hot Springs coins. A throng of individuals escorted Ye Feng to the barrier's threshold. Ah Feng, when conversing with Li Hualing, be exceedingly courteous. Although he comprehends the situation, one's wrath can cloud judgment, and he may indeed attempt to harm you, Susan advised while adjusting Ye Feng's scarf. Brother Feng, should the situation seem dire, make a beeline for the inner barrier. I shall cover your retreat with all available weaponry, Chunin declared earnestly, shedding his usual playful demeanor. I understand. Do not fret for my safety. Should I perish or be detained, Susan shall assume the role of Island Master of North Hot Springs Island, continuing to lead the island and simultaneously enforcing an economic blockade against the royal manor, ceasing the supply of purification pills and anti-parasitic medicine to them, Ye Feng proclaimed. With that, he stepped beyond the barrier, emerging into the frigid expanse. Chapter 1096. I hope this will not pose too great a challenge for you. This accursed weather grows increasingly frigid. Ye Feng tightened his coat. Although such temperatures bear no impact on those in the true martial realm, they are still somewhat uncomfortable. After traversing just a few paces, a group of over a dozen disaster-stricken individuals obstructed his path. Please, have mercy, grant us some anti-parasitic medicine, I implore you. I do not wish to become a host. Esteemed island master, please, a bit of anti-parasitic medicine, they pleaded. Ye Feng regarded the distressed individuals with a twinge of sorrow. However, for the sake of Hot Springs coins, he could not afford to show weakness. I regret to inform you, you must find a way to earn Hot Springs coins. With diligent saving over the course of a month, you should be able to purchase the anti-parasitic medicine. Ye Feng assisted the nearest individual to their feet. Island Master Ye, given our current predicament, how can we possibly work? Moreover, the opportunities for employment on Hot Spring Island are limited. Even the factories beyond the light barrier are selective in their hiring. Rest assured, within 3 days, Hot Spring Island will establish countless seawater purification plants, open to all. I, Ye Feng, assure you of this. Upon hearing of the job prospects, the disaster victims returned to their ice shelters with a sense of satisfaction. After walking another 100 meters, a settlement area appeared. However, there were several bonfires burning, and beside them, disaster victims wept. It was evident that those infected had perished, and the victims could not afford the deworming medicine, thus resorting to cremation on the spot to prevent contagion. It is truly a tragedy. Once Hot Spring Island rises to dominance over the Xingming continent, such occurrences will cease. Ye Feng muttered to himself, when suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in purple approached. A formidable aura enveloped him, nearly suffocating Ye Feng. The purple-clad guardian of the transformation realm is indeed impressive. Esteemed senior, I have come to discuss an important matter with the prince, not to cause trouble, Ye Feng said, cupping his hands in respect. Humph. The purple guardian scrutinized Ye Feng before finally gesturing with his hand. Follow me. The moment you stepped out of the light barrier, you were sensed by the prince's divine consciousness. Ye Feng had no choice but to obediently follow, occasionally encountering beggars who clung to him, only to be swiftly dispatched by the purple guardian's finger. After walking several kilometers, a pale white light barrier came into view. Within it lay a beach and a melting ocean. Li Huoling reclined on a lounge chair, indulging in the massage services of 2 fruit maidens. He Qingji was surprisingly standing nearby, engaged in conversation with him. Step inside. The purple guardian opened a gap in the light barrier and nudged Ye Feng forward. Do not lay hands on me. Ye Feng seethed. He was about to meet Li Huoling and needed to assert his dominance. Allowing this purple guardian to bully him would surely lead to threats from Li Huoling seeking death. The purple guardian, enraged, prepared to act again. Enough. Let him come over, came Li Huoling's voice from the lounge chair. The purple guardian narrowed his eyes and shoved Ye Feng again, causing him to stagger. Mr. Yi, it has been a while. He Qingji greeted Ye Feng warmly. Li Huoling lay back on the lounge chair, eyes half closed. Aware that Ye Feng's risky endeavor to seek him out indicated he had a request. In such a scenario, it was only fitting for Ye Feng to speak first. Allowing Li Huoling to negotiate a hefty sum of several 100 billion hot spring coins from him. Your Highness, Ye Feng began. But Li Huoling suddenly sat up, directing his gaze elsewhere. Fairy He, please attend to him. It is time for my cultivation, and I must meditate for 3 hours. Having spoken, Li Huoling disregarded Ye Feng and walked toward a nearby ice shelter. Ye Feng scoffed quietly, realizing he was still an arrogant fellow. Nevertheless, negotiating with a beauty was far preferable to dealing with an old man. Mr. Yi, may I inquire what brings you to seek our prince? He Qingji asked politely, deliberately feigning unfamiliarity with Ye Feng to avoid inciting Li Huoling's jealousy. Dear Fairy He, I kindly request you to summon all the prominent figures from outside. Inform them that I, Ye Feng, have a substantial business deal to discuss, potentially involving an astounding 700 billion spring coins, Ye Feng stated gravely. So much. Mr. Yi, you cannot be serious, He Qingji exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Had this been months ago, Even the prospect of such wealth in spring coins would have failed to sway her. However, the situation has changed. Spring coins can now be refined into medicinal elixirs or used to purchase pest control agents, rendering them exceedingly valuable. Rest assured, I am not jesting. Please, Lady He, proceed to gather them, Ye Feng insisted earnestly. Yet, He Qingji's eyes darted around, reluctant to move an inch. What? Is Lady He unwilling to assist? Ye Feng's brow furrowed. Of course, I am willing to help, Mr. Yi. May I take full responsibility for this 700 billion project? You need only liaise with me, disregarding the others outside. She gazed at Ye Feng with eager anticipation. The prospect of overseeing such a grand endeavor, even if it meant getting her hands dirty, would bring her immense fortune. This project is substantial. Do you comprehend the magnitude of what I need to collect? I fear it may be beyond your capabilities, Ye Feng lamented, rubbing his temples. Have no fear, Mr. Yi. Entrust everything to me. Provide the funds, and I shall issue commands to gather the materials required. The connection between spring coins and refined elixirs will facilitate the collection of anything you desire, He Qingji asserted with gravity. Ye Feng stroked his chin, sensing that He Qingji might struggle with this task. Even Li Hualing might find it challenging. Please be clear, if you permit me to take on this project. I am willing to pay any price necessary, He Qingji declared, a glint of allure flashing in her eyes. She had witnessed Ye Feng's vast influence and realized that by bribing him, she could also partake in the benefits, an arrangement that would serve her interests splendidly. Very well. I shall divulge my requirements. I seek to gather materials for the construction of a protective array for my clan, Ye Feng revealed. A protective array? That is a simple matter. I can provide you with a complete set, or if necessary, I can offer you the protective array from my Western county. He Qingji exhaled, momentarily relieved, thinking it a trivial task. Allow me to elaborate. The protective array I intend to forge must withstand the might of a peak demigod. Ye Feng dropped the bombshell. He Qingji was left dumbfounded. While there are 3 realms beyond the demigod level, it is widely acknowledged that the demigod realm represents the apex of power on the Star Mist continent. The notion of creating a formation capable of repelling a demigod is utterly preposterous. Why the silence? Am I asking too much? Ye Feng scrutinized He Qingji's eyes intently. Permit me a moment to ponder, she replied, beginning to pace within the luminous screen, seemingly deep in thought. Chapter 1097. All can be recklessly wasted 700 billion spring coins. This order must be accepted, otherwise, the purification of elixirs would become an immense hassle. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of materials used in crafting formations, the more potent the formation's power. However, a formation capable of withstanding the might of demigod-level experts is unlikely to be assembled within the entirety of the Black Mountain Kingdom. Materials must be gathered from across the entire starry continent. Moreover, it would require the simultaneous efforts of at least trillions of cultivators to amass such quantities of materials. He Qingji remarked, that is not a concern. I have ample funds, so let them gather together. Ye Feng responded nonchalantly, after all, spring coins can be printed at will. Mr. Yi, you fail to grasp my point. If we truly embark on a quest across the continent to gather materials capable of resisting demigods, do you think those formidable beings would remain idle? The grand formation you intend to craft is specifically designed to counter those ancient monstrosities. It's possible that midway through your gathering, one of their avatars may come knocking and obliterate your spring island with a mere wave of their hand, He Qingji cautioned. Ye Feng's expression darkened. He was, after all, still too young and lacked the foresight of He Qingji. Fairy He, do you possess another solution? Ye Feng felt compelled to humbly seek her guidance. A solution indeed exists, but while collecting materials, one must not disclose that they are intended for the grand formation. You could claim they are for other purposes, such as refining magical artifacts. Additionally, the reward notices must not be issued all at once. They should be released in batches. This way, those ancient beings will not trouble you, He Qingji suggested. Excellent, excellent. Fairy He, I have made up my mind. I will entrust this matter to you and the Women's sect entirely. Upon my return to Spring Island, I shall allocate the first batch of funds, 500 billion. Ye Feng declared. Deal. Mr. Yi, would you care to join me in my light screen for a cup of tea? He Qingji suddenly smirked, her gaze purposefully lingering on Ye Feng's attire. That, Ye Feng, seasoned in the ways of romance, had an inkling of her implications. Yet, given his current state of recovery, engaging in such activities was ill-advised. He feared he might disappoint Fairy He's kind intentions, so he opted to defer, saying, "Perhaps another day." As he spoke, he turned and exited the light screen. Just then, Li Hualing emerged from the ice chamber. He had not been cultivating, but rather observing the two. "Ye Feng, what brings you here?" Li Hualing inquired with indifference. "Haha, nothing of consequence. You may inquire with Fairy He. She shall be one of the representatives of my Spring Island henceforth." With that, he departed the light screen and made his way towards Spring Island. Li Hualing suddenly fixed his gaze upon He Qingji. "Your Highness, please do not misinterpret. I have not reached any agreement with Ye Feng. The situation is as follows. I implore your Highness, in your capacity as a prince, to summon the various sect leaders nearby. We must convene a meeting," He Qingji stated cautiously. Upon Ye Feng's return to Spring Island, he found little of urgency to attend to. He worked a mere 8 hours each day, and once those hours were up, he disregarded all else. Even if the sky were to fall, time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Cheng Libin and Bai Xiang, accompanied by a group of engineers and technicians, emerged from the light curtain and commenced a massive recruitment drive. The Hot Spring Armory aimed to enlist 10 million workers, specializing in the filtration of seawater with a monthly salary of 600 hot spring coins. In a mere instant, the recruitment office was met with a queue of 40 long lines. Chen exchanged a knowing glance with the CEO of the Shahui Security Company, who promptly understood the queue. Within moments, thousands of security personnel were dispatched to maintain order and prevent any line cutting. Ye Feng lounged in his chair, lazily gazing outside. Amidst the frigid landscape, several figures approached, led by He Qingji, flanked by Li Hualing, Yu Feihong, and other formidable practitioners of the transformation realm. "Mr. Yi, everything has been arranged. Could you please transfer the initial funds?" He Qingji inquired eagerly. "No problem. Please head to the nearby hot spring bank. Wang Jihe will personally attend to you." Ye Feng gestured dismissively. "Understood, Mr. Yi," He Qingji replied, her face aglow with excitement. 500 billion hot spring coins. How many transformation pills must be refined for that? Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Ye Feng straightened in his seat. The noise returned again. "Haha, it's a plane. Brother Feng, it must be another aircraft from South Hot Spring Island," Chen shouted, tears of joy streaming down his face. He reminisced about their struggles for survival when they first arrived on the desolate island. Yet, 12 years later, they had even developed aircraft. The plane soared overhead, making several passes before hurtling toward the ground. Cheng Libin, who was busy writing, quickly fled to a safe distance. "Get back! The plane is about to land," he shouted. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted skyward as the ice was shattered, creating a massive crater. After a brief wait of 5 to 6 minutes, 2 parachutes fluttered down from the sky, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Ye Feng personally stepped out to greet them. The aircraft was indeed swift, yet still unable to achieve a safe landing. Each descent came with the sacrifice of a plane. Once the 2 pilots touched down, they began to gather their parachutes. Ye Feng scrutinized their faces, finding them somewhat familiar, although their names eluded him. Cheng Libin, however, appeared quite close to them, already embracing them warmly. "Brother Feng, Brother Feng." The 2 young men saluted Ye Feng. After the greetings, Ye Feng inquired, "Is South Hot Spring Island truly so affluent now that planes can be squandered so freely?" "Haha, South Hot Spring Island is now overflowing with wealth. Lord Helixuan is constantly devising ways to spend it," one of the pilots replied. "Very well. How many planes does South Hot Spring Island possess at present?" Ye Feng asked. "Approximately 40, and we've established a production line for aircraft. In a wartime scenario, should all workers be mobilized, we could produce 30 planes in a single day. However, Wang Jihe has stated that there is no immediate need for such numbers. As aircraft technology evolves rapidly, a plane built a month ago may soon be outdated by a more advanced model," the other pilot added. "All right, very well, huh?" Ye Feng patted the shoulders of the 2 individuals. "Brother Feng, do you still remember me? When I was studying at the Hot Spring Academy, you came to inspect us once. I have since graduated from Hot Spring University," the pilot suddenly remarked. "Oh, I thought you looked somewhat familiar. Our Hot Spring University is now capable of supplying talent to various factories. Keep up the good work, young man," Ye Feng replied, feeling a sense of relief. "What brings you both to North Hot Spring Island?" Ye Feng inquired. "Well, Master Shi has fallen gravely ill," came the response. Ye Feng's expression darkened. "Shi Zhengliang is ill? He should be a powerful figure now. How could he fall ill?" Ye Feng pressed for details. "I'm not sure, but since the temperature has dropped, It seems our bodies have undergone changes, and our metabolism has accelerated significantly. Upon hearing the pilot's words, Ye Feng fell into contemplation. It appeared that the claims from the Starmon continent were indeed accurate. With the turbulence in the gale wind zone, their vast desert had become interconnected with the Starmon continent. This signified not only a substantial reduction in their lifespan, but also a glimmer of hope for elevation to a higher realm. Contrary to the fantasy novels he had read, where areas abundant in spiritual energy prolonged life but hindered progress, in this reality, the opposite held true. The more enriched the spiritual energy, the shorter the lifespan. Yet the prospects for advancement were brighter. Now that the gale wind zone had shifted, the dense spiritual energy from the Starmon continent was flooding into the vast desert, which would drastically shorten the lifespan of the indigenous people there while significantly enhancing their cultivation speed. Chenin summoned Susan and Ding Tuanshuan. I suspect Master Shi's illness stems from the impending exhaustion of his lifespan, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Understood. Before long, the area outside the light curtain was filled with high-ranking officials from North Hot Spring Island. Upon learning of Shi Zhengliang's illness, each wore a sorrowful expression. Brother Yi, don't you still have the revival pill? Bring one back to Hot Spring Island from Master Shi, Ding Tuanshuan suddenly suggested. Indeed. However, just in case, Susan will be in charge of North Hot Spring Island for now. As for the rest of us, especially Master Shi's old friends, we shall return to South Hot Spring Island together. In the event the revival pill proves ineffective, we can at least bid him farewell, Ye Feng explained. Why must I stay? Susan asked, visibly displeased. My dear Susan, because only you can manage the situation, Ye Feng coaxed. I have no desire to take charge, she retorted. With no other recourse, Ye Feng resorted to gentle persuasion and eventually managed to convince Susan to remain at North Hot Spring Island. Several sand vehicles stood ready outside the light curtain. Ye Feng was the first to climb aboard, followed by Chung Li Bin, Chunin, Duoyan Hena, Yi Xing, Ding Tuanshuan, and other acquaintances from civilized society. Let us depart swiftly, Ye Feng instructed the driver. Rest assured, with the world frozen over, the vast desert is virtually obstacle-free. If there are any, I'll simply clear them with the sand vehicle, the driver assured. With a rumble, the convoy of sand vehicles surged southward. Meanwhile, on South Hot Spring Island, Shi Zhengliang lay flat on his bed, his vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling. His 2 wives and 7 sons knelt before the bed, weeping softly. Do not cry. I can sense my time has come. Yet, I wish to see Brother Feng once more, stated Shi Zhengliang. Wang Zhihai, accompanied by his entire family, stood at the door, a shadow of sorrow passing across his face. After all, he had known Shi Zhengliang for quite some time, and a sense of grief lingered in his heart. In the outer hall, leaders from various departments filled the space. Among them were Su Yun, Nireli Maisie, Ilian, and Bai Chushua. The number of civilized individuals dwindled, and to think that Shi Zhengliang was departing as well. Within the room, a frail voice emerged from Shi Zhengliang. Where's Brother Feng? Why hasn't he returned yet? Hurry, bring him back, he shouted. Wang Zhihai and his companions rushed in, encircling Shi Zhengliang. Rest assured, Shi. Brother Feng will return shortly. Just hold on a little longer. Wang Zhihai grasped Shi Zhengliang's left hand. Su Yun stepped forward, taking hold of his right hand. It is too late. Truly, it is too late. Shi Zhengliang coughed violently. Dad, Father, woe is us. Shi Zhengliang's family erupted into a collective wail. Do not cry. When Brother Feng returns, tell him I, Shi Zhengliang, did not misjudge him. Thank him for me. He is a remarkable man, Shi Zhengliang articulated with great difficulty. Sure. You must endure. Once Brother Feng returns, you can tell him yourself, Wang Zhihai urged. No, I cannot wait any longer. My children in the civilized world. They do not know how they are faring. Sanwa. Shi Zhengliang's gaze became vacant, his lips murmuring incoherently. My Sanwa, Father misses you dearly. After uttering these words, Shi Zhengliang's legs suddenly stiffened. Zhengliang. Old Shi. Sure. A chorus of alarm filled the room, followed by thunderous cries. Su Yun withdrew her hand. Trembling all over, her complexion pale. The once stable Hot Spring Island now faced the departure of yet another dear friend. Ultimately, it was a matter of lifespan. Had Shi Zhengliang reached the true martial realm, he could have lived another 50 to 60 years. Should he have ascended to the innate realm, perhaps he might have lived over 200 years. Alas, it was too late. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days slipped away. On this day, A sand vehicle sped into South Hot Spring Island, followed by a convoy of a dozen more. As the lead vehicle crossed the shimmering barrier, Ye Feng leaped out from beneath a manhole cover, dashing towards Shi Jingliang's residence. Is Old Shi still here? Others finally realized that Ye Feng had returned. Brother Feng, He Li Xian exclaimed joyfully, hastening to follow in Ye Feng's wake. A Feng. Su Yin dashed out from the hospital, also racing towards Ye Feng's direction. In mere moments, the entire South Hot Spring Island was abuzz with the name of Ye Feng. All the high-ranking officials set aside their duties and rushed towards Shi Jingliang's home. With a swift motion, Ye Feng halted at the entrance of Shi Jingliang's villa. There, he beheld the entrance adorned with white cloth, where Shi Jingliang's wives and children knelt before the memorial, weeping. Brother Feng. It is Brother Feng who has returned. Shi Jingliang's wife rose abruptly, seizing Ye Feng's arm. Old Shi, has he passed away? Ye Feng inquired. He departed 7 days ago. He instructed me to convey to you, personally, his deep gratitude, Shi Jingliang's wife replied. At that moment, senior figures such as Wang Zhihai, He Li Xuan, and Su Yun rushed over. Soon, 2 vehicles arrived directly at the entrance of Shi Jingliang's villa. Duoyan Hena, Chun En, Ding Tuanshuan, and others hastily exited the vehicles. Old Shi. Chun En's voice echoed across the skies of Nanwenquan Island. Ye Feng remained silent, striding purposefully towards the coffin. Inside, Shi Jingliang's face had been meticulously made up, appearing lifelike. With his hands crossed over his chest, his brow furrowed in a deep line. Wanna die? It cannot be so simple. Only 7 days have passed. I believe there is still hope. After speaking, Ye Feng produced the reviving elixir from his pocket. Bring hot water, he commanded. Brother Feng, why hot water? Are you thirsty? Shi Jingliang's wife asked. This is the reviving elixir. If it is dissolved in hot water and administered to him, it may revive him. Moreover, he has only recently departed, and his spirit likely has not yet entered the cycle of reincarnation, Ye Feng urged. Quickly, son, hurry, get the hot water. Shi Jingliang's family immediately sprang into action. Chapter 1099. Are you trying to blackmail me? Before long, the hot water arrived, and Ye Feng tossed the reviving elixir into it. The water quickly transformed into a thick slurry. Ye Feng propped up Shi Jingliang's stiff body, forcibly prying open his mouth and administering the elixir. Instantly, the color returned to Shi Jingliang's lips. With a swift motion, Ye Feng tore open Shi Jingliang's clothing to reveal his upper body. The hue traveled down his throat, slowly reaching his chest, and then his abdomen. Cough, cough. 2 short coughs echoed. Shi Jingliang remained with his eyes closed, yet the sound of coughing emerged from his mouth. Dead. Ghost. You? Shi Jingliang's wife exclaimed joyfully, quickly embracing one of his arms. Father. His son mirrored her delight, gazing at Shi Jingliang with hopeful eyes. Gritting his teeth, Ye Feng cast the last reviving elixir into the hot water. Pry open his mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. The elixir once again flowed into Shi Jingliang's body. Cough, 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 cough. This time, Shi Jingliang coughed continuously, and his eyelids seemed to twitch slightly. He has revived. He has come back to life. Shi Jingliang's wife exclaimed, leaping in excitement. Old Shi, can you hear me? Ye Feng vigorously shook Shi Jingliang's body, urging the elixir to permeate his internal organs. Cough. Shi Jingliang coughed once more. Time passed, and gradually, he opened his eyes, weakly gazing at those present. Old Shi. Chunin stepped forward, leaning closer. Shi Jingliang's eyes reflected confusion, akin to a man just awakening from a long stupor. Old Shi, can you speak? Ye Feng asked, his expression brimming with delight. Brother Feng, is this hell? Shi Jingliang struggled to raise his arm. Ha ha ha, success. Chunin jumped up in excitement. Old Shi. A group of people rushed over, embracing Shi Jingliang fervently. No, stop shaking me. I feel so stiff right now, Shi Jingliang said with difficulty. The crowd promptly ceased their jubilant shaking and gathered around him obediently. Old Shi. How do you feel? Ye Feng inquired. I feel quite unwell. By the way, where did you go during those 7 days of your death? Do you have any recollections? Ye Feng struck at the crux of the matter. The world speaks of reincarnation, death, and specters. He was curious about what Shi Jingliang experienced during those 7 days. Did he encounter anything, perhaps the messengers of death? It was all a void. I floated in a realm of nothingness, devoid of light or sound, as if my world had been paused, Shi Jingliang explained. So, did the Grim Reaper come to seek you? Chunin asked. No, Shi Jingliang replied honestly, shaking his head. Could you hear the sounds of the living when you just passed away? Ye Feng probed further. Yes, for about a minute after I died. I could hear my wife and son crying, but the sounds gradually diminished until they faded away completely, Shi Zhengliang recounted. Ah, so it is. If there were no soul collectors or messengers of death, it suggests that the human soul does not necessarily enter the cycle of reincarnation, Ye Feng pondered. I believe there is no cycle of reincarnation. Death is simply the end, and nothing remains. However, consciousness lingers in the void. It's akin to that disoriented state one experiences upon just waking up, when the world feels suspended, no sound, no motion, no vitality. Your consciousness feels petrified. As time passes, your awareness gradually diminishes, Shi Zhengliang elaborated. The crowd's expressions darkened. They had thought that death led to reincarnation, only to discover that it equates to complete annihilation. Brother Feng, I do not wish to die. Ding Tianxuan clung to Ye Feng's arm. Silly girl, what nonsense are you saying? I will not let you die, Ye Feng reassured her. Patting her head, the others shared a somber demeanor as well. Previously, they had heard that death offered a chance for reincarnation, that one could continue to exist underground. But it now seemed that death was merely a conclusion. Brother Feng, I do not know how you revived me, but I sense that my time in this world will not be long. After all, my lifespan has reached its limit. This is decreed by fate, not something that elixirs can alter, Shi Zhengliang remarked. Ye Feng's expression darkened further. How long do you think you can survive? Ye Feng asked. Perhaps a year. Or maybe just a year, Shi Zhengliang replied. A year indeed. Perhaps I can devise a way for you to extend your life by 50 or 60 years. As long as you can advance to the true martial realm, your lifespan will double, Ye Feng stated calmly. Under normal circumstances, when the spiritual energy of the Xingming continent flows into the vast desert, those in the postnatal realm can typically live for around a century, while those who have attained the true martial realm may enjoy a lifespan of 200 years. However, it is evident that Shi Zhengliang was born deficient. He appears to have passed away at merely 60 years of age. This implies that even after cultivating to the true martial realm, he could only extend his life to a mere 120 years, given that his fundamental lifespan was only 60. With a resounding thud, Shi Zhengliang's wife and children fell to their knees. Brother Feng, please, you must save my husband. I implore you. Brother Feng, please help my father. I wish for him to live to 100. Their heartfelt pleas reveal the strong family values instilled in them, showcasing their filial piety and the reliability of his wife. It is often noted that robust women tend to be quite dependable, much like Susan. Rise, what age are we in to be kneeling? Ye Feng urged, helping each person to their feet. He then rummaged in his embrace and produced a pouch containing 17 qi nourishing pills, 9 essence cultivating pills, and 2 transformation pills. Master Helixuan, these high-grade elixirs were brought from Baequan Island. I would like to request permission to administer some to Shi Zhengliang, allowing him to advance to the true martial realm. As for the costs, we can deduct them from his future civic benefits. High-grade elixirs? Brother Feng, at such a critical moment, why bother with formalities? Just feed them to old Shi. Helixuan urged, sensing Ye Feng's rigidity. No, we must adhere to protocol. If we administer these elixirs today, we must ensure that the expenses are deducted from his subsequent civic benefits, Ye Feng insisted. Fine, fine. You may administer the elixirs. Afterward, I will instruct my secretary to document the transaction, and once Shi Zhengliang advances to the true martial realm, we will deduct the cost from his future benefits, Helixuan conceded, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, before we proceed, old Shi, please retrieve your bank book and pledge it at the bank. How much do you have in your account? Ye Feng inquired further. Brother Feng, you are infuriating. Why must you be so obstinate? Are you attempting to coerce me? Shi Zhengliang retorted, exasperated. Just bring out the bank book. And, dear sister-in-law, please find the bank book and see if there are any valuables to pledge at the hot spring bank, Ye Feng reiterated firmly. With a resounding slap, Ding Tianxuan struck his forehead. Ultimately, Shi Zhengliang revealed his entire savings, over 4 billion hot spring coins. Old Shi, who would have thought you possessed such wealth? Have you engaged in the industries beyond the veil? Ye Feng chuckled. Indeed, citizens now have their own businesses outside, such as the industry chain in Taohua Village, which is managed by Wang Ji. Shi Zhengliang began, but Wang Ji hastily covered his mouth. Never mind covering his mouth. Since you have 4 billion, we can offer a discount for the qi nourishing pills at 50 million each, the essence cultivating pills at 200 million each. and the transformation pills at 1 billion each. So, old Shi, which pills do you wish to purchase? I suggest you first purchase the Qi nourishing pill. If you directly consume the transformation pill, I fear your physical form may not withstand the overwhelming potency of the medicine, Ye Feng stated earnestly. First, let us have 10 Qi nourishing pills to rinse our mouths. Let us see if you can advance to the Power Emperor rank. After reaching that level, you may consider buying the essence cultivation pill or the transformation pill, Shi Zhengliang responded, visibly displeased as he sat up. Thanks to the nourishing effects of the revitalization pill, his stiff limbs had regained vitality. Almost forgot, the 2 revitalization pills I previously provided you, each valued at 500 million. Wang Zhihai, deduct 10 billion from his account first, Ye Feng instructed. This, old Shi, my apologies. Wang Zhihai immediately whispered a few words to his secretary. Old Shi, you now have only 30 billion remaining. You must be frugal, Ye Feng chuckled. Count yourself lucky. Let us start with 5 Qi nourishing pills to rinse our mouths. Shi Zhengliang said helplessly. Finally, smiles appeared on the faces of the crowd. Although Ye Feng was stern, he was at least fair and just, ensuring that no one took advantage. Even if Shi Zhengliang was an old friend, he adhered strictly to the rules without any favoritism. This is a positive sign, indicating that in the future, corruption on the hot spring island will progress slowly. As long as Ye Feng is alive, a privileged class cannot emerge. Open wide, Ye Feng flicked a Qi nourishing pill into Shi Zhengliang's mouth. In an instant, Shi Zhengliang's entire being trembled, and a cracking sound resonated from within. Have I leveled up? Now, I am a 7th level power king. Shi Zhengliang exclaimed joyfully. Ah, I want more. He opened his mouth wide again toward Ye Feng, resembling a fledgling bird eagerly awaiting nourishment. Ye Feng flicked another pill in. Crack. Shi Zhengliang leveled up once more. Previously, on North Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng and the others would cut the Qi nourishing pills into pieces, resulting in a slower advancement for the citizens. However, now Shi Zhengliang consumed whole pills. And to everyone's astonishment, the speed of his ascension was so rapid that it created a sense of illusion. After consuming 5 Qi nourishing pills, Shi Zhengliang astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the 9th level Power King, on the verge of advancing to the Power Emperor rank. This is incredible. Chunin stared in disbelief. He himself was only at the 7th level Power King level. Father, if the advancement is too swift, will Uncle Shi be invaded by a heart demon like you? Yi Xing suddenly tugged at Ye Feng's sleeve. There's no need to worry about that now. Old Shi's lifespan is only a year left, so he must strive to cultivate to the true martial realm. As for the heart demon, let us set that aside for now, Ye Feng replied, turning his attention back to Shi Zhengliang. Old Shi, you currently have 27.5 billion in your account. Would you like to purchase a higher-grade essence cultivation pill? Ye Feng inquired, recalling how he had relied on the essence cultivation pill to break through to the true martial realm. Now, he was offering it to help Shi Zhengliang advance to the Power Emperor realm. The essence cultivation pill costs 200 million each, right? Shi Zhengliang hesitated. Yes, you fool. Why are you still concerned about money? Just buy it, his wife urged. Fine, let us purchase one for now, Shi Zhengliang agreed. Ye Feng nodded and retrieved a single essence cultivation pill from his bag. Wang Zhihai understood and deducted 200 million from Shi Zhengliang's account. Outside Shi Zhengliang's villa, a large crowd of citizens and residents had gathered. The residents erupted into lively discussions. Look at those citizens, wealthy and extravagant, tossing 200 million for a medicinal pill as if it were merely a candy. How I wish to be a citizen, as the residents murmured. The citizens stood a little taller, a sense of superiority swelling within them. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a day had gone by. With a furious roar, Shi Zhengliang rose from his coffin, emanating a faint aura of authority. A first-tier power emperor? Ye Feng's heart leaped with joy as he retrieved another Pei Yuan Dan. Shall we purchase? Of course, I will take all the remaining Pei Yuan Dan. And also 1 Hua Yuan Dan, Shi Zhengliang's wife remarked. However, this would deplete your 40 billion in savings entirely, Wang Zhihai calculated. I can always take out a loan, can't I? Shi Zhengliang responded. Certainly, as a citizen, obtaining a loan for medicinal purposes is quite normal. How much do you intend to borrow? Wang Zhihai inquired. Let us start with 20 billion. Deal. Remember to repay on time and include the interest. Ye Feng left the medicinal pills behind and departed with the others from Shi Zhengliang's abode. The ascension of a power emperor would not occur swiftly. Each tier would likely require several days. Thus, Ye Feng refrained from disturbing Shi Zhengliang. Brother Feng, it has been a long time since you returned to southern Hot Spring Island. There are matters I need to report to you. Wang Zhihai quickly approached. Stop. Ye Feng raised his right hand. I am currently the temporary island master of northern Hot Spring Island and must head to the assembly to submit my application. Only after their approval can I continue as the temporary island master of northern Hot Spring Island. As for affairs here, there is no need for you to report to me. I am merely an ordinary citizen on southern Hot Spring Island. Just communicate with He Lishuan. Ye Feng expressed his displeasure. He had painstakingly established such a well-structured society on the Hot Spring Island and would not permit Wang Zhihai to cause any disruption. If he could elevate himself today, it would only mean that in the future, he would require others to elevate him as well. This is how an autocratic society gradually takes shape. Seek him out. Wang Zhihai's expression darkened. It's fine, Brother Feng. I may appear to be the island master. But in truth, you are the true authority. Let Zhihai report to you. There are many matters I do not comprehend. He Lishuan chimed in, rubbing his hands together. Are you suggesting to assist you in managing the affairs of Hot Spring Island? That is certainly feasible. After all, I am the former island master and can lend a hand. Ye Feng smiled faintly. All right, let us proceed to the conference room and summon the members of the assembly. No sooner had He Lishuan finished speaking than Hu Zhua charged in with a group of legislators, immediately enveloping Ye Feng in a bear hug. Brother Feng, why have you only just returned? Oh dear, our assembly has missed you terribly. Hu Zhua nearly burst into tears. Chapter 1101. Then let us hasten our efforts. During Ye Feng's absence, it became increasingly apparent that Wang Zhihai held little regard for the assembly, often intentionally avoiding important meetings. Other legislators gathered around Ye Feng, gazing at him eagerly, much like children who had long been bullied and were now ready to report to an adult who had finally returned. Please refrain from being so overly dramatic. I am merely an ordinary citizen. Yet the gazes of you lot seem to suggest you are about to thrust me onto the chariot of war. Ye Feng stroked his chin, observing this group with a wary eye. He was aware that Wang Zhihai would engage in underhanded tactics below, but the man's capabilities were widely recognized. At times, he felt it prudent not to overly interfere with the development of Hot Spring Island. Perhaps the evolution of any civilization must traverse this inevitable path, the conflict between civilization and despotism. Before long, the assembly arrived at the parliamentary hall of Hot Spring Island, where the walls gleamed white and were adorned with electric lights, showcasing a hint of modernity. The sole drawback was the noisy generator outside the meeting room. Now, I shall report to Brother Feng, Sister Hena, and friends from North Hot Spring Island regarding the developmental progress of South Hot Spring Island. Wang Zhihai stood up, clutching his speech. Applause erupted from Ye Feng and the others. In stark contrast, the members of the house wore solemn expressions, offering no applause. However, sounds of clapping emerged from He Lishuan's side. Zhihai, please enlighten Brother Feng on our progress in South Hot Spring Island, He Lishuan prompted. Brother Feng, during your absence of over a year, Hot Spring Island has produced 40 high-speed aircraft, currently addressing landing issues, overseen by Cheng Libin. Additionally, we have manufactured 1,400 units of the 9th-generation sand vehicles. The population of South Hot Spring Island now stands at 490,000 citizens, with the total number of residents at 2,470,000. However, the majority reside in shelters, as without Sister Hena and Yi Xing's oversight, anyone who enters the sword array would be reduced to fragments. Wang Zhihai concluded, glancing at Duoyan Hena. It's all right. Once the meeting concludes, I will dedicate a month to place a protective charm on all citizens and residents. Duoyan Hena replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Sister Hena, and thank you, Brother Feng. Furthermore, the military of Hot Spring Island is now entirely composed of residents, with the ground forces numbering 6,000. The naval forces, though currently inactive, maintain a structure of 1,500 personnel. The Air Force comprises 1,200 individuals. All these individuals are residents, with the middle and upper echelons being citizens. Brother Feng, are you satisfied with the military of Hot Spring Island? Wang Zhihai inquired with a smile. Very much so. Now let us discuss the Hot Spring Bank. Ye Feng responded with a smile. The Hot Spring Bank is currently undergoing a currency reform. As the issuance of currency has reached 70 trillion, we have introduced a new denomination of 10,000 yuan. Presently, the number of depositors has exceeded 39 million. Those with even a modest amount of wealth are depositing in the Hot Spring Bank. By depositing their money, They signify their willingness to allow our bank to control the economic lifeline. Hence, I tend to favor those who have deposited, Wang Zhihai stated. Excellent, Zhihai. You have managed the bank and military admirably. Ye Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was why, despite knowing that Wang Zhihai might veer towards despotism at any moment, he chose to retain him. Without his presence, the progression of civilization on Hot Spring Island would be delayed by hundreds or even thousands of times. Having concluded the matters pertaining to the Hot Spring Bank, Wang Zhihai seated himself. Helix turned his gaze towards Haoyue. Director Haoyue, perhaps you could provide an update regarding the Hot Spring Hospital? Yes, Island Master. Haoyue rose, clad in a professional ensemble that accentuated her figure, yet her youthful visage belied her age, appearing no older than 13 or 14. The Hot Spring Hospital has successfully developed the 6th generation of antiparasitic medication. Vice Director Bai Chuxue is collaborating with me on the development of a vaccine for the Gu disease. I believe that it will not be long before those vaccinated will no longer be susceptible to the affliction. Additionally, the hospital currently employs 420 doctors and 2,200 nurses, generating an impressive revenue of 200 billion hot spring coins last year. Once she finished her report, Haoyue sat down, a look of pride adorning her face. She now identified herself as a resident of Hot Spring Island. Any mention of her former association with the Green Grass Department would evoke displeasure. Having experienced the advanced systems of Hot Spring Island, she regarded her previous role in the Green Grass Department as child's play, primitive, authoritarian, and distasteful. At that moment, Chief Engineers Cheng Li Bin and Charlie rose to speak. Brother Feng, we have successfully invented electric lighting, as well as generators and internal combustion engines, all currently in development. Furthermore, there have been significant advancements in metallurgy. The short swords now equipped for Hot Spring soldiers are made of iridium titanium alloy, boasting a hardness comparable to inferior flying swords. After Charlie finished, Cheng Li Bin took his turn. Brother Feng, we are refining the landing protocols for aircraft. Additionally, we are developing an aircraft shell that minimizes air resistance. Theoretically, if fuel is sufficient, this could allow for limitless acceleration. However, zero resistance is merely foundational. Structural integrity must also be considered. Should the structure lack cohesion, an aircraft traveling at 5,000 kilometers per hour would disintegrate. Beyond structural concerns, fuel must be compact, powerful, and enduring. Nevertheless, our engineering department will address these challenges one by one. As Cheng Li Bin concluded, he was about to take his seat when Ye Feng interjected, "Wait. What about the strength of the aircraft shell? Can it withstand attacks from a true martial realm expert's spiritual sword?" "It is unlikely," Cheng Li Bin admitted. "But if the aircraft reaches 5,000 kilometers per hour, a true martial realm expert may struggle to accurately target it, rendering them passive." Cheng Li Bin chuckled. "That said, you must enhance the strength of the aircraft shell. If necessary, I can offer a bounty of several hundred billion to recruit artisans from the Starmon continent to inscribe spiritual patterns onto the shell, effectively providing it with a protective barrier." Ye Feng's mind sparked with inspiration. This truly exemplifies the union of civilization and cultivation. "I wholeheartedly endorse this," Bourgeois declared. "I concur," Helix nodded in agreement. "Let us expedite our efforts," Ye Feng urged. He understood that the established capital of Hot Spring Island had yet to take root, permitting a flourishing of inventions. However, once entrenched capital emerged, vested interests would inevitably stifle the birth of new innovations. Due to a recent invention, their monopoly may very well be shattered. Chapter 1102. Shall we host a party this evening? To illustrate, in a civilized society, if water could power vehicles, the inventor would mysteriously vanish the next day. Would those who sell fuel allow such a phenomenon to occur? Certainly not. If water could indeed drive cars, how would he sustain himself financially? How could fuel control those automotive companies? Brother Feng, we have some heavy water here. After Charlie spoke, he clapped his hands towards the outside of the conference room. After a brief moment, four formidable experts approached, carrying a large box. Heavy water? Ye Feng was taken aback. The 4 individuals struggled with the box. Their faces flushed as if they were lifting an immense weight. Thud! The box hit the ground with a dull thud. Charlie stepped forward and opened the box himself, revealing a metallic bottle inside. Brother Feng, you might want to come take it. I cannot lift it alone, Charlie remarked. Ye Feng immediately walked over and grasped the neck of the bottle with one hand. Quite heavy. In the next moment, a Sanskrit inscription appeared on his body. The metal bottle was finally lifted. Is this heavy water? Ye Feng inquired. Please pour it out, but be cautious, Charlie advised. Ye Feng promptly inverted the bottle. A drop of transparent liquid slid from the opening. Whoosh! A sound pierced the air as the floor was punctured by a small hole. Was that drop that fell on the floor heavy water? Ye Feng asked. Yes, though small in volume. That droplet weighs a staggering 1,000,000 pounds. A single drop of heavy water falling from a height of 1 kilometer can penetrate a 5-meter thick steel plate. Charlie chuckled. Incredible. How did you develop this? Ye Feng felt a surge of joy. This is a collaborative effort between our armory and the hot spring hospital, where several heavy elements were synthesized, Charlie explained. The cost of synthesis must be quite high, Ye Feng queried further. Not at all. It's all thanks to Vice Dean Bai, who compiled the periodic table of elements. We spend our idle time attempting to concentrate all heavy elements into a single droplet, and thus, heavy water is produced. This substance can be mass-produced, Charlie stated. Mass-produced? Ha. Splendid. Once we resolve the landing issues of aircraft, we can load heavy water onto planes for ground bombardment. Who could possibly withstand such heavy water? Ye Feng exclaimed with delight. However, Brother Feng, this heavy water is exceedingly dense. How many drops can a conventional aircraft carry? Chun Li Bin's remark darkened Ye Feng's expression. I nearly forgot. The weight of heavy water is substantial, and aircraft have weight limits. Is there a way to develop an aircraft with a greater carrying capacity? For instance, one that can carry 1,000,000 tons? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, are you not putting us in a difficult position? An aircraft capable of carrying 1,000,000 tons would need to be enormous. How would we address the fuel issue? Chun Li Bin's face darkened. No worries. You can take your time to research. I believe that one day, you will successfully develop an aircraft with 1,000,000-ton capacity. Ye Feng reassured. At that moment, Charlie raised his hand. Brother Feng, a plane with 1,000,000-ton capacity may not be developed for a century, but is there a possibility? What if we bring several heavy elements aboard the aircraft? Then, at the moment of dropping bombs, we could allow these elements to mix together. And by the time they coalesce, they would already be outside the plane, thus sparing the aircraft from bearing such weight. While still ensuring that the heavy water retains its potency against the ground, Charlie proposed. Indeed, Charlie, it was a wise decision to recruit you at such a high cost. In the bomb bay beneath the aircraft, we could prepare a dozen iron boxes, interconnected by pipes. When it is time to release the heavy water, we simply open the pipes, allowing the elements in the boxes to merge and subsequently descend to the ground. This way, the aircraft would not have to endure the terrifying gravity, Ye Feng concluded instantly. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed throughout the assembly hall, followed by resounding applause. After the applause subsided, Charlie raised his hand once more. Brother Feng, if we disregard the aircraft's weight capacity, I could also experiment with adding more elements to the heavy water, enhancing its gravity so that a single drop could traverse hundreds of miles. In essence, we would maximize the weight of the heavy water, Charlie elaborated. Feel free to research this area. Whatever funding you require, just request it from Lord Helix, Ye Feng chuckled. Though he was merely an ordinary citizen, it was evident that he was the authority in the assembly hall. Since you have returned, Brother Feng, why not inspect the military? Also, the Wei Security Company now has over 800,000 personnel. Although they lack formal organization, they are effectively under our control on Warm Spring Island. Akin to our auxiliary forces, readily available for deployment, Wang Zhihai suggested, eager to please. Ye Feng's expression darkened. President Wang, only the island lord is permitted to inspect the military. I am just an ordinary citizen. Do not mistake that, understood? All right. Wang Zhihai's demeanor soured, realizing he had misstepped in his flattery. Lord of the island, esteemed speaker, and honorable members, I shall take my leave to return to my old residence for a few days and tidy up with my wife, Ye Feng announced, rising to perform a deep bow to Helix and Tiger Claw. This display was intended for Wang Zhihai's benefit, ensuring that he recognized the hierarchy, lest he take undue liberties with the island lord and speaker in Ye Feng's absence. Tiger Claw regained his composure. Yes, you may return, Ye Feng. Welcome back to South Warm Spring Island. As for your resubmitted application, we will convene shortly to discuss whether you are qualified to serve as the temporary island lord of North Warm Spring Island, Tiger Claw remarked nonchalantly. His gaze subtly directed at Wang Zhihai, as if to make a point. Wang Zhihai remained silent, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. So, now that Ye Feng has returned, you feel quite elevated? Just wait until he departs. I will show you how to deal with this. Upon returning to his old residence, Ye Feng found it shrouded in dust. He promptly seized a broom, along with Duoyan, Hena, and Ye Feng, to commence cleaning the villa. A harmonious family of three occasionally bursts into joyful laughter. Citizens gather around Ye Feng's villa, the elderly practice Tai Chi, the youth engage in badminton, and children frolic in the amusement park. Ye Feng is truly remarkable. After stepping down as the island's leader, he no longer employs servants and even personally attends to the cleaning, an elderly citizen remarked. Indeed, in my former tribe, it would be unimaginable for the leader to personally handle such tasks. Even in retirement, hundreds of servants catered to their every need, living a life of ease. Precisely. It is due to Ye Feng's hands-on example that our hot spring island governs over more than 100 million people outside, establishing itself as a true sovereign. How about we host a party tonight? Let us invite Ye Feng to strengthen our bonds. I agree. Chapter 1103. Has it finally been resolved? In the days that followed, Ye Feng took a step back from responsibilities, leisurely exploring South Hot Spring Island. He visited Peach Blossom Village, where he noticed the women holding signs displaying prices: 150 hot spring coins, 300 hot spring coins, 600 hot spring coins. Wang Zhihai had begun to openly price his services. Yet, it mattered little. These individuals were not citizens, and he felt no obligation to advocate for them. He then toured various factories. Beyond the shimmering barrier, there were likely over 100 million people, as many were reluctant to register. He estimated that at least 300 million people resided on the outskirts of South Hot Spring Island. The number of factories alone reached a staggering 100,000. Despite their abundance, at least half of these factories served the needs of Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng. Ye Feng was wandering through the factory area when a second-generation sand truck pulled up beside him. Moments later, a young man jumped out of the truck. Opening the back door, a one-armed man emerged, none other than Yulong, the former lord of White Wall City. Well, Mr. Yulong, even driving a sand truck now? Pray tell, how much did it cost? Ye Feng inquired with a smile. Ha ha, these are the sand trucks no longer needed by Hot Spring Island. I currently operate 10 factories and 2 fishing grounds. With my busy schedule, having a vehicle is quite convenient, Yulong replied humbly. Keep it up. Aim to upgrade to a third-generation sand truck by next year. Ye Feng glanced at the modified sand truck. It was a second-generation model. The latest trucks on Hot Spring Island were already in their 9th generation. Thus, the second-generation truck could easily be sold. Ha ha ha, a utility vehicle need not be extravagant. Brother Feng, would you be interested in visiting my factories? We could also discuss our future collaboration. Yulong suggested with a grin. I am merely an ordinary citizen now. If you wish to forge connections, seek others, like He Li Xuan, Ye Feng replied. Just then, several alluring native beauties approached, circling Yulong's sand truck, occasionally brushing their hands against it, their eyes gleaming with materialistic desire. All right, I shall take my leave. Those girls are quite appealing. I intend to take them with me, Yulong remarked, before swiftly diving back into the truck, bringing the enamored ladies along for the ride. Beyond the luminous curtain, the number of individuals capable of affording a sand cart is exceedingly scarce. Only a handful of factory owners or residents of the Hot Spring Island possess such means. As for the common citizens, they disdain using a sand cart to woo potential partners, merely needing to display their citizenship of the Hot Spring Island. Not to mention ordinary women. Even the daughters of factory proprietors would not need to lower themselves to such measures. At this moment, Ye Feng had ascended the pyramid of Eternal Life City. Due to the increasing influx of migrants, the city had become densely populated, with some electric lights even installed within. The pyramid housed individuals from various tribes, each corner teeming with life. Vendors selling fish porridge, grilled fish, and sashimi. Thanks to the development of fishing grounds, the plight of the outer disaster survivors had at least alleviated their hunger, resulting in a decrease in the price of frozen fish to approximately 1 hot spring coin per pound. In the past, one would have needed 10,000 hot spring coins to purchase even a single pound of frozen fish. After navigating several turns, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the courtyard where Zhang Yu once resided? Now it had transformed into a bustling communal dwelling, home to at least a dozen families. Whom to inquire? A disaster survivor glanced at Ye Feng. Oh, I am merely passing through. Here for sightseeing, Ye Feng responded politely. Passing through? You wouldn't happen to be one of the Duoyan people, would you? No, that's good. Those Duoyan people still cling to the past. Eternal Life City no longer belongs to them. It is now a property of Hot Spring Island. The individual concluded, retreating into their home for warmth. Departing from the pyramid, Ye Feng proceeded to the arena. The arena was devoid of exotic beasts, now crammed with people, even more so than the bustling port city. Having ventured so far, he thought it prudent to revisit old haunts. Subsequently, Ye Feng explored the vast grasslands, including the stone city of Mentuo and the territories of Yongmu. Here, not a single specter remained, only an expanse of pristine white snow. The entire population had migrated to the location of Hot Spring Island. With Ye Feng's current pace, it took him merely 2 days to traverse Wolf Creek, Drink Horse River, and Duoyan River, ultimately arriving at the Misty Mountain Range. Before him stood a frozen tribe, now transformed into an ice city. This was the place where I was imprisoned after my capture, Ye Feng murmured, forcefully kicking the door open. Inside lay a grand bed, the very one to which he had been bound. Had it not been for Tuba and Tunger's timely rescue, he might have perished among the Yunshan tribe. Tuba, Tunger. Ye Feng tightly shut his eyes, their visages and laughter flooding his mind. The establishment of Hot Spring Island had come at the cost of their lives. Perhaps, without their sacrifice, the present Hot Spring Island would not exist. A trace of melancholy crossed Ye Feng's face. Leaving the Yunshan tribe, Ye Feng employed his skill of moving without leaving a trace in the snow, swiftly ascending a towering mountain. Here, a snow-laden forest stood, its depths concealing numerous caves. Ye Feng widened his eyes and slowly approached one of the caves. Xiang Shui. It was Xiang Shui who saved him back then, and the two of them enjoyed a carefree and joyous existence in that cave. But now, he could not ascertain Xiang Shui's whereabouts. He could only wish for her and Feng Yingzi to lead a blissful and fulfilling life. Departing from the Gaoshan tribe, Ye Feng swiftly made his way to the Great Marshes. Subsequently arriving at the ruins of Hot Spring Island, he felt that the happiest moments of his life were spent on that very island. During the day, they hunted, and at night, they gathered in the large shed to listen to Wang Zhihai recount tales. Yet, of those who once listened to those stories, only a few remained. Ye Feng then devoted 5 days to traversing the entire Heishu River basin, ultimately reaching the beach. The sea was completely frozen, and he followed the shoreline to find the upper reaches of a small stream. The cave still stood, and he could almost envision Bai Guifan, Chun Li, and Chun Jihua huddled by the fire beside the cave. Suddenly, a sonic boom reverberated through the sky. Ye Feng quickly looked up. A dark shadow soared overhead. A plane? What brings it here? The aircraft darted back and forth above Ye Feng's head a dozen times before gradually slowing down. At last, Ye Feng could discern the outline of the plane. Then, a historic scene unfolded before him. From beneath the aircraft, twin flames erupted, enabling it to hover in midair. Could it be? Has the landing issue finally been resolved? Ye Feng stepped closer, astonished as he gazed at the flying machine. It measured over 30 meters in length, with a wingspan of approximately 30 meters as well. Its front featured a triangular, streamlined nose designed to minimize air resistance. As the flames flickered in intensity, the aircraft descended slowly beside Ye Feng, its heat melting all the ice and snow on the ground. Chapter 1104. Why go through all these formalities? The cabin door emitted a series of clicking sounds before gently swinging open. 2 men clad in leather jackets emerged slowly, their faces obscured by dark sunglasses and their mouths covered by what resembled oxygen masks. Chunin? Ye Feng immediately recognized Chun's distinctive presence. Brother Feng, ha ha ha. I never imagined I had such a knack for flying. After just a month of training, I can already pilot this latest flying machine solo. Chunin removed his sunglasses and mask, bouncing about before Ye Feng. A cold gust of wind swept in, and Chunin promptly froze in place, arms crossed in a squatting posture. Quickly, get back inside the plane. With your current abilities, you could easily turn into a block of ice. Ye Feng exclaimed, hastily ushering the two back into the cabin while he circled the aircraft, observing it from various angles. Remarkably, it had only been a little over a month. Yet the armaments factory had resolved the plane's landing issues, truly impressive. Ye Feng felt a swell of pride. Little did he know, their civilization advanced so rapidly because they already possessed knowledge of such technologies. Moreover, the hot spring currency was harnessing the labor of nearly 300 million people. Most importantly, their innovations faced no resistance from established capital. The combination of these 3 factors made them invincible. He believed that it would not be long before they achieved even greater feats. Brother Feng, please board the aircraft. It accommodates 4 passengers. And there are seats in the rear, Chunin called from within. All right, I shall also take a seat on this plane. As the cabin door swung open, Ye Feng entered. Brother Feng, secure the parachute. Should the plane fail to land properly, you can activate the ejection mechanism to launch yourself out, and then use the parachute for a safe descent. Chunin pointed to the parachute hanging at the back. Such thoughtful considerations indeed. Ye Feng strapped on the parachute, though he had never jumped before. However, he thought to himself, it merely involved pulling a cord, and given his current physical prowess, even a fall from a height of 100,000 meters might not be fatal. I am about to take off. Chunin pressed a switch, and flames erupted from the aircraft's underside, propelling the massive body into the sky. Once airborne, Chunin pulled another lever, and the plane began to accelerate gradually. Within 20 seconds, the aircraft reached its maximum speed. Ye Feng quickly glanced down. The Black Tree River Valley flashed by in mere minutes, followed by the Cloud and Mist Mountain Range, which disappeared within a minute as well. The vast prairie lingered a bit longer, but within 5 or 6 minutes, Ye Feng spotted Eternal Life City. Before he could observe it closely, it vanished from view. The plane's speed gradually decreased until it hovered above Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng, do you suffer from motion sickness? Chunin turned back with a smile. Not at all. With my current strength, I can endure it quite well, Ye Feng replied. With a rumble, the engine's roar fluctuated, and the aircraft landed outside the light barrier. A long line had formed outside, where Duoyan Hena and Ye Feng were casting spells on the new citizens and residents, enabling them to enter the light barrier and enjoy its blessings. Boom. The plane successfully touched down, and a group of ground teams rushed over to conduct various inspections, maintenance, and refueling. Chunin, how long did it take for this plane to fly from the Black Tree River Valley to South Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng inquired. I estimate it took about 10 minutes, Chunin replied, jumping from the aircraft and removing his headgear with a stylish toss, immediately attracting the attention of several female Air Force members. Only 10 minutes. Haha. Then in the future, when we fly from South Hot Spring Island to North Hot Spring Island, it should take us less than 2 hours, right? Ye Feng babbled like a country bumpkin. Brother Feng, I estimate it will take 3 hours for a round trip between Sword Gorge and South Hot Spring Island. As I did not push the speed to its maximum earlier, fearing you might experience motion sickness since it is your first flight, Chunin stated. You truly discerned that. It is indeed my first time aboard an aircraft. Ye Feng caressed the plane's exterior as one would tenderly touch a beloved. At that moment, Chung Li Bean and Charlie approached, dragging a dozen iron boxes, followed by a large group of engineering personnel. Brother Feng, how was the experience? Chung Li Bean asked with a smile. The experience was quite delightful. Old Chung, Charlie, I shall rely on both of you for the technological advancements on Hot Spring Island in the future. Ye Feng embraced the two individuals briefly and gestured toward the iron boxes. What purpose do these contraptions serve? He inquired. Brother Feng, have you forgotten? We agreed to equip the aircraft with heavy water, replied Charlie. These iron boxes, known as element containers, are intended to be installed beneath the aircraft. We will connect them with a pipe, and when we need to release the heavy water, we will open the pipes to allow the elements to flow down. Drop by drop. Good, but this aircraft surely deserves a name. Simply calling it an airplane does not do justice to its speed, Ye Feng remarked. What about naming it Blackbird? Proposed Chung Li Bean. Why not call it Flat Feather, given the aircraft's remarkably flat body? Charlie suggested. How about Apache? Chin proposed. Ye Feng shook his head and turned to the engineering team. Who developed this aircraft? He asked. It was a collaborative effort from our entire arsenal, replied Charlie. Then, who contributed the most to its development? Ye Feng inquired again. Of course, it was old Chung. He was the one who initially proposed the concept. And then our engineering department shaped it into a blueprint, utilizing the labor of over 100 million people to finalize the details, Charlie explained. Very well. That confirms Chung Li Bean's significant contribution. Henceforth, this aircraft shall be named Li Bean Armed Bomber, Ye Feng declared. Brother Feng, would it not sound more formidable as Sharpblade or Nation's Edge? Chen asked. No, the inventor's name should be used for naming. This will motivate everyone to continue research and innovation, Ye Feng insisted solemnly. All right, it shall be called Li Bean Armed Bomber. Charlie was the first to concur. In the pursuit of developing this aircraft, Chung Li Bean had exhausted himself thoroughly. Of course, my opinion is merely advisory. You may consult Grand Marshal Wang Zhihai or Lord Helix to decide whether to adopt my suggestion, Ye Feng stated. Enough of that. Once your esteemed name is mentioned, both Helix and Wang Zhihai will undoubtedly agree in an instant. There is no need for such formalities, Chen expressed his discontent. With a swift slap to Chen's nape, Ye Feng admonished, certain procedures must be followed, understood? Otherwise, what does our warm spring island represent? Is it still that absolutely fair, just, and free-spirited civilized society? Fine. You are right about everything, Brother Feng. Do you know why I flew here to find you? Chen asked. Why? Because we have received word from North Warm Spring Island that a multitude of people is awaiting your return to purify elixirs, especially Li Hualing, who has somehow acquired a significant amount of high-grade waste elixirs. He has threatened that if you do not return within 3 days, he will launch an attack on North Warm Spring Island, Chen informed him. This is dire indeed. Very well, Chen, you should prepare as well. Tomorrow, we shall board 10 Libean bombers and return to North Warm Spring Island to demonstrate our might. Leslie Hualing believes he has the upper hand and continues to threaten us incessantly, Ye Feng concluded. Once again, we must return. To be honest, the southern hot spring island is far more vibrant, and I find myself reluctant to depart, Chunin lamented. The situation on the northern hot spring island is rather bleak. Susan gazed at the increasing number of experts gathering outside the luminous screen, her delicate face paling with fear. Li Hualing stood at the forefront of the crowd, his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing Susan. Behind him stood not only the formidable practitioners from the 4 great sects, but also experts from other counties, all of whom had arrived in succession. There were nearly 100 elite practitioners in the realm of transformation. These individuals hailed not only from Xiyin County, but also from Xiliang, Mangshan, Beilu, and Honghe. With the exception of the county lords, nearly all transformation-level experts had mobilized. The news that the island could refine elixirs had spread throughout the entire state. They were determined to investigate further. Upon discovering that Hot Spring Island could indeed refine elixirs, and to perfection, an unspoken agreement formed among the experts. They intended to keep this information under wraps to prevent it from reaching beyond state lines. Should more powerful entities be drawn in, how could they hope to surpass those formidable beings? However, despite their efforts to conceal the news of the island's capabilities, the fact that so many were aware of it would inevitably lead to its gradual dissemination across the continent. Experts are astute. Such a monumental boon is best kept from the masses, lest the entire continent gain the ability to refine elixirs, thereby nullifying their advantage and information for social ascension. Susan, why have the 40 useless elixirs I provided a month ago not yet been refined? Li Hualing demanded icily. This? Susan panicked, unsure how to respond. Should she reveal that only Ye Feng could refine elixirs on the entire hot spring island? What is this? I have paid my dues. Hasten to refine the elixirs for me. There is but 1 day left, and after that, I shall enter hot spring island. At which point you shall all become my elixir slaves, Li Hualing asserted with authority. Miss Susan, what of the 11 useless elixirs I entrusted to you last time? Have you managed to refine them? Inquired Wei Yinming. His relationship with Ye Feng was purely transactional. Now that Hot Spring Island could not fulfill his request, he was quick to turn hostile. Rest assured, just grant us a little more time, Susan replied, her forehead slick with perspiration. Time? Who grants me time? I advise you not to offend the entirety of Xiyin County over this matter, Wei Yinming retorted without hesitation. At that moment, Master Qiao stepped forward. Miss Susan, what of my elixirs? It has been over half a month, and you have yet to refine even a single transformation elixir. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against your hot spring island? Susan exhaled deeply, her gaze turning icy. Gentlemen, I suggest you return and await further news. While Hot Spring Island indeed possesses the ability to refine elixirs, it does not imply that we are obligated to serve you. If necessary, we shall cease our business entirely. What will you do then? Susan replied coldly, determined not to appear weak, lest other transformation-level experts also rise against her. Human nature is such that when one is often bullied within a crowd, even those who initially harbor no ill will may find themselves compelled to join in the torment. Ha ha ha. It seems the time has come for you. The prince has decreed that you have but 1 day, and after that, we shall collectively unleash our full might upon the sword array of Hot Spring Island. The speaker this time is a cultivator from the ancient sword sect, Han. My dear girl, your sword array indeed possesses certain merits. However, when we all strike together, how long do you believe your array can endure? In that eventuality, I fear not only your life will be at stake, but also your innocence. This is voiced by the master of the Grey Garb sect. Why waste words with her? I believe there is no need to wait for a day. Let us attack Hot Spring Island now. Indeed, we must not allow them to presume they are our equals. After all, Hot Spring Island boasts no greater strength than the true martial realm. Were it not for his ability to refine pills, he would not even merit a conversation with one of my disciples. It appears we have spoiled Ye Feng lately, allowing him to develop the delusion that he can engage with us as an equal on Hot Spring Island. Outside the barrier, the experts of the transformation origin realm engage in fervent discussions. Only He Qingji refrains from joining in. She yearns to defend Ye Feng, yet understands that doing so would place her in their crosshairs. The depths of human malice are well known to her. Should she dare to speak on Ye Feng's behalf, she would likely be targeted in turn by these brutish men. Susan, will you assist in the refining or not? It is merely a matter of a single word. Li Hualing steps forward, casting a cold gaze upon Susan. A month prior, he had already compensated the esteemed governor with a returning yang pill for the black soul-devouring array. Yet, human desires are insatiable. Today, Ye Feng refined 10 returning yang pills for him. Tomorrow, he may demand 10 void transformation pills, and the day after, he might even expect Ye Feng to refine divine transformation pills. Little do they realize that on Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng is but one individual. Even if he were to refine day and night without pause, he could not satisfy the demands of so many outside. Me, Susan, having just ascended to the first level of the Emperor of Strength, finds it difficult to withstand Li Hualing's gaze, akin to staring directly at the sun. Ye Feng is not present at North Hot Spring Island, and thus cannot refine. Susan seeks an excuse. What difference does his presence make? The assembly line on North Hot Spring Island should function independently. Must we await Ye Feng's command? Li Hualing seethes with rage. He had assumed that the refining of pills genuinely relied on the assembly line of Hot Spring Island. Thus far, the citizens have kept this information under wraps. After all, they enjoy such benefits, even having the opportunity to vie for the position of Island Master. Who would betray Hot Spring Island? Unless one were truly deranged. Ah, indeed. We must await Ye Feng's return for the assembly line to operate, Susan says with great difficulty. Humph, I had intended to wait another day, but I see no need for that now. Li Hualing turns to face the throng of transformation origin experts behind him, bolstered by innate experts 5 times their number. Chapter 1106. Unable to remain steady any longer, their collective strength is now capable of contending with the governor himself. Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, I shall take the lead. The instant I make my move, you must also strike simultaneously to shatter the hot spring formation. Then proceed to seize the workers and assembly line. It is imperative that we capture them alive, with minimal harm to their lives. Should we injure any vital individuals involved in the purification process, we shall encounter significant troubles. The voice of Li Hualing echoed from afar. In times past, the adept practitioners from other counties may not have heeded Li Hualing's command. However, the circumstances have changed, and now their interests align. As you command, my lord, came the unified response. Immediately, hundreds of adept practitioners encircled the hot spring island, their eagerness palpable. Susan, taken aback, swiftly commanded, quickly, fill the blood pool. No sooner had her words left her lips than a tremendous roar resounded from outside. The entire hot spring island trembled, and the divine spear emitted a resplendent light. Yet, this was the combined strike of hundreds of adept practitioners. The light barrier sustained multiple large breaches. The blood within the pool was instantaneously drained. Gritting her teeth, Susan dashed to the blood pool, tossing the living blood slaves into it one by one. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound erupted. The light barrier shook violently, and the recently sealed gaps expanded once more. Do not rush through the gaps. There are sword threads within, Li Hualing commanded. Susan was alarmed. There were no more living blood slaves left. She turned to address all the citizens of the hot spring island. Everyone, heed my call. Stand by the blood pool and use our blood to fill it. The citizens responded without hesitation, rushing forward to cut their arteries. Splatter. The blood pool was quickly filled, with excess blood cascading down the altar. Boom. Another tremendous sound echoed. The sword formation emitted a mournful wail, as if sounding an alarm. The golden light upon the divine spear dimmed significantly, seemingly on the verge of collapsing the sword formation. Outside the light barrier, a sinister smile crept across Li Hualing's face. For the final strike, let us all join forces. Having spoken, he clutched at his waist. A small sword soared into the sky, instantly transforming into a massive sword of 100 meters in length. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow darted overhead. After a 3-second pause, a swift sound followed. Li Hualing looked up towards the heavens. What is that? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sounds of piercing air erupted. Li Huoling's formidable consciousness swept towards the sky. He observed a droplet of transparent liquid descending from above. As it fell, its velocity increased exponentially, eventually reaching a speed that even his consciousness could not capture. Plop! The transparent liquid finally struck the ground. A perplexed adept practitioner raised his hand, revealing a small hole in his palm, from which blood began to seep after a brief moment. What? What is this? Ah, it hurts. The adept practitioner cried out in agony. A cultivator surnamed Han quickly turned his gaze skyward, witnessing another droplet descending. To his astonishment, he attempted to evade, but the droplet accelerated midair and landed squarely on his shoulder. Plop! A small hole appeared in the ice beneath his feet. The cultivator surnamed Han gingerly touched his shoulder. A surge of blood spilled forth, rendering his entire arm immobile, as excruciating pain coursed through his body. Ah, no, there are hidden weapons. What is this? The Han surnamed cultivator bellowed in fury, immediately summoning 6 or 7 protective shields to envelop his body securely. The others were startled, simultaneously conjuring shields of various hues. Whoosh! A shadow flitted across the sky, and several drops of an unknown liquid descended. Wei Yiming looked skyward, emboldened by his protective barrier, dismissing the transparent liquid with indifference. Thud! One drop of heavy water struck his shield, causing the outer layer to flicker and extinguish in an instant. Plop, plop, plop. The heavy water continued to fall. His remaining layers of protection held for but half a second before being utterly obliterated. Such petty tricks, daring to show off before me, huh? As Wei Yiming finished his words, a continuous wail erupted from his lips. A drop of heavy water fell from his ear, severing it cleanly and leaving a gash of blood on his chest. This is dire. My barrier cannot withstand the hidden weapons from above. Ah! A Yuan transformation master from Mongshan County cried out, and his voice was soon drowned by an unending scream. His shield was struck by 30 drops of heavy water, disintegrating instantly. Simultaneously, the liquid cascaded through his crown, piercing him through and through. The Yuan transformation master staggered, teetering as if drunken, his gaze gradually losing focus. After all, being a master of Yuan transformation, even with a severed head, the strength within him allowed him to endure for a time. Alas, this time, his injuries were far too grave. The heavy water riddled his body with countless wounds. Boom! The massive frame of the Yuan transformation master collapsed to the ground. Li Huoling narrowed his eyes and suddenly pointed at the gigantic sword. The sword began to whirl rapidly around him. Clang! A dull sound echoed, and the speed of the gigantic sword halved. Li Huoling's expression darkened as he summoned a dense azure shield around himself. Plop! A drop of heavy water landed on the barrier, and Li Huoling finally discerned the nature of the hidden weapon. It was merely a drop of liquid. Clang! 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 The heavy water fell incessantly, and under the relentless barrage, the gigantic sword suffered substantial damage, with several large gashes appearing. Yet, his azure shield remained formidable. Although flickering under the onslaught, it held firm. Fear not, everyone. Such hidden weapons capable of harming Yuan transformation masters are surely limited in number. Remain steady. Li Huoling's voice boomed. However, scarcely had he spoken when a scream erupted behind him. A member of the purple-clad guards was pierced through by a drop of heavy water. Ah! Another cry rang out as a Yuan transformation master from Shiliang County was struck in the shoulder. The other Yuan transformation cultivators could no longer maintain their composure. This is bad. We cannot withstand such hidden weapons. Let us retreat to the temporary formation and utilize its barrier to shield ourselves from the assaults from above. A leader emerged, and the others fled in disarray, not daring to linger on Hot Spring Island for even a moment longer. However, the bombardment in the sky had yet to cease. Whoosh! Each time a bomber soared overhead, dozens of droplets of heavy water cascaded down, striking the ground with a resounding clap, causing countless fissures to form upon the ice layer. Only the azure light shield of Li Huoling managed to endure, though it trembled precariously. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, aboard the Li Bin bomber, Ye Feng exerted a firm pull on the control stick. The numerous elemental containers at the bottom of the bomber opened simultaneously, channeling all elements into a single pipe, merging into droplets of heavy water that poured downwards. This is outrageous. Li Huoling seethed with fury, pointing suddenly at the colossal sword, his consciousness locking onto Ye Feng's bomber above. Whoosh! The giant sword shot upwards in an instant, aiming to cleave through Ye Feng's aircraft. Chapter 1107. You spineless wretch. A fierce gust swept through, as if the wind and snow of the world had come to a halt. Though consciousness can lock onto all things, it remains futile if their speed is too great. The giant sword merely grazed the bomber's exhaust, but was struck by the freshly released heavy water. In an instant, the sword emitted a mournful wail, shattering into two halves. Uft. Below, Li Hualing suffered internal damage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The once formidable azure light shield now appeared fragile. What? My second magical treasure, destroyed? Who is up there? Li Hualing roared, as the skies darkened ominously. Uft, uft, uft. Dozens of droplets of heavy water rained down, targeting Li Hualing's azure light shield. What? Li Hualing gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage, and dashed toward his grand formation. Uft, uft, uft. The spot where he had stood was pockmarked with numerous small holes from the heavy water's assault. In the pilot's seat, Chunin was inexplicably exhilarated. He was responsible for piloting the bomber, while Ye Feng managed the release of the heavy water. Brother Feng, shall we continue the bombardment? Chunin inquired. Certainly. Let us test whether the heavy water can breach their temporary formation, Ye Feng replied. Understood, right away. Chunin executed a swift turn, directing the bomber towards the densely packed area of light shields outside the hot spring island. Each light shield represented a sect or a race. Heavy water plummeted as if it were free, causing even their protective formations to sway unsteadily. Regrettably, the intercom had yet to be invented, leaving the remaining 19 bombers unable to receive Ye Feng's orders in real time. Thus, they mimicked Ye Feng's actions. In no time, the other 19 bombers joined the fray. The heavy water fell upon the protective formations below, making them sway violently. Some of the weaker formations, after enduring 30 or 40 droplets of heavy water, combusted spontaneously with a resounding bang. The experts within fled in terror, scattering to safety. Naturally, He Qingji's light shield also came under assault. After all, Ye Feng could only control his own bomber and had no means to direct the other 19. At least in this moment, civilization wrought a one-sided massacre upon the realm of cultivation. The unfortunate victims outside have encountered a dire calamity. The ice shelters they painstakingly constructed could not withstand even a drop of heavy water, resulting in a devastating breach. Dropping heavy water from an altitude of 4,000 meters rendered Ye Feng incapable of precise control, forcing him to resort to indiscriminate bombardment. Even the grand formation on Baiquan Island suffered from 2 drops. The luminous barrier below shattered one after another, and the flags ignited spontaneously. Those self-proclaimed masters of transformation fled in panic to distant places, unwilling to linger near Baiquan Island. Within the grand formation, Li Hualing gazed upwards at the dark shadows flitting across the sky, his expression as grim as a charred pot bottom. Puff, puff, puff. His luminous shield, being the largest, became the primary target for Ye Feng's assault. Your Highness, shall we retreat? I sense that the concealed projectiles seem to be endless. Could it be that Ye Feng's reinforcements have arrived? A member of the Purple Guard suggested. What? You wish to abandon your post? Li Hualing turned around, fixing a cold stare upon the Purple Guard. And no, I wouldn't dare, the guard stammered, taking a step back in fear. Precisely. As the esteemed prince of Xin County, how could I flee? That would only provide fodder for laughter from others. Today, I shall see how many projectiles he possesses. Once his projectiles illuminate the sky, it will be the day I bathe Baiquan Island in blood, Li Hualing declared icily. At that moment, 2 small holes materialized in the luminous barrier above. 2 drops of heavy water breached the formation, one striking his reclining chair with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding crack, the chair shattered into countless pieces. Maintain the formation, Li Hualing bellowed in fury. Boom, boom. 2 flags ignited spontaneously, rendering any maintenance futile. Puff, puff, puff. More drops of heavy water cascaded from above. Li Hualing swept his gaze across the 34 remaining flags. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more flags ignited. The Purple Guard opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, fearing another reprimand. Ha ha ha. Ye Feng's laughter echoed through the sky. Li Hualing, how does it feel? Li Hualing narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it is you, scoundrel Ye Feng. If you are a man, come down and face me in battle. Do not cower behind and stir the storm. Apologies, but we do not favor reckless bravado. Allow me to bestow upon you a few hundred more drops. Ye Feng responded from above, pulling the control lever once again. Dozens of elemental boxes were breached, and all elements surged into a single conduit. Puff, puff, puff. Heavy water rained down in dense sheets. Li Huoling, bewildered, observed as 10 flags ignited spontaneously this time. As the power of the grand formation waned, the combustion of the flags accelerated. Ye Feng, Ye Feng, Ye Feng. His furious roars soared into the heavens. Li Huoling, cease your wailing. I have seen you attacking my Baequan Island. Consider this merely a minor lesson, Ye Feng proclaimed before unleashing dozens more drops of heavy water. Puff, puff, puff. Below, Li Huoling's grand formation could no longer endure. The remaining flags ignited spontaneously, and the entire luminous barrier collapsed in an instant. No. Quick, retreat. Within the grand formation, the members of the Duke's Manor emitted various cries of despair. Some timid souls, in fright, plunged headlong into the snow, attempting a futile concealment of their fears. Alas, without the Duke's command, they dared not flee. Ye Feng, I shall inevitably return for you, declared Li Huoling, before swiftly darting towards the area of fierce winds. Startled, the purple-clad guards hastened to follow, though one unfortunate individual met a grim fate, as 2 drops of heavy water fell upon him, piercing through his skull. Brother Pang, cried the purple-clad guard ahead, sorrow flashing across his face. Gritting his teeth, he persisted in pursuing Li Huoling. With his remarkable speed, Li Huoling reached the area of fierce winds within an hour, only to discover that the leaders of various sects had not departed but were instead re-establishing their encampments. Weren't you all fleeing? Li Huoling inquired. Yet, the masters of the transformation realm offered him naught but disdainful silence. Hey, I am addressing you. Why have you not vacated the area of fierce winds? He pointedly queried the leader in gray attire. My lord, please show some respect. I do not belong to your Westernine County. The reason for my presence here is that we are preparing to continue our trade with Hot Spring Island, replied the gray-clad master. You spineless wretch. After Ye Feng has treated you so, you still wish to engage in trade with him? Li Huoling's fury flared. My lord, do not speak so harshly. Only Hot Spring Island possesses the ability to refine worthless pills. Even though Ye Feng has wounded me and slain one of our elders, I must persist in trading with him. Do you understand how valuable the skill of refining pills is in the Starmon continent? The gray-clad master explained, as if it were a matter of course. Shameless. After Ye Feng's treatment of you, how can you still? Li Huoling felt a pang in his chest, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Suddenly, 20 Li Bin-class bombers roared to life, descending slowly to the periphery of the sword formation. The cabin doors burst open, and Ye Feng led the descent. Following him were 56 pilots and passengers from the other bombers, including Chung Li Bin, Chenin, Ding Tuan Tuan, Duoyan Hena, Yi Xing, Ding Tuan Tuan, Su Yun, as well as by Chu Shui, Ilian, Nei Ri Li Mei Zi, and Ka Zina. However, Yi Xing appeared pale. As soon as he alighted from the aircraft, he retched violently. The strength of those present was at least that of a 9th-tier Power Master, while Yi Xing was merely a 1st-tier Power Master, unable to withstand the high-speed flight of the bomber. As for the pilots, they needed to be at least at the level of a Power King, for otherwise, their bodies could not endure such pressure differentials. Susan, filled with joy, was the first to rush out from the sword formation. Ah Feng, you have finally arrived. Of course I have, he replied, and in an instant, the two embraced tightly. After a moment, Ye Feng lowered his gaze once more to Ilian's brow, where a faint crimson mark lingered. Little Ilian, to what level has your azure eye been cultivated? Ye Feng inquired. Uncertain, yet I sense that my third eye is about to awaken, said Ilian. Ah. Ye Feng hurriedly shielded his face with his hand. He had perused the descriptions of the Shura eye, knowing that once it opened, it could obliterate all in existence. It would truly transform into a laser eye, bringing ruin to all it beheld. Hena, cast the curse upon them. We shall breach the sword formation and push the bombers through the light barrier, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. Duoyan Hena responded, proceeding to bestow new curses upon Ilian by Chushua and Naire Meizi. Once the curses were cast, 800 soldiers surged forth from Hot Spring Island, forming squads of 40 to laboriously propel 20 bombers into the luminous shield. With a swift motion, Ye Feng also took Yi Xing's hand and entered the barrier. Once inside, Ye Feng ascended to the altar, tenderly touching the bandage on Susan's carotid artery. You have endured so much. Fortunately, I arrived in time, or else Hot Spring Island would have perished, Ye Feng expressed, feeling a pang of guilt. It's all right. As long as I live, everything can be resolved, Susan replied, gently pushing Ye Feng's hand away. Ye Feng stood atop the altar, gazing down upon the scene outside the light barrier. At that moment, the area beyond was filled with the sounds of lamentation. The victims mourned, clutching the bodies of their loved ones, wailing in despair. Although the indiscriminate attack had eliminated a few masters of the transformation realm, the real casualties were the innocent civilians. Someone, here, a 1,000-man commander approached. Take a team outside. For every family that has lost someone, provide them with a compensation. If the deceased are from the Star Main continent, no compensation will be given, Ye Feng instructed. Brother Feng, why should we offer them compensation? This is war. The death of a few unfortunate souls is an inevitable consequence, Chen interjected from the side. It's better to provide some compensation. After all, we are not short on funds. Ye Feng waved dismissively. Old chum, please check the bombers. They felt unstable during the recent bombardment. See if any screws are loose. Ye Feng advised. Such high-speed aircraft require thorough inspection after each landing. If any screws are loose, the next operation could lead to disintegration. Understood. Right away, Chung Li Bin, Charlie, and Bai Xiang promptly set about maintaining the bombers. Ah Feng, while you were away, the warehouse filled with useless pills. Should we refine them now? It was your absence that caused Li Huoling and the others to turn hostile, Susan remarked. What sort of useless pills? Ye Feng inquired. Various kinds, but all of high quality. Once refined, Hot Spring Island's strength may ascend to new heights, Susan said with anticipation. Refinement is certainly in order, but not at this moment. I declare a grand feast tonight, to celebrate for 3 days and nights. Afterward, we shall resume our normal duties. Ye Feng's voice resonated. Oh, another holiday. Ha ha. Working on Hot Spring Island is truly the best job in the world. Ha ha ha. Let us indulge in food and drink to our heart's content. Within the light barrier, both citizens and residents cast their weapons skyward in jubilation. At long last, Feng Gu has returned, and with his arrival, we are granted a respite. These past 2 months under Susan's oppressive rule have left us gasping for breath, as if the world were on the brink of collapse. However, Feng Gu's presence brings a refreshing change. He exudes a certain ease that instantly lightens our spirits. That very night, a grand banquet was held on Hot Spring Island, where Ye Feng arranged for a porridge stall outside the screen, allowing the disaster-stricken to partake in the joyous atmosphere. Indeed, the cries from outside diminished significantly, as the survivors queued in long lines for their bowls. Within the illuminated confines of Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng sat at the head of the table, captivated by the graceful movements of Kazina. Recently, she had dedicated herself to the art of dance, elevating her skills to new heights. Strictly speaking, her dance had transcended the performances of the grand song and dance troupe, becoming a unique expression in its own right. Previously, her movements evoked only the most primal instincts in men, but now, they resonated with a lightness that dispelled base desires, leaving only pure appreciation, a true purification of the soul. In that moment, Ye Feng felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation, as all anxieties, sorrows, and grief vanished, enveloping him in a dreamy state of bliss. After a while, he sensed a shift within himself, realizing that the enjoyment of Kazina's dance had imbued him with a newfound tranquility. Should Kazina's artistry reach further heights, it could very well serve to suppress inner demons. Of course, not everyone could appreciate such beauty. For instance, Chenin. For those uninterested in the dance, allow me to recount a tale from Jin Ping Mei, he announced, prompting a rush of those lacking in aesthetic appreciation. Ding Tuanshuan watched Kazina's performance, her expression gradually growing serious. After a while, she rose and approached Ye Feng. What troubles you, little Tuanshuan? He inquired. You to go. I believe it is time for me to depart. Ding Tuanshuan replied. Why? Do you not enjoy North Hot Spring Island? Do you long to return to South Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng's heart sank, a foreboding sensation creeping in. No, it is not about leaving North Hot Spring Island. Although I have reached the 4th tier of the Emperor's strength, I feel increasingly constrained by a thickening bottleneck. I must venture out to refine my state of mind. Ding Tuanshuan stated solemnly. Refine your state of mind? Very well. Where do you wish to go for this endeavor? I think Eternal Life City would be splendid, or perhaps the temple, or even the Greengrass sect, Ye Feng suggested. Though his heart betrayed him with an anxious flutter, he sensed that Ding Tuanshuan had made a significant decision. None of those. I refuse to lead a life as a frog at the bottom of a well. I wish to leave for the legendary Xingming continent. There, I might refine my state of mind to its utmost potential, Ding Tuanshuan declared. Listen to me, do not go to Xingming continent. It is a realm teeming with powerful beings. You would surely be swallowed whole, Ye Feng cautioned. Indeed, Tuanshuan, if you seek to refine your state of mind, the Great Desert or the Black Tree River region would suffice. There is no need to venture to the Xingming continent, Susan also advised. Xiao Tuanshuan, heed Uncle Cheng's advice and remain here. I shall introduce you to a charming young man. Once you establish a family, your heart will find solace, Cheng Libin implored. Tuanshuan glanced at Ye Feng, then at Duoyan and Susan on either side of him, and silently shook her head. No, I intend to dedicate my life entirely to cultivation. As for marriage, I shall no longer entertain the thought, she declared, casting a deep gaze at Ye Feng before shifting her attention to the outside of Hot Spring Island. Duoyan and Susan exchanged glances, their expressions slightly awkward. It was evident to anyone that Tuanshuan's affections were singularly directed towards one man. Yet, as women, they felt that sharing a husband was already insufficient for them. Human nature is inherently selfish, thus they were reluctant to expose the truth. Ye Feng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. Tuanshuan, I have always regarded you as a dear sister. If you believe you can find fortune in the Star Dream continent, then go ahead. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Even if it be a bomber, I will procure one for you. Ye Feng finally spoke after a long contemplation. Very well. Then I shall request a bomber. Tuanshuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, two men stepped forward. Ye Feng recognized them as Tuanshuan's devoted admirers. Brother Feng, we also intend to accompany Sister Tuanshuan to the Star Dream continent for training. When I ascend to divinity, I shall surely repay Hot Spring Island, one declared. Brother Feng, do not heed his boasting. I do not aspire to become divine. If I can attain semi-divinity, I too shall return to repay Hot Spring Island for its nurturing. The other chimed in. The two then engaged in a comical standoff. I have no objections. If you wish to go, then go, as long as Tuanshuan does not oppose. Ye Feng stated. What are you two doing here again? Part of my reason for leaving North Hot Spring Island was to escape from both of you. Tuanshuan turned to them, her displeasure evident. Is it truly so, Sister Tuanshuan? Are we that unpleasant? One asked. Sister Tuanshuan, I consider myself quite handsome and distinguished. Why? Oh, why can I not win your heart? He lamented. The banquet continued. Tuanshuan excused herself to rest. Having announced her intention to depart for the Star Dream continent the following day, Ilian, now 19, radiated youthful charm with every gesture, effortlessly drawing the attention of numerous admirers. Sister Ilian, this is a gift for you. I implore you to accept it. A young man placed a box upon her table. Ilian hesitated momentarily before opening it in front of everyone. Could you not open it privately? No need. This is of no use to me, she replied, returning the box to the young man. Another youth approached. Ilian, from the first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love. Would you be my companion? A resounding slap echoed as the young man clutched his face and fled in dismay. Time swiftly passed to the following morning. Tuanshuan boarded the bomber, with her two devoted admirers shamelessly tagging along, one occupying the co-pilot seat and the other settling in the back. Beside the bomber, boxes filled with fuel were stacked high. Susan, Duoyan Hena, Ilian, and Shunan all gathered to bid farewell. Little Tuan, once you step outside, you must tread carefully. The starry main continent is not like warm Spring Island. No one will shield you any longer, Susan cautioned. Tuan, I shall miss you dearly, Shunan wept sorrowfully. Here, this is the aircraft maintenance manual, and this one is for upkeep and care. Cheng Libin handed over two books. Ding Tuan, I wish you a smooth journey on the starry main continent, and hope you attain the true martial realm soon. Duoyan Hena offered her well wishes. Auntie, I will miss you so much. Yixing echoed Chun En's lament, howling in distress, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Ding Tuan rushed out and embraced Yixing tightly. The two wept together. After a moment, Ding Tuan gazed towards the castle. Has he not come? She inquired. The others fell silent. As Ding Tuan departed, it was Ye Feng who felt the deepest sorrow. In the pitch-dark bedroom, Ye Feng sat in a chair, turned away from the window, with two empty jars of fruit wine on the table. After a while, a rumbling sound resonated from outside the light screen. Ye Feng could no longer restrain himself. He staggered to the window to watch the bomber circling in the sky. After 5 minutes of circling, it suddenly zoomed northward, quickly shrinking into a small dot. Ye Feng appeared bewildered, his lips moving silently. My little Tuan, may you journey safely. I wish for your health and success. And may you find true friends wherever you go, living a happy and fulfilling life. Thereafter, he had little else to occupy his mind. Ye Feng embarked on a lengthy purification process. The waste pills were of a higher grade this time, and it took him a full 2 months to refine over 200 transformation pills, 1,400 cultivation pills, and 6,000 qi-nourishing pills. Naturally, he also purified some unfamiliar pills. As his cultivation reached the mid-stage of true martial, his control over the blood-sucking technique became more refined, resulting in an exponentially increasing purification speed. One day, 2 months later, Ye Feng emerged from the training room, his body filled with impurities. Brother Feng has exited seclusion. Brother Feng has exited seclusion. Ha! Chunin was the first to react. Immediately, a large group rushed over to carry Ye Feng to the bathroom for a thorough cleansing. Susan opened the door to the training room, where a foul stench of impurities assaulted her senses. Yet, she also noticed 7 burlap sacks inside. Upon casually opening one, she was taken aback and covered her mouth in shock. It was filled with pure-colored pills. Chapter 11:10. I shall not accompany you any longer. Congratulations, Sister Susan. These pills should be distributed as welfare to the citizens of Warm Spring Island immediately. Chunin exclaimed with excitement. Let us first consult with Ah Feng. Once he gives his approval, we can distribute these pills as benefits to all citizens. Susan nodded in agreement. Chung Li Bean, however, sighed. It's a pity that little Tuan has already left. Otherwise, she could have utilized these pills to cultivate to the true martial realm. What are you thinking? It is not merely through the consumption of substances that one can attain advancement. A certain state of mind must also be achieved for success to naturally unfold. Moreover, there exist formidable obstacles to overcome, remarked Chunin. Well then, youngin, I never expected your insights to nearly rival my own. I am growing old and losing my edge, sighed Chung Li Bean. Though you may age, in terms of wisdom, you still have much to learn. Chunin replied with an air of certainty. Impudent brat, are you itching for a challenge? Chung Li Bean exclaimed in fury, promptly chasing Chun and around the hot spring island. Recently, his primary focus had been on research, leaving little room for progress in his cultivation. On North Hot Spring Island, in the assembly hall, Ye Feng occupied the main seat, flanked by Susan and Duoyan Hena. Before the trio lay several burlap sacks, from which, through the seams, the glimmer of pure elixirs could be discerned. Below them sat over 20,000 citizens, including Naire Meizi, Ilian, Chenuan, and Baichushua. Esteemed citizens, after 2 months of diligent effort, I have finally purified this batch of inferior elixirs. Today, I shall distribute these benefits until they are all dispensed, Ye Feng announced. Rising to address the assembly. Long live Brother Feng. Long live 1,000 times. Brother Feng, I adore you. Ye Feng, I wish to bear your child. Brother, please, do not act rashly. You are a man and cannot bear children. I do not care. My love for Brother Feng is overwhelming, and I wish to bear his child. The citizens erupted into fervor, their reverence for Ye Feng reaching unprecedented heights. One might ponder how others would hoard such a bounty of elixirs for themselves. Yet on Hot Spring Island, under Ye Feng's cultivated environment, all possessions are shared equitably. Kindly temper your enthusiasm and adhere to our customary practices. Chunin, prepare a large box to contain all the elixirs, and then let the citizens line up to collect what they can, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Chunin promptly set about preparing the box. Ye Feng then turned to Ater. Ater, you have now attained the true martial realm and possess divine consciousness. Thus, when it comes time to draw from the box, you must refrain from using your divine sense to scan the elixirs within. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I would not resort to such tactics. I am now a citizen, and the benefits will continuously flow. I need not act cunningly, Ater replied earnestly. His sincerity was genuine. In the atmosphere of fairness and justice on Hot Spring Island, those who reside there typically do not wish to disrupt the harmony. For safety's sake, you and I shall be the last to draw, Ye Feng cleverly remarked. Must it be so? I assure you, if I say I will not use my divine sense, I will not, Ater retorted, feeling his dignity insulted. Am I the sort to engage in such underhandedness? I am still grateful to Hot Spring Island. How could I possibly act deceitfully? After a while, Chunin arrived with a large box, mixing all the elixirs together before pouring them into the container. Everyone, Please line up. Hena, Susan, Ye Feng. You three should also join the queue, Ye Feng instructed. Yes, father. Ye Feng quickly took her place as the fifth in line. At that moment, a soldier of civilian rank entered the hall. He immediately noticed the large box and the citizens waiting in line, a look of envy flashing across his face. He silently yearned to become a citizen soon. What is the matter? Chen glanced at the soldier. Brother Feng, brother-in, Wei Yiming has arrived. Along with the leader of the Grey Garment sect, they are just outside the light screen, the soldier informed. Ye Feng suddenly stood up. Haven T, those two had enough of my heavy water bombs. Ye Feng scoffed. No, they don't seem to be here to cause trouble. They are queuing outside the hot spring bank, mingling among the refugees, but our security discovered them, the soldier replied. Queuing? Let us go, Chenin. You and I will step outside to take a look, Ye Feng instructed. Brother Feng, I haven't finished my business yet. What is the rush? After we handle this matter, you'll definitely catch up. With that, the two proceeded toward the hot spring bank, and indeed, two shifty individuals were blending into the crowd. Wei sect leader, Grey Garment sect leader, it's been 2 months. I trust you both are well? Ye Feng addressed them directly. Wei Yiming's expression darkened, forcing him to remove his mask. Mr. Yi, although you injured me last time and killed 4 of my disciples, I bear you no grudge. I have 140 waste pills here. Could you assist me in refining them? Wei Yiming inquired. Ye Feng let out a cold laugh, neither nodding nor shaking his head, but instead turned his gaze toward the Grey Garment sect leader. Don't look at me. My intentions align with Wei Laogui's. Are you still willing to refine our pills? The Grey Garment sect leader asked. But 2 months ago, I killed so many of your people with bombers. You hold no resentment? Ye Feng countered. The two sect leaders exchanged glances, their hearts ablaze with fury. Claiming to bear no grudge was certainly a falsehood. Yet what could they do? They desperately needed Ye Feng's refining abilities. It was simply unfortunate that their fates were not in their favor. Death was death. So be it. Wei Yiming feigned generosity. You're right. In fact, after my investigation, I discovered that the person you killed was an undercover agent from another sect. You did me a favor by eliminating a threat. I should be grateful to you. The Grey Garment sect leader felt a pang of regret, but had to maintain an appearance of gratitude toward Ye Feng. Is that so? Grey Garment sect leader. It seems I am your fortunate star. Very well, as you both are so understanding, continue to bring your pills for refinement. Just submit them to the bank, and I shall come to refine them when I have the time. After saying this, Ye Feng turned to leave. Wait, Mr. Yi. How long will it take to refine these pills? You must provide a time frame, Wei Yiming called after him. Ye Feng slowly turned his head, revealing only half of his face. Do not ask questions that should not be asked. In any case, I will notify you once the refining is complete. Ye Feng responded indifferently. But there must be some time frame, right? You can't expect us to wait a year, or even 10 years. Wei Yiming pressed, growing anxious. The Grey Garment sect leader beside him wore a similarly wary expression. I, Ye Feng, detest being pressured more than anything. If you insist on a precise time frame, then seek someone else to refine your pills. I shall not accompany you any further. With that, Ye Feng turned to leave. Do not leave, please, Wei Yiming implored. Let us deposit the useless elixirs at the hot springs bank for now, and I hope Mr. Yi can assist us with their refinement when he finds the time. Of course, we shall not impose upon you. It depends on your schedule. Chapter 11:11. This is manageable. For the sake of future cultivation endeavors. Enduring a bit of humiliation now is entirely reasonable. Rather than suffering through the rigors of cultivation, it is preferable to endure the whims of Ye Feng. Wei Laogui was correct. I too have entrusted my useless elixirs to the hot springs bank. Mr. Yi, please refine them when you can. Do not overexert yourself. Your well-being is my utmost concern, the master of the Grey Garb remarked. He was once a steadfast individual, but after savoring the delights of Hot Spring Island, this tough man had turned into a pushover. Humph. Ye Feng scoffed lightly, observing the antics of the two jesters. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd. It was He Qingji. Mr. Yi, at the time when Li Hualing was about to attack Hot Spring Island, I refrained from intervening. She stated. Oh. Ye Feng immediately recognized He Qingji. You need not explain. I am aware you did not act. Susan has already informed me, and I also witnessed it on the plane. Ye Feng nodded with a smile. Among the 4 great sects, only He Qingji seemed somewhat trustworthy. Are you here to refine elixirs as well? Ye Feng inquired, returning to the luminous screen with a smile. Indeed. I possess 17 useless elixirs, He Qingji replied, retrieving them from her garment. Let us do this. The individuals outside the screen are quite mixed, and I would rather not engage with each of them individually. Henceforth, you shall act as my spokesperson. All their useless elixirs will be entrusted to you. You can take a portion for yourself and then send them collectively to the Hot Springs Bank, where Wang Zhihe will liaise with you, Ye Feng proposed. What? Wei Yiming and the Master of the Grey Garb were incensed. It must be noted that they were at the pinnacle of the transformation origin stage, while He Qingji was merely in the latter stages of it. Mr. Yi, even if you seek a spokesperson, you should choose someone stronger. Either of us would outclass a member of the ladies' cult by far. Strength is not solely about power. It also encompasses influence, connections, and authority, Wei Yiming protested. Indeed, my Grey Garb sect holds some renown in Shiliang County. If you assign this role to me, I will ensure a steady supply of high-quality useless elixirs. Yet, Mr. Yi, you choose someone from the ladies' cult. Consider this. Can a woman who ascends through seduction be trusted? The Master of the Grey Garb echoed. However, I simply find her pleasing to the eye, Ye Feng shrugged. At this, the two fell silent, their expressions darkening as they contemplated their next move. Thus, the matter was settled. In the future, should either of you need to refine useless elixirs, simply deliver them to the ladies' cult screen, and they will be collectively sent to me at Hot Spring Island. The timeline for refinement remains uncertain. It will depend on when I am free, Ye Feng stated nonchalantly. He Qingji's delicate face flushed as she gazed at Ye Feng with longing eyes. Her ladies' cult had always been looked down upon by the major sects, and today, Ye Feng had given her a chance to hold her head high. Mr. Yi, I have a suggestion. If you are free tonight, you may come to my screen. I would like to invite you for a drink, as a small token of my gratitude for your kindness, she proposed. He Qingji, at this moment, discreetly cast a flirtatious glance at Ye Feng. A shiver ran down his spine as he took another look at her. Her poise was nearly on par with Duoyan Hena, yet she possessed a more feminine charm. Furthermore, she was a master of the transformation realm. One could only wonder about her allure. What if she were to employ a hint of her enchanting arts? He might find himself utterly captivated. Perhaps I shall find a moment to inspect outside the light barrier. But not now. After all, there are many formidable experts out there seeking my life, and I cannot afford to take such risks, Ye Feng remarked. Very well. I shall remain within the light barrier. Then, He Qingji replied, winking at him. Wei Yiming and the gray-clad sect master exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken intentions in the other's eyes. It appeared that Ye Feng was indeed a man of carnal desires. This simplifies matters. Mr. Yi, we shall take our leave for now, they said in unison before returning to a newly established protective array. Our gray-clad sect boasts a saintess whose beauty rivals that of the mistress of the enchantress sect, and she is still a maiden. Upon our return, I shall persuade her. Should she be willing to sacrifice her charms, our sect shall become the representative, Wei Yiming declared. Though my ghostly summoning sect lacks a saintess, I possess a distant cousin whose beauty is equally comparable to that wretched He Qingji. I can enlist her assistance in vying for the representative position, he continued. Old Wei, let us agree that whoever secures the representative position, both sects shall share the spoils without any deductions. It is settled, then, they said, sealing their pact with a hearty three-clap agreement. Within the light barrier, Ye Feng returned to the assembly hall, where citizens had only formed half of the queue, with over 6,000 still awaiting their turn. Father, guess what elixir I drew? Yi Xing exclaimed, brimming with pride. Transformation pill? Ye Feng was about to ruffle his hair, but thought better of it, and opted to pat his shoulder instead, acknowledging that Yi Xing was nearly 9 years old and deserved more respect. Indeed, it is the transformation pill. You must be cautious. Do not consume it all at once. I fear you may not withstand the potency, Ye Feng advised gently. I know. I will take a small piece each morning, spreading it over 3 months, Yi Xing replied, producing the transformation pill. At that moment, Duoyan Hena approached. Son, quickly demonstrate your skills for your father. Right. Father, allow me to show you, Yi Xing said, retrieving a long spear from the weapon rack. The spear danced in his hands, as nimble as his fingers, striking precisely as he directed, akin to a living dragon. Not only was his strength impressive, but his speed and accuracy were remarkable as well. Son, you are truly a spear expert. Impressive, Ye Feng exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. I am only interested in the spear. I find other weapons less intuitive, Yi Xing stated. Fear not. In the future, once I have refined enough iridium, I shall forge an indestructible spear for you, Ye Feng said joyfully, beaming with pride. My son's prowess brings honor to this old father. Ah Feng, go on and join the queue, Susan urged from the side. Almost forgot. Son, may you bless your father with a transformation pill, he added. Without any unforeseen circumstances, Ye Feng successfully acquired a Peiyuan Dan, while Duoyan Hena and Susan obtained Yanqi Dan. There shall be no celebrations tonight. Everyone should return home and determine the appropriate dosage of pills to consume based on their cultivation levels. If one's cultivation is insufficient, encountering high-grade pills such as the Huayuan Dan necessitates a cautious approach. It's advisable to consume them in portions rather than swallowing them whole, lest one risk bodily explosion. Additionally, if one feels their mental state is unstable, it is prudent to refrain from casually ingesting medicinal pills, as this could lead to a predicament akin to mine. Ensnared by inner demons, rendering one hesitant to advance. Ye Feng addressed the assembly. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Hot Spring Island. A chorus of cheers erupted, and the citizens returned to their homes, each embarking on their own breakthroughs. Chapter 11-12. Just one step away, Ye Feng was confident that after this evening, there would be no more practitioners of the Strength Master level among the citizens of Hot Spring Island, with the exception of Yi Xing. Following tonight, all former Strength Masters on the island would ascend to the ranks of Strength Kings. Perhaps the upper echelons of Hot Spring Island may not hold much significance within the Sheen County. However, in terms of overall strength, they could likely rival many prominent sects, such as the Yuguazong. Though they undoubtedly possessed more masters above the true martial level, their lower tier was rather lacking, with the majority still in the early stages of the acquired realm, equivalent to Strength Masters. In the midst of the night, Ye Feng was roused by a series of roars. These sounds were likely the result of a Strength King breaking through to the Strength Emperor. He paid little heed, instead embracing Duoyan Hena and drifting back into slumber until dawn. Boom. At that moment, the sky above Hot Spring Island rumbled ominously. Someone had transitioned from a Strength Emperor to the true martial realm. A voice echoed, though its owner remained anonymous. Ye Feng, clad only in his undergarments, dashed out of his room. Above Zaha's rooftop, dark clouds loomed, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. It was Zaha. This lad was attempting to break through to the true martial realm. Ye Feng was elated, unaware that Zaha had drawn a Huayuan Dan. Being somewhat headstrong, he had not opted for a gradual consumption, but rather swallowed the entire pill whole. The lightning danced in the sky, but refrained from striking downwards. A Feng, do you think he can succeed? Duoyan Hena nestled against Ye Feng. It seems quite challenging. He is attempting to ascend from a 7th-tier Strength Emperor directly to a 9th tier, then immediately aiming for the true martial realm. Attempting to leap through 3 levels in a single day, including a major transition. Ye Feng shook his head, skeptical of Zaha's chances. As expected, the thunder continued to rumble until the afternoon, gradually dissipating without ever striking Zaha. Let us go and offer him some comfort. With that, Ye Feng led a group to Zaha's residence. Upon arrival, they found Zaha sitting despondently on his bed, looking utterly dejected. Brother Feng, I am so useless. I failed to break through to the true martial realm. I had hoped to become the 3rd true martial master of Hot Spring Island. Alas, Zaha sighed heavily. At that moment, Attire approached. Do not fret, Zaha. Although you have not yet reached the true martial realm like Brother Feng and myself, you are still a peak expert among the Strength Emperors. I believe in 10 or 8 years, you will catch up to at least 1/10 of my level. Attire spoke sincerely. Zaha, what's wrong? Do you find my joke amusing? Attire, realizing something, hesitated. You can't. You're now the Vice Marshal of North Hot Spring Island. Zaha replied with a displeased expression. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Cheer up, give a smile. Leaf Maple sighed. Attire, you truly have a gift for comforting others. Why don't you stay here to soothe Zaha's wounded heart? I shall return for a brief slumber. Yes, Brother Feng. Get lost, I don't want your comfort. Just the sight of you makes me want to hit someone. Zaha roared, expelling everyone from the room. After Leaf Maple had rested sufficiently, he made his way to Kazina's chamber. Ah, Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to come. I haven't even had the chance to prepare. Kazina exclaimed, visibly flustered. No worries, I merely came to see you. Would you dance for me, just the 2 of us? Leaf Maple inquired. He realized that Kazina could indeed be regarded as a goddess of dance. Her movements had the power to fortify one's spirit, perhaps even banish inner demons. Brother Feng, have you noticed my progress in dance? Kazina asked, her face alight with joy. during their time on South Hot Spring Island. She and her troupe had devoted themselves to the study of dance, showcasing the myriad beauties of femininity through their art. They even evoked a subtle ambience that facilitated relaxation. The essence of fortifying one's spirit lies in complete physical and mental relaxation, a state unattainable for most, as everyone harbors their own worries. Kazina's dance addressed this fundamental issue with remarkable effectiveness. Watch me dance. Kazina paused for a moment. Yes, I am particularly eager to see. Leaf Maple seated himself on Kazina's bed, which bore a delicate fragrance. So what type of dance would you prefer? The clothed variety, or the unclothed? Kazina's lips curled into a playful smile. I am a true connoisseur of dance, Kazina. Do not mistake my intentions for lewdness. However, since you have mastered both styles, let us begin with the unclothed dance. Kazina gracefully approached Leaf Maple, her waist swaying rhythmically. At times, she would lightly touch his face, brush against his arm, or graze his thigh. This teasing interaction rendered Leaf Maple momentarily flustered. Before long, having completed only a fraction of the performance, Leaf Maple joined Kazina in a different dance. After an extensive period, both collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat. Brother Feng, it has been quite some time since we engaged in such activities, hasn't it? This is merely our second encounter. Kazina traced circles on Leaf Maple's chest. It's your fault for being so enchanting. I initially came to appreciate the dance. And look at what has transpired. Leaf Maple sighed in exasperation. No matter, I shall take a moment to rest. Once my legs regain strength, I will dance for you once more. That sounds splendid. For the next 2 to 3 months. Leaf Maple spent his days purifying elixirs for 8 hours and his nights in Kazina's room, reveling in her dance. Neither Duoyan Hena nor Susan objected. As long as it helped resolve Leaf Maple's inner turmoil, they were even willing to share him with Kazina. As the number of refined elixirs increased, Ye Feng would take half of each batch during the purification process. Gradually, the treasury's stock of elixirs swelled. Regrettably, he could no longer extend benefits to the residents of North Hot Spring Island. The last batch of elixirs they received remained uneaten, as they consumed it in small fragments, wary of swallowing it whole. Therefore, Ye Feng resolved to hoard these elixirs until he arrived at South Hot Spring Island, where he would bestow a wave of generosity upon its inhabitants. Outside the protective barrier, the leaders of various sects had activated a grand formation. Although Ye Feng's previous assault with heavy water had resulted in significant losses for them in terms of disciples, they had no alternative but to swallow their pride and continue collaborating with Hot Spring Island. Seated outside the barrier, He Qingji maintained a composed demeanor. Below her sat Wei Yiming, the gray-clad leader, Han, a cultivator from the ancient sword sect, and other masters from various regions, most of whom were at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. He Qingji herself had also reached this apex, having broken through to it half a month prior. She was but a step away from attaining the divine origin realm. Fairy He, please take my waste elixirs for refinement. I have been waiting in line for over a month. One leader could not restrain himself from exclaiming. He Qingji raised an eyebrow, reclining languidly in her chair. Ever since she became the spokesperson for Hot Spring Island, her status had soared. Those who once looked down upon her now approached her for collaboration, some even flattering her. Well, that depends on whether Hot Spring Island has the time. I am merely a messenger for the island. Master Wu overestimates my abilities, she replied nonchalantly, causing irritation among the gathered leaders. Isn't she just a mere concubine? What is there to be so proud of? One of the leaders thought. Fairy He, if you take my waste elixirs for refinement first, you may increase your share by 10%. For these 30 waste elixirs, I will only require 3 refined ones in return, another leader proposed. Oh, He Qingji smiled faintly. Her terms were indeed steep. For 10 waste elixirs, Hot Spring Island would take half, leaving her with 5, from which she would claim 60%, meaning only 2 refined elixirs would ultimately reach these leaders. Even so, they had to tread carefully around He Qingji's mood. Should she take offense, their waste elixirs could be relegated to the back of the line, with no assurance of when they would be refined. After all, waste elixirs were hardly valuable, yet once transformed into refined ones, their worth skyrocketed. 1 refined elixir could equate to hundreds of waste elixirs. Master Yu, this isn't merely a matter of profit sharing. It hinges on whether Hot Spring Island has the capacity to refine them. I can only guarantee that your waste elixirs will be prioritized, He Qingji stated calmly. Even so, I am immensely grateful, Fairy He. If there are any matters concerning the Uni sect in the future, Qingshan's sect will undoubtedly lend its full support without hesitation. Master, you proclaimed, thumping his chest, nearly swearing allegiance. Enough, enough, you may withdraw. Qingji waved her hand impatiently. It is important to note that the Jade Palm Master stands at the pinnacle of transformation, equal to her in rank. Were it not for her role as the representative of Hot Spring Island, a conflict would have surely ensued. The others immediately bowed their bodies, gazing at Qingji with a demeanor akin to that of a dog wagging its tail in supplication. Return and await news. I shall gradually arrange your rankings. Qingji waved her hand dismissively. Very well, I shall take my leave now. May the Celestial Maiden be blessed. Celestial Maiden, we shall not disturb you further. Please rest well. I wish you eternal beauty and immortality. Celestial Maiden, we bid farewell. Dozens of masters exited the shimmering aura surrounding Qingji. She momentarily set aside her arrogance and hurriedly began to pack the discarded elixirs. Xiaoye, Xiaohong, accompany me to the side of the aura to meet Principal Wang Zhihai. Should I find myself in seclusion one day, you two will liaise with him. Understood. The two young girls, their faces flushed with excitement, quickly grasped the discarded elixirs and followed their matriarch. Upon arriving at the hot spring bank, Qingji promptly bent at the waist, respectfully bowing 90 degrees to the clerk. Esteemed maiden, I seek Principal Wang Zhihai. Qingji spoke with an air of humility. Oh, it's you again. Principal Wang is quite busy lately, and the vault is overflowing with discarded elixirs. Our Fenggu, oh no, our hot spring bank, is currently unable to purify so many at once. Please return in a few days, the female clerk replied coolly. She felt a sense of inherent superiority in the presence of these individuals, as she was, after all, a citizen. Indeed, indeed. By the way, esteemed maiden, I have a youth preservation pill here. Consuming it will ensure your youth remains eternal. Qingji's eyes sparkled as she presented the pill. Oh, is that true? Of course, it is genuine. If you do not believe me, you may try it first. Qingji smiled. Wonderful. You have truly aided me immensely. By the way, Principal Wang's meeting should be concluding soon. I shall inform him right away. The female clerk, upon receiving the youth preservation pill, hurriedly made her way to the meeting room. In the distance, Ye Feng observed everything through a telescope. Shinin, go inform Wang Zhihai to dismiss that female clerk at window 3. She may receive unemployment benefits from now on, Ye Feng stated coldly. He despised corruption above all else. Regardless of the party involved, he found it intolerable. If he had not witnessed it, it would have been one thing, but having seen it, he felt compelled to take action. Surely not. Fenggu, the clerk is one of our citizens, Chunin advised. Precisely because she is a citizen, I must extinguish her potential for corruption. Had she been a mere resident, I might have turned a blind eye, Ye Feng replied resolutely. Today, this clerk accepts gifts from Qingji. Tomorrow, she may accept gifts from residents. The day after, from citizens. He understood human nature well. Desires are boundless and must be stifled at their inception. Very well. Chunin promptly made his way to the hot spring bank. Having ascended to the third tier of power, he reached the bank in mere moments. Just then, a swift sound pierced the sky. Ye Feng quickly lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Outside the hot spring island, all the cultivators were taken aback, clutching their heads and casting anxious glances towards the sky. Whoosh! A shadow darted across the heavens. After a series of swift flashes, 2 plumes of fire erupted from the bottom, causing the aircraft to hover gracefully in midair. Subsequently, the plane descended slowly, landing just outside the shimmering barrier. The cultivators let out a collective sigh of relief. Haha, it's not an aerial bombardment this time. I was nearly scared out of my wits. Indeed, just a false alarm, haha. The cultivators, their faces pale, forced out awkward laughter. The cabin door of the aircraft sprang open, and 4 pilots emerged. An excited throng of young women immediately surrounded them, voicing various ecstatic exclamations. So handsome. So cool. I want to have your children. Are you free tonight? The 4 pilots, initially intending to enter the barrier, paused upon hearing this and struck various poses while leaning against the bomber. Hey, you 4, stop posing. Do you have any news from South Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng had approached the shimmering barrier, casting a cold gaze at the 4 showboating individuals. Brother Feng, haha, your presence is fortunate. The esteemed leader has sent me to inform you that the Island Master S election assembly will be convened next month, urging key figures to return promptly. If one cannot make it, a representative should be sent to South Hot Spring Island to place their bids. The chief pilot addressed Ye Feng. Is it truly happening so soon? Ye Feng felt as if he were dreaming. This meant that 13 years had elapsed since he was marooned on this desolate island. Indeed. Time flies, Brother Feng. Are you able to leave? Of course. The election of the island master is a significant event for all of Hot Spring Island. Rest assured, I will fly to South Hot Spring Island in a month's time, Ye Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, we shall explore the area for a bit. Are there any places like that around here? The pilot inquired with a knowing look. What kind of places? Brother Feng. Ha ha ha. You know, as men, we naturally enjoy such games. Are there any locations akin to Peach Blossom Village in South Hot Spring Island? We wish to experience the allure of northern women. You're on your own with that. I, Ye Feng, am a man of integrity. With that, Ye Feng strode back towards the shimmering barrier. After a brief discussion, the four pilots locked the bomber and ventured off into the distance. Just a few hundred meters away, they were intercepted by He Qingji. Gentlemen, are you citizens of Hot Spring Island? She inquired directly. Our captain is, but the three of us are not. What is the matter? Oh, you are a citizen? Of course, oh Vux. The chief pilot puffed out his chest proudly. The status of being a citizen was quite advantageous outside. The women of Peach Blossom Village typically sought them out. I heard you are looking for a place to have some fun? If you don't mind, how about visiting my women's academy? Sure. In the training room, Ye Feng pondered for a long while before grasping a transformation pill. The blood-sucking technique directly acted upon the pill. In a mere moment, billowing white smoke began to rise from the top of his head. Concurrently, his body began to convulse in rhythmic spasms. Boom! A golden Dharma form materialized behind him, as three golden Sanskrit characters spiraled and danced around his body. Ye Feng emerged from the training room a day and night later, his complexion pale. He had astonishingly reached the late stage of true martial. However, just as he attained this level, the specter of his inner demons nearly resurfaced, causing him to halt his consolidation of power. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on your monumental achievement. Chunin rushed over with enthusiasm. Monumental? Well, it is a bit unsettling, Ye Feng replied, nervously rubbing Chunin's face. What are you doing, Brother Feng? Why are you rubbing my face? Chunin protested, pushing Ye Feng's hand away. I feared you might be an apparition conjured by my inner demons, Ye Feng admitted sheepishly. You are quite pitiable, tormented by your inner demons to this extent. I hope that after little Tuan Tuan conquers the Starmon continent, she can help you discover a way to eradicate them. Chunin sighed, patting Ye Feng on the shoulder. Come, let us enjoy Kazina's dance to alleviate my anxious heart, Ye Feng suggested, and together with Chunin, they made their way towards Kazina's chamber. Halfway there, Ye Feng was abruptly confronted by a disheveled woman. Who are you? He inquired, puzzled. Who am I? I am Mei Yi, the one expelled from the hot spring bank. You, Ye Feng, scheming behind my back, will pay for this. She exclaimed, her fury palpable. It was then that Ye Feng recognized her as the disgraced employee. Get away from me, Ye Feng exclaimed, pushing her aside. Yet, Mei Yi seemed to have lost her sanity, clawing and scratching at Ye Feng, employing the technique of peach plucking. Before long, Ye Feng's face bore the marks of her wrath, and he suffered a painful strike. Chunin, we must flee. Ye Feng's expression changed as he seized Chun-un and made a hasty retreat. Unrelenting, Mei Yi followed them to Ye Feng's villa, unleashing a torrent of verbal assault. What could Ye Feng do? She was a citizen, and he could not use spiritual power against her. All he could do was lock the door and tremble inside, hoping she would tire of her tirade and leave. Chapter 11:14. Ye Feng, do you think I am a fool? This farce continued for 7 days, and ultimately, under public pressure, Ye Feng was compelled to reinstate Mei Yi as an employee. Brother Feng, you are too weak. To deal with her, you could simply revoke her citizenship. Chunin expressed his dissatisfaction. You know nothing. Her position was elected by 59% of the citizenry. If I dismiss her, it would be tantamount to slapping 59% of the citizens in the face. Would they let that go? Ye Feng replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he patrolled in front of the Hot Spring Island's projection. Chunin remained by his side throughout. With approximately 20 days remaining until the elections on South Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng had ceased refining elixirs. Elixirs were plentiful, and he could refine them whenever he pleased, choosing instead to let the outside world wait. At that moment, 2 figures approached from beyond the projection. Leader Yi, how have you been? Wei Yinming greeted Ye Feng with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. It was none other than sect leader Wei and gang leader Qiao. Do you have business with me? Ye Feng asked, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. In this manner, Master Yi, I kindly request your assistance in the purification of the medicinal pills from the Yuhui sect. Should you accomplish this, the Yuhui sect would be most willing to present you with a grand gift. Wei Yiming smiled faintly. Ye Feng furrowed his brow. This individual, who had previously treated him with considerable courtesy, now exhibited a rather peculiar demeanor. Master Yi, I too beseech your aid in purifying the waste pills from my axe gang. I assure you, a splendid gift awaits you as well, Xiaoli remarked. Esteemed guests, I have previously stated that any matters regarding the purification of medicinal pills should be directed to Fairy He. It would be utterly impractical for me to entertain every individual seeking my assistance from beyond the curtain of light, lest I be overwhelmed by the incessant requests. Ye Feng's expression grew increasingly frosty. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi, if I recall correctly, you have 4 pilots outside, do you not? At present, they are guests within our Yuhui sect and are eager for your assistance in purifying the pills, Wei Yiming stated nonchalantly. Guests? Ye Feng's brow arched, his breath quickening involuntarily. Indeed, they are currently relishing the comforts of our grand array. Should you assist me in purifying the medicinal pills of the Yuhui sect, they shall promptly return to reunite with you. Wei Yiming's tone was laced with a palpable threat. What? Chunin seethed with rage. Are you implying that you have detained our citizens? Detained is perhaps too strong a term. Rest assured, once the hot spring island aids me in purifying the pills, they will naturally return home. I implore you, Mr. Yi, to lend your assistance, Xiaoli interjected. Assistance? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. I demand that you release all 4 of them at once, especially the lead pilot, as he is a citizen. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. Ye Feng's voice brimmed with lethal intent. I am aware that your hot spring island places great importance on its citizens, much like we do in the Starming continent. An insult to our disciples demands immediate retribution from the sect master. Otherwise, we shall be vulnerable to bullying from other sections. However, I hail from the Starming continent. If I were to deal with your 4 citizens and swiftly exit the Gale Zone, I trust that Mr. Ye's so-called bomber would be powerless against me, would it not? Moreover, with the vast expanse of Xin County, do you truly believe you can locate my Yuhui sect? Wei Yiming smiled subtly. At this moment, other cultivators from the Starming continent began to emerge from various locations, arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama. In truth, they secretly hoped that Ye Feng would relent, as they too desired to employ similar tactics to compel him into assisting with the purification of their medicinal pills. Ye Feng cast a glance at the onlookers in the distance, inhaling deeply. Sect Master Wei, I harbor no intention of becoming adversaries with your Yuhui sect. I now implore you to return my people, especially the citizen, otherwise, our hot spring island shall cease to provide assistance in the purification of your medicinal pills and will no longer supply pest repellent to you both. Ye Feng spoke slowly. Very well, Mr. Yi, if that is your stance, I find myself at an impasse. Upon concluding his statement, Wei Yiming clapped his hands. Before long, several cultivators from the Yuhui sect arrived, escorting the 4 individuals. They bore visible injuries, with one citizen's eye having been severely damaged. Brother Feng, save me. Save us. During this period, the members of the ghostly demon sect have inflicted severe suffering upon me. Please, come to my aid. 3 residents wept bitterly, kneeling on the ground as if they could endure no more torment. However, one citizen displayed remarkable resolve. He bore the most grievous injuries, with one of his arms severed almost completely, exposing raw flesh. If Wei Yiming uses me to threaten you, do not concern yourself with my fate. Instead, take care of my wife and children, and fulfill your responsibilities, he implored. Just as the citizen finished speaking, a nearby cultivator struck him across the mouth. Wei Yiming, I can disregard the residents, but you must first release that citizen. I shall refine a batch of elixirs for you, Ye Feng declared, his voice trembling with anger. Ha ha. Ye Feng, do you take me for a fool? I possess a sack full of worthless elixirs, over 40,000 in total. Once you have refined them all, I will naturally release the 4 of them, Wei Yiming sneered. And here are over 30,000 more worthless elixirs, Xiaoli added, tossing another sack before the light screen. Ye Feng's expression shifted. 70,000 worthless elixirs. No matter how long he abstained from food and drink, he could never refine them all, unless, of course, his cultivation reached the innate realm, which would accelerate the refining process tenfold through the blood-sucking method. Brother Feng, please acquiesce to the 2 gentlemen. We are truly unable to endure any longer, the 3 residents pleaded, bowing repeatedly before Ye Feng. The citizen, with his mouth injured, could only emit muffled sounds of despair. Ye Feng understood his intent without needing to hear him speak. The citizen would rather die than submit. Meanwhile, within the light screen of North Hot Spring Island, other citizens and residents gradually filled the space, helplessly watching their compatriots suffer humiliation. Thus, sect leader Wei, leader Qiao, I shall refine 100 worthless elixirs for each of you, provided you first release the citizen. Subsequently, I will assist you in refining the remaining elixirs, and you will return the other 3 residents. Ye Feng spoke, suppressing the fury within as he spoke softly. Ha 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 ha, Ye Feng. Do you truly believe we would let go of such a rare opportunity? Once we release the citizen, you will undoubtedly cease to refine elixirs for us. Since we have seized this chance, I implore you to refine all these worthless elixirs. Upon receiving the completed elixirs, I shall release all 4 of them. Naturally, I hope you do not deliberately delay the process, for I shall take a small piece of flesh from each of them every day. In 3 months, they will be entirely stripped of flesh. Therefore, I hope you can refine all these worthless elixirs within a month, Wei Yinming coldly stated. Chapter 11:15. Ye Feng felt a twinge of guilt. You scoundrel, I shall fight you. Chunin was about to rush out when a tire restrained him. Do not go out, or they will have yet another citizen hostage, a tire urged. If the scoundrels of the ghostly demon sect dare to harm citizens, Hot Spring Island will demand recompense. You thugs of the Axe Gang, if you have the courage, release the hostages, and let us engage in a contest of honor among men. Within the luminous barrier, the citizens erupted in vehement curses. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, a sudden shift in his expression indicating a sense of unease. Something was amiss. Wei Yinming had always been composed. Why the abrupt transformation? With this thought, Ye Feng's gaze swept over the crowd of onlookers. Indeed, he spotted a familiar figure, though not clad in purple robes. The aura emanating from the individual unmistakably identified them as one of Li Huoling's purple-clad guards. So this is the truth? Li Huoling is the mastermind behind this. Ye Feng inquired. Wei Zhongzhu, Xiao Bangzhu, have you been coerced by someone? Coerced? What coercion? Wei Yinming replied. Did Li Huoling send you here? Ye Feng pressed further. The two exchanged furtive glances, their expressions betraying discomfort. At that moment, a resounding voice emerged from the throng of cultivators. Ye Feng, they are certainly here at my behest. What can you do about it? Today, I have you firmly in my grasp. We need not remain within the barrier. Let us see how your bombers will contend with my royal household. Unless, of course, you are prepared to slaughter every soul outside the barrier. The voice belonged to Li Huoling, but it echoed disembodied, as if emanating from all directions, leaving Ye Feng uncertain of his location. Thus, he employed both his spiritual sense and olfactory abilities, yet still could not discern the source. Truly, the disparity in power between them was immense, a testament to the prowess of the divine origin realm. The onlooking cultivators exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of anticipation and intrigue as they awaited to see how the situation on Warm Spring Island would unfold. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The lead pilot broke free from the cultivator's grasp and charged violently towards a spirit sword. With a swift motion, the blade grazed the pilot's neck. Thud! The head of a citizen tumbled to the ground. He-men! Cried out a voice from within the barrier, panic surging. Wei Yinming's expression darkened immediately. This is outrageous. He kicked He-Min's severed head toward the front of the barrier. What are you all doing? You can't even control a single citizen, despite all these elixirs you possess. Wei Yinming glared at his disciples. My apologies, Zhongzhu, they stammered. With a sigh, Wei Yinming turned his attention back to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, although a citizen has perished, you still have 3 of my people in your custody. Therefore, you shall obediently refine elixirs for me. Otherwise, I shall reduce them to mere skeletons. Wei Yinming stated coolly. Ye Feng tightly shut his eyes, and after 3 seconds, he suddenly opened them, pivoting toward the conference room of North Warm Spring Island. Notify all senior officials to convene in the conference room. Chunin, summon the military high command as well. Ye Feng's voice resonated throughout North Warm Spring Island. Before long, the conference room was filled with attendees, primarily military officers. Chunin, how many bombers does our Warm Spring Island currently possess? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, we have a total of 22. Are we planning to retaliate against the ghostly sovereign sect and the Axe Gang? Chunin countered. Retaliate? How shall we exact our revenge? They would certainly not remain within the light barrier, but rather mingle among the disaster victims, rendering our efforts futile. Thus, I have devised a plan. It is time to pilot the bomber to the other side of the storm zone and take a look. Ye Feng concluded, casting his gaze towards the distant north. Are you suggesting that you intend to fly the bomber to the Starmon continent, locate the Axe Gang and the Ghost Sect stronghold, and conduct a heavy water bombardment on their headquarters? Duoyan Hena inquired with a slight furrow of her brow. For some inexplicable reason, she felt that Ye Feng would not survive once he departed the Great Desert. Additionally, we cannot overlook the prince's manor. While it may take some time to find the Ghost Sect and the Axe Gang, the prince's manor will undoubtedly be easy to locate. However, before that, we require a guide. Someone, go fetch He Qingji into the light barrier. Hena, you should also go and place a curse on the fairy He. Ye Feng's face was etched with murderous intent. All right, very well. Duoyan Hena nodded. She would support Ye Feng in whatever he chose to do. As evening approached, He Qingji finally evaded the stringent surveillance and entered Hot Spring Island. Duoyan Hena promptly placed a sword curse upon her. Upon her arrival in the conference room, Ye Feng and the others awaited her presence. Mr. Yi, have you summoned me to assist you as a guide in the Starmon continent? He Qingji queried. She was exceptionally intelligent, and when Ye Feng sent someone to find her, she had already surmised his intentions. Indeed, Fairy He, you are a peak transformation practitioner. My willingness to allow you into the light barrier carries significant risk and demonstrates my utmost sincerity. As long as you assist me as a guide this time, I assure you that in the future, you will have unrestricted access to Hot Spring Island, and all its business will be represented solely by you. Ye Feng spoke gravely. The other citizens regarded He Qingji with caution. She was the first peak transformation practitioner unbound by the sword curse. Should she take offense, she could effortlessly reduce North Hot Spring Island to ashes. He Qingji's keen gaze swept across the assembly hall, noting only 2 true martial realm practitioners. The strength of the others was nearly negligible. Ye Feng's previously calm demeanor had vanished. This was a high-stakes gamble. He Qingji then glanced out the window. Master Yi, may I tour the pill refinement assembly line on Hot Spring Island? Ye Feng's expression darkened. Apologies, but when this assembly line is not in use, it is disassembled and relocated to other areas of Hot Spring Island. Only one person is capable of assembling it, so I must decline your request for a tour. Once you become a citizen, you will be able to witness the pill refinement process on Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng felt a twinge of guilt. Oh, He Qingji pondered, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a pause, she suddenly broke into a smile. Very well, I shall serve as your guide. And I am also curious to see what the bomber looks like that can send divine realm practitioners fleeing in disarray. He Qingji declared. Then, we will require 2 days to prepare. Fairy He, please remain on Hot Spring Island during this time. Time flew by, and soon the 2 days had elapsed. Beyond the luminous barrier, a throng of cultivators from the Starmon continent gathered, their gazes fixated upon the shimmering veil, much like vultures anticipating a feast. They harbored hopes of a citizen emerging from the Isle of Hot Springs. For capturing such a figure would empower them to coerce Ye Feng into providing an unending supply of refined elixirs, effectively turning the Isle into their alchemical servant. Chapter 11:16. Remove the gray garments. It appears that the Isle of Hot Springs possesses vulnerabilities, and indeed, they are quite pronounced. After all, when a citizen was slain previously, did the Isle react at all? Quite right. The Isle is merely a paper tiger, feeble and easily toppled. This time, we shall aim for a substantial prize. Preferably Ye Feng's legitimate wife. Indeed, if we strip her bare and bind her, Ye Feng will be compelled to refine elixirs for us, allowing us to demand his compliance tenfold daily. A splendid notion. If the refining speed of the Isle lags, the duration of her humiliation will extend correspondingly. Who knows? Given enough time, Ye Feng's wife may even bear my child. How can you be certain it's yours? After all, she has been with countless others. 3 in 1. The cultivators outside the barrier grew increasingly brazen, their vile utterances pouring forth like a torrent. They had come to the conclusion that the Isle of Hot Springs lacked any capacity for retribution, which emboldened their arrogance. Wei Yiming sat calmly in a chair, observing the Isle. His prior probing had elevated him to the status of a hero among the many cultivators. For it was he who had gauged the depth of the Isle's defenses. It turned out the Isle was not as formidable as they had presumed. When a citizen was killed, they could only cower behind their barrier like turtles retreating into their shells. Master Wei, the prince has declared he wishes to reward you. Upon our return to the Westine Prefecture, He intends to elevate the royal ghost sect to the premier sect of the region, remarked a member of the purple garment guard nearby. He donned his purple attire once more, no longer shying away from Ye Feng. For the isle was nothing more than a soft-shelled shrimp, unworthy of fear. Thank you for your kind words, Prince. Once I and Leader Qiao find the opportunity, we shall eliminate another citizen, Wei Yiming replied with a grin. Qiao Li nodded in agreement. Previously, I have heard Ye Feng extol the virtues and prowess of his citizen. Yet, from what I see, they are of little significance. I shall slay his citizen, and what will he do about it? He gestured towards 4 racks positioned behind him, each displaying a corpse, one of which was the headless body of a citizen. The other 3 inhabitants had also met a grim fate, flayed and displayed as a grim spectacle. In the northern Isle of Hot Springs, 22 bombers stood ready for action. Ye Feng donned a snug leather suit, complemented by sunglasses and a pilot's cap. Chunin, you will take the rear seat. I shall take the helm. He Qingshi, you will occupy the co-pilot's seat and assist me with navigation, Ye Feng stated calmly. Understood. He Qingshi nodded, her heart fluttering as she gazed at the imposing aircraft before her. It was her first encounter with such a robust flying machine, so advanced that even after scanning it with her spiritual sense numerous times, she could not uncover the secrets of how this bomber ascended into the skies. The first bomber housed Ye Feng, Chunin, He Qingshi, and another pilot. As the pilots of the other 21 bombers observed the scene, they simultaneously rushed into the cockpit. The sound of the hatch closing echoed in succession. All the pilots turned their gazes towards Ye Feng's number 1 bomber. Lacking a communication device, the Air Force could only mimic the actions of the first bomber. If the first one crashed, they would follow the second. If the second succumbed, they would proceed with the third. Brother Feng, this is the ignition. Chunin pointed to a rotating switch beside Ye Feng. I am aware. I have already tested it several times over the past few days, Ye Feng replied, his expression darkening. As a master in the true martial realm, he possessed an extraordinary photographic memory, with a learning ability exponentially superior to that of an ordinary person. Boom, boom, boom. The 22 bombers simultaneously belched flames from their undersides, producing a deafening roar that reverberated across a 10-kilometer radius. I sensed the bomber vibrating quite violently. Is there a loose screw? Ye Feng felt a surge of anxiety. This was his inaugural flight in a bomber. Previously, he had only been responsible for dropping heavy water, while Chunin had piloted the aircraft. Honestly, if you can't fly, don't pretend to be a hotshot. Move to the back. I'll take the front. Chunin unbuckled his seatbelt. Ye Feng, his face flushed, followed suit, and they switched positions. True to his experience, under Chunin's adept control, the vibrations of the number 1 bomber diminished significantly, alleviating the sense of imminent disintegration. Outside the light screen, all the cultivators stood, their eyes fixed intently on the 22 colossal machines hovering over Hot Spring Island. Are they about to commence? What should we do? Another bombardment? Panic spread among the cultivators, with some retreating towards the rear. Do not panic, everyone remain calm, Wei Yiming bellowed. Having just become a hero in the eyes of the crowd, he was resolute in maintaining his authority even at the risk of his life. No sooner had he spoken than a whooshing sound filled the air. The 22 bombers soared overhead. Thud! Wei Yiming looked down at the ice layer beneath him. A small hole had been smashed into it, causing the seawater beneath the ice to erupt under pressure, shooting up like a geyser. Thud, thud, thud. Small holes continued to appear on the ice, with torrents of seawater gushing forth. Get out of the way. A cultivator, unable to evade in time, was drenched from head to toe by the deluge. A gust of cold wind swept through, instantly freezing his body. However, a protective divine light radiated from within him, effortlessly thawing his ice-encased form. Thud, thud, thud. Ah, my hand. Oh no, my foot. What did he just throw? Ah, my ear. Thud. Some cultivators collapsed suddenly to the ground. They were merely in the true martial realm, and their protective divine light could not withstand the penetrating power of the heavy water. Cultivators in the innate realm fared slightly better. Typically, it took 2 drops of heavy water to disperse their protective divine light. However, a third drop would claim their lives. Chunin, fly back and drop more heavy water on them, Ye Feng commanded coldly from the rear. Understood. The bomber executed a sharp turn in midair, continuing its flight towards the congregation of the cultivators. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished screams. Not only the cultivators, but even the innocent victims outside the protective barrier found themselves caught in the chaos. Alas, the once resolute cultivators could no longer maintain their composure. With a cry, they scattered in all directions. Master, we must. Just as a member of the ghostly control sect uttered these words, a drop of heavy water fell from above, seeping through his trousers. He collapsed without warning, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Run! Wei Yiming and Xiao Li also lost their steadiness, fleeing frantically towards the outside. In the distance, Li Huoling gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. Your Highness, quickly remove your gray robe and don the garments of the victims for safety, urged a member of the Purple Guard, presenting a tattered outfit. How absurd. I am a dignified prince. You expect me to wear the clothing of the suffering? Li Huoling retorted defiantly. Your Highness, only by wearing the attire of the victims will you avoid drawing the bomber's attention. Please hurry. The Purple Guard continued to implore. At that moment, puff, puff, puff. 3 drops of heavy water struck the protective barrier around the Purple Guard, dimming its glow instantly. Puff, puff, puff. Another 3 drops fell, shattering his protective light. Your Highness, take care. I must flee. The Purple Guard, terrified, clasped his head with both hands and dashed towards the wind barrier. Everyone made for the wind barrier. If necessary, they would escape back to the Starman continent. No matter how fierce the bomber was, could it traverse the wind barrier? Amidst the disorder, someone attempted to direct the crowd. But no sooner had he spoken than 2 drops of heavy water landed simultaneously upon his crown, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. 22 bombers unleashed over 10,000 drops of heavy water, causing the ice layer below to continuously spew seawater outward. The cultivators could no longer hold their ground, rushing into the refugee zone and mingling with the victims. At least 100 cultivators lay dead, the majority being at the true martial realm, for their protective barriers were the weakest. There were also a dozen innate realm cultivators, alongside one from the transformation realm. For the first time, technology had delivered a sweeping blow to the realm of cultivation. Brother Feng, shall we continue the bombardment? The cultivators are now mixed in with the refugees, Chunin inquired, glancing back. Let it be. There are no citizens outside. Bombard them. Ye Feng replied coldly. As you command. The bomber made a sweeping maneuver and began indiscriminate bombardment on the cultivators and victims below. In that moment, the air outside the barrier was filled with cries of despair, the roars of cultivators, and the wails of the innocent, creating a unique symphony of horror. In the elemental box, how much heavy water can we still synthesize? Ye Feng asked Chun, and approximately 1/3 has been utilized. Chunin replied. Then cease the bombardment outside the barrier for now. Direct our fire towards the wind barrier. The true gift is intended for the prince's residence. Fairy he. Once we pass through the wind barrier, I will rely on you to guide us, Ye Feng said, then turned to He Qingji, seated in the co-pilot's seat. Yes, I will guide you diligently, she assured. He Qingji's face turned pale. For the first time, she gazed upon the bomber capable of delivering a sweeping strike against cultivators, and the impact on her psyche was profound. Previously, she believed that reaching a higher cultivation level would render her impervious to any lower-tier practitioners. Yet, she was mistaken. Chunin, merely at the postnatal stage, once paired with the bomber, could send even experts of the divine origin realm fleeing in terror. Moments ago, she witnessed Li Huoling donning the garb of a disaster victim, fleeing towards the Gale Zone. Whoosh! Over 20 bombers soared towards the Gale Zone, encountering several groups of fleeing cultivators en route. Ye Feng showed no mercy, unleashing hundreds of drops of heavy water upon them. The cultivators were thrown into disarray. Akin to headless flies, they attempted to release their flying swords, but as soon as the swords flew a mere 100 meters, they collided with the oncoming heavy water. A brief contest ensued between magical and physical attacks. Unsurprisingly, their flying swords were rendered into worthless scrap, their brilliance dimming as they fell to the ground. Whoosh! 1 minute later, 20 bombers arrived at the Gale Zone. Chunin pulled the control stick, and the first bomber plunged unhesitatingly into the Gale Zone. Due to the drop in temperature, the Gale Zone's potency was reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. Few wind blades struck the aircraft's exterior, leaving only a few scratches. Spanning 500 kilometers, the 22 bombers traversed the Gale Zone in under 2 minutes. The persistent wind blades continuously struck the hull, slowing the bombers significantly. Otherwise, they could have crossed in a minute. A breath of fresh air filled Ye Feng's nostrils. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, this is the Starman continent. My goodness, that star in the sky, is it truly that close? I feel as though I could simply press the throttle and fly the bomber to that very star. Chunin exclaimed with excitement. Not so fast. That star merely appears close due to its immense size. In reality, even if you magnified this bomber 1,000 times and filled it with fuel, it would still be impossible to reach that star, Ye Feng cautioned. All right. It seems I was mistaken, Chunin replied, as the first bomber surged ahead, creating a strong wind in its wake. Ye Feng peered out the window, observing the ordinary folk below, tilling the land. Unfailingly, they all lifted their heads to gaze at the 20-plus bombers in the sky. What kind of beast is that? It's moving far too swiftly. Could it be a semi-divine beast? Quick, take cover. No need to hide. Creatures of such caliber typically target celestial masters and disdain dealing with ordinary folk like us. The 20 aircraft zipped past 2 towering mountains, each rising 10,000 meters. The fierce winds swaying the trees atop the mountains as if possessed by a chaotic dance. Fairy He, how long until we reach the Duke's residence? Ye Feng could not help but inquire. Soon. At this bomber's speed, we can traverse the entire Sheen County in 2 hours. We should reach the Duke's residence in approximately half an hour, He Qingji promptly explained. Good. Chunin pulled the control stick again, increasing the bomber's speed by another third. Simultaneously, the entire aircraft began to tremble. Have you lost your mind? Reduce the speed, or at this rate, the plane will soon disintegrate, Ye Feng exclaimed in astonishment. However, with fuel running low, acceleration was imperative. Are you foolish? Driving at such speeds will not halt fuel consumption, Ye Feng admonished, playfully striking Chun-An's head. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, patches of primordial forests emerged, with some trees soaring to staggering heights, their canopies piercing the heavens. Concurrently, Ye Feng glimpsed several quaint towns, where massive war machines were stationed at the outskirts. Just as he prepared to scrutinize further, the bomber had already left the town far behind. In the Duke's residence, a group of children with the surname Li were engrossed in their studies. Geese were flying south, occasionally forming a straight line, then shifting into a V formation. Suddenly, one of the Li children looked up at the sky. Look, it's the geese. They are now in a V formation. What? The others also raised their heads, astonished as they gazed upward. This is impossible. It appears to be a monstrous beast. Quickly, activate the city's protective array. Lord Wei, activating the protective array will result in a tremendous depletion of spirit stones. What does it matter now? Open the protective array at once. Observe the speed of those beasts in the sky. They could be demigods. What? Demigods? Hurry, initiate the protective array. In an instant, the city of Sheen erupted with a dazzling radiance as 7,200 array flags illuminated the surroundings. A colossal transparent barrier emerged from the walls, enveloping the entire city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, 22 bombers incessantly circled. Where is the Duke's residence? Ye Feng inquired. Fly towards the North City. The Duke's residence is situated there, He Qingji indicated towards the north. Chunin, head towards North City. Our primary target is the Duke's residence, and we must avoid harming any innocent civilians within the city. Chapter 11:18. We cannot remain here any longer, Ye Feng declared. Understood. The 24 bombers spiraled in the sky before collectively heading towards North City. In North City, a palace towering 100 feet rose majestically, adorned with fluttering banners, each emblazoned with a silver character for Li. The inhabitants of the Duke's residence had already received the news, with countless spirit crossbows aimed at the sky. Tens of thousands of black-armored guards stood ready around the palace, focusing on the 24 small black dots high above. Brother Feng, are we ready to commence? Below lies the Duke's residence, Chunin inquired. Let us begin. All right. Chunin activated the switch. A dozen elemental boxes sprang to life simultaneously. The faint sound of slicing air filled the sky, yet upon striking the protective array, the situation transformed dramatically. Initially, over 100 drops of heavy water merely caused the protective array to flicker momentarily. At the array's core, a one-eyed man gazed in astonishment at the depleting spirit stones within. What kind of spirit artifact is this? It has consumed half of the spirit stones in an instant. Quickly, pour more spirit stones into the array's core. Do not let it cease. The one-eyed man's voice reverberated throughout the Duke's residence. With a resounding thud, hundreds of droplets of heavy water cascaded down, causing the protective array of the city to sway precariously. The citizens within, who had previously stood with arms akimbo, now displayed expressions of sheer panic. The relentless downpour of heavy water rendered the spirit stones at the heart of the formation into mere powder, extinguishing their last glimmers of light. With a whoosh, a spirit crossbow soared into the sky, darting past Ye Feng in a blur. Their spirit crossbows possess such formidable power, he thought, astonished. Quickly, ascend into the heights. Immediately, 22 bombers spiraled upward, swiftly piercing through the clouds. Nevertheless, spirit crossbows occasionally zipped past them. One particular shot nearly penetrated the belly of the third bomber. Below, a one-eyed man gazed skyward, his eyes wide with astonishment. What manner of beast is this? How can it elude the grasp of divine thought? It was known that spirit crossbows were aided by divine intent for targeting. Once a beast was locked onto by divine thought, no matter how it evaded, it would ultimately be pursued by the crossbows. Yet the bombers were different. Their speed was unparalleled. Even when locked onto by divine thought, they could still escape the encompassing range with astonishing swiftness. As the fifth wave of heavy water crashed upon the protective array, the thick barrier, several layers deep, began to tremble. Release. With a thunderous roar, the protective array exhausted its final reserves of energy against the heavy water, collapsing spectacularly and leaving the entire royal palace and county town exposed to the predatory fangs of the bombers. The heavy water fell in torrents, unleashing a cacophony of screams and roars from within the palace. A silver-armored guard had just raised his shield when a droplet plummeted from above, shattering both his shield and his skull. A guard in purple robes, after withstanding 7 droplets, finally depleted his entire magical energy, leaving him vulnerable beneath the technological onslaught of the Warm Springs Island. The structures of the royal palace, bereft of the protective array, could not withstand the relentless assault of the heavy water. Plummeting from heights of over 10,000 meters, each droplet weighed several 100,000 pounds. Given equal weight, the smaller the volume, the greater the penetrating power. Ye Feng could assure that heavy water descending from such heights could likely pierce the earth by 10 kilometers, let alone mere human constructions. Help! Save us! Where do we run? The people of the royal palace perceived the heavy water as the divine crossbows. From all corners of the palace, countless maidens emerged, running about in a state of undress. Continue, deplete all the heavy water, then return to replenish for the second wave. Ye Feng instructed nonchalantly. Understood. Chunin replied, his face alight with excitement as he opened all the elemental boxes. Wherever the bombers flew, a cascade of heavy water droplets descended. The co-pilot, He Qingji, stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the sight. Below was the royal palace, once her greatest fear. Yet, before Ye Feng's bombers, the palace's protective array proved utterly inadequate. In the royal palace, many of the women scurrying about were under the tutelage of He Qingji. To sustain the existence of her sect, she was compelled to provide a monthly supply of high-quality women to serve the offspring of Li Huoling. Oh, is that not the eldest son? He Qingji pressed her eyes against the window. Ye Feng quickly leaned in beside her. They beheld a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a massive axe with great speed, attempting to use it to fend off the heavy rain descending from the sky. The eldest son, is he not Li Huoling's firstborn? Ye Feng inquired. Indeed, he is at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, and it is believed that it will not be long before he ascends to the divine origin realm, becoming the third most formidable expert in Xin County. He Qingji replied coldly. She had a profound impression of this eldest son. He was known to execute women brutally after their use. This eldest son was exceedingly selfish, fearing that these women might form connections with other men in the future, thus ensuring that all whom he had used met their demise. Chunin, why are you dawdling? Attend to the eldest son, Ye Feng urged. Understood. Chunin was about to hurl the heavy rainwater when He Qingji interjected. May I be the one to press this switch? She asked cautiously. Why? Do you harbor enmity against the eldest son? Ye Feng queried. Indeed, it is not merely enmity. It is a profound hatred. She then recounted the heinous deeds of the eldest son. How despicable! I shall have his head. Chunin cried out, even contemplating parachuting down to confront the eldest son, but Ye Feng managed to restrain him. Below, the eldest son, Li Shuwu, gazed up at the bombers in the sky. Ah, who dares to destroy my royal palace? Come down and face me. A thunderous crash echoed as his massive axe was struck, creating a small hole. Another resounding clang followed, and Li Shuwu found himself unable to grip the axe any longer. Plummeting drops of heavy rainwater cascaded down, instantly shattering his protective divine light. Ultimately, 3 drops of sacred water pierced through his skull. Once technology reaches a certain level, it becomes an overwhelming force against these savages. Brother Feng, We cannot linger here any longer. We must return to replenish our fuel, Shunan urged. Then let us depart. Ye Feng nodded. Whoosh. 22 bombers soared towards the gale wind zone. Meanwhile, the entire royal palace was engulfed in chaos, with even the statue of Li Huoling shattered in two. The one-eyed man struggled to rise, clutching his ruined shoulder. The eldest son. At the entrance of the Li royal palace, a robust man lay prostrate on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. This is grave. The eldest son is dead. Quickly, go to the gale wind zone to find the prince. We must uncover who is responsible. The voice of the one-eyed man reverberated throughout the county. Chapter 11:19. We are eager to hear at this moment. Dozens of bombers were weaving through the lush green mountains and waters. Ye Feng gazed languidly at the splendid scenery outside, since the great desert had been completely frozen over. This was the first time he had witnessed such vibrant life. Now, he finally had a moment to appreciate the beauty beyond. In the front row, Chunin was engaged in conversation with He Qingji. Fairy, do you think our bombers, being so ostentatious, might attract the attention of those in the void refining realm or even the spirit severing realm? Chunin inquired. Ha ha ha, brethren. You truly possess a sense of humor. How many formidable beings exist in our Black Mountain Kingdom? It is highly unlikely that they would coincidentally notice your bombers. Rest assured, the chances are exceedingly slim, He Qingji replied, her laughter tinged with a hint of flattery. After witnessing the cutting-edge technology of Hot Spring Island, she had no choice but to curry favor. If she inadvertently provoked Hot Spring Island, those 22 bombers could easily raze her sect to the ground. After all, even the city defenses of the Duke's residence could not withstand a bomber's assault, let alone her own. Then I shall take my leave with peace of mind. Chunin sighed in relief. The pilot Ye Feng and another aviator in the back row also exhaled with relief. His bombers might stand a chance against those in the divine origin realm, or even the void refining realm, but against the spirit severing realm, they would have no hope whatsoever. A mere sword strike from such beings could reduce the bombers to mere fragments. Whoosh. The 22 bombers effortlessly traversed the gale zone, and in less than 5 minutes, they hovered above Hot Spring Island. Descend. Boom. The 22 bombers landed directly within the protective barrier of Hot Spring Island, denying any opportunity for the outside cultivators to launch a surprise attack. Most of them mingled among the refugees, leaving Ye Feng at a loss for how to proceed. After all, he still relied on the millions of refugees outside to purify iridium. He could not possibly annihilate them all. Once the bombers had stabilized, Ye Feng was the first to exit the cockpit, greeted by a throng of people. Ah Feng, did you succeed? Duoyan Hena inquired eagerly. Of course. We successfully obliterated the Duke's residence. It was left in ruins. Even Li Huoling's eldest son perished beneath the weight of a heavy water bomb. Shonen interjected eagerly. Really? Splendid. What is the starry dream continent like? Is it as frozen as our land? Bai Chushua asked. No, the scenery of the starry dream continent is breathtaking. Akin to a celestial paradise, Shonen replied, his expression one of rapture. Shonen, please regale us with the tale of bombing the Duke's residence. We are all eager to hear, another citizen urged. Very well, I shall recount the tale. Shonen was about to boast when Ye Feng interrupted him. Hold on a moment. Engineer Chong, you have 3 days to conduct maintenance on all the bombers. Check for any loose screws and eliminate potential hazards. Then fill the elemental boxes. In 3 days, we shall target the ghostly demon sect and the Axe Gang. For the life of one citizen, I demand they pay 1,000-fold price. Otherwise, will you dare to step outside the barrier in the future? Only by demonstrating the might of Hot Spring Island will our citizens feel free to stroll beyond the barrier without fear of retaliation. Indeed, Brother Feng is remarkable. His foresight is truly admirable. The crowd of engineers promptly set about inspecting the status of the bombers. It was anticipated that 8 of the aircraft would be rendered unusable. If they were to fly again, they would disintegrate. Even extensive repairs would be futile. They could only be remade from scratch. High-speed flight comes at a cost. Such aircraft can only endure 2 or 3 flights before being rendered obsolete. What now? Are 8 aircraft missing? Will 14 bombers suffice? Chung Li Bin inquired, casting a glance at Ye Feng. Whoever you are, board this bomber. You have 5 hours to reach Nanwenquan Island and assist me in retrieving 16 operational bombers, so that we may achieve a whole number with these 14 intact planes, Ye Feng commanded. Understood. The pilot promptly boarded the bomber. With this asset, their communication with Nanwenquan Island would only require a few hours, significantly conserving time. In contrast, using sand carts for messages could take a month or even 2. As he watched the communication aircraft depart, Ye Feng's gaze turned towards the expanse beyond the island. Within a 10-kilometer radius centered on Nanwinquan Island, not a soul could be found. Not only the cultivators, but even the disaster victims had retreated far away, haunted by the psychological scars inflicted by Ye Feng's bombers. By Xiang, how many iridium purification factories have we established outside? Ye Feng inquired. There are merely a dozen factories. Yet the one dedicated to purifying seawater employs over 8 million workers. It can be said that 80% of the disaster victims outside are, in fact, working for us on Nanwinquan Island. Bai Xiang replied slowly, a hint of compassion evident on his face. The heavy water bombing yesterday had claimed the lives of thousands of victims, some of whom were employed by Nanwinquan Island. This is troublesome. Old Chum, Charlie, you should return to Nanwinquan Island tomorrow. They possess the current research tools, and I hope you can develop a material capable of resisting heavy water, Ye Feng stated. A material to resist heavy water? Feng Ge, don't jest. What material could withstand heavy water falling from several thousand meters? Chung Li Bin shook his head. However, Charlie's expression shifted. Feng Ge, what is your intention in developing such a material? I believe that in the future, we cannot always rely on the Air Force. In forthcoming battles, we must implement a coordinated operation between the Air Force and the infantry, known as Air Infantry Cooperation. At that time, we could equip the infantry with this heavy water-resistant material to prevent them from being inadvertently harmed by heavy water. After all, our bombers should not solely be instruments of destruction. We also depend on the infantry to scavenge for resources on the ground, Ye Feng remarked calmly. I understand now. A heavy water-resistant material is not beyond our capability to create. Elements can interact and offset one another. I will revisit the periodic table to see if we can devise a fabric that dissolves upon contact with heavy water, Charlie proposed. Excellent, Charlie. Bringing you on board was an astute decision. You shall return tomorrow, while Bai Xiang remains here, Ye Feng said, patting his shoulder. Yes, Feng Ge. As the evening of the following day arrived, the sky echoed with the sound of whirring engines. Ye Feng looked up to see dozens of bombers suspended in midair. Duoyan Hena immediately stepped out of the light barrier, issuing orders to the pilots before guiding the 16 bombers into the protective enclosure. Shinan, I shall refrain from joining you this time. You will lead the team personally, guided by the Fairy of Lotus. Your mission is to bombard the strongholds of the Yuguazong and the Axe Gang. After unleashing the heavy water, return swiftly, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Shinan promptly ascended the bomber, with He Qingji seated beside him. 30 bombers took flight simultaneously, soaring towards the gale zone. Chapter 1120. Who shall we exploit henceforth? On the Starry Dream continent, in the Black Mountain Kingdom, Pingzhou, and Xin County, the Duke's mansion stood. Li Huoling stepped steadily into the royal residence. Once a bastion of grandeur, the mansion now lay in utter desolation, strewn with corpses and shattered structures. Ye Feng, Ye Feng, Ye Feng. Li Huoling's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. My lord, I am powerless. They descended from the skies, and I know not their sect. The eldest son, he. The one-eyed cultivator knelt before Li Huoling in despair. What? Shui Wu has fallen as well. Li Huoling's voice trembled with anguish. Among all his sons, the one he cherished most had been slain by Ye Feng. Now, his most esteemed eldest son had also met his demise at Ye Feng's hands. For individuals approached, bearing a stretcher upon which lay a lifeless body. With trembling hands, Li Huoling unveiled the white cloth. My son. A surge of blood rose in his throat, and he spat forth a mouthful of crimson, staining the cloth. My lord, you must mourn in moderation. First, we must ascertain who assaulted the mansion, and then report to the governor. We must seek justice, the one-eyed cultivator suggested. Report? Nonsense. Our enemies do not reside within the Starry Dream continent, but rather, Li Huoling's piercing gaze turned towards the gale zone, in the Ghost Shadow Forest. Yu Yiming, after enduring countless hardships and consuming numerous qi-nourishing pills, finally returned to the stronghold of his Yuguazong. Quickly, notify everyone to evacuate immediately. Though Yu Yiming had returned, he was breathless and fatigued. Master, what evacuation? A cultivator inquired. Suddenly, the first bomber appeared overhead, soaring directly above the Ghost Shadow Forest. Boom. Yu Yiming rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Despite his arduous journey and the consumption of countless pills over 3 days to return to the Yuguazong, Ye Feng's bombers had outpaced him. Unquestionably, the screams of despair erupted from within the Yuguazong. Many low-ranked cultivators perished without understanding what had struck them. The bombardment persisted for 20 minutes, leaving the entire ghost shadow forest nearly razed to the ground. The stronghold of Yuguazong fared no better, suffering casualties that reached a third of its forces, with high-grade puppets destroyed on the spot. Even Yu Yinming's sole direct descendant met a tragic end amidst the chaos. After completing their mission, the 30 bombers did not linger but returned directly to Hot Spring Island. As for the Gale Zone, it had nearly ceased to exist, rendered dormant by the encroaching cold wave. In other words, from this moment forth, the Great Desert and the Starmong continent shall no longer witness the presence of the celestial insect. In the southern region of Sheen County lies a dock, bustling with an array of sailboats, spirit vessels, and colossal ships. Indeed, this quaint town is known as Axe Town, the stronghold of the Axe Gang. Hurry, gather your belongings. The farther we are from Axe Town, the better. Xiao Li is directing everyone in the relocation. Leader, why must we move? Our reputation in Axe Town is renowned. One of the members protests. Silence. Just do as I say, Xiao Li retorts, his frustration palpable. He has already heard the news. 6 days prior, the Duke's residence was bombed. 3 days ago, the Phantom Shadow Forest met a similar fate. Naturally, the next target would be the Axe Gang. Forget about everything else. Take only what is essential. Now, everyone must leave Axe Town. Xiao Li's voice booms. Hey, do not gather. Disperse and travel alone as much as possible. No clustering. No clustering. Xiao Li's anxious voice echoes relentlessly. Unfortunately, it is too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, 24 bombers soar by. Why not 30? Because 6 are incapacitated and require reconditioning mid-flight. Thud, thud, thud. The air fills with anguished cries from Axe Town. 2 weeks later, over 30 counties in Pingzhou erupted in chaos. The Duke's residence in Sheen County was destroyed. The ghostly sect suffered a similar fate. The Axe Gang was hit hardest, with 90% of its elite perishing, including their leader, Xiao Li. Simultaneously, the wind barrier zone came to a complete standstill, and some civilians gradually ventured into the Great Desert to marvel at its icy beauty. However, after a brief moment of admiration, they hurriedly retreated. It was too frigid. Ordinary people could not withstand even a minute. Yet, would the cold wave spare Sheen County? It is spreading across the entire Starmong continent at a rate of 1 kilometer per hour. In the Great Desert, some disaster victims seem to glimpse hope, each family crossing the wind barrier zone in search of a new beginning. This has directly resulted in the cessation of operations in 90% of the factories on North Hot Spring Island, with no one left to purify seawater. Their iridium elements may take ages to refine. Only a few high-ranking individuals are reluctant to leave Hot Spring Island, as they are executives or owners of various factories. Now that the Starmong continent is united with the Great Desert, the displaced individuals migrate toward warmer regions, leaving no one to toil in Hot Spring Island. Hey, don't leave. Aren't you going to take the insect repellent? Chunin calls out to a migrating disaster victim. What a load of nonsense. The insect plague only spreads in severely cold conditions. As I head toward warmer lands, the plague shall have no effect on me, the victim replies, forcefully shaking off Chun's grip. You have guts, kid. I'll remember your face. The cold wave will inevitably engulf the entire Starmong continent. And don't come back seeking my help. I will remember you well. Chun An's voice trails off. Let us see about that. I don't even know if I will survive until tomorrow. The disaster victims, their faces devoid of expression, marched in orderly lines towards the windswept zone, some even breaking into song with their folk melodies. Within the shimmering screen, Ye Feng and Bai Xiang exchanged a glance, their countenances rather grim. What is happening? With such a significant loss of labor, how long will it take us to extract even a single pound of iridium? Bai Xiang was taken aback. Relay the message to Wang Zhihai to keep this Area-S situation under wraps. We must not let the disaster victims from South Hot Spring Island know that the windswept zone has come to a standstill. Otherwise, the people from South Hot Spring Island will flee the Great Desert for the warmth of the starry continent. And then where shall we find such inexpensive labor? Ye Feng remarked, his expression troubled. Brother Feng, however, many individuals in the Great Desert have yet to reach South Hot Spring Island. And some residents have even ventured to North Hot Spring Island. It will eventually leak out, Bai Xiang said, his brow furrowed with concern. Indeed, it is true. How can one expect paper to contain fire? We must devise a means to ensure they remain in the great desert indefinitely. Otherwise, who will we exploit in the future? Notify those with flowers on their shoulders to convene in the meeting room. Following this, several high-ranking officials engaged in a discussion. Yet they could not arrive at any substantial conclusions.